Chapter 1. Only after death did she realize she loved him. Yinran, why are you being so foolish? Jean Xiaoqiao snatched the sleeping pills from Tang Yunren's hands. Had she not fortuitously passed by and discovered Yunren's intention to end her life, Tang Yunren might have already succumbed to her despair. Clutching a black-and-white photograph, Tang Yunren's haggard face reflected a void, her vacant gaze filled with the image of the man in the photo, a river of longing coursing through her heart, her expression steeped in sorrow. Yinran, it's been 4 years Jiang Che is gone. At the sound of these words, Tang Yunren's countenance turned ashen, her breath momentarily stilled. She traced the man's face in the photograph with her fingertips, inching across the paper, her eyes brimming with profound reminiscence and heartache. Yes, he has departed. It has been 4 years. Her voice trembled, laden with grief. In a disembodied state, Jiang Che witnessed this poignant scene unfold. He had never realized how deeply Tang Yunren loved him, nor that she had been driven to the brink of suicide by her despair over him. Their marriage had been a union forged under parental pressure, a mere facade that on their wedding day, they had established a pact to play their roles before their families while leading separate lives. He had never felt any affection for Tang Yunren and had never sought to understand her world. She, in turn, had never inquired about his life, regardless of how late he returned. Home, he had assumed she, like him, had married out of obligation. It was only on the day of his untimely demise that Tang Yunren rushed to the hospital in a frenzy, kneeling before the doctor, pleading, "Doctor, I beg you, save him, please. If you can save him, I would trade my life for his." In that moment, he stood at her bedside, a specter. Watching her anguish unfold, he had attempted to embrace her countless times, but each effort resulted in his arms passing through her, leaving him powerless to comfort her. She continued to beseech the doctor until her overwhelming emotions caused her to faint. Regret washed over him, yet he remained helpless, alas. Jean Xiaoqiao sighed again, enveloping Tang Yunren in a comforting embrace. The deceased are beyond our reach, let him rest in peace. Your parents are aging, and if you were to take such drastic measures, it would devastate them. Upon hearing Jean Xiaoqiao's words, Tang Yunren could no longer suppress her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew. She was acutely aware that her actions would cause her parents pain, and her beloved grandmother in heaven would surely grieve. Yet, the longing for him was overwhelming. An ache too profound to bear. You are right, I should not have considered this, Tang Yunren choked out. Jean Xiaoqiao patted her back, soothingly saying, "It's good that you can see this clearly. Tomorrow marks his memorial. Make your peace with him and bid farewell to the past." Tang Yunren nodded, her long lashes casting shadows over her tear-filled eyes, her voice heavy with sorrow. Yes, it is time to find closure. She had lingered in this state for 4 long years, and it was indeed time to conclude this chapter. That evening, she prepared a lavish feast: braised pork ribs, sweet and sour chicken, poached fish slices, fried spinach, and mushroom-stewed tendons, 8 dishes in total. A bountiful spread. As she placed a piece of sweet and sour chicken in the bowl across from her, she began to speak to Jiang Che, as if he were there. "Jiang Che, these are all your favorite dishes. You have no idea how I struggled to learn to cook. I couldn't even boil water before marrying you. I trained with chefs just for you." She revealed a scar on her finger from a knife, pouting with a hint of grievance. "I was so clumsy, cutting myself several times, but seeing you enjoy my cooking made it all worthwhile." It was only after his death that Jiang Che realized these dishes were crafted by Tang Yunren's own hands. He remembered the first time he tasted her cooking, finding it extraordinarily delicious, assuming a hired cook had prepared it. Not only that, she cared for him when he was drunk, ironed all his clothes, and would kiss him softly while he slept. She had always been silently devoted to him, yet he had remained oblivious. Tang Yunren added a piece of poached fish to Jiang Che's bowl and continued, "This is the last meal I will prepare for you. After tomorrow's memorial, I will forget everything that belongs to you." Perhaps that was for the best. Jiang Che sighed. Although Tang Yunren was now in her 30s, she retained her allure, a mature beauty who need not dwell in sorrow for a deceased man. She deserved to embrace a new life. The following day, clad in a pure white wedding gown, Tang Yunren visited the cemetery, standing before Jiang Che's grave. Today, she looked exquisite, her long hair cascading in waves, adorned with a floral crown, and her face delicately made up, radiating a celestial beauty that seemed to descend from the heavens. Jiang Che had always known of her beauty, but had never truly appreciated it, even on their wedding day, when he had merely sought to hastily fulfill the ceremony. Jiang Che, do I look beautiful today? Tang Yunran smiled at the gravestone. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Jiang Che's eyes were fixed upon her. Am I being foolish? You never cared about my beauty, she replied, her words tinged with bitterness. Placing chrysanthemums before the gravestone, she gazed at the name Jiang Che engraved upon it, memories flooding back, her heart pierced by pain. Jiang Che, do you miss me? Yunran, I miss you, I'm sorry. Jiang Che's hand rested gently upon her head, though she could not feel it. He could not help but reach out. You cannot possibly miss me, how could you? A bittersweet smile graced Tang Yunran's face. But I do miss you, yes, she spoke. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her sorrow. It's strange, even though you are gone, I feel as if you were still here with me, as if you were caressing my face, running your fingers through my hair. At her words, Jiang Che paused, a bitter ache settling within him. Jiang Che, I initially intended to end all, but I cannot. My mother would not survive the loss. Had it not been for this, she would not have endured alone until now. In a few days, I will be moving away, far from this city, and I shall not return. That too was acceptable. Jiang Che sighed. Leaving here and starting anew is the best course for you. Thus, before I depart, I want you to see me in my wedding gown, just for you. I will never wear a wedding gown for anyone else. Why must she do this? He was already gone. The living must live fully. Jiang Che, I am leaving now. Farewell. Tang Yunran waved goodbye, reluctantly tearing her gaze away. After lingering for a moment, she turned to leave. Jiang Che remained at the grave, watching her go without following. As Tang Yunran reached the roadside, she suddenly remembered the wedding ring still adorning her finger. She intended to return it to him, to forget everything about him. As she reached for the ring, it slipped from her fingers, rolling towards the center of the road. My ring, she exclaimed, rushing after it. This was the ring Jiang Che had placed on her finger on their wedding day. She had never removed it that moment. A heavy dump truck hurtled towards her. Yunran, get out of the way. Jiang Che cried out in alarm. Bang! The truck collided violently. Chapter 2. It's still best to have a wife, he watched, aghast, as Tang Yunran was hurled through the air, arcing through the sky before descending like a withered leaf in autumn. No! Jiang Che cried out, his voice a raw, guttural sound of despair. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, were fixed on Tang Yunran, lying in a pool of crimson. The sanguine liquid bloomed across the pristine white of her wedding gown, a macabre floral display. The stark contrast was jarring, unforgettable. Tang Yunran and Appo's face was ashen, yet she managed to turn her gaze towards Jiang Che and Appo's tombstone. A rueful smile touched her lips, and tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes, each one a tiny, glistening pearl of sorrow. Perhaps this is for the best. No, in an Appo's, not. Yunran, hold on. The ambulance is on its way. You can in Appo's, die. Jiang Che attempted again and again to lift Tang Yunran, but his efforts were futile. The utter helplessness he felt was a searing agony. Jiang Che, the most profound regret of my life is meeting you, loving you. Tang Yunran's voice was a bare whisper, punctuated by sobs. If only I could relive it all, I would never allow myself to fall for you. As she uttered these words, Tang Yunran and Appo's life ebbed away, until she lay still and lifeless in the crimson pool. No, no. Jiang Che and Appo's lamentations were heart-wrenching. If he could turn back time, he vowed to dedicate himself to cherishing and protecting her, shielding her from even the slightest suffering, the merest tear. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Che clutched his head, a searing pain threatening to split it open. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, joining Tang Yunran in eternal repose. All returned to dust. Silence. Oblivion. Old Jiang. Who was calling him? Wait, calling him? Wasn't he dead? Old Jiang, if you're alive, give a shout. Otherwise, I and Appo's am going to have to slap you awake. Hearing this, Jiang Che and Appo's eyes snapped open. A fleshy hand hovered mere inches from his face, poised to strike. Fatty. Jiang Che stared in disbelief at Li Hao, his college classmate. And the setting, it was eerily familiar. Old Jiang. Did that basketball knock some sense out of you? What an amp. Oppos. S with the reaction. Li Hao scrutinized Jiang Che with wide eyes. Basketball? He understood now. That's why it seemed so familiar. He was in the university infirmary during a school basketball tournament. He and Oppos, he'd been struck in the back of the head by a stray ball while passing the court. So, he had been reborn. He was back in his college days. Jiang Che retrieved his phone and checked the date. July 12, 2021. He had indeed been reborn. Just then, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on your rebirth, host. Do you wish to activate the system immediately? System? Jiang Che knew exactly what that was. A cheat code for reborn protagonists. What if I don and Oppos? Activate it. Then you can go back to being dead. Activate. Acknowledged. Romance system successfully activated. The system will convert each romantic endeavor of the host into corresponding experience points, which can be exchanged for RMB. Romance system? The name conjured the image of a girl with exquisite features. Tang Junzan. At this point in time, Tang Yunran was his college classmate. The student who had inadvertently struck him with a basketball was from Tang Yunran's class. Soon, Tang Yunran, as the class representative, would lead a group to visit him. With this in mind, Jiang Che looked up at Li Hao. I'm fine now. You can head back. I need to rest for a bit. He needed to get rid of Li Hao to have some alone time with Tang Yunran. Are you sure you're okay? Li Hao eyed Jiang Che skeptically. Jiang Che moved his limbs, confirming that everything was intact. Iapos, emifine. In an Oppos, that's my brain that took the hit. Get lost. Jiang Che playfully kicked Li Hao out of the room, then laid back down, anxiously counting the seconds until Tang Yunran and Oppos. As arrival. Time ticked by, each moment an eternity. Jiang Che's gaze could have bored a hole through the door. Finally, footsteps echoed from the hallway. She's here. She's here. At long last. Jiang Che closed his eyes in anticipation, listening to the sound of the door opening. Footsteps approached his bedside, accompanied by a delicate, medicinal fragrance. He recognized this scent. It was unique to Tang Yunran. Since childhood, Tang Yunran had been frail and had been taking traditional Chinese medicine. The lingering scent had become a part of her. It was a pleasant, nostalgic aroma. Janu ke koldinamp, apos, tirisisti nadingudipli. Romance experience points 46, huh? Experience points were this easy to come by. He just inhaled her scent, and he gained experience? Janu ke nodded again. Romance experience points 48. He took a deep breath. Romance experience points 72. Wow, this is amazing. Accumulated romance experience points exceed 100. One lottery draw opportunity awarded. Draw now. Buzzkill, Can and Oppos. TUC, I and Oppos. Am savoring my wife and Oppos. As presents? Hello. Excuse me. A melodious voice chimed. It was Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran was leaning over him, her eyes downcast, her lashes thick and fluttery, overcome with emotion. Jiang Che impulsively seized Tang Yunran's hand. Romance experience points 520. As he thought, physical contact yielded even more experience points. But he had no time to dwell on the experience points. He wanted to hold Tang Yunran and Oppos as hand forever. In his past life, he had been oblivious to her deep affection. In the 4 years after her death, he had longed to hold her, to embrace her. But each attempt had been met with nothingness. That helplessness, he had experienced it countless times. Now, he could finally hold her hand, warm and soft. The sensation was even better than he had imagined. Tang Yunran stared at their joined hands, her ears flushing crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she gently tried to pull her hand away. She pulled, he held on. She pulled harder, he held on tighter. Tang Yunran remained silent, and Jiang Che feigned unconsciousness. Just then, Tang Yunran's best friend, Jin Xiaoqiao, entered the room. Pervert, let go of our Yunran. Jin Xiaoqiao rushed over to pry Jiang Che's hand away. The system remained silent. He was right. The romance system only reacted to the person he loved. Xiaoqiao, be gentle. He's injured. You'll hurt him, Tang Yunran said, stopping Jin Xiaoqiao. Hearing this, Jiang Che was deeply moved. It was still best to have a wife. Chapter 3: The Reasons Why Tang Yunran Liked Him. Yunran. Have you been hit by a basketball? Are you losing your mind? Jin Xiaoqiao gazed at Tang Yunran with incredulity. Indeed, A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Tang Yunran and Appo's face. She had resolved that if she could start anew, she would never wish to have any ties with him again. The once deeply enamored Tang Yunran had perished before his grave. No, I am merely concerned that you might cause him further harm. After all, it was a classmate from our class who injured him. As the class monitor, I must represent our collective and visit him. It would be inappropriate if he were to be hurt again. You have a point, but it is not right for him to keep holding your hand. Perhaps he is already awake and is intentionally refusing to let go. Surely not. He is not that kind of person. If he were, he would not have treated me, his wife, like a familiar stranger in our past life, never even touching me. How could he now seize the opportunity to take advantage of me? Yunran, do not be deceived by this pretty boy. I admit he is handsome, but one can never judge a book by its cover. He may well be a mere pretender. It is about time he woke up, Jiang Che said, rubbing the back of his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Are you awake? How do you feel? Nearly had my head cracked open. I feel fortunate to be alive, Jiang Che exaggerated. Hey, you are awake now. So why are you still holding on to our Yunran and Appo's hand? Let go at once. Jean Xiaoqiao shouted fiercely, hands on her hips. I cannot release her. She hit me with the ball and nearly crushed me. She must take responsibility. Jiang Che not only refused to let go of Tang Yunran and Appo's hand, but also pulled her closer, causing her to stumble and fall onto him. With her face resting on the man and Appo's lap, Tang Yunran and Appo's ears flushed crimson, despite the blanket between them. Jiang Che and Appo's face also turned a deep shade of red. He had indeed pulled Tang Yunran purposefully, but he had not anticipated her landing in an awkward position, causing sweat to bead on her forehead. Who hit you? Our Yunran did not harm you. Quickly release her hand. Jean Xiaoqiao insisted, hastily trying to pull Tang Yunran away. It wasn't you who hit me? Jiang Che pretended to be oblivious. Of course not. Oh, then I apologize. Jiang Che rubbed his thumb against Tang Yunran and Appo's hand before finally letting go. Tang Yunran and Appo's pupils dilated, and her fingers recoiled as if electrified, clutching her clothing at her side, her gaze flickering, heart racing uncontrollably. Romantic experience points, 700. Was he being intentional just now? Or was she overthinking it? Clearing her throat, Tang Yunran adjusted her emotions and spoke. I'm the monitor of Class 9 in the Fine Arts Department. My name is Tang Yunran. Just now, during a basketball game with Class 8, a classmate accidentally sent the ball flying and it struck you. On behalf of my classmates, I sincerely apologize. Is that all? At the very least, you should treat me to a meal. Jiang Che eagerly sought to deepen his connection with Tang Yunran. Though they were university classmates, they had never truly interacted, so he needed a fitting excuse to spend more time with her. Tang Yunran regarded Jiang Che with suspicion. This development fell off. She vividly recalled that in her past life, Jiang Che hardly acknowledged her presence when she visited him. As the campus belle of Jiangxing University, she was the center of attention wherever she went, with many wealthy suitors vying for her affection. Yet, Jiang Che had always appeared indifferent, piquing her curiosity. Moreover, he evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. It was only after several encounters on campus that she realized Jiang Che was the neighbor who had saved her from drowning in a river when they were children. He had treated her with utmost kindness, sharing his snacks and fiercely defending her against bullies, often returning to her with dirt and injuries, all while assuring her, I'm strong and I'm fine. Unfortunately, he had forgotten all of this. Lost in her thoughts, Tang Yunran felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Have you no shame? Jean Xiaoqiao suddenly raised her voice. Are you even a man? How can you expect our Yunran to treat you to a meal? Then I shall treat her to a meal. Is that acceptable? Jiang Che replied, following Jean Xiaoqiao and Appo's lead. Jean Xiaoqiao was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering how she felt as though she had been outmaneuvered by Jiang Che. Whether it was Tang Yunran inviting Jiang Che to dinner or vice versa, it ultimately led to the two of them dining together alone. I see. You are merely using this as an excuse to pursue my Yunran, aren't you? Xiaoqiao, do not say such things. Tang Yunran's face flushed with embarrassment. How could Jiang Che possibly pursue her? If he had such intentions, Even a pig could climb a tree. Yinran, why do you always defend him? We are family. Jiang Che retorted, visibly annoyed. Indeed, she was no longer part of that family with Jiang Che. She had resolved in her past life to sever all ties with him, not wishing to relive the pain she had endured. Jiang Che, I'm not accustomed to dining with boys. She hesitated. Not to worry, I'm not used to dining with girls either. We can help each other adjust. After all, one cannot remain single forever. Jiang Che was resolute, determined to seize the opportunity to win Tang Yunran and Oppos. As hard. What to do? Tang Yunran felt a headache coming on. What was wrong with Jiang Che? Why was he so insistent on sticking to her? She needed to find a way to refuse. My mother is quite strict. If she finds out I'm dining with a boy, she will think the worst. Then let us dine at your home. Chapter 4. Ask her if he is handsome, Tang Yunran. It and amp, Oppos, as fine to come to my house. Jiang Che did. Eventually, with no other option, Tang Yunran reluctantly agreed to dine with Jiang Che. After all, it was merely a meal. He wouldn't do anything to her, would he? Once this meal was over, she would keep her distance from him. Tang Yunran lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Jiang Che, in turn, pondered how he might capture Tang Yunran and Oppos' attention during their dinner. When had she developed feelings for him? Although he acknowledged his own good looks, Tang Yunran was the belle of Jiangchen University, pursued by many. Why would she choose him? Wait a moment. Jiang Che suggerit recold something. Had an amp, Oppos. Tang Yunran just called his name? How peculiar. How did she know his name? It wasn't surprising that he knew hers. After all, she was the campus beauty. What male student at their university was unaware of her name? Even if he had an amp, Oppos. T paid much attention in his past life. He still knew of Tang Yunran and amp, Oppos' status. Yet, he was merely an ordinary student from the business department. How did she know his name? Could it be? Had she already developed feelings for him? With this thought, Jiang Che felt a surge of excitement. Tomorrow, during their meal, he must find a chance to test the waters. After his afternoon classes, Jiang Che retraced his steps home, reflecting on the significant changes that a decade could bring to a city, transforming desolate lands into towering skyscrapers. He gazed at the old houses near the park, soon to be demolished in 3 years. If he could acquire a dozen of them now, he would surely strike it rich. Alas, he had no money. Speaking of money, Jiang Che belatedly recold something. While he was penniless, he possessed a system. The system had previously mentioned that the experience points he earned could be directly exchanged for cash. System, how many experience points do I have now? 6,665 points. Why so many? While you were busy monopolizing your wife in the infirmary, you hardly paid attention to my reminders. So that was it. Did that mean he could exchange for 6,000? Yes. 6,000, while not an exorbitant amount, was roughly equivalent to a month and Oppos' wages for an average worker. His parents and Oppos' combined salaries only amounted to 10,000 a month. Tomorrow, he would meet Tang Yunran again and strive for prosperity. By the way, hadn't and Oppos' he received a chance to draw a lottery? Jiang Che suddenly recalled. Do you want to draw now? Yes. He would rather not save it for the new year. He pressed the lottery button. Congratulations. You have drawn a European King Experience voucher, valid for 1 week. This was a valuable item. It could be used at special times to ward off misfortune. The voucher is already in effect upon drawing. Wait, I had an amp, Oppos. T even said to start. This is the system and amp, Oppos' default protocol. Host opinions are not solicited. How very willful. Can I draw again? Of course. 100 experience points per draw. A bit pricey. However, it was worth a try. After all, if he lost it, he could still meet Tang Yunran tomorrow and engage in some innocent interactions, doubling his gains. Now let's draw. 100 experience points have been deducted. You may now draw. Jiang Che pressed the lottery button. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 200 experience points. Not a bad return, though there was no great surprise. He continued to draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 200 experience points. Why was it always the same? After drawing 10 times consecutively, Jiang Che grew somewhat impatient. Hearing his complaint, the system could not help but retort. You should be content, had it not been for your European King attribute. You might have received thank you for participating 10 times in a row. He decided to draw one last time. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 60 charm enhancement attribute. A boost in attractiveness? Jiang Che took out his phone and snapped a selfie with the front camera, noticing a marked improvement in his looks. His features appeared more defined, and his skin had significantly improved. He had always been decent looking, but as an ordinary person, he hadn't prioritized maintenance like a star would. He still had a somewhat rough appearance. Now, however, using the original camera, his pores were barely noticeable. He touched his face. It felt marvelous, though still not as exquisite as Tang Yunran's touch. Jiang Che glanced at his hands and moved his fingers, reminiscing about the sensation of holding Tang Yunran's hand in the infirmary. Soft and smooth, it felt akin to exquisite jade, simply unforgettable. He resolved to find an opportunity tomorrow to touch her hand again. Just to clarify, he was not a lecherous man. He merely sought to enhance his system's experience points. Thinking of Tang Yunran, Jiang Che opened WeChat and scrolled through his recently added friends. Tang Junzan. He saved her contact as wife and sent her the selfie he had just taken. Am I handsome? Ding! Just as Tang Yunran returned home, the WeChat notification chimed. Upon opening it and seeing Jiang Che's message, her breath momentarily faltered. What could he possibly want? Had he changed his mind about their dinner? It must be so. She had always sensed that Jiang Che would never ask her to dine together. Perhaps he had experienced a temporary lapse in judgment when a basketball struck him at noon. It was also possible he had exhausted the funds from his sister and Appo's pocket, leaving him unable to treat her. Hence, he was now seeking her to pay. In her previous life, after marrying Jiang Che, she often heard his sister recount tales of his past misdeeds, particularly his penchant for duping her. This thought brought a hint of bitterness to Tang Yunran and Appo's expression, which gradually morphed into a wry smile. Perhaps it was for the best. They would no longer be in contact and would sever all ties moving forward. With a sigh, she opened the message. Huh? Tang Yunran blinked, then blinked again. A photo? He sent her his selfie and asked if he was handsome. This was unrelated to his refusal to dine with her tomorrow. Tang Yunran brought her phone closer, scrutinizing the man in the photo. Was it merely her imagination, or did he indeed appear more attractive? His brows resembled distant mountains, his nose was elegantly high, his lips alluring, and his Adam's apple was quite prominent. As she gazed, Tang Yunran's cheeks flushed crimson. Romantic experience points, 69 what? Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Che. She had awarded him more experience points. All he had done was send her a handsome photo. Could it be that, as he suspected, she had developed feelings for him? Was that why she knew his name? Or was it simply that his photo had captivated her? After much contemplation and hesitation, Jiang Che messaged Tang Yunran again. During our time in the infirmary this afternoon, I don't believe I mentioned my name. How did you K Chapter 5? Has it been exposed? As Tang Yunran became engrossed in gazing at Jiang Che's photograph, she received a new message. Upon reading it, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. Could it be? Would she be exposed? Would he suspect that she had been reborn? That seemed unlikely. She dismissed the notion within her mind. The concept of reincarnation was so fantastical, it belonged solely to the realm of novels. In reality, anyone claiming to have been reborn would undoubtedly be regarded as delusional. When you were knocked unconscious by the basketball, I heard your friend call you by that name. Stay calm. She must maintain her composure. Her explanation was flawless, beyond reproach. I see. Jiang Che raised a hand to stroke his chin. Tang Yunran and Appo's reasoning was indeed logical. There was no flaw in it. But had she truly developed feelings for him? By the way, you Haven T answered me. Am I not much more handsome than before? Jiang Che sent another message. Tang Yunran looked once more at Jiang Che and Appo's photograph. To be honest, handsome. Yet, she could not bring herself to voice it. Nor did she wish to. Perhaps just a little? I and Appo's, am not quite sure. Just a little? Jiang Che snapped a selfie, feeling that he had undergone a significant transformation. It seemed insufficient. System, grant me an enhancement in charm. You must first be fortunate enough to draw one, then draw away endlessly until he succeeded. After all, he possessed the attributes of a lucky star and could afford to be indulgent. With a week of experience ahead, he was determined, a week comprised of 7 days. averaging 1 draw per second, totaling 168 hours, or 80 minutes, or 604, 800 seconds. 1 draw per second equated to over 600,000 attempts. Surely, he would enhance his charm at least once. Throughout his journey, the sound of the system and Oppo's winning notifications resonated in his mind, accompanied by the monotony of the prize alerts. Jiang Che returned to the entrance of his residential complex. His family was quite ordinary. His parents earned a living through labor, and he had a younger sister. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a girl with medium-length hair emerged slowly in an electric wheelchair. "Little sister," Jiang Che exclaimed, rushing over without hesitation to pinch her cheek. "Ow, that hurts," Jiang Yuan protested, trying to resist Jiang Che's playful grip. "Come on, it's just a little tug." Yet, no matter how she twisted or pinched, Jiang Che held on firmly, unwilling to release her. "Let go. If you don't, I'll tell Mom you're bullying me." Finally, seeing Jiang Yuan and Oppo's face redden from his grip, he relented. "Ow, ow, ow." Jiang Yuan rubbed her sore cheek, rolling her eyes at him. "You ought to see a doctor." After saying this, she noticed Jiang Che was staring at her intently. "Go ahead and stare. That gaze is one I've never seen from you before. It resembles the tender look our father gives me." How strange. Just as she pondered this, Jiang Che suddenly reached out and gently patted her head. "Little sister, from now on, I will take care of you twice as well. If you encounter any difficulties, you must tell me. I will do everything in my power to help you." Jiang Che spoke with profound emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, instinctively pushing her wheelchair away several meters, regarding him with a bewildered expression. Should I call 119? Perhaps they should spray him with water to dispel the oddity? Suddenly, realization struck her. "Jiang Che, where are the spicy strips you promised me? I didn't forget. I was just delayed by something." Jiang Che explained. "What could possibly delay you? Don't tell me you suffered temporary amnesia from being hit by a ball?" That is what I thought too. Earlier that morning, she had given him 50 yuan, instructing him to bring back a box of spicy strips. Yet here he was, empty-handed and overly sentimental. It was evident he had pocketed her money. Jiang Che widened his eyes, impressed. "Wow, you figured it out? I can't end amp. Amp? Oppo's, believe it." Jiang Yuan grabbed her phone, contemplating smashing it against her troublesome brother. "Fine, I'll confess," Jiang Che said, raising his hands in surrender. "I was actually helping you look for a sister-in-law." Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. "You spend all day concocting ways to steal my money, and now you claim you'll find me a sister-in-law? If you become a monk, I might believe it." "Jiang Yuan, I don't appreciate your words. Yet, it is the truth. Just look at your face. It's a waste to have it on you. Girls used to confess to you, but what did you do? You ignored them completely. And now, you're going to find me a sister-in-law? If you manage that, I'll stand up for you." Jiang Che glanced at Jiang Yuan's legs. She was not born with a disability. It was a result of a car accident. And not long had passed since that fateful day. In their previous life, their family lacked the means to provide her with proper treatment. Eventually, through his hard work, their family grew prosperous. But by then, the optimal time for healing had long elapsed. "Return my money," Jiang Yuan huffed, her face flushed with indignation. Jiang Che rummaged in his pocket, finding only 3 yuan. "This is barely enough for 1 pack of spicy strips. I'm not giving it back." Jiang Yuan clenched her fists, beckoning him closer. "Come here, I promise not to kill you. A girl should be gentler. Being fierce won't help you find a husband. Mind your own business. Give me my money. Not a chance. You'll pay for it. My life isn't worth much. You'll be the one at a loss." In the end, after a few playful slaps from Jiang Yuan, Jiang Che pushed her wheelchair to a nearby convenience store. "Boss, 1 pack of spicy strips, please." After purchasing the spicy strips, Jiang Che's attention was drawn to the iced tea in the fridge. "Boss, does this iced tea have a chance to win a prize?" "Of course. The odds are quite favorable." "Young man, would you like a bottle? You might just get lucky," the boss replied as he opened the fridge door. "We'll pass. Winning is just a gimmick." Jiang Yuan was about to turn away when she heard Jiang Che and Oppo's voice from behind. "Then I'll take a bottle." "Hey, Jiang Che, when have you ever won anything? You've never even won 5 yuan on the lottery. If you win with iced tea, I'll shave my head." "That is what you said." Jiang Che studied Jiang Yuan's round face, resembling a bun. Without hair, it would be even more so. Boss, I'll take this bottle. It was a moment when his lucky attributes would truly shine. After paying, Jiang Che eagerly twisted the cap off the iced tea. Chapter 6. Endless wins another bottle. I won. Though expected, the thrill was undeniable. Did you really win? You've probably exhausted your luck for the rest of your life, Jiang Yuan remarked, pursing her lips. Jiang Che waved the bottle cap in front of Jiang Yuan. Who was it that said I should shave my head if I won? Jiang Yuan puffed out her cheeks, reluctant to admit it. If you win again, I'll shave my head. All right, I must see you bald today. Jiang Che handed the bottle cap to the shopkeeper and casually retrieved another from the fridge. With the fortune of a lucky winner, selection was of no consequence. Jiang Yuan could hardly believe Jiang Che could win again. Ha! I won again. Jiang Che thrust the cap, labeled another bottle, at Jiang Yuan's face. See? Your brother's luck is simply unmatched. How is that possible? Jiang Yuan stared incredulously at the bottle cap, which indeed bore the words another bottle. Now you can shave your head, Jiang Che said, sipping his iced tea. Jiang Yuan gaped. The thought of shaving her head was unacceptable. What? Still unconvinced? Fine, I shall make you a true believer today. With that, Jiang Che fetched another bottle of iced tea. Another bottle. He continued to retrieve more. Still another bottle. After exhausting the fridge, the shopkeeper stood dumbfounded and began opening boxes. After drawing 2 large boxes, Jiang Che felt it was prudent to stop. If he continued, it would make headlines, not to mention the dilemma of where to place all these capless iced teas. Surely, he couldn't just flush them down the toilet, could he? Jiang Yuan stared at the 2 large boxes of iced tea, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging out. Are you convinced now? Jiang Yuan blinked up at Jiang Che, who replied, Conviction is no longer the question. Is this luck truly divine, or has my brother been swapped at birth? Oh dear, what a pity, such lovely hair, destined to become a bald head, Jiang Che mused. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Jiang Yuan's spine. She felt as though her hair had already vanished. The image of herself bald flashed through her mind. I cannot accept this. Jiang Che, observing her animated expressions, could easily guess her thoughts. If you prefer not to shave, that's fine. Jiang Yuan's eyes brightened, but then she became wary of her brother's sudden generosity. Wait, there must be a catch. Name your terms. Though aware of the trickery, Jiang Yuan felt compelled to negotiate. She simply could not bear the thought of being bald. All right, there are 30 bottles of iced tea in total. You must call me an Oppos. Dear brother and Oppos. 30 times, Jiang Che proposed. What? Call you brother? And Oppos. Dear and Oppos, brother? That is so cheesy. No, I cannot utter that. I would rather die. If you refuse to say it, then it's baldness for you. Jiang Yuan's gaze turned to the barber shop across the street. I'll take you there right now, Jiang Che stated, pointing at the salon. Jiang Yuan glared at him, her expression filled with expletives. Jiang Che remained unfazed, waiting patiently. After a tense 3 minutes of staring each other down, Jiang Yuan surrendered. Dear brother. Those 5 words seemed to leap from between her clenched teeth. Jiang Che felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Had it not been for the fear of Jiang Yuan's wrath, he would have embraced her in a joyful kiss. Continue. I can endure. Dear brother. Again, Jiang Yuan inhaled deeply. Dear brother, dear brother, dear brother, dear brother, dear brother. Her words tumbled out at an astonishing speed, her face turning a shade of purple, and Jiang Che feared she might faint from the effort. Ultimately, the 30 dear brothers brought him immense satisfaction. Upon returning home, Jiang Che stared at the 2 boxes of capless iced tea, feeling a headache come on. Simply placing them in the fridge was not an option. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He emptied the remaining purified water from the dispenser and filled it with iced tea. This would certainly make things easier. Just as he finished, his parents returned home. Xiao Che, what else with all this water? Jiang Che rushed to embrace his healthy parents, overwhelmed with emotion. In his previous life, after his death, his mother had succumbed to despair and fell gravely ill. His trusted partner had seized his company during his absence, leaving his father to work tirelessly, ultimately suffering a leg injury on the construction site. Had it not been for Tang Yunran's devoted care for his parents, he shuddered to think how they would have managed. He owed Tang Yunran an insurmountable debt, one he would repay over a lifetime. Jiang Che, is everything all right? Lin Hui asked, perplexed by her son's demeanor. Jiang Yuan, munching on spicy strips, interjected, Mom, Jiang Che's brain must have been injured. Jiang Che turned to Jiang Yuan, recalling how she had just called him dear brother 30 times, and now she was back to calling him by his name. Oof. Jiang Yuan felt utterly humiliated at the thought of having called him dear brother and vowed to repay him in due time. Jiang Che, your counselor called this afternoon. They said you were hit on the head by a basketball. Are you okay? Jiang Mingquan inquired. Really? A basketball hit you? Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm fine. My head is tough, Jiang Che replied, then turned to the vegetables in his parents' hands, quickly taking them from him. Dad, Mom, you've worked hard all day. Sit down and relax. I'll handle dinner tonight. What's going on? Jiang Mingquan looked at his son, astonished. Son, has the basketball truly knocked something loose in your head? Linya shared the same concern. Such a considerate child could not possibly be theirs. He must belong to someone else. Mom, Dad, I promise I ain't Amp, Oppos, I'm all right. I just want to help you and ease your burdens. In the past, I took your sacrifices for granted. You worked tirelessly to send me to college while I wasted time playing games on my phone. I vow never to play games again, and I will take care of all the meals whenever I have the time. At that moment, Jiang Che wore a serious and composed expression, exuding maturity beyond his years. With a thud, Jiang Yuan dropped her spicy strips to the floor, staring at Jiang Che in disbelief, unable to process what she had just heard. Linya and Jiang Mingquan were similarly stunned, their minds momentarily frozen. Jiang Che retrieved 2 cups, filled them with iced tea from the dispenser, and presented them to Linya and Jiang Mingquan. Dad, Mom, this is the iced tea I won. Please sit down, enjoy some tea, and relax while I prepare dinner. With that, Jiang Che carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Author and Amp, Oppos, S-Note. Chapter 7 Encountering a rival. The living room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Hian Mingwan, Lindia, and Jiang Yuan stared at each other with wide eyes. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yuan took out her phone. Should I call 120? Linya opened her mouth. Behind Oppos, LL checked the kitchen. She quietly approached the door and peeked inside, where Jiang Che was methodically preparing a meal. Could this truly be her son? How could she have given birth to such a considerate child? Linya walked into the kitchen, her expression grave as she looked at Jiang Che. Little Che, tell Mom, have you done something illegal? Mom, why would you think that? I am a law-abiding citizen. Then why the sudden change? You never helped around the house before and would argue with your dad, spending all day gaming and being idle. Hold on, I wasn't that bad before, was I? Jiang Che felt increasingly speechless. Pretty much, Jiang Mingquan chimed in from the doorway. Jiang Che. All right, I admit I was in Oppos. Tea great before, but that's why I've had an epiphany. I'm on the right path now. Have you really come to that realization? Both Linya and Jiang Mingquan looked at Jiang Che with skepticism, thinking it was likely just a fleeting whim that he would revert to his old ways in no time. 2 days at most, they mused. By tomorrow, our son will have transformed back into that irritating brat. That evening, after showering and preparing for bed, Jiang Che picked up his phone and sent a goodnight message to Tang Yunran, complete with a cute animated sticker of a kiss. Upon seeing this, Tang Yunran cooed and Oppos. Tea help, but imagine Jiang Che kissing her. Romantic experience points, 289. No. What was she thinking? After dinner with Jiang Che tomorrow, they would part ways. Despite this internal conflict, she couldn't and Oppos. T resists scrolling up to view the selfie Jiang Che had sent her a few hours earlier. Lost in thought, she instinctively long-pressed the image to save it. The next day, Jiang Che awoke and began to style himself. He was having a private meal with Tang Yunran today and wanted to make a good impression. System, did I gain any charm from last night's draw? No. Then what did I get? Experience points, 500,000. So much? How do I use it? Jiang Che recalled the old houses near the park, initially planning to acquire several properties and wait for redevelopment to become wealthy. However, lacking funds made that impractical. Now, it seemed that while obtaining multiple houses was difficult, securing one could still be a viable goal. With over 500,000 experience points daily, the 7-day Royal Experience voucher would yield 5 million. Enough to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in an old neighborhood for 3 million. That would be more than sufficient. At 6 in the morning, his parents were still asleep, so he decided to take a walk and grab breakfast. In his previous life, he had spent his student years gaming, and upon entering society, he had been glued to his computer, resulting in neck and back issues. This time, he intended to learn from his mistakes and exercise diligently. As he ran, slightly out of breath, a notification from the system sounded. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 70 enhancement to physical fitness. Instantly, Jiang Che felt invigorated, as if he had just begun his run. Observing his arms and legs, he noted a marked increase in strength. With a 70 boost to his physical fitness, he wondered if he now had abs. Lifting his shirt, he was pleasantly surprised to find one abdominal muscle had transformed into 6. This is excellent. System, let us keep pushing. I want 8-pack abs. I also want those muscles that girls love, like pectorals and biceps. At 6:30 a.m., Jiang Che returned home, carrying 2 large bags of buns. Mom, Dad, you're awake just in time. I brought back buns, and the rice porridge in the pot is ready. Let us eat. As Jiang Yuan opened the door, she was once again met with this bizarre scene. Wondering if there was something wrong with how she opened the door, she thought. After breakfast, Jiang Che greeted Linya and the others before leaving for school. Jiang Yuan put down her chopsticks, unable to contain her thoughts any longer. Dad, Mom, should we get a doctor to check on him? Could he really have been hit in the head by a basketball? What nonsense! Your brother is just being considerate. Linya replied with a look of pride. Suddenly considerate? That seems rather unbelievable. I still think the basketball theory is more plausible. Then let me hit you with a basketball and see if you become more considerate. No, that is unnecessary. My head wouldn't learn anything from a hit. I'm done eating. I'm going back to binge watch my show. With that, Jiang Yuan swiftly wheeled herself back to her room to continue watching her beloved historical drama featuring 2 male leads. At noon, Jiang Che waited by the art department's entrance, where most art students were female. With his enhanced charm and fitness, he naturally attracted attention from several girls. Yet, his thoughts were solely occupied by Tang Yunran. The other admirers were mere distractions. Before he could spot Tang Yunran, he encountered her most ardent pursuer, Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu had been pursuing Tang Yunran since elementary school, being her classmate and neighbor. He even caused a scene on their wedding day, and after Jiang Che and Appo's death, he had repeatedly offered to take care of Tang Yunran. Unfortunately for him, he would not be granted his wish. That's the guy, the one from business class 6. Jiang Che, Wing Zin pointed, Ati Jiang Che. So it's you. Wu Qingshu rolled up his sleeves and strode up to Jiang Che. You, Jiang Che? Do you have business with me? Of course I do. I'm here to warn you to stay away from my Yunran. Your Yunran? Is she your sister or your girlfriend? Hey, you little brat. Do you want to fight? Angered by Jiang Che's attitude, Wu Qingshu swung a punch towards Jiang Che's handsome face. Just as Jiang Che was about to retaliate, he noticed Tang Yunran descending the stairs. Seeing this, Jiang Che retracted his hand, thinking that perhaps he could stage a little act of martyrdom if Wu Qingshu landed a punch. Tang Yunran would surely feel sympathetic and rush to his aid, perhaps even escorting him to the infirmary, showering him with concern. He envisioned that this could spark a romantic connection between them. However, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. Chapter 8 kneeling before him as Wu Qingshu and Appo's fist approached Jiang Che and Appo's face merely 5 centimeters away, his foot suddenly slipped, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground with a thud. How embarrassing! Jiang Che looked down at Wu Qingshu, puzzled as to how he had fallen. Oh, he had completely forgotten about his fortunate attributes. It wasn't that he had forgotten. Rather, he had never considered that such attributes could be applied in this manner. In essence, possessing these lucky traits meant he could effortlessly achieve victory. Alas, the duration of his luck voucher was limited to just 7 days. How wonderful it would be if it lasted indefinitely. Tang Yunran approached, utterly bewildered, gazing at the kneeling and dazed Wu Qingshu. Why are you kneeling before him? Have you committed some unforgivable act? Wu Qingshu felt like crying, wishing to find a mouse hole to hide and weep. Let us not bother with him. Cool me. Let us go eat, Jiang Che said, extending his hand to naturally take her bag, slinging it over his arm. I can carry it myself, Tang Yunran replied, observing the pink plush rabbit adorning the bag, feeling it was rather inappropriate for a young man to carry such a thing. As she reached to take the bag from Jiang Che and Appo's arm, she suddenly froze. What a solid arm. Was this truly Jiang Che and Appo's arm? She had touched it before, when he was intoxicated, and she had helped him home, changing his alcohol-stained clothes. Not only had she touched him, but she had also stolen a kiss while he was fast asleep, only on the forehead, of course. She had contemplated kissing his lips, but felt too bashful to act on it. Why is your face so red? Jiang Che asked, reaching to touch her forehead. At that moment, Tang Yunran and Appo's face turned crimson, her ears flushed, and her neck blushed as well. Romance experience points, 545. Just a gentle touch on the head granted him so many points. Jiang Che's gaze drifted to Tang Yunran's lips, rosy and slightly parted, revealing her adorable teeth. He felt an urge to kiss her. If such a simple touch could yield so many experience points, what would a kiss bring? Perhaps a resounding slap across the face. Tang Yunran soon regained her composure, stepping back to maintain distance from Jiang Che. It's a bit hot. The sun is quite strong, she stammered, struggling to control her racing heart. What exactly was Jiang Che doing? Yesterday, he had sent her handsome photos and goodnight messages, and now he was acting so intimately. This was not the Jiang Che she had known in her previous life. Indeed, the sun was glaring. Jiang Che glanced up at the sky and declared, "Let us go. I will take you to a restaurant with a pleasant ambience and delicious, clean food. I assure you, you will love it." With that, he moved to shield Tang Yunran from the sun with his towering stature. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but soon she realized she was walking in his shadow. At first, she thought it was mere coincidence, but when she quickened her pace, so did he. When she slowed down, he deliberately matched her speed, ensuring she remained in his shadow. Why was he doing this? Tang Yunran was utterly perplexed. She discreetly glanced up at Jiang Che. The young man stood under the sunlight, tall and robust, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. "We've arrived. This is the restaurant," Jiang Che announced, halting in his tracks. Upon turning around, he noticed Tang Yunran and Appo's face had reddened even further. The sun was indeed bright, but surely not to such an extent. Tang Yunran stared at the restaurant before her, momentarily stunned. She had frequented this place before and adored its dishes. Jiang Che had brought her here? Had he known all along? Unlikely. It must be mere coincidence. "Let us not linger in the sun. Let us hurry inside," Jiang Che said, naturally taking her hand as they entered the restaurant. Romance experience points, 426. Jiang Che found a secluded corner to sit and handed the menu to Tang Yunran. "Choose whatever you like. It's on me. Or perhaps you should order." Tang Yunran returned the menu, accidentally brushing against Jiang Che and Appo's hand, sending a tingling sensation through her fingertips. Romance experience points, 398. "Then I'll order the sauerkraut fish," she declared. Tang Yunran blinked in surprise. He was particularly fond of sauerkraut fish, yet it was her favorite dish. "Stuffed lotus root," Jiang Che added next. Tang Yunran was taken aback. She knew all his favorite dishes from their previous life, and stuffed lotus root was not among them. It was something she enjoyed. Honey glazed jujubes, sweet potato balls, roasted duck, vegetarian ham, and let us add a Crucian carp soup. Jiang Che listed in one breath. Tang Yunran was utterly speechless. All these dishes were her favorites. How did Jiang Che know? After a few moments of silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity. How do you know I like these dishes? How could he possibly know? After his death, for reasons unknown, he could only remain by Tang Yunran's side, as if drawn by an invisible force. Wherever she went, he followed, inseparable. The things he and Teen noticed in life became apparent in death, as he watched her daily life unfold. Of course, mentioning reincarnation would be beyond her belief. Upon hearing his answer, Tang Yunran expressed her skepticism. Guessing one dish could be a coincidence, two could be a stroke of luck, but guessing so many accurately? Such a thing was simply implausible. "Have you been inquiring about me behind my back? I assure you, it was pure luck," he insisted. "If you don't believe me, I'll take you for a little experiment later." Tang Yunran lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Che's handsome face, causing her breath to hitch. Romance experience points 502. An experiment? What kind of experiment? You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Che said, feigning mystery. Soon, their dishes arrived at the table. Here, try a piece of fish, Jiang Che offered, using his chopsticks to serve her. Tang Yunran was left speechless. In their previous life, despite being married for years, he had never once served her food. She had often fantasized about him one day, recognizing her worth and treating her like an ordinary husband. Yet, until his death, Jiang Che had never shown her kindness. The thought brought a hint of moisture to her eyes. What wrong? Jiang Che inquired. No teaching distress. Nothing. Just got some sand in my eye, Tang Yunran replied, striving to calm her swirling emotions. Sand? Let me help you, Jiang Che said, rising and leaning closer to her. Chapter 9. A kiss for winning. Tang Yunran felt her face flush as Jiang Che truly intended to help her blow away the dust. Instinctively, she tried to retreat. Don't move, Jiang Che said with a slightly domineering tone. Tang Yunran's heart raced, and to her surprise, Jiang Che also grasped her chin, tilting her face up for better access. With each gentle breath he took, the girl's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her bright eyes sparkled like precious gems, pure and unblemished, captivating Jiang Che to the point of distraction. Tang Yunran, lost in her own thoughts, resembled a boiled shrimp. Her face as red as a ripe persimmon in autumn, utterly adorable. Romantic experience points 1,000. Just like that, the point skyrocketed to 1,000. Such intensity. Jiang Che stared intently at Tang Yunran, thinking that this girl had already developed feelings for him, but was simply too shy to voice them. It was more appropriate for a boy to confess his feelings, and he needed to find an opportunity for that. All right, my eyes are fine now. Tang Yunran pushed Jiang Che's hand away, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat at any moment. Her mind was in a whirlwind. Ever since yesterday, Jiang Che's behavior had become increasingly enigmatic, starkly different from the path their previous lives had taken. What on earth was happening? What was Jiang Che up to? After their meal, Tang Yunran longed to return to school quickly. She feared that staying with Jiang Che would lead her to entertain unrealistic fantasies that he might harbor feelings for her. In her previous life, she had always been by his side, hoping that one day he would suddenly develop feelings for her, only to have those hopes dashed in vain. Having encountered the miracle of rebirth, she was determined not to relive her past mistakes. Thus, she resolved to keep her distance from Jiang Che. We have a sketching class this afternoon. I need to head back to prepare, Tang Yunran said, taking a step forward, only to be abruptly pulled back by Jiang Che. Romantic experience points 458. What are you doing? Tang Yunran tugged at her hand, but Jiang Che showed no signs of releasing her grip. Do you recall what I mentioned during lunch? What? I and Amp, Oppos. He've been exceptionally lucky these past few days, and I want to conduct an experiment. An experiment? How so? You'll find out if you come with me. A few minutes later, Jiang Che brought Tang Yunran to the entrance of a Zhou Lifu store. Why have you brought me here? Tang Yunran asked, utterly puzzled. Look over there. Jiang Che pointed to a promotional stand nearby. There's a lottery event. The grand prize is a free item from the store. That's nearly impossible to win. Just look at that massive lottery box. Each ID can only draw once. And usually, such grand prizes are claimed by the staff themselves, Tang Yunran argued, unconvinced. How can you know unless you try? Besides, I and Oppos, you've been lucky lately. Come on, Jiang Che insisted, pulling her inside. As they entered, Tang Yunran glanced at Jiang Che and Oppos' hand, wondering if he had developed an addiction to holding on to her. Jiang Che approached the counter, and the attendant, noting their attire and youth, guessed they were university students. Are you here to participate in a lottery? Yes. Do we just need to register our IDs? You also need to spend at least 100 in-store. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran turned to Jiang Che. I noticed the fine print when you pulled me in. We need to spend before participating. Let us just leave. She was aware of Jiang Che's modest financial situation. His allowance was limited. Don't worry, I can manage that amount. Jiang Che had over 500,000 experience points, equating to a significant sum for a university student. Of course, He couldn't disclose this to Tang Yunran. Otherwise, she might think he had engaged in some illicit activities. It's just in time for my sister's birthday. I might as well buy her a gift. With Jiang Che saying so, Tang Yunran felt compelled to relent. Which one should I choose? Jiang Che surveyed the store before turning to her. You're a girl. Help me pick one. Something around 2 to 300. 2 to 300? That in Oppos. S nearly a week in Oppos. S worth of your living expenses. Dan zundan ziplit. Astonitz. You're quite generous to your sister. She recalled how in her past life, whenever she spoke with Jiang Yuan, her sister would express her frustration over Jiang Che and Appo's tendency to forget her birthday and always ask for money. I and Appo's V always treated my sister well, Jiang Che said nonchalantly, though he felt a twinge of guilt. In his previous life, he hadn't and Appo's been attentive enough to Jiang Yuan, and he wanted to make amends this time. If it weren't for the lottery, he might have forgotten Jiang Yuan's upcoming birthday altogether. What about this? Tang Yunran suggested a delicate bracelet. Many girls adore this four-leaf clover design. It symbolizes good luck. Then let us go with this one. Jiang Che promptly opened the payment QR code. Tang Yunran was taken aback. Is that it? Aren't and Oppos. You going to compare and choose further? All your choices are great. Jiang Che smiled at her. In an instant, Tang Yunran's cheeks flushed again. Romantic experience points 615. After completing the payment, they proceeded to the lottery draw. Jiang Che flashed a confident smile at Tang Yunran. You go select an item from the specified goods. I'll surely win you the grand prize. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes in disbelief. Her enchanting double phoenix eyes naturally exuded charm, so even her eye roll looked captivating. Jiang Che found himself momentarily entranced, mentally berating himself for having been blind in his previous life. Had he only been more observant, he wouldn't and Oppos. Tia missed out on Tang Yunran and the ensuing tragedy. Luckily, fate had granted him a second chance. If he failed to seize this opportunity, he might as well resign himself to a life as a pig in his next existence. Do you doubt my ability to win the grand prize? This isn't about belief. It's about possibility. So you don't believe. Let's make a bet. A bet? Yes. If I win, you have to kiss me. What? Tang Yunran was momentarily stunned, staring at Jiang Che in disbelief. Was he joking? How could he possibly want her to kiss him? Chapter 10. Placing the ring on her finger, is this just a jest? It must be so. With this thought, a hint of bitterness tinted Tang Yunran and Oppos' gaze. What if you don and Oppos' draw a prize? Then I and Oppos' kiss you. As Jiang Che uttered these words, his eyes fixated on Tang Yunran's crimson lips. The girl's lips were exquisitely shaped, with the corners gently curving upwards, exuding a sweetness even in repose. Surely, they would be delightful to kiss. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes at Jiang Che, and as her gaze flicked away, it seemed to possess a tiny hook, almost ensnaring Jiang Che's very soul. Then I shall leave it to your discretion. Do as you wish, and I shall not resist. I could even lie down and accept it. Tang Yunran cast a glance at Jiang Che, inviting him to decipher her meaning. Enough of the chatter. Hurry and draw. I still need to return to school. Are you so eager to kiss me? Very well. I shall indulge you. Jiang Che rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase his skills in the draw. Tang Yunran glanced at her phone, noting that there was only half an hour left before class commenced. She could not afford to delay any longer. At that moment, Jiang Che handed her the drawn slip of paper. You open it. Tang Yunran shook her head and swiftly unfolded the slip with an expression of indifference. She was about to exclaim, "See, it's impossible to win," when her eyes fell upon the large, bold letters proclaiming the grand prize. Instantly, Tang Yunran's eyes widened, round and incredulous, as disbelief washed over her. Did she truly win? You this? Jiang Che, witnessing her dumbfounded expression, couldn't and Oppos' help but ruffle her hair gently, declaring, I told you, my luck has been exceptional these past few days. Tang Yunran was in a state of utter shock, momentarily oblivious to Jiang Che's hand brushing through her hair. Stop being dazed. Hurry and choose your prize. Class is about to start. Oh. Tang Yunran was nudged by Jiang Che toward the prize area. The selection there was limited, merely a handful of items. Who are you selecting for? Tang Yunran inquired, not waiting for Jiang Che and Appo's response before adding, "Is it for your mother?" He had already purchased a bracelet for his sister, so it certainly wasn't team mint for Jiang Yuan. "For my wife," Jiang Che replied, looking at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran and Appo's pupils dilated in surprise. What did he mean by that? "All right, I was just joking. It's for you to choose." He increasingly realized how adorably expressive Tang Yunran was, growing fonder with each glance. "For me? Idon and Appo's. T want it. We aren't and Appo's. T that familiar." Tang Yunran's heart raced anxiously. His earlier words were far too easily misconstrued. First, he mentioned choosing for his wife, and now he said it was for her. By rough estimation, did it mean his wife equated to her? In a previous life, she was indeed his wife, but she was not so now. Just as Tang Yunran's thoughts spiraled, Jiang Che requested the sales assistant retrieve a ring from the glass cabinet. "I want this one." Tang Yunran and Appo's gaze fixated on the ring in Jiang Che and Appo's hand, pondering why he would select a ring. Did he already have someone he cherished? Was this the reason he had never favored her in their past life? Suddenly, her heart ached fiercely. She understood now. It all made sense. No wonder he had been so indifferent to her in the past. He had long harbored feelings for someone else, yet never spoke of it. It was too much. Jiang Che was being excessively cruel, more so than in the previous life, to bring her along to select a ring for the one he admired. As these thoughts clouded her mind, Tang Yunran and Appo's eyes began to glisten, her heart aching as if it could not breathe. Just as she resolved to flee from this place, Jiang Che unexpectedly grasped her hand. He already had someone he favored. Why was he still holding her hand? Before Tang Yunran could retract her hand, she saw Jiang Che place the ring on her finger. This, Tang Yunran was stunned, staring blankly at the ring adorning her ring finger. Her mind went blank. Wasn't he supposed to gift the ring to the girl he liked? Why was it being bestowed upon her? "Do you like it?" Jiang Che inquired, his gaze drifting to the ring on Tang Yunran's hand, recalling their past life. It was for a wedding ring that Tang Yunran had met with an unfortunate accident. "Huh? Yes, I like it," Tang Yunran instinctively replied. But immediately afterward, she shook her head. No, I cannot accept this." Tang Yunran attempted to remove the ring, but Jiang Che grasped her hand firmly. "This is something meant for a girl. If you want to accept it, who shall I give it to? My sister? That would be inappropriate. My mother? My dad would surely think my mother is having an affair. But it's a ring. I cannot accept it." Unfortunately, among the designated items, this ring bore the highest price. If it's free, one ought to choose the most expensive. Tang Yunran realized then that it wasn't about the ring itself, but rather its value. She had foolishly thought Jiang Che intended to gift her the ring. "If you refuse it, I shall have no choice but to dispose of it," Jiang Che said deliberately. "You are truly wasteful. After all that effort to win, you just throw it away? Indeed, I am quite extravagant. Hence I must find someone who can keep me in check." Jiang Che gazed at Tang Yunran with deep affection. They stood close enough that she could see her reflection in his eyes, causing her face to flush and her heart to race. Romance experience points 456. Jiang Che observed Tang Yunran, who blushed like a cooked shrimp, contemplating whether he should seize this moment to confess his feelings. It was a splendid opportunity, but they had only just met formally for the second day. Would this frighten her? Perhaps it was best to wait a while longer. With the Qixi festival approaching, he would confess on that day. He intended to meticulously plan a romantic declaration that would be etched in her memory forever. One day, when they sat together on a swing, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun, reminiscing about that unforgettable confession, it would be an exceedingly happy moment. This was his plan. As they walked side by side to the school gate, Jiang Che insisted on escorting Tang Yunran to the entrance of the Fine Arts Building. "Hurry to class. You'll be late." As Tang Yunran spoke, she clutched the ring in her hand. "Have you forgotten something?" Jiang Che fixed his gaze on Tang Yunran and Appo's lips. As she turned back, she belatedly recalled the wager she had made with Jiang Che. Should she lose, she would kiss him. She had kissed him before, but those instances were during his drunken slumber. To kiss him so openly? How utterly embarrassing. Hurry and kiss. Class is starting soon. Jiang Che leaned his face closer to Tang Yunran's. Thump, 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 Tang Yunran and Oppos, as heart raced uncontrollably. Romance experience points 879. Romance experience points 897. Romance experience points 942. The system notifications came in waves. Chapter 11. A kiss on the corner of the mouth. Seeing that Tang Yunran remained silent for a prolonged moment, Jiang Che deliberately remarked, "Are you attempting to renege on your words? I never imagined that our campus flower at Jiangche University would be so untrustworthy." "Who is being untrustworthy?" Tang Yunran retorted, rising onto her toes, closing her eyes, and planting a gentle kiss on the corner of Jiang Che's mouth. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly covered her crimson face and fled. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Che raised his hand to touch his lips, unable to suppress a smile. "I only allowed her to kiss me. Any place would suffice, yet she chose here. It seems she has indeed developed feelings for me. With this, my confession on Qixi Festival can be assured." As the class bell rang, Jiang Che felt elated, strolling leisurely towards the academic building while humming a cheerful tune. However, he was soon intercepted by Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu glared at Jiang Che, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had witnessed the earlier encounter clearly, and the thought of the girl he admired kissing another man filled him with a desire to confront Jiang Che. "Jiang Che, I warn you, keep your distance from Yunran. Why should I heed your warning? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Che retorted. This Wu Qingshu had persistently pursued his wife in a previous life. Akin to a pesky fly, and Jiang Che intended to keep a close watch on him. "Who do I think I am? Why don't you reflect on your own worth? With such a meager background, how dare you pursue the campus beauty? I'll be frank, my family owns a publicly listed company." Jiang Che was aware of Wu Qingshu and Oppo's affluent background, recalling how he often flaunted his wealth by driving a Ferrari to harass his wife in the past. "So what if you're wealthy? No matter how rich you are, Yinran will never kiss you." These words struck a nerve with Wu Qingshu, who clenched his fists, his forehead bulging with veins. He had never even touched the goddess's hand, let alone been kissed by her. The stark contrast fueled his jealousy. "Jiang Che, this is my final warning. Stay away from her, or you will regret it." The words all but erupted from between Wu Qingshu and Oppo's gritted teeth. "Excuse me, I need to get a class. You and Oppo's reblocking my way. You are asking for it," Wu Qingshu exclaimed, swinging a punch at Jiang Che. Jiang Che simply pointed upwards. "There are cameras." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingshu hastily halted his assault. Jiangche University had strict regulations prohibiting fights. If Jiang Che reported him, no amount of money could save Wu Qingshu from the consequences. Yet, watching Jiang Che walk away, Wu Qingshu found it intolerable. "Jiang Che, I warn you, if you dare approach my goddess again, I will go after your sister." Jiang Che stopped in his tracks, his expression darkening visibly. He turned around and strode towards Wu Qingshu, delivering a decisive punch without uttering a word. 10 minutes later, both Jiang Che and the battered Wu Qingshu were summoned to the office of the disciplinary director, Fan Yu, who was notorious for her strictness at Jiangche University. Adjusting her glasses perched on her nose, she crossed her arms, almost concealing them beneath her ample bosom. "Jiang Che, did you initiate the fight?" Before Jiang Che could respond, Wu Qingshu interjected, "It was him. It was definitely him. Director Fan, look at my handsome face. He ruined it." Fan Yu shot a disdainful glance at Wu Qingshu. "Handsome, you say? Are you blind? Jiang Che is the one who truly possesses charm." However, she was not one to judge merely based on appearances. As the disciplinary director, she prided herself on impartiality and held no tolerance for rule-breaking students. With a stern expression, Fan Yu faced Jiang Che. "Answer my question." Jiang Che nodded. "Yes, I initiated the fight." "Very well, you are expelled," Fan Yu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingshu felt an overwhelming surge of elation. "Fantastic! I'll celebrate by buying firecrackers." Jiang Che had not anticipated such severity. If he could turn back time, he would have delivered a few more punches to Wu Qingshu. "Director Fan, don't you wish to hear my side of the story?" He could not be expelled. The tuition at Jiangche University was exorbitant, and although his family was of modest means, they would never allow him to forego a quality education. particularly the business department, which boasted a formidable faculty. If he were expelled and a record marked against him, his parents would undoubtedly be devastated. Is there a need for an explanation? Fighting is a violation of school regulations. Fan Yu stated with a stern countenance. Have you never heard the saying, a cornered rabbit will bite? Very well, I am curious to know how this rabbit was cornered. He threatened to pursue my sister. Jiang Che painted ati wu qingshu. You're talking nonsense. I would never pursue your sister. She is disabled. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't look twice at her. How dare you insult my sister? Jiang Che's protective instincts flared. No one can bully her except me. Wu Qingshu, you're doomed. Just as Jiang Che prepared to retaliate against Wu Qingshu, Fan Yu erupted with fury. You are utterly despicable. Did you hear that? The director said you were despicable. Wu Qingshu pointed at Jiang Che. I was referring to you. Fan Yu shouted at Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Fan Yu stood, her anger radiating as she confronted Wu Qingshu. Have you no shame? You would even set your sights on a disabled person? If it were my sister, you would be lying on the ground, unable to utter a word. Fan Yu had a younger sister, and having lost both parents at a young age, the two had relied on each other. Her sister was her only family, which fueled her emotional response. Watching Fan Yu's fury, both Wu Qingshu and Jiang Che were taken aback. Jiang Che thought to himself that the disciplinary director's sense of justice was truly commendable. Director Fan, will you still expel me? Fan Yu placed a hand on Jiang Che's shoulder, speaking earnestly. You did the right thing. As an elder brother, one must protect their sister. You handled it exceptionally well, and I commend you for it. How could I possibly expel you? Is this truly the iron-fisted disciplinary director of Jiangchen University? Jiang Che felt as though Fan Yu and Oppo's gaze resembled that of a mother looking at her child. But Director Fan, he struck first. How can you let this go unpunished? Wu Qingshu eagerly awaited Jiang Che's expulsion, believing that Tang Yunran would be deeply disappointed upon learning of it. As Wu Qingshu contemplated this, Fan Yu turned her gaze towards him. Apologize to him. Chapter 12. Sculpted abs are the epitome of cool what? Apologize to Jiang Che? Am I hearing things? Director Fan. He was the one who laid hands on someone. How can apologize or face expulsion? Fan Yu retorted sternly, cutting off Wu Qingshu's words. Wu Qingshu felt utterly jinxed. His initial scheme was to witness Jiang Che's dismissal from school, but now he was teetering on the brink of expulsion himself. Yet, the words I and Oppos, am sorry, remained lodged in his throat. He would never utter them. After all, he hadn't and Oppos. T physically assaulted anyone. I wanted Oppos. T say it. I didn't and Oppos. T hit anyone. You have no grounds to expel me. Fan Yu adjusted her glasses. Jiang Che and Oppos' sister is likely underage. Pursuing her is inherently illegal. Moreover, she is disabled. According to the disability law of China, you could face imprisonment. Indeed, experience trumps recklessness. Wu Qingshu and Oppos' attempt to cross Fan Yu was akin to an egg colliding with a boulder. Wu Qingshu and Oppos' face paled with fright. Director Fan, I was merely jesting with Jiang Che. Save that explanation for the police station, Fan Yu said with a stern countenance. Upon seeing Fan Yu reach for the phone on her desk, Wu Qingshu immediately turned to Jiang Che. I apologize. Though worked. He couldn't afford to resist in the current predicament. Jiang Che placed his hand on Wu Qingshu's shoulder and said earnestly, a prodigal son's return is worth more than gold. I won't hold this against you this time, but if there's a next time, I won't show leniency. Wu Qingshu nearly vomited blood. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Was this what he called leniency? This degree of softness couldn't be penetrated even with an axe. Just you wait. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid 1,000-fold, and his goddess would never be within your reach. Jiang Che, you may return to class. Understood, Director Fan. As Jiang Che departed from the office, he heaved a sigh of relief and then slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter? He was currently imbued with the luck of a sovereign. Did he need to fret about expulsion? He had been anxious about being expelled in the office earlier. Thinking this, Jiang Che turned to glance at the office. No wonder the dean of students had suddenly changed his tune. His sovereign experience voucher was in effect. The attributes of a sovereign are truly advantageous. Life could be a continuous series of windfalls. Just as Jiang Che thought this, the system's reminder chimed. Congratulations, host, for drawing a 20 increase in charm attribute. Another one. Jiang Che retrieved his phone and opened the native camera app. He gazed at himself from left to right, dashing, nearly as handsome as the school's heartthrob. Congratulations, host, for drawing a 38 increase in physical fitness attribute. Oh, a succession of joyous events. Jiang Che lifted his shirt, revealing a sculpted 8-pack. He ran his hand over it. The texture is superb. Jiang Che snapped a photo and shared his physique with Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran was engrossed in drawing in the classroom. A ding heralded a new message. Tang Yunran retrieved her phone, and upon seeing the message from Jiang Che, the scene of her spontaneously kissing Jiang Che beneath the teaching building resurfaced in her mind. How mortifying. Romance experience points 245. Speaking of which, shouldn't he be in class right now, playing with his phone and sending messages to her, showing no respect for the lesson at all? Tang Yunran furtively glanced around, and upon seeing that no one was paying attention, she used her drawing board to shield her phone and open WeChat. Upon seeing the photo Jiang Che sent, Tang Yunran's brow furrowed. What are you sending this for? Tang Yunran assumed that Jiang Che had searched for a male model and oppos as physique online. This is me. I worked out to achieve this. I, an oppos, am showing it to you. What do you think? Am I handsome? If this is you, would I believe that? Tang Yunran wanted to say that she had been reborn, and when she used to help him change clothes, although she had closed one eye, she had still seen quite a bit. Jiang Che only had 1 pack on his stomach. He didn't have an 8-pack at all. It's really me. I'm not deceiving you. Why won't this little girl believe me? Just as Jiang Che was mentally complaining, Tang Yunran sent several photos of male models and oppos, physiques in succession. The pictures I found are even better. You can use these to woo girls in the future. Jiang Che. This little girl doesn't believe him and even criticizes his physique for not being good enough. Her standards are truly high. If his physique continues to improve, Wu Nind oppos, T should be afraid that her small frame couldn't and oppos, T handle it in the future? Very well. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for continuing to grow stronger. Jiang Che resolved to continue diligently drawing lottery tickets and running in the mornings and evenings to improve his physique. 7 days passed in this manner, and the sovereign experience voucher expired. Jiang Che attempted to draw lottery tickets again. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. As the system had stated, without the blessing of the sovereign attribute, it was possible to receive thank you for your participation 10 consecutive times. However, he wasn't an oppos. T dejected. One must learn to be content. In 7 days, he had earned over 2 million experience points, which could be exchanged for 2 million renminbi. That was quite extraordinary. Jiang Che planned to take Jiang Yuan to the hospital to treat her leg before buying a house. You want to take me to the hospital to treat my leg? Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che as if he were an imbecile. Yes, my foot. Don and oppos. Do you know how expensive surgery is? It costs over 300,000 RMB. Okay? Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes speechlessly. I have money. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched before she shouted toward the kitchen. Mom, Jiang Che is having another episode. This time at an oppos. It's even more serious. I really have money. I won the lottery. Huh? Do you think you and oppos rebuying iced red tea? Really? Jiang Che was too lazy to waste his breath explaining and opened his mobile banking app. Upon seeing the amount displayed on the screen, Jiang Yuan and oppos' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Mom, my brother won the lottery. My brother has money. Our family has money. Listening to Jiang Yuan repeatedly calling him brother, Jiang Che mentally grumbled. She had been calling him by his full name just moments ago. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yuan poured a cup of iced red tea from the water dispenser and handed it to Jiang Che. My dear brother, when are you taking me to the hospital? Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yuan, who was batting her eyes at him, and felt goosebumps rise all over his body. To speak normally, bro Jiang Yuan and oppos. As cooing was so exaggerated that Jiang Che nearly lost his grip on the iced red tea in his hand. Just be like usual. I and oppos. I'm not used to this. Okay, Jiang Yuan nodded before rolling her eyes at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, take me to the hospital right now, or I'll fight you to the death. Now Jiang Che could safely drink his iced red tea. Subsequently, Jiang Che took Jiang Yuan to the hospital. Today, they would first undergo a comprehensive examination, and then she would be scheduled for hospitalization and surgery. Xiao Che, what do you plan to do with the remaining money? Jiang Mingchuan's question wasn't to take the money from Jiang Che, but to worry that he was too young and would squander it. I've thought about it. I'll buy a place near Autumn Water Park. A place near Autumn Water Park? Jiang Mingchuan's brow furrowed. Chapter 13. Her grandmother is his grandmother. I am aware of your intentions. You are hoping for future demolition in a decade or so. I work at the factory, and during idle moments, I listen to my superiors and colleagues boast. The residential community we currently inhabit consists of many aging buildings, with a significant likelihood of demolition. If one possesses the means to secure a property here, it is certain that they could profit immensely from the eventual redevelopment. As for the neighborhoods near Qiushui Park, they are not regarded favorably. Dad, you hear what they say. They cannot predict the future. He can, however, if he were to voice such a claim. Jiang Mingquan would undoubtedly think he was unwell. The environment around Qiushui Park is splendid, complemented by the nearby Qiushui Lake. If our family were to purchase a home there, even if demolition does not occur in the future, residing there would still be quite pleasant. Jiang Mingquan found this reasoning somewhat compelling. Nevertheless, such a significant decision should not be made hastily. Perhaps it is wiser to wait a while longer. You are right, Dad. Let us not rush. Let us observe a bit more, Linya chimed in. But we cannot afford to wait. Based on the projected timeline, the government plans to open a subway station near Qiushui Park by the year's end. When that happens, property values will soar, and every available unit will be fiercely contested. Dad, shouldn't we secure a property sooner rather than later? You and Mom have always wished for a grandchild sooner. Haven't you? I am of an age where I should be dating, and when I bring my girlfriend home, what if she takes one look and decides to flee? With this compelling argument, Jiang Che had successfully disarmed Jiang Mingquan and Linya. The following day, Jiang Che visited the Qiushui community to view properties. Just as he arrived at the entrance with the agent, he witnessed an elderly woman fall to the ground. Grandma. This grandmother was not his father's mother, but rather Tang Yunran's beloved grandmother. Seeing Jiang Che approach, the agent hurriedly restrained him. Young man, it's not that I lack courage. I'm merely concerned that if you assist her, the property may slip through our fingers, and my commission would vanish. She's my grandmother, Jiang Che retorted, pulling his hand away and rushing to the elderly woman's side to help her up. Thank you, young man. I'm truly grateful, Deng Lanfang expressed repeatedly. Observing this scene, Jiang Che could not help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate. Deng Lanfang cherished her granddaughter, Tang Yunran, deeply. While in his past life, he had treated Tang Yunran with indifference, which caused Deng Lanfang to look upon him with disdain. To speak candidly, had it not been for Tang Yunran's intervention, Deng Lanfang might not have even allowed him entry into her home. Grandma, are you hurt? I'm fine. Just an unfortunate fall. At my age, it's a bit hard to recover from such mishaps, Deng Lanfang replied. Just as she finished speaking, Tang Yunran's voice rang out. Grandma, what happened? Tang Yunran rushed over, supporting Deng Lanfang on her other side. Dear, I'm all right. Thanks to this young man who helped me up, Deng Lanfang said, her gaze toward Jiang Che brimming with affection. Tang Yunran had noticed Jiang Che earlier, but her concern for her grandmother had eclipsed any attention to him. What brings you here? Tang Yunran was acutely aware that Jiang Che had no relatives residing in this community. Do you know him? Deng Lanfang inquired. He also attends Jiangqing University. Ah, I see. Grandma, is your leg all right? Tang Yunran asked with concern, noting Deng Lanfang's slight difficulty in movement. I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. Let me help you, Tang Yunran offered. Allow me to carry Grandma, Jiang Che interjected. Your words flow smoothly, yet in my past life, you were hardly inclined to visit her, he thought. Tang Yunran understood that Jiang Che's lack of visits was not due to a lack of filial piety, but rather an indifference to her, which extended to her family. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Tang Yunran felt a twinge of anger and a hint of grievance. No need. I could support her just fine, Tang Yunran said. Her lips pressed together, her eyes slightly reddened. Janu que notice Tang Yunan esse suto l'expressions, utterly perplexed. Only days ago, they had been getting along splendidly. How had she suddenly become upset? The capriciousness of women, indeed, surpasses even the most unpredictable weather. Jiang Che also observed that Tang Yunran was not wearing the ring he had gifted her. Why was she not adorned with it? Did she not like it? Dear, let him help me. The elevator is out of order, and you cannot manage alone, Deng Lanfang insisted. An opportunity presented itself. Jiang Che promptly squatted before Deng Lanfang. Grandma, allow me to carry you. What a good child, Deng Lanfang remarked, her expression one of satisfaction as she regarded Jiang Che. This young man is handsome and kind-hearted. Such qualities are rare these days. As she spoke, Deng Lanfang intentionally glanced at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran discerned her grandmother's intentions through her smile. Deng Lanfang was exceedingly pleased with Jiang Che, contemplating him as her future grandson-in-law. Tang Yunran felt a peculiar mixture of emotions. In her past life, had she not intervened, her grandmother would have likely used her cane to chase Jiang Che away. Currently, Jiang Che and Appo's physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to effortlessly carry Deng Lanfang. With the elevator out of service, they were left to navigate the stairs. Tang Yunran followed closely behind. Worried, Deng Lanfang was no lightweight. Weighing over 150 pounds, and with their residence on the 5th floor, she feared whether Jiang Che could manage. Jiang Che, if you find it too strenuous, you can set my grandmother down. Can a young lady speak to a man in such a manner? I am perfectly capable, Jiang Che declared, his sturdy physique evident. You need not worry about me. I could carry her up to the 10th floor if necessary. To Tang Yunran's ears, this sounded like bravado. They were both adults. She knew precisely how much he weighed. I'm not worried about you. I fear for your grandmother's safety, she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che momentarily halted, turning to face Tang Yunran, wearing a wounded expression. Tang Yunran was taken aback by his reaction. What was he doing? Why did he look at her as if blaming her for not expressing concern? You hardly require her concern, do you? As they reached the 4th floor, Jiang Che appeared unfazed, not even slightly out of breath. How had his physical condition improved so remarkably? While Tang Yunran pondered this, they arrived at the 5th floor, where Jiang Che stopped in front of room 502. Tang Yunran was taken aback. How did he know her grandmother resided in 502? Chapter 14. A stolen kiss. Furthermore, it seems she hadn't explicitly informed Jiang Che that her grandmother resided on the 6th floor. Preoccupied with her thoughts and walking with her head lowered, she hadn't yet conveyed this information. How'd he know, then? Unlock the door, Jiang Che said, noticing Tang Yunran's hesitation. Oh, right. Tang Yunran punched in the code and opened the door. After Jiang Che helped Deng Lanfang into a chair, he examined her leg, noting the significant swelling. Grandma, do you have any liniment at home? Oh, what a coincidence, I've run out. Then I'll go buy some. Let me go. Tang Yunran looked up at the young man and Appo's handsome face. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Jiang Che seemed increasingly attractive. Affection points 123. Why Don and Appo's? Do you two go together? Deng Lanfang gazed at the pair with a loving expression, finding them to be a match made in heaven. How wonderful it would be if they were to end up together. Tang Yunran turned to look at Deng Lanfang, recalling the last time she saw her in her previous life, when Deng Lanfang had fervently advised her to get a divorce. Her feelings were complicated and peculiar. In the end, Tang Yunran and Jiang Che went together. As the sun set, the evening glow painted the sky with iridescent hues. Their shadows stretched long, intertwining and merging. Everything seemed so idyllic. Tang Yunran, still pondering the earlier incident, couldn't help but turn to Jiang Che. How did you know my grandmother's apartment was 502? Jiang Che stopped in his tracks, having momentarily forgotten about the matter. Why aren't Appo's to you saying anything? Tang Yunran asked, her gaze questioning. Before Jiang Che could respond, Tang Yunran continued. Were you following me? How could I be? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Yes, you're not. Even if you were following someone. It wouldn't Appo's to be her. At this thought, Tang Yunran and Appo's expression dimmed. Just then, Jiang Che and Appo's voice reached her ears. Perhaps we and Appo's destined to be together, as if an invisible thread connects us. Hearing this, Tang Yunran's eyes brightened, and she slowly raised her head, gazing at Jiang Che with wide eyes. They were destined? Predestined? Looking at Jiang Che, whose attitude was so different from her previous life, Tang Yunran wondered if fate had seen how miserable she had been and had arranged for her rebirth so that Jiang Che could make amends. If that were the case, and if Jiang Che truly liked her now, should she accept him? At that moment, Tang Yunran and Appo's heart was in turmoil. On one hand, she couldn't suppress her feelings for Jiang Che, but on the other hand, she didn't want to repeat the pain of her previous life. What should she do? Where's the ring I gave you last time? Jiang Che's sudden question interrupted Tang Yunran's thoughts. He had noticed that she wasn't wearing the ring and wondered if she didn't like the style. I didn't want to wear it if it was inconvenient. Inconvenient? What's inconvenient about it? Or do you think it's ugly? No, it's a beautiful ring. I like it very much. Then wear it. Jiang Che had given Tang Yunran the ring to declare ownership, to announce that she was taken, that she belonged to him. I'm wearing on a necklace, Tang Yunran said, pulling the ring out from under her shirt. A ring ISN and Appo's. Meant to be worn on a necklace. You and Appo's, re-wasting it. Let me put it back on your finger. As he spoke, Jiang Che reached for Tang Yunran and Appo's neck to unclasp the chain. What are you doing? Tang Yunran and Appo's face flushed crimson. The boy was tall and broad, and as he reached around her, she felt completely enveloped in his embrace, with the scent of his masculinity overwhelming her senses, causing her heart to race. Hold still. What if I hurt you? Jiang Che and Appo's voice was both domineering and gentle, making Tang Yunran and Appo's knees weaken. She obediently remained still, allowing Jiang Che to work on her neck. Jiang Che looked at the obedient Tang Yunran, resisting the urge to pull her into his arms and cherish her. Tang Yunran's face was pressed against Jiang Che's chest. The boy was wearing a simple white t-shirt, slightly damp with sweat, clinging to his chest and outlining his muscular physique. Tang Yunran blushed even more. Affection points 376. I can't let this continue. If it did, she would reveal her true feelings. Haven't you unclasped it yet? It's caught on your clothes. Just a moment, don't move. Jiang Che was blatantly lying. He had already unclasped it, but deliberately maintained the intimate position to heighten the tension and earn more affection points. Listen, so many. Affection points 442. Affection points 399. Affection points 491. The notifications were continuous, numbering over a dozen. Hey, are you done yet? Tang Yunran asked anxiously, biting her lip. If he didn't finish soon, she would turn as red as the sun set. Almost. Come a little closer. I can't see clearly. Closer? Already so close. Tang Yunran took a deep breath and took a half step toward Jiang Che, leaving only a centimeter between them. Before Tang Yunran could adjust to the close proximity, Jiang Che suddenly pulled her into his arms, closing the gap completely. Seamless, without a trace of space. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She didn't know if it was hers or his. Affection points 698. Affection points 704. Affection points 699. Affection points 729. Affection points 678. The system notifications grew faster and more frequent. Jiang Che could clearly feel his own heart racing, smelling the faint medicinal scent emanating from the girl. He knew that if he didn't and Appo's do something, he wouldn't and Appo's be a man. Without further ado, Jiang Che steeled himself, lowered his head, and kissed the delicate, rosy lobe of her ear. He immediately felt Tang Yunran stiffen in his arms. Sensing her innocent reaction, Jiang Che found it incredibly endearing. His darling was truly the most adorable and wonderful in the world. At that moment, Jiang Che wanted to shout to Tang Yunran, "Darling, you're amazing." Okay, all done. Everything in moderation. Jiang Che reluctantly released Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran stared blankly at Jiang Che, taking a full minute to recover from the shock. Then, her pupils widened. Affection points 1100. Why you? You just kissed me? Chapter 15. I miss you so much, yet I don't. You were deceiving me. Just now. It was clearly you and I. Tang Yunran stammered, biting her lower lip, instinctively covering her ears, which felt tingly, as if electrified. Perhaps I accidentally brushed against it. Jiang Che, with an impeccably upright demeanor, spoke nonsense. He wondered if he had been too impulsive earlier. Did he frighten Tang Yunran? Although he was older, Tang Yunran was merely a freshman, just turned 18. Indeed, impulsiveness is a devil. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Tang Yunran turned her face away. What was she thinking? Jiang Che was merely helping her with her necklace. In their previous life, they had lived under the same roof, spending every day together, and he had never crossed boundaries with her. How could he think of taking advantage of her in this life? Shall I help you put on the ring? As Jiang Che reached for her hand, she withdrew it immediately. No, I don't want to wear it on my finger. Saying this, Tang Yunran placed the ring back around her neck. Seeing this, Jiang Che realized he had been too hasty and impulsive. Now he had made her upset and needed to find a way to appease her. Just then, he felt an unfriendly gaze piercing towards him. Who was watching him? Jiang Che abruptly turned his head, scanning the surroundings, but saw no suspicious figures. Jiang Che, what's wrong? Tang Yunran asked, puzzled. It seemed like someone was looking at me. Glancing at Jiang Che's exceptionally handsome face, Tang Yunran muttered softly, Isn't it normal for someone so handsome to attract attention? What? What did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Tang Yunran felt anxious. Her words had been so quiet, yet he heard them. Did he have dog ears? Nothing? But I clearly heard you say something. You weren't talking bad about me, were you? No, really not. Really not. Swear it. Swear your grandpa. Their conversation, though childish, radiated a delightful harmony. Not far away, Wu Qingxu glared furiously, his eyes almost bulging out. How infuriating! Jiang Che is completely disregarding my words. How dare he provoke my goddess? What further enraged Wu Qingxu was Tang Yunran's bashful demeanor, a side of her he had never witnessed before. Although they had grown up together, Tang Yunran had always treated him coldly, entirely different from how she interacted with Jiang Che. Old Wu, everything is set. We can move now. Wang Zhen reminded him from the side. Quick, let them act. I want to make Yunran utterly disappointed in that brat. Wu Qingxu gritted his teeth. All right, I will have them proceed as planned. Just as Jiang Che and Tang Yunran exited the pharmacy, they encountered two girls striding towards them. One girl wore a crop top, and the other extremely short hot pants, both exuding an alluring charm. Upon spotting Jiang Che, they immediately lunged at him from either side. Xiao Che, you're so bad. Why haven't you come to find me these past few days? The girl in the crop top cooed while playfully punching Jiang Che's chest. Exactly. I miss you so much. The girl in the mini shorts pouted, mimicking a request for a kiss. Concealed nearby, Wu Qingxu wore a sly grin. Let us see how you explain this to Yunran. I say, you must have mistaken the person. It was not Jiang Che who spoke, but Tang Yunran, her gaze icy as she regarded the two girls. Jiang Che, taken aback by Tang Yunran's defense, wore a look of surprise. He had been contemplating how to clarify the situation, and yet she had spoken up for him. Hey, who are you? Are you Xiao Che and Amp? Oppos, S new flame? The girl in the crop top questioned, hands on her hips. Xiao Che, are you a playboy? Have you just switched from us to someone new? How many do you need to satisfy you in a month? Haven Tea, we served you well enough? The other girl chimed in. Jiang Che felt it necessary to clarify to Tang Yunran. Otherwise, she might genuinely think he was a playboy, and no amount of cleansing in a clear river could rectify that. Yunran, I don't know them. Tang Yunran nodded. I believe you. She understood Jiang Che and Oppos' character. Although she didn't grasp the situation with those girls, she intrinsically trusted him. Hearing her affirm him, Jiang Che felt a surge of emotion. He suspected Tang Yunran had developed feelings for him, but was astonished by the extent of her affection. Unconditional trust. Who wouldn't he be moved by such a sentiment? Yunran, thank you. Jiang Che grasped Tang Yunran's shoulder, gazing at her earnestly. Tang Yunran could hardly withstand Jiang Che's intense gaze, quickly turning her head away and brushing his hand aside. Romantic experience points, $9.99. The two girls standing by felt they had been unexpectedly bombarded with dog food and were overwhelmed. Hey, who do you think you are? Occupying Xiao Che's attention. The girl in the crop top pushed Tang Yunran's shoulder, causing her to stumble back. Jiang Che instinctively wrapped his arm around Tang Yunran's slender waist to stabilize her. Are you all right? Tang Yunran shook her head. In the next moment, Jiang Che's eyes turned icy as he looked at the two girls. Dare to touch my woman? Did you ask me first? My woman? Tang Dundan va apos, et lipatet sly. Her pupils dilating as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Che and Amp, Apos, S retreating figure. The boy's silhouette seemed etched against the canvas of dusk, his contours sharp and defined, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of security, causing her heart to flutter. Romantic experience points 745. Apologized to her. Jiang Che glared at the girl in the crop top who had just pushed Tang Yunran. What about me? Apologize. The girl in the crop top, frightened by Jiang Che and Apos' intensity, turned and fled. The girl in hot pants, fearing trouble from Jiang Che, followed suit. Stop. You. All right, let them go, Tang Yunran interjected, pulling on Jiang Che's arm. After grasping his arm, she realized it had indeed become quite robust. When he had held her close, the contact had been so tight that she had felt his muscles distinctly. Tang Yunran recalled the abdominal photos Jiang Che had sent her a few days prior, pondering whether it was truly him. Noticing Tang Yunran's gaze, Jiang Che recalled the photos he had sent her. Didn't you doubt my 8-pack abs last time? I'll show you now. With that, Jiang Che lifted his t-shirt. Chapter 16. It's a mistake to treat him like a college student. His 8-pack abs were distinctly defined, suggesting explosive power. Tang Yunran gazed intently, her eyes wide and sparkling with admiration. John du que truly possessed abdominal muscles. How could this be? How? How is it possible for you to have abs? Why not? I have pectoral muscles too, Jiang Che retorted, feigning to remove more clothing. Tang Yunran hastily stopped him, grabbing his hand. In doing so, she inadvertently brushed against his taut muscles. This caused Tang Yunran to blush furiously. Utterly mortified, she turned and fled. What's the rush? Jiang Che muttered, perplexed as he watched Tang Yunran scamper away. He glanced down at himself, seemingly realizing something. He had been teasing a young woman. Excuse me. The system suddenly interjected. Your romantic experience value has reached 100 consecutively, so the system is awarding you a special gift pack. Jiang Che was familiar with this system notification. It was akin to receiving bonus rewards in a game for achieving a certain number of consecutive hits while battling a boss. He eagerly opened the gift pack. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a God-tier Tycoon experience voucher, valid for 1 week. The voucher is effective immediately. The usage rule is simple. For every amount you spend, the system will reward you with the corresponding amount. Oh, this is quite the windfall. He was planning to purchase a house in Autumn Water residential area. This meant that if he spent $3 million on a house, he would receive an additional $3 million. Affirmative, that is correct. Doesn't end oppos. That mean the more I spend, the more I end oppos. I'll receive. The thought filled Jiang Che with glee. While Jiang Che reveled in his joy, Wu Qingxu, lurking in a concealed spot, was livid. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Old Wu, should we rush up and beat him up? Wang Jin proposed. Just charge out like that? Who will be beating whom? Wang Jin glanced at Wu Qingxu and Oppos. S face, still swollen like a pig in Oppos. S head after a week, a testament to the force Jiang Che had used. That an Oppos. S true. Then, shall we hire someone to assault him? Let an Oppos. S reserve that as a last resort. Do you have another plan? Wang Jin inquired, guessing. Don't we have a basketball game against their class tomorrow? I'll make him look foolish in front of Yunran on the basketball court. But what if he doesn't play? Wu Qingxu sneered, a look of confidence spreading across his face. Doesn't play? He won't have a choice. As Jiang Che departed from Deng Lanfang's home, she gazed at him with considerable reluctance. Little Jiang, visit often. Certainly, Grandma. I will come to see you frequently. Such a sensible child, Deng Lanfang murmured, watching Jiang Che's departing figure. Tang Yunran observed Deng Lanfang's demeanor, as if Jiang Che were her own grandson. This prompted her to ask Grandma, why do you like Jiang Che so much? As she posed the question, Tang Yunran suddenly recalled the conversation she had with Deng Lanfang in her previous life. She had asked Grandma, why do you dislike Jiang Che so much? Her grandmother had replied, that boy doesn't treat you well at all. Oh, my poor little Ran. Lost in her past life in Oppos, memories, Tang Yunran was startled when Deng Lanfang turned to her. Why do I like him, you ask? Deng Lanfang smiled knowingly at Tang Yunran. She had raised her precious granddaughter and was well aware of her little secrets. Tang Yunran's face flushed crimson under Deng Lanfang's gaze. You're blushing already? And I haven't even said anything yet. Deng Lanfang chuckled, her face crinkling with amusement. Grandma, Tang Yunran pouted. It's not like that between Jiang Che and me. Not like what? Deng Lanfang retorted. Despite being a person reborn from her 30s, Tang Yunran had never experienced a true romance, either in her past or present life. Consequently, she was easily teased. I'm going to the restroom, Tang Yunran said before hastily retreating into the bathroom. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, her face as red as an apple. Grandma is such a tease. How embarrassing. As she recalled the sweet moments she had shared with Jiang Che, her face grew even more flushed, the colors spreading to her neck and the base of her ears. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Che. Why is Jiang Che treating her this way? It's completely different from my previous life. It's all so confusing. This feeling was both repulsive and appealing. Achoo! Jiang Che sneezed. Who in Appos? Bad-mouthing me. Achoo! Achoo! Jiang Che sneezed twice more in quick succession. Someone must be thinking of me. Jiang Che turned back toward the residential building, a smile playing on his lips. It must be his little wife thinking of him. With only half a month left until the Qixi festival, he needed to prepare a grand, epic-making confession. Before that, he would settle the matter of the house. Jiang Che summoned the real estate agent who had left earlier. Young man, this apartment has excellent lighting and ventilation, and it's adjacent to Autumn Water Park and Autumn Water Lakeside, with beautiful scenery. The owner is eager to sell, so you're in luck. 2,300,000, and it's yours. The agent rubbed his hands together, smiling obsequiously at Jiang Che. He thought to himself that this must be some wealthy second-generation heir who had come to buy a house on his own. He would take advantage of this inexperienced sheep who had just entered society. 2,300,000? Are you trying to fleece me? Do you really think I and Appos am an 18-year-old college student? 2,300,000 is too expensive. 2 million is the most I and Appos LL pay. If not, I and Appos LL look for another agent. The apartments here have been slow-moving for over 2 years. I can take my time and find a cheaper one. Maybe even less than 2 million. Huh? The agent stared wide-eyed at Jiang Che, shocked. How could this kid, who looked no older than 20, give him the impression of being a cunning old fox? No way. He was a senior property consultant for a major real estate company, and he refused to believe that he couldn't handle a college student. Young man, who told you such nonsense? These apartments are in such good condition. How could they be slow-moving? And these are all old buildings. We have inside information that there's a high probability of demolition here. I just think the environment here is nice, so I came to buy. If I wanted to get rich from demolition, there are plenty of older buildings nearby. I could buy somewhere else. He was determined to buy here. First, because the opening of the subway would soon cause property prices to skyrocket, nearly doubling to 4 million next year. Second, Tang Yunran's grandmother lived in this complex. He remembered that Tang Yunran was very devoted to her grandmother in her previous life and often came to visit. If they moved here in the future, he could see Tang Yunran frequently. This 2 million. Young man, you can't haggle like that, the agent said with a pained expression. Chapter 17, I miss you, what on earth? This fellow is no university student. To casually cut off 300,000, he must be a bandit. Let's add another 50,000. If that doesn't in Appos, work, I want in Appos, trouble you further. There are plenty of real estate agents around. Right outside my community, Donyuan Real Estate often sets up stalls. Seeing Jiang Che about to leave, the agent hurriedly tried to retain him. Wait, 2.05 million, right? I will contact the landlord now. 5 minutes. Deal finalized. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 2.05 million and received a reward of 2.05 million, which has been credited to your account. As the system and Appos' notification faded, Jiang Che received a text alert from the bank confirming the deposit. The feeling of money flowing in as quickly as it flows out is indeed exhilarating. Unfortunately, the use of the Rich Experience voucher is limited to converting experience points into soft currency. Transfers to the bank account do not count. Otherwise, Money would generate more money in an instant. Jiang Che checked his remaining experience points in the system. There were still over 1 million left. Buying another house would be insufficient, so he decided to buy a car for his father. He recalled that his father had always wanted a car. What man doesn't he love cars? As for the remaining funds, he couldn't be bothered to think about how to spend them. He might as well invest in stocks. He contemplated which stocks would surge in the future. Friendly reminder: investments in stocks, funds, and bank deposits do not count towards the rich experience voucher. Only tangible purchases are valid. All right then. The idea of investing in stocks would have to be set aside for now. Even if stocks were profitable, they could not compare to the swift gains from the rich experience. After some thought, he ultimately decided to use all of his remaining experience points to purchase daily necessities and educational supplies, donating them to impoverished areas in the Western Mountains through the Red Cross. His actions were not born out of some grand desire to save the world. Rather, he simply felt that receiving a second chance at life was the greatest fortune, allowing him to rectify the mistakes and regrets of his previous life. He wished to share this fortune with more people, as a form of gratitude for his rebirth. Just as Jiang Che was lost in thought, his phone rang. Will we ever meet again? I have prayed before the Buddha for thousands of years, willing to trade several lifetimes for a single lifetime of love. I hope it can move the heavens. Will we ever meet again? After his rebirth, Jiang Che had set this song, Seeking Buddha, as his ringtone. He believed this melody would constantly remind him not to repeat the same mistakes in this life. With a beep, the call connected. Jiang Che, Haven and Appos, tea you finished yet? Dinner is ready, just waiting for you to eat. Jiang Yuan and Appos' loud voice, whether on speakerphone or not, had the same effect. Having just paid the deposit, he was already back. Today, they had prepared an extravagant feast. 6 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, 2 cold dishes, a plate of watermelon, and a large bowl of crucian carp soup. Such a sumptuous feast. Upon uttering this, Jiang Yuan shot him a dramatic eye roll. I knew it. You forgot my birthday again. I did not. Still denying it. When have you ever remembered my birthday? Are you even a qualified brother? As Jiang Yuan's words trailed off, Jiang Che presented her with a gift he had prepared. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the pink gift box in Jiang Che's hands. He actually prepared a gift for her. Oh my, the sun must be rising from the west today. Realizing what she was thinking, Jiang Che urged, take it. Jiang Yuan took the gift into her hands, not in a hurry to open it, staring intently at the box, as if she could see through it to discover its contents. Jiang Che, is this a prank? Is there a fist inside? It's spicy strips. Jiang Che went to wash his hands in preparation for dinner. On my birthday, you give me spicy strips? Mom, look at him. Is he being unreasonable? On my birthday, he just buys me spicy strips. While complaining, Jiang Yuan reported to Linya. Linya chuckled and shook her head. Stop that, give it to me. Jiang Che reached for the spicy strips. Not giving. Spicy strips are good too. Better than nothing at all. However, upon opening the gift box, Jiang Yuan was left speechless. A 4-leaf clover bracelet. Jiang Yuan was once again taken aback. Linya leaned over to take a look. It was indeed quite beautiful. Jiang Yuan put the bracelet on her wrist and looked at Jiang Che, saying, you must have gotten it as part of some promotion, right? Hearing this, Jiang Che paused with his chopsticks. His younger sister truly understood him. If it weren't for the lottery draw for Tang Yunran, he likely wouldn't have purchased such a thing. At most, he would have bought a box of spicy strips. In fact, he had prepared another special gift, one that couldn't be seen by their parents. After dinner, Jiang Che went to Jiang Yuan and Appo's room. What are you doing here? I have a special birthday gift for you. Just call me brother for a year, and I'll give it to you. As if I care. Go do your thing. I want to catch up on my show. Double heroes. As soon as Jiang Che said this, astonishment spread across Jiang Yuan's face. How do you know? Before Jiang Che could respond, Jiang Yuan suddenly raised her voice. Did you peek at what I was watching? Am I that boring? I don't even like shipping couples. Then how did you know? Actually, according to the timeline, he shouldn't have known at this point. It was only later, when he borrowed Jiang Yuan and Appo's phone to make a call, that he inadvertently tapped on Bilibili and saw all her edits about double heroes couples. That was when he realized his younger sister was into shipping. Don and Appo's. Worry about how I know. Just tell me if you want this. Jiang Che spoke. He pulled out 2 tickets to the Double Heroes concert. Jiang Yuan and Amp. Oppos. S eyes instantly lit up with excitement, reaching out to grab them as if she could almost stand from her wheelchair. Give it to me. Hurry. Jiang Che stood up, holding the tickets high. I'll give them to you, but my conditions, I agree. Brother. Dear, good brother, just give me the tickets. Here you go. Excitedly, Jiang Yuan hugged the tickets as if they were treasures, showering them with kisses. Oh my gosh, they're for the inner area? Jiang Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Brother, how did you get these? Tickets for the inner area cost over 2,000 each, a sum she simply couldn't afford. She had initially thought of trying for a seat ticket, which was around 600, something she could manage. However, this concert was incredibly popular, and the tickets sold out in mere seconds. There was no chance of getting one, especially not an inner area ticket. Who am I? A mere ticket is nothing. Jiang Che spoke casually, though in truth, he had tried to snag them a couple of days ago, but was out of luck. Later, he sought out a scalper and paid 10 times the original price to obtain them. 2 tickets cost over 40,000. With the rich system, every penny spent returned, so he felt no regret. Regardless, even without the rich attribute, he would spend whatever it took for Jiang Yuan. As he watched Jiang Yuan, beaming with joy over the tickets, memories of his past life flooded back. He suddenly recalled how he had died unexpectedly, leaving Jiang Yuan distraught, crying over his coffin. Jiang Che. Despicable Jiang Che. You bastard. I told you not to work day and night, but you wouldn't listen. You left without a word, leaving our parents to me alone. You are such a scoundrel. By the time she finished shouting, she broke down in tears. It was then he realized how much Jiang Yuan cared for her brother, who could never remember her birthday. He felt guilt, and Jiang Che returned to his room, the melancholic feelings not yet fully dissipated. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Tang Yunran. What are you busy with? Tang Yunran was momentarily taken aback. Why had Jiang Che suddenly sent her this message? I'm not doing anything. Is there something you need? I long to hear your voice. Tang Yunran felt her breath quicken slightly. After a brief moment of composure, she pressed her lips together and composed another message. Is something bothering you? You seem to have something on your mind. She wondered if she was overthinking it, but it felt as though Jiang Che and Oppos' emotions were somewhat awry. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, Jiang Che replied, it and Oppos' nothing. I just miss you and wish to hear your voice. Chapter 18. Is she also reincarnated? Does he miss her? He said he missed her. Agitated, Tang Yunran clutched her phone to her chest, her breathing erratic, her bosom heaving visibly. Love experience points 358. Upon noticing Tang Yunran and Oppos' prolonged silence, Jiang Che and Oppos' countenance grew somber. It was true what women said about men being incorrigible, and he was a prime example. In their previous life, Tang Yunran had cared for him with utmost devotion, but he, blind as he was, had never paid heed. Now, filled with regret and longing, he found her unattainable. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost 11. Perhaps it was best not to disturb her at this late hour. Just as Jiang Che was about to put down his phone, a ding announced a new message. A voice message from Tang Yunran. Jiang Che, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? Her voice, gentle and melodious, instantly brightened Jiang Che's mood. My wife is so good to me, he exclaimed, revitalized as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. Nothing in particular, just a bit sleepless. And I simply wanted to hear your voice. Just to hear her voice. Why did he crave her voice so? Tang Yunran fidgeted, her heart racing, an unscratchable itch. She knew she couldn't let him dictate the pace. Her heart was pounding too fast. With that thought, she swiftly changed the subject, typing, wish your sister a happy birthday. A puzzled sound escaped Jiang Che and Oppos' lips. How did she know it was Jiang Yuan and Oppos' birthday today? He was certain he had an Oppos'. He told her. Could it be? Was she also reborn? He immediately dismissed the idea. The probability of one person being reborn was already infinitesimally small. The odds of 2 people sharing that fate were practically non-existent. Eliminating that possibility, only one explanation remained. Jiang Che sent a voice message. I only mentioned my sister's birthday to you before, but I didn't specify the date. How did you know it was today? A gasp escaped Tang Yunran's lips. She had been caught up in Jiang Che's rhythm, desperately trying to divert the conversation, and had forgotten that she shouldn't know about Jiang Yuan's birthday. How could she explain this? Before Tang Yunran could formulate a response, Jiang Che sent another message. Could it be? Could it be what? Had he guessed that she was reborn? What should she do? Another message arrived. Jiang Che. Could it be you have a secret crush on me? Is that why you were secretly investigating me? Huh? Tang Yunran was taken aback. This was nothing like what she had imagined. Don't be so narcissistic. How could I possibly have a crush on you? ISN and Oppos. Is it normal to have a crush on me? I am handsome, after all. You and Oppos. Riso conceded. Dan Zundan Muta. But, to be fair, Jiang Che was handsome, even more so now. She had stolen glances at him during the day. His skin was remarkably clear, almost as good as hers. When she first saw Jiang Che after her rebirth, his skin was only slightly better than average. In just a few days, he seemed to have transformed. Have you been using some kind of beauty product lately? Jiang Che chuckled at the message. This girl clearly thought he was attractive, but refused to admit it. Women were so contrary. Want to know? Sure, call me husband, and I'll tell you. In your dreams. Good night. Turning off my phone, Tang Yunran sent 3 messages in quick succession, then huffily switched off her phone. As if I care about calling you husband, she grumbled to herself. After a moment, she realized she had ruined her phone case. It was all Jiang Che's fault, sending those nonsensical messages and saying things that made her blush and caused misunderstandings. Chatting with him was bad for phone cases. She wouldn't do it anymore. Feeling slightly annoyed, Tang Yunran threw herself onto the bed, pulling the blanket up and tucking it between her legs, a habit that made her feel secure. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, occasionally glancing at her phone on the nightstand. What if Jiang Che sent a message while her phone was off? What if he waited for her to reply? The more she thought, the more tangled her thoughts became. Forget it. I decided before I died in my past life that I wouldn't and amp, Oppos, to have anything to do with Jiang Che ever again. He can send messages if he wants. I don't care. Tang Yunran covered her face with a pillow, turned off the light, and tried to sleep. 10 minutes later, Tang Yunran turned her phone back on and opened WeChat. There were new messages from Jiang Che. 2 voice messages. Both were 1 second long. What did they say? Tang Yunran curiously tapped on the first voice message. Good night. Though he was only 18, his voice was tinged with a magnetic quality that made Tang Yunran feel as if her ears were pregnant. Love experience points, 475. It took a full minute for Tang Yunran to regain her composure. There was another voice message. What did it say? Tang Yunran reached out and tapped it. Alas, the cellular phone slipped from her grasp, descending onto the bed linens. For a protracted moment, Tang Yunran remained in a daze before regaining her senses. What had he just called her? Beloved? Nay, impossible. Jiang Che would never address her as such. She must have misheard. Tang Yunran retrieved her phone, replaying the most recent voice message repeatedly. Beloved. Again. Beloved. Once more. Beloved. Indeed, beloved. She had not misheard. Jiang Che had genuinely called her beloved. Ah, affection points 678. Affection points 754. Affection points 699. Tang Yunran cocooned herself beneath the quilt, lest her cries rouse the neighbors. That night, slumber eluded her grasp, her mind echoing with Jiang Che's voice, an incessant reverberation of beloved, beloved, beloved. Conversely, Jiang Che enjoyed a night of profound repose, even dreaming of Tang Yunran addressing him as husband. An inevitability, he mused, for he refused to believe that his relentless pursuit of Tang Yunran would prove fruitless. If it did, he would have squandered his handsome countenance and robust physique. The requisites for unlocking the Emporium have been fulfilled. Shall it be unlocked forthwith? The system's pronouncement was abrupt. Open. The Emporium has been unlocked. Please peruse at your leisure. Janguke promptly accessit. The Emporium boasted an extensive array of wares. A cursory glance revealed a familiar item, the Divine Luck Amulet. A veritable treasure. What was its cost and experience points? Jiang Che scrutinized the price tag beneath the amulet. A staggering 100,000 experience points. And merely for 24 hours. Exorbitant indeed. How many experience points do I currently possess? 24, 0, 51 unattainable. Even if he could afford it, he would hesitate. However, in the event of a life-threatening crisis, exchanging for one would be exceedingly prudent. In this era of peace, the probability of encountering a life-threatening predicament remained negligible. Nonetheless, he keenly felt the need for additional experience points, a reliance on his petite fiancée. He perused the other offerings. A 20 boost to allure demanded 20,000 experience points. Achievable, yet he remained circumspect. Prodigy vocalist and amp, oppos, S voice, 29,845. Deity of song, 124,561. Culinary god, 123,456. This system was a veritable polymath. Alas, the exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable. Old Jiang, what occupies your thoughts? Liao Najd Jiang Che. Contemplating matters. Contemplating matters? Surely you and oppos. Repondering the comely tang, the campus bell? Liao Chorlat suggestively. Jiang Che regarded Li Hao with a puzzled expression. What are you implying? Cease your pretense. I have gleaned from the campus bell and amp, oppos, as confident that you harbor intentions toward her. Jean Xiaoqiao divulged this? Indeed, she conveyed a message on behalf of the campus bell. Tang Yunran enlisted Jean Xiaoqiao to relay a message. Why not communicate directly through WeChat? Precisely. Jean Xiaoqiao's verbatim words were, cease your infatuation, for she will never reciprocate your affections. Upon concluding his pronouncement, Li Hao exhibited apprehension for his comrade, fearing a precipitous descent from the edifice. Oh, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. He remained resolute that these were not Tang Yunran and amp, oppos, as authentic sentiments. Me vaam, oppos, what vaam, oppos? Is this the extent of your response? Uncharacteristic, indeed. Is this the calm preceding the tempest? Old Jiang, are you well? I am quite well, Jiang Che affirmed, his demeanor composed. The more composed Jiang Che appeared, the more concerned Li Hao became. Old Jiang, do you regard me as a brother? Why do you pose such a query? Jiang Che regarded Li Hao with bewilderment. If you deem me a brother, then refrain from suppressing your emotions. Unburden yourself of all negativity upon me. Vent your frustrations freely. I harbor no negativity. I am genuinely well. Old Jiang. Li Hao clapped Jiang Che on the shoulder, regarding him with solemnity. There are myriad fish in the sea. Why fixate on a single bloom? Especially given that she is the campus belle of Jiangxing University. Cease your unrealistic aspirations. Fatso, your words displease me. How is my affection for Tang Yunran unrealistic? We are a comely couple, a match made in heaven, predestined by fate upon a 3-live stone. Tang Yunran is destined to become my wife, Jiang Che and oppos, S wife. He and oppos, S ensnared too deeply. Beyond redemption. Li Hao shook his head. A different approach was warranted. Old Jiang, are you available this weekend? What is the occasion? Several comrades, and I intend to arrange a social gathering with a few damsels. Currently, we have 3 males and 4 females. We require an additional male to complete the ensemble. Would you oblige? Seek another. He wished to avoid Tang Yunran and oppos, S awareness of his participation in such an event. Old Jiang, you must attend. I have already disseminated your photograph, and the fair maidens acquiesced to the gathering upon beholding your handsome visage. Should you decline, the gathering will dissolve. That is of no concern to me. I did not authorize the dissemination of my photograph. Furthermore, did you not previously assert that I am merely a filler? Old Jiang, you cannot be so callous. While you may not care, you must consider your brother and oppos as circumstances. I have yet to experience a courtship. You cannot condemn me to a life of perpetual bachelorhood. Upon hearing Li Hao and amp, oppos, S entreaty, Jiang Che recalled his previous existence. Li Hao and amp, oppos, S familial circumstances were relatively affluent, affording him a lavish lifestyle. Regrettably, he selected the wrong spouse, only to discover 5 years into their marriage that he had been cuckolded. None of his wife and oppos, S progeny were his own, and the 3 biological fathers eventually arrived to claim their offspring. Subsequently, Li Hao spiraled into despondency, frequenting casinos and entertainment establishments, ultimately incurring exorbitant debts and sustaining injuries that necessitated hospitalization. If his memory served him correctly, Li Hao's wife was a product of this very social gathering. Li Hao was his brother, and in his previous life, he only learned of Li Hao and Appo's tribulations upon his hospitalization. He could not passively observe this tragedy unfold. Fatso, heed my words. I have divined that your attendance at this gathering portends ill fortune. Refrain from attending. Li Hao and Appo's lips contorted in exasperation, inwardly acknowledging Jiang Che and Appo's desperation in fabricating such a preposterous tale to evade the gathering. A last resort was required. Li Hao approached the window, regarding Jiang Che with unwavering resolve. Old Jiang, should you refuse, I shall leap from this precipice. Chapter 20. Tang Yunran can never forget Jiang Che upon witnessing Li Hao and Appo's resolute demeanor. Jiang Che understood that he could not dissuade him from attending the social event. Since it was futile to prevent him, he might as well accompany him and adapt as the situation unfolds. Just as this thought crossed Jiang Che's mind, he noticed Wu Qingshu and Wang Zhen entering the classroom. As Wu Qingshu approached, he issued a fierce challenge. Jiang Che, our basketball match between the two classes is about to commence. You better be ready. We shall determine the victor, and the loser must withdraw from pursuing Yunran forever. What are you taking Yunran for? A wager? Jiang Che retorted, gazing at Wu Qingshu with a calm yet defiant expression, youthful arrogance glimmering in his eyes. Are you afraid? Wu Qingshu provocatively pressed. Your provocations hold no sway over me. Yunran is a person, not an object to gamble with. I would never use her as a stake. Who the hell treats Yunran as a mere wager? Just answer this. Do you dare challenge me? Is he afraid? He possesses a system. What could he possibly fear? Jiang Che recalled that one could exchange basketball proficiency attributes in the marketplace. Fine, I'll accept your challenge. If you lose, you must keep your distance from Yunran and cease all pursuit. Wu Qingshu burst into laughter. Jiang Che, you just claimed that this is tantamount to wagering Yunran. And yet here you are, doing precisely that. I and Appo's am different from you. My intentions are not to wager her. I merely wish to protect her from the incessant buzzing of flies around her. You and Appo's. Requite something. Wu Qingshu exclaimed, his fingers trembling with rage. Just wait. On the court, we shall see if you can maintain your bravado. With that, Wu Qingshu stormed out of the classroom, and Li Hao approached, his brow furrowed. Old Jiang, you shouldn't have accepted that bet with Wu Qingshu. Despite his privileged background, he possesses genuine skill in basketball. I've heard he has even trained at a basketball camp. You're no match for him. While a stint at a basketball camp is indeed impressive for an ordinary person, it pales in comparison to the proficiency of professional players. Jiang Che resolved to keep a low profile, merely showcasing a standard level of basketball skill. Rest assured, I won to lose, Jiang Che declared confidently. Li Hao scratched his head, utterly perplexed by Jiang Che's unwavering confidence. In the art department classroom, Tang Yunran was lost in thought, not merely daydreaming, but replaying her conversation with Jiang Che from the previous night in her mind. I miss you, he had said, calling her baby. The more she pondered, the redder her cheeks became. She wished to stop thinking about it, yet Jiang Che's deep, masculine voice lingered in her thoughts, as if she were bewitched. Was she truly unable to let go of him? Yet, she had resolved to no longer harbor feelings for Jiang Che. Just as she was grappling with her tumultuous emotions, Jin Xiaoqiao's lamenting voice broke through her reverie. Oh dear, Yunran, why do we choose to take history? And with such a strict professor, we're doomed. There's no way we'll pass this final exam. Tang Yunran turned to see Jin Xiaoqiao despondently slumped over her history textbook. Give me the book. I'll help you highlight the key points. Really? Do you know what the key points are? Jin Xiaoqiao asked, her expression one of skepticism. Ido, Tang Yunran replied. Taking the book from Jin Xiaoqiao and marking it with a red pen, recalling the key points from her previous life's exam. She remembered that the final history exam had been particularly challenging, with most of the class needing to retake it. Jin Xiaoqiao had certainly not passed. With my highlighted key points, if you grasp at least 70, you'll definitely pass the exam, Tang Yunran asserted with unwavering certainty. Is that true? Jin Xiaoqiao asked. Still doubtful. I promise I'm not deceiving you, Tang Yunran assured her. All right, You're my best friend, and I believe in you. This weekend, I'll work hard. Yes, good luck, Tang Yunran encouraged her. Suddenly, Jean Xiaoqiao remembered something. Yunran, I need you to do me a favor. What is it? This weekend, I promised to attend a social gathering with some friends. Since you've worked so hard to help me, I don't want to fail, and I certainly don't want to disappoint you. Could you attend the gathering in my place? Attend the gathering? Tang Yunran frowned. I'm not fond of such events. College social gatherings are not about friendship. They're merely opportunities to escape the single life. In my past life, I gave all my love, only to be left with wounds that ran deep. I've lost hope. I don't wish to tread the same path again. I've resolved to remain single for this lifetime. Being alone is quite nice. I assent it. Yunran, please help me. If I don't go, it'll end up being 4 guys and 3 girls, and I'll be the one to blame. They'll surely resent me. Yunran, you're the best. Just blend in. If anyone approaches you, just emanate your cool goddess aura and keep them at bay. It'll be perfect. Jean Xiaoqiao was her closest friend, who had stood by her side in her previous life. To be honest, during the years following Jiang Che's passing, had it not been for Jean Xiaoqiao's unwavering support, she might have succumbed to despair. Thus, she could not resist Jean Xiaoqiao as pleading and reluctantly agreed. At that moment, chaos erupted in the classroom, with several female students rushing down the hallway in groups. What is happening? Jean Xiaoqiao asked, bewildered. Don't you know? It's the basketball match between Class 5 of the Computer Science Department and Class 6 of the Business Department, a classmate replied. Class 5 of the Business Department? ISNT that Wu Qingshu's class? I remember he is quite skilled at basketball and has trained at camp, right? Tang Yunran nodded. Yes. His uncle is a coach for the basketball team. Ah, I see. Let us go watch. Another girl exclaimed excitedly. Come on, let us go together. Jiang Che from Class 6 of the Business Department is also playing. So many girls are flocking to him. I never noticed how handsome he has become. He could rival the campus heartthrob. Jiang Che is playing too? Tang Yunran exclaimed, surprised. Chapter 21. He was hurt. Her heart ached in her previous life. She attended this basketball match. In fact, she received a message from Wu Qingshu last night, inviting her to watch the game. She distinctly remembered that Jiang Che did not participate in this match. It seemed that ever since her rebirth, many things had gone awry. She pondered this conundrum, but could not grasp the truth. Was it possible that the world she now inhabited was not the true essence of her past life? Perhaps it was a parallel universe? Confusion clouded her thoughts. What? Jiang Che is here too? Just the thought of his hand gripping Tang Yunran and Oppos, S in the infirmary a few days ago ignited a blaze of fury within Jean Xiaoqiao. What a disgrace. Yunran, we're not going, she declared. Tang Yunran nodded in agreement. She shared the same sentiment and resolved to set aside the events of the past few days. From this moment forth, she would maintain clarity and composure. If she said she wouldn't go, then she wouldn't, and she would sever all ties with Jiang Che cleanly. Should he seek her out in the future, she would adopt an air of indifference, completely ignoring him. Despite her firm resolve, her eyes betrayed her will as they involuntarily drifted toward the window. No peeking. Tang Yunran forcibly turned her head away, distracting herself with art. She pulled out her sketchbook and began to draw. Within 5 minutes, she had sketched a basketball. As she focused intently on her drawing, it seemed to come alive, with Jiang Che dribbling and preparing to shoot. Suddenly, Tang Yunran pushed her chair back and stood up. Jean Xiaoqiao looked up at her. Yunran, what are you doing? I'm heading to the restroom. The scene shifted. Tang Yunran found herself at the basketball court. The match had yet to commence, with both teams engaged in warm-up routines. Her eyes immediately fell upon Jiang Che, clad in a striking red jersey. Dashing, radiant, captivating, he was undoubtedly the focal point of the entire arena. With his handsome face, impressive physique, and the unique charm of a sunlit youth, he effortlessly captured Tang Yunran's heart, causing her cheeks to flush and her pulse to quicken. Love Experience 579. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Che halted his warm-up, scanning the crowd. After a brief survey, his gaze ultimately landed on Tang Yunran. Was she here to watch him play? Knowing this, he felt an even greater urge to win. Just as he was about to wave at her, Wu Qingshu bounded over and obstructed their view. Yunran, are you here to watch me play basketball? he boasted, flexing his muscles in front of her. Tang Yunran cast an indifferent glance at Wu Qingshu's physique. It paled in comparison to Jiang Che's. She turned her head, her gaze bypassing Wu Qingshu to see Jiang Che waving at her. She raised her hand in response. Wu Qingshu, following her line of sight, spotted Jiang Che and felt a surge of indignation as he witnessed their silent exchange. How infuriating! Numerous girls in the audience gushed over Jiang Che. Wow, look at number 11. So handsome. P.S. Truly stunning. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Who cares if he has one? I'd make her an ex. Exactly. I support you. Listening to their infatuated chatter, Wu Qingshu felt his frustration mount. Can good looks really fill one's stomach? If only he could tear Jiang Che and Appo's face off and wear it himself. Tang Yunran glanced around, pouting slightly. Whether in her past life or this one, Jiang Che remained irresistibly attractive to girls. Especially now, he was so striking that it made her want to return home and have little monkeys with him. Watching the sunlight glint off his flawless skin, a twinge of jealousy arose within her. If his skin continued to improve, it would soon surpass hers. That Jiang Che, how selfish he was. When she had asked him about his skincare routine, he refused to divulge unless she called him an amp. Appo's, hubby, and amp. Appo's. She certainly had no intention of calling him that. Jin Xiaoqiao and Tang Yunran were fixated on Jiang Che, jealousy boiling within them as Wu Qingshu declared, Yunran, I will definitely win this basketball game. Just wait and see. With that, he turned his intense gaze toward Jiang Che, intent on obliterating his annoying visage with the ball. With a sharp whistle, the game commenced. The moment Wu Qingshu secured the ball, he launched a fierce attack, demonstrating the prowess he honed at basketball camp. The crowd erupted in cheers as he dribbled past 3 opponents. Listening to the thunderous applause, Wu Qingshu felt as though he was soaring. Did you see that? This is my power. I am the king of this court. He prepared to dunk. However, just as he leaped, Jiang Che blocked him with an ironclad defense. How could this be? When did Jiang Che arrive? How was his jump so much higher? Before Wu Qingshu could process this, Jiang Che and amp. Appo's hand came crashing down like a steel plate. With a resounding smack, he was blocked. Not only that, but Jiang Che and amp. Appo's strength was astounding. The force of the block sent Wu Qingshu sprawling to the ground, wide-eyed in disbelief as he watched Jiang Che land gracefully. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. So handsome, so impressive. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Tang Yunran's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, shimmering with admiration. Love Experience 520, Love Experience 521, Love Experience 522. The notifications continued, cascading one after another. Jiang Che glanced at Tang Yunran and, noticing the glow in her eyes, couldn't an amp, Appo's, help but smile at her. The youth, the sunlight, the smile, the sweat, all intertwined, exuding an intoxicating aura of masculinity that left Tang Yunran utterly captivated. Love Experience 812, Love Experience 799, Love Experience 808, Love Experience 816. The system and amp, Appo's notifications intensified, their quality rising with each chime. The girls surrounding Tang Yunran were beside themselves, shrieking in delight. Did you see that? He looked at me just now. He must be interested. How narcissistic. He was clearly looking at me. Oh my God. That radiant smile has stolen my heart. I'm done for. As the match progressed, Wu Qingshu glared daggers at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, don't get too cocky. I was careless before, but this time I want to go easy on you. Bring it on, Jiang Che said, spinning the basketball in his hand. Oomph. Wu Qingshu huffed angrily as he walked away. Li Hao approached, slinging an arm around Jiang Che and amp. Appo's shoulders. Old Jiang, when did you become this formidable? Just practicing for fun. By the way, pass me the ball later. Sure, no problem. Now, it was Jiang Che's turn to attack, and Wu Qingshu was eager to unleash his fury upon him. He was determined to humiliate Jiang Che in front of Tang Yunran. Li Hao passed the ball to Jiang Che, who charged forward with it. Wu Qingshu assumed a defensive stance, asserting, "You all guard someone else. Jiang Che is mine." The humiliation he had endured earlier must be avenged. He could hardly believe that after spending such a long time in the basketball training camp, he was outperformed by a mere pretty boy. Not while I'm here. Jiang Che, you shall not pass. Wu Qingxu spread his arms, positioning himself in front of Jiang Che. He considered his defense flawless. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Che effortlessly maneuvered around him, leaving him in the dust. How is this possible? His uncle was a coach at the basketball training camp, frequently praising his talent and inspiring him to aspire to be an exceptional player. Yet, he found the training too grueling. Coming from a wealthy family with a publicly listed company, he had no desire to toil through arduous practice sessions. Old Wu, stop dawdling. Defend. Wing Zeneapos. Esse booming. Chapter 22. Jiang Che. You wicked rascal, are you all right? Tang Yunran and Apos. Eyes were red with worry. Apos. Me fine. Jiang Che replied through clenched teeth. Tang Yunran's gaze fell upon the blood on Jiang Che's knee, her heart leaping to her throat, her furrowed brows betraying her deep concern. How could he claim to be fine in such a state? Let me help you to the infirmary. All right. Jiang Che, without any hesitation, leaned his arm on Tang Yunran and Apos' shoulder. Her petite and delicate frame made him cautious as he merely rested his hand lightly upon her. You can lean on me. It's all right, I can manage. As she spoke, Tang Yunran wrapped her arms around Jiang Che's waist, pulling him closer. Jiang Che was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected benefit of his injury. This pain was not in vain. It was quite delightful. Concealing his joy, Jiang Che felt the need to exaggerate his condition a bit, so that she would feel even more sympathetic towards him. Just as Jiang Che was indulging in such thoughts, Wu Qingxu intercepted them. Yinran, why are you being so kind to him? Just because he is handsome? Don't let this pretty boy deceive you. He is nothing but a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, truly wicked. Wu Qingxu's voice was a mix of urgency and anger, especially as he noticed Jiang Che's hand resting on Tang Yunran's shoulder, positioned to effortlessly grasp the stars if he so desired. The villain here is you, Tang Yunran retorted, her chest heaving with indignation as she glared at Wu Qingxu. Wu Qingxu, you've gone too far. How dare you pull on Jiang Che's clothes? If his leg is injured, we will settle this matter. Seeing Tang Yunran's fierce anger on his behalf, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that this girl possessed such a fierce side. Her readiness to confront Wu Qingxu suggested she might leap at him at any moment. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he felt. This little girl claimed she didn't like him, yet she treated him as if he were family. Step aside. Tang Yunran was genuinely furious. Jiang Che's leg was wounded, blood still oozing from his knee, and instead of apologizing, Wu Qingxu accused him of being bad. Calm down, it's just a minor injury. Really, Jiang Che attempted to soothe her. Don't speak. Tang Yunran shouted back at Jiang Che. He was being foolish. Talking while injured. Didn't he realize he needed to conserve his strength? Why was he defending Wu Qingxu? Had he shown her such kindness in the past? Did he hold Wu Qingxu in higher regard than her? With this thought, Tang Yunran found herself harboring resentment towards Wu Qingxu. Wu Qingxu, upon seeing the glare Tang Yunran directed at him, felt not only anger, but also a tinge of jealousy. While he could comprehend her anger, he found jealousy quite perplexing. Fine, I'll heed your words and remain silent. Jiang Che intentionally leaned closer to Tang Yunran, inhaling the faint medicinal fragrance emanating from her. The more he inhaled, the more enchanting it became, rendering him addicted. As Tang Yunran realized how close Jiang Che was, his profile nearly brushing against her face, she thought to herself how he was so severely injured, yet still trying to act tough. Was he being too distant with her? After all, just last night, he had affectionately called her darling. How could he not regard her as his own? Infuriated, Tang Yunran unconsciously quickened her pace. Jiang Che, with his injured leg still bleeding, struggled to keep up and stumbled slightly, letting out a low groan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to walk so fast. As Tang Yunran turned her head, she inadvertently bumped into Jiang Che's lips. In that instant, her face flushed crimson, resembling a cooked shrimp, and even steaming. Jiang Che had been leaning closely against Tang Yunran, seeking to absorb every moment and increase his affection points. He and T expected such a delightful surprise to occur. Once she regained her composure, Tang Yunran's eyes darted around in a flurry. Rest assured, no one saw that, Jiang Che said, touching his lips. Dan Dunzang, catching sight of his gesture, felt an overwhelming desire to find a mouse hole to hide in. He must have done that on purpose. It was infuriating. Had it not been for his injury, she would have certainly thrown him aside. In the classroom, Jean Xiaoqiao was reviewing the highlights Tang Yunran had drawn for her. Has it been 20 minutes already? Did Yunran go to the restroom? Just as Jean Xiaoqiao pondered this, a new message popped up on the campus network. Being a gossip enthusiast, she was determined to stay informed about any campus happenings. Upon taking out her phone, she was taken aback. The headline on the campus network featured a harmonious scene of Tang Yunran supporting Jiang Che. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be in the restroom? Why was she with that pretty boy Jiang Che? What on earth is going on? After assisting Jiang Che to the infirmary, Tang Yunran urgently called the doctor over. Doctor, please help him stop the bleeding. Hurry. Doctor, please take your time. You don't want to hurt him. The doctor looked up, casting a strangely complex glance at Tang Yunran. Observing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Che reassured her, it's just a small injury. You're making it seem like I'm on the brink of death. Death. The very word struck a nerve in Tang Yunran. In her previous life, receiving the news of Jiang Che's demise had shattered her world. It was no exaggeration to say that the sky had fallen. She felt as though the entire world had turned dark, unable to accept that Jiang Che had left her forever. Later, abandoning everything, she rushed to the hospital, only to find a white cloth covering his face. Overcome with grief, she couldn't help but weep uncontrollably. She could not accept the reality of Jiang Che's death, pleading with the doctor to save him, even at the cost of her own life. Jiang Che watched Tang Yunran, noting her increasing sorrow and despair. Did he say something wrong? Reflecting on his words, he realized he hadn't said anything particularly alarming. Why, then, did she appear on the verge of tears, with glistening droplets threatening to spill from her eyes? Yunran? Jiang Che tentatively called out to her. Tang Yunran remained lost in the sorrow of losing Jiang Che in her previous life, oblivious to his call. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Che reached out, gently grasping her hand. Yunran? What is the matter? With his touch, Tang Yunran finally snapped back to reality, looking at the vibrant Jiang Che before her, as opposed to the cold, lifeless body she had mourned. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw herself into Jiang Che's embrace. Whoa, Jiang Che, you wicked rascal. How could you say the word death? You want to die. You shall never die. Whoa. Chapter 23. Tang Yunran was brought to tears, large droplets streaming down her cheeks, soaking Jiang Che's clothes within mere seconds. Jiang Che stood in a daze, bewildered. What had she just said? Her words, that he would not die, that he would never die? At that moment, a bold thought began to take root in Jiang Che and Appo's mind. Could it be that she had also experienced rebirth? Gazing down at Tang Yunran, who was sobbing uncontrollably in his embrace, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. In his past life, after his sudden demise, as his soul departed from his body, he had witnessed Tang Yunran weeping over his cold, lifeless form, her grief tearing at his heart. It was precisely this image that now unfolded before him. The more he contemplated, the more convinced Jiang Che became of the likelihood of his burgeoning thought. Yet, something felt amiss. If she truly had been reborn, endowed with memories of her previous life, how could she so readily forgive him? He distinctly remembered her resolute words. If everything could start anew, I would never fall for you again. That despair, that determination, remained etched in his memory, vivid and fresh. But if that were not the case, how could Tang Yunran have uttered such sentiments earlier? And why did her current emotional outburst defy explanation? As Tang Yunran continued to weep sorrowfully upon him, Jiang Che sighed and gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her like one would a child. However, his attempts at consolation only deepened her sadness, making her cries more pronounced. Before Jean Xiaoqiao could reach the infirmary door, he was already met with the sound of Tang Yunran's weeping. Tang Yunran was crying? That scoundrel Jiang Che had actually bullied her to tears. Accompanying him was Li Hao, who, upon hearing the cries, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He thought to himself, Jiang Che usually appeared so serious. How could he have reduced the illustrious Tang Yunran to tears? Was he merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, revealing his true nature when presented with an opportunity to be alone with the school beauty? Furious, Jin Xiaoqiao stormed into the infirmary, ready to confront Jiang Che, only to find Tang Yunran sobbing heart-wrenchingly in his arms. Upon witnessing this scene, he halted, stunned into silence. Li Hao, entering shortly after, was equally taken aback. Tang Yunran, noticing the commotion, suddenly became aware of her surroundings and quickly withdrew from Jiang Che's embrace. Oh no, how'd she lost control of her emotions like that? Surely he must think her behavior quite strange. And the fact that Jin Xiaoqiao and the others had witnessed her earlier affection towards Jiang Che was utterly mortifying. How could she explain this? Jin Xiaoqiao approached Tang Yunran, his gaze filled with incredulity, as he reached out to touch her forehead. No fibe? Tang Yunran wished desperately for a mouse hole to hide in. Though the hole was non-existent, she could still escape the scene. Resolute, she turned and fled. Yunran, where are you going? Wait for me. Jin Xiaoqiao shouted, chasing after her. Li Hao, withdrawing his gaze from the door, gave Jiang Che a thumbs up. Impressive. You actually managed to win over the great school beauty, he exclaimed. Eh? You got her, but why did you make her cry? Li Hao inquired with curiosity. I want to know too. Jiang Che glanced at the injury on his knee, his mind flooded with images of Tang Yunran's tears. You think I wouldn't know? Or perhaps you just don't want to say. Li Hao persisted, unconvinced, sensing that Jiang Che was withholding something. His instincts told him that something unspeakable must have transpired between Jiang Che and the school beauty, resulting in her tears. Did you do something to her? Li Hao smirked, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Che. Jiang Che wore a look of exasperation. Do you think I and Amp, Oppos, am a one-minute man? What kind of absurdity is that? In such a short time, do you take me for a bean sprout? Besides, did you not see my leg is injured? Later, Jiang Che sent a message to Tang Yunran, but it went unanswered. Perhaps she was still too emotional to respond. He decided to wait until later to message her again. That evening, at home, it had been over an hour past mealtime, and Jiang Mingquan had yet to return. Mom, have you called Dad? Linya asked, her brow furrowed. His phone is off. He forgot to charge it last night, she replied. I and Oppos. I'll go look for him. Just as Jiang Che was about to step outside, Jiang Mingquan returned. Why are you home so late? Jiang Che asked. The electric bike broke down. I pushed it back, Jiang Mingquan replied, changing into his slippers, fatigue etched across his face. Looking at his father, weathered by life as struggles, Jiang Che felt a swell of emotions. His father had always been the backbone of their family, never complaining, silently shouldering burdens alone. Father, I and Oppos. V bought you a car. You want Teeny to ride the electric bike anymore? Jiang Che declared, pulling a set of car keys from his pocket and handing them to Jiang Mingquan. Staring at the BMW keys in his hand, Jiang Mingquan was momentarily rendered speechless. You bought a BMW. How much did that cost? You can end Amp, Oppos. T just spend money recklessly. What? A BMW? Although Lin knew little about cars, she recognized that a BMW was a considerable expense. Xiao Che, didn't Ti ask you to save the leftover money? Had I known you would waste it, I would have taken the money back to save for your future wife, she lamented, her gaze filled with concern for the keys in Jiang Mingquan's hand. What? You bought a BMW? Where is it? Take me to see it, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, wheeling himself excitedly from the room. Go, don't make a fuss, Jiang Mingquan admonished, glancing at Jiang Yuan with a furrowed brow. Xiao Che, you should quickly return the car. It's not easy to win a prize. We cannot be extravagant. We are an ordinary family, not in business, so why drive a BMW? I can ride an electric bike just fine, though he voiced his concerns. Jiang Mingquan's hands trembled around the BMW keys. What man does not cherish a car? He had longed for his own vehicle, not necessarily an expensive one, but one worth around 100,000 would suffice. He had planned to buy a car once Jiang Che entered university, but with Jiang Che's acceptance into Jiangqing University, which came with a hefty tuition fee, he had to temporarily shelve those plans. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Che had bought him a car, a BMW no less, worth several 100,000. Even his boss did not own a car as expensive. Dad, I truly did not spend recklessly. I merely invested the remaining money in the stock market. Fortune smiled upon me, and I profited immensely from consecutive days of gains, Jiang Che explained. You're trading stocks? And you made a profit? Jiang Mingquan was left astounded. Chapter 24. Their son is truly capable. Yes, Dad, I and Oppos. He made a profit from stocks. Jiang Che did not intend to deceive them. It was simply inconvenient to discuss the system. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Jiang Yuan's tone was one of admiration as she called the brother. Indeed, my luck has been exceptional lately. Jiang Che feigned a nonchalant demeanor, which only heightened their belief in his good fortune with stocks. My little Che is truly remarkable. Linya had once envied the children of others, but now she felt none of that envy, for her son had become the object of admiration. How much have you earned from those stocks? Jiang Mingquan clutched the car keys tightly, reluctant to let go. He pondered that if the earnings were modest, it might be better to return the car. But if the profits were substantial, he yearned to experience the thrill of driving a BMW. Don't worry, Dad. You can drive this car with confidence. The stock I bought is quite promising. If this trend continues, you might soon fulfill your dream of opening a restaurant. Opening a restaurant, becoming a boss. This was Jiang Mingquan's long-held aspiration, a dream he thought might never come to fruition due to financial constraints. Now, hearing his son's assurance ignited a wave of excitement within him. His hands trembled around the car keys, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. The food is getting cold. Let's eat quickly. After dinner, Dad, you can drive us out for a spin, Jiang Che suggested. Brother is right. A drive in the BMW sounds exhilarating, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, relishing the thought. All right, let in Oppos. Let's finish our meal first, then I and Oppos. I'll take you out, Jiang Mingquan replied, tucking the keys into his pocket. Throughout dinner, he occasionally reached into his pocket, fearing this might all be a dream that could vanish upon waking. After the meal, Jiang Mingquan excitedly drove the family for a joyride. Had he not had to work the next day, he would have taken the BMW on a tour around Jiang City. They say joy rejuvenates the spirit, and upon returning from their outing, Jiang Mingquan was radiant, his once-bent posture straightened, and his face beaming with newfound confidence. For the first time in his life, he felt truly alive, all thanks to his remarkable son. Little Che is indeed capable, Linya said, her voice filled with pride. Indeed, he truly is my son, Jiang Mingquan boasted. Enough of that. It's not all my doing, Linya replied playfully. Yes, dear, you've done well. Tonight, I'll make sure to pamper you, Jiang Mingquan said with a grin. You old rascal, how old are you? Who is old? I'm just over 40. In my prime, if I work hard, perhaps I could give little Che and little Yuan a brother or sister. Stop it, you're getting more absurd. What am I saying that's absurd? With the country's three-child policy, I'm merely responding to the call of the nation, contributing to its future development. Linya could see that Jiang Mingquan was genuinely happy. She often caught him watching car-related live streams on his phone. Now that their son had gifted him a BMW worth hundreds of thousands, how could he not be thrilled? Given Jiang Mingquan's exuberance, it seemed he might not sleep tonight. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yuan tapped on Jiang Che and Oppos' door. Come in, Jiang Che replied, immediately recognizing it was Jiang Yuan. What brings you here so late? Jiang Yuan produced a pack of spicy strips from her wheelchair and Oppos' storage bag and handed it to Jiang Che. Let's cut to the chase. Jiang Che had never successfully obtained a spicy strip from Jiang Yuan before. He always had to snatch it or steal from her room. Jiang Yuan blinked her big, round eyes at him. Brother, you must tell me honestly, where did all that money come from? Don't worry, I want to tell Mom and Dad. I robbed a bank. Brother, you're joking, right? All right, I'll be honest. The person standing before you is not the present me, but a reincarnation from the future. After being reborn, I bound myself to a system, mastering the secrets of wealth. Making money is a piece of cake. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically, nearly losing sight of her pupils. Miserius, Jiang que insiste d'ernestly. Yeah, right? I knew you wouldn't tell me the truth. Whatever, Jiang Yuan muttered as she wheeled away from his room. Watching her leave in a huff, Jiang Che chuckled and shook his head. After speaking with Jiang Yuan, he felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, granting him a sense of ease. Indeed, one cannot keep everything bottled up. Sharing burdens with someone can lighten the load significantly. Now, only the matter with Tang Yunran remained unresolved. He had messaged her earlier, yet there had been no response. He decided to send another message, and if she did not reply again, he would seek her out in her classroom the next day. Just as he picked up his phone, a message from Tang Yunran arrived. The doctor said you shouldn't get your injury wet. Reading this message, Jiang Che felt a wave of relief wash over him. She truly cared about him. I should tease her a bit, he thought. Why did you just message me now? I already took a shower. No wonder my leg hurt so much. Tang Yunran frowned. How old are you? Don't you have basic common sense? After such a serious injury, how could you take a shower? That is why I needed someone to remind me. After sending that message, Jiang Che followed up with a voice note. Ran, would you like to be that person? As soon as Tang Yunran opened the voice message, she was hit with a wave of emotion. The boy's voice was melodious, laced with a magnetic charm unique to men, especially in the stillness of the night. His voice was captivating enough to make her heart race. He had the audacity to use such a charming tone to entice her, which left her utterly flustered. What did you say? I don't understand. Jiang Che was no fool. He recognized that Tang Yunran was avoiding a direct answer. If he pressed further, he would only appear foolish. The lack of a direct response from her could mean two things. She was either shy about her feelings or uncertain about how to articulate them. Unable to pursue that topic further, Jiang Che shifted gears. There was a question he had been meaning to ask her since the afternoon, but had not yet voiced. What did you mean by what you said in the infirmary this afternoon? Chapter 25. Sweet words. Tang Yunran's pupils dilated in sudden surprise. He actually asked, what should she do? How should she respond? Tang Yunran felt a tumult of anxiety within her. Jiang Che stared at the unchanging screen of his phone, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he analyzed the situation. During the day, he had begun to suspect that Tang Yunran, like him, might have also been reborn. Although the notion of dual reincarnation seemed utterly fantastical, why should it be that only he was allowed to experience it? Was there no possibility for Tang Yunran to have been reborn as well? It simply did not make sense. The world did not revolve solely around him. As Jiang Che pondered this, Tang Yunran finally sent a message. You think too much. It's meaningless. She clutched her shirt at her chest, nervously biting her lower lip. Stay calm. Do not lose composure. As long as she did not admit to being reborn, who could assert that she was? Was it truly just his overthinking? Jiang Che furrowed his brow, reflecting on recent events. On the very first day of his rebirth, Tang Yunran had called out his name. At that moment, he had wondered how she, the campus belle of Jiangchen University, knew his name. Was it as he suspected? Jiang Che could not be certain, nor did he possess concrete evidence. Everything was mere conjecture. Perhaps it was best not to overthink it. Regardless of the truth, Tang Yunran would remain Tang Yunran. Her essence would not change due to the circumstances of reincarnation. He had long since resolved to care for her in this life, to amend the mistakes and regrets of the past. It's fine. I saw you crying so sadly, and I was worried, he texted. Upon reading Jiang Che and Oppo's message, Tang Yunran visibly relaxed. It turned out she was the one overthinking. Jiang Che's inquiry was merely an expression of concern, devoid of any fantastical theories. How was your leg? She recalled Jiang Che mentioning bathing earlier, feeling a surge of irritation. Why did he not take better care of himself? Did he not care, or did others not care? She referred to Jiang Che's parents. Yes, she meant his parents, which had nothing to do with her. Leg? Which one? Jiang Che deleted the message he had just edited. Too frivolous. It was better to remain serious. Actually, I lied. I didn't bathe. Is it amusing to tease me? Tang Yunran typed angrily on her phone. Still, Tang Yunran's frustration escalated, and just as she was about to toss her phone aside and ignore Jiang Che, he sent another message. I enjoy teasing you. I only like teasing you. Instantly, Tang Yunran's face flushed. She bit her lip, stifling a shy smile. Her heart racing uncontrollably. I've noticed you've changed. You've become quite the smooth talker. I should clarify, I am not smooth talking. This is merely sweet talk for you. How cheesy. Tang Yunran buried her face in a pillow, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Ding. The notification chimed once more. Are you free on Saturday? I want to go see a movie. Watching alone is too dull, and I'd like to invite you. Jiang Che wanted to ask her out to a movie. Tang Yunran's breath quickened. If she went, would that count as a date? After the events of the day, her feelings had significantly shifted. She had previously thought of avoiding Jiang Che, wishing to forget him, not wanting to repeat the mistakes of her past life. Yet, upon seeing him injured and bleeding, hearing him speak of death, her emotions became overwhelming. It turned out, she still loved him deeply, an affection embedded in her very soul. She could not forget him. If Jiang Che truly wished to treat her well, perhaps she could dare to love him boldly once more. Yet, in her heart, she knew the pain inflicted by this man in her past life lingered heavily, and escaping that hurt was not as simple as it seemed. Given this, she decided to let things unfold naturally. Where are you? Sleeping? Jiang Che sent 2 messages in quick succession. Tang Yunran snapped back to the present. I promised Xiao I would help on Saturday. I have no time. Jiang Che slapped his forehead. In his eagerness to ask Tang Yunran out, he had forgotten about his commitment to Li Hao for a social event. I just remembered. I have something on Saturday too. How about Sunday? Are you free then? Sunday works. Great, then it's settled. I'll come to pick you up. Don't come. I'll go myself. Tang Yunran insisted, not wanting her family to know about her connection with Jiang Che, especially her 3 older brothers. In her past life, her brothers had despised Jiang Che, believing he was unworthy of her, and had beaten him up several times, leaving him battered and bruised. Although the past was the past, the memories of those fights remained vivid in her mind, and it was best to keep them apart. Why can't I pick you up? Jiang Che had initially planned to remove the bike's rear seat to ride over to her. I'm afraid my family will see you and misunderstand our relationship. Tang Yunran's words held a hint of testing, probing Jiang Che and Appo's feelings toward her. Jiang Che, not a naive young man, perceived the underlying meaning in her words. He could easily affirm their relationship, but such a declaration could complicate matters. He had already devised a plan to give Tang Yunran a grand and unforgettable romantic confession on Qixi Festival, and until then, he would have to exercise restraint. I'm not afraid of misunderstandings. I'll pick you up regardless. Upon reading this message, Tang Yunran's face fell with disappointment. She had fantasized that Jiang Che would assert they were already in that kind of relationship. Alas, that was not the case. It would be best if you didn't come. If my parents see you, it's one thing, but if my 3 brothers see you, they are very protective of me and often warn me to stay away from wolves. If they catch sight of you, I fear they might resort to violence. Upon reading this, Jiang Che felt a pang of discomfort. His 3 uncles often teamed up to beat him, 3 against 1, without any sense of martial ethics. He contemplated acquiring some martial arts skills to confront them next time, but that was merely a fleeting thought. After all, they were Tang Yunran's brothers, and in truth, they had been justified in their anger towards him for mistreating her in their past life. I'll come and pick you up this weekend. Just stay in touch with me, and when your family isn't paying attention, you can sneak out. Sneaking out? Tang Yunran Chapter 26. Jiang Che and Appo's blissful days good night. Tang Yunran typed, sending the message. Just that. Jiang Che responded with an animated sticker of a couple kissing. I sent you such a vivid and Appo's. Good night. And Appo's. You have to reciprocate. That an Appo's. That's only fair. So, he wanted her to send a sticker of a girl kissing a boy? Unthinkable. She wasn't an Appo's. T as brazen as Jiang Che. I don't an Appo's. T have any stickers? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. None? Then, say an Appo's, good night and Appo's, to me in a voice message. Saying good night in a voice message? Utterly mortifying. She could never. Ding. A new message notification. If you don't say it, I won't sleep tonight. I'll wait until you reply. Your sleep is none of my concern, Tang Yunran muttered to herself. Ding. If you don't and Appo's, T reply all night, I and Appo's. LL come to your department tomorrow and ask you in person why you wouldn't and Appo's. T say good night to me. Tang Yunran pouted, typing and sending a message. No, absolutely not. Sleep or don and Appo's. T sleep, I don and Appo's. T care. Jiang Che stared at Tang Yunran and Appo's message, pondering how to win this girl over. He thought for a long time, but couldn't and Appo's. T come up with a brilliant plan. Before he could consult Jihu for advice, Tang Yunran sent another message, a 1-second voice clip. What was it? Dream on? Or something like I won and amp. Oppose. T say it? Whatever it was, it couldn't and amp. Oppose. T be anything good. Even so, he wanted to hear Tang Yunran and amp. Oppose. S voice before bed. Jiang Che steeled himself and tapped the voice message. Good night. Jiang Che was stunned, then wiggled his ears. He listened again. Good night. The girl's voice was as melodious as a nightingale's song, with a hint of tingling sweetness. It made him feel wonderful all over. Just one word. Bliss. His darling wife had personally said good night to him. He was sure to sleep soundly tonight. Jiang Che contentedly pecked Tang Yunran and amp. Oppose. WeChat profile picture several times. He had an amp. Oppose. He realized his wife was such a tsundere. Truly adorable. Time for bed. Sunday was for a date with Tang Yunran. His days were so delightful. He felt like he was floating on air. Saturday. Before the appointed time, Li Hao was already nagging like an old woman. Lao Jiang, aren't you here yet? We're just waiting for you. Jiang Che checked the time. It was only 6:10 p.m., 20 minutes before the agreed time of 6:30. Were they all there already? 5 minutes later, Jiang Che arrived at the KTV. Pushing open the door to the private room, he found Li Hao and 2 other male classmates he didn't recognize. Not a single girl had arrived. Aren't they not here yet? You know nothing. Liu exclaimed. How could we possibly let the girls wait for us? Of course, we have to arrive early, or it'll leave a bad impression. Jiang Che didn't care about leaving a good impression on anyone. His heart belonged to Tang Yunran alone. As Jiang Che thought this, he noticed the 2 male classmates staring at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, giving him goosebumps. He wondered if they might have taken a liking to him. The other 2 male classmates were named Tian Cheng and Chen Guang. They pulled Li Hao aside. Why did you invite someone like that? Yeah, he and amp. Oppose. S so handsome. Isn't that cutting off our chances? You don't have to worry about that, Li Hao said. My brother is already taken. We were just missing one, so I brought him along to fill the spot. Hearing this, Tian Cheng and Chen Guang breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were petty, but Jiang Che and amp. Oppose. S looks were too striking. He could rival the school and amp. Oppose. S heartthrob. Fatty, what are you whispering about with them? Jiang Che asked quietly. They're worried you'll steal their thunder. So that's it. Jiang Che had thought they were staring at him because they had ulterior motives. It seemed he had overthought things. It was all Jiang Yuan's fault, always shipping couples. It had rubbed off on him. Brothers, let's set some ground rules first. So we don and oppose. To make a spectacle of ourselves and become a laughingstock for the girls, Tian Cheng suggested. Okay, I agree. Then let an oppose. Settle it like men. Arm wrestling. Whoever is stronger gets priority. Lao Jiang, come over here. Li Hao called out. You guys choose. I and amp. Oppose. Am not participating. Right, you have the campus bell, Tang. You lucky bastard. You and oppose. Re the envy of everyone. I wonder if this blind date will let me escape my single life. Li Hao said longingly. It'll give you a green hat in the future. 3 of them. Jiang Che mentally retorted. The girls should be here soon. As soon as Li Hao said this, they heard footsteps outside the door. They're here. They're here. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the door. Except for Jiang Che. Jiang Che leaned back in the innermost seat, pulled out his phone, and opened his chat with Tang Yunran. He wondered what she was doing right now. Just as Jiang Che was about to send Tang Yunran a message, Li Hao nudged him with his elbow. Lao Jiang. Look at what? I and amp. Oppose. Am not interested. No, you have to look. Chapter 27. Do you have a girlfriend? What are you looking at? A stunning beauty, perhaps? No matter how attractive she is, he won't stray. As Jiang Che turned around, he was met with the sight of Tang Yunran standing at the door, gazing at him. Dan Zun Dan. What is she doing here? Has she come to participate in the social gathering? She actually showed up for this event? Doesn't she have feelings for him? Suddenly, Jiang Che felt quite like Li Hao. Tang Yunran seemed to harbor similar thoughts. Why is he here? Is he also here for the gathering? Has an amp, oppose. To even calling her baby and saying good night to her every night? Indeed, a man and amp, oppose. S words can be deceiving. Wow, look at that handsome guy sitting at the corner. Wang Xiao exclaimed, gazing starry-eyed at Jiang Che. Oomph, can good looks fill your stomach? When choosing a boyfriend, one must opt for someone wealthy. The girl who spoke was named Mei Xian. As she spoke, her eyes scanned Jiang Che and his friends, finally settling on Li Hao. Li Hao was clad in designer brands, and the watch on his wrist was estimated to be worth 4 digits. His family must be quite well off. He asked the one. Li Hao had long noticed Mei Xian's lingering gaze on him. Old Jiang, look at that girl. She seems quite interested in me. What do you think of her? Li Hao said excitedly. Not much, Jiang Che replied, his expression towards Mei Xian decidedly unfriendly. Really? I think she and Appos is quite nice, and she keeps looking my way, as if she and Appos has taken a liking to me. As Li Hao spoke, he noticed Mei Xian was subtly flirting with him. He believed his springtime of love was finally arriving. She's not interested in you. She's interested in your watch, Jiang Che remarked, eyeing the timepiece on Li Hao's wrist, a gift from a wealthy relative for his 18th birthday. Worth several thousand. Interested in my watch? Impossible. This is a men's model. Why would a girl like it? Jiang Che felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing Li Hao's comments. It served him right that his friend had been so thoroughly deceived in his past life, only realizing after wearing 3 green hats that the child was not his. His intellect was quite questionable. The 4 boys and 4 girls sat down opposite one another. Jiang Che was genuinely busy, having to keep an eye on Tang Yunran while managing his friends. Shall we introduce ourselves first? Tian Chung suggested. Sure, I and Amp, Appos, LL go first. My name is Tian Chung, a student in the management department at Jiaoda. I enjoy sports, particularly football. I must emphasize that I am currently single and have had 1 previous relationship. I am Chen Guang, also from the management department at Jiaoda, and we share a dorm. My hobby is singing. I believe my voice is quite pleasant. I can showcase my talent later. I am Li Hao, studying at Jian University. I'm not very tall, but adequately plump and have a somewhat appealing appearance. Although I am merely a university student, I possess a house and a car, and I am kind-hearted. I love food, and my greatest dream is to savor cuisines from around the world. After Li Hao finished his introduction, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Che. Tang Yunran was watching him as well, along with the other 3 girls, including Mei Xian. Despite Mei Xian not being interested in Jiang Che and Appos as wealth, it did not hinder her from appreciating handsome faces. Jiang Che introduced himself. I am Jiang Che, male, 18 years old. That was it. He wasn't an Appos, genuinely here for the gathering. Providing too much information would only lead Tang Yunran to misunderstand, so he maintained a demeanor of aloofness. At this point, Tang Yunran's expression soured, and she occasionally glanced in his direction. He resolved to continue his cool facade, making him appear out of place in this environment, thus avoiding attracting the attention of other girls. Jiang Che believed this, yet the reality was entirely contrary. Wow, that handsome guy is so aloof. He and Appos, that's exactly my type. Me too. Nonsense. You clearly said you preferred cute boys. Do you understand that looks are justice? In the face of absolute beauty, a cute boy is hardly worth a glance. Tang Yunran, overhearing the whispers of the girls nearby, felt a surge of anger. Damn Jiang Che. Stinky Jiang Che. I shall no longer pay you any mind. I was even considering giving you another chance, but here you are at the social gathering, deliberately adopting this aloof demeanor. Clearly aware that girls love cool guys, trying to attract them. Next, it was the girls and Appos' turn to introduce themselves. I and Appos, LL go first. I'm Mei Xian. You can call me Xian. I have a cheerful personality, love making friends, and enjoy cooking. I can prepare a variety of dishes. Mei Xian intentionally introduced herself this way, hoping to appeal to Li Hao. As expected, Li Hao was hooked, his gaze practically declaring his interest. Jiang Che observed Mei Xian, thinking to himself that this girl was quite cunning. Tang Yunran was constantly monitoring Jiang Che's every move. Upon seeing him glance at Mei Xian, she assumed he was interested in her, causing her to lower her head, pressing her lips together, and revealing a sorrowful expression. After the other 2 girls finished introducing themselves, it was Tang Yunran and Appos' turn. Tian Chung and Chen Guang gazed at her with bright eyes, their expressions markedly different from when they listened to the other girls. Seeing this, Jiang Che felt he could no longer concern himself with Li Hao. His own girlfriend was being eyed by others, and he had no time for his friends. Hello, everyone. I am Tang Yunran, a student in the Fine Arts Department at Jiang University. Studying fine arts? That and oppos. That's great. Yes, that major is excellent. Girls who study art generally possess a certain poise and composure, offering a refined aura to the boys around them. Beauty coupled with artistic talent is undeniably captivating. Do share more about yourself. What are your other interests? Are you single? Do you have a boyfriend? You must have many admirers. Tian Cheng and Chen Guang asked one question after another, inching closer to Tang Yunran with each inquiry. Bang, bang. Jiang Che opened 2 bottles of beer in quick succession, the sound abruptly interrupting their conversation. He placed the open bottles in front of Tian Cheng and Chen Guang. Drink. His tone was somewhat cold. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Witnessing this, Li Hao curled his lip in disdain. At that moment, a girl named Wang Xiao looked toward Jiang Che and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Author's note. I will try to update 3 chapters tonight. Chapter 28. Tang Yunran gets drunk upon hearing this. Tang Yunran lifted her head slightly, only to meet Jiang Che's gaze directed towards her. A flutter of emotions stirred within her. Someone had inquired whether she had a crush. So why was he looking at her? Such actions could lead to misunderstandings. Yes, as Jiang Che uttered this word, his eyes fixated intently on Tang Yunran, which she interpreted as an unmistakable confession of affection. Romantic experience points 652. After a brief moment of blushing and a racing heart, Tang Yunran furrowed her brow. Could it be that she was overthinking things? If she truly was, then who was the person Jiang Che liked? The mere thought that she was not the object of his affection tightened her heart painfully, as if it were being grasped by an unseen hand. Seated nearby, Wang Xiao glanced at Jiang Che and then followed his gaze towards Tang Yunran. Was it her imagination? Or did it seem as though Jiang Che's earlier response was a declaration of love aimed at Tang Yunran? Beauty, you haven't answered me yet. Do you have someone you like? Chen Guang posed a question similar to Wang Xiao and Appo's. Yes. Tang Yunran instinctively turned her gaze towards Jiang Che upon hearing this. Now, it was Chen Guang's turn to be puzzled. He asked Tang Yunran if she had someone she liked. What did Tang Yunran's reaction signify in regard to Jiang Che? Jiang Che observed Tang Yunran and Appo's response with delight in his heart. At this juncture, he decided not to conceal his feelings any longer. Rising to his feet, he found all eyes upon him as he navigated around the table towards the ladies and Appo's side. Everyone in Appo's attention followed him closely. Upon reaching Wang Xiao, who looked up at him in astonishment, Jiang Che noted her surprise with a hint of satisfaction. Had he, the aloof male deity, taken an interest in her? Wow! It seemed she was destined for romantic encounters today, being noticed by such an exceptional handsome man. But what if he confessed his feelings directly? If she agreed immediately, would it seem too forward? Conversely, if she hesitated even for a second, would she risk displeasing him and losing his interest? That would be a grave miscalculation on her part. Resolving this dilemma, she thought, why be reserved in front of such a handsome man? The moment Jiang Che spoke, she would instantly agree. Just as Wang Xiao made her decision, Jiang Che spoke. Excuse me, beauty, may I switch seats with you? Huh? What? Wang Xiao blinked in disbelief, momentarily at a loss. Not just her, but everyone in the private room turned to stare at Jiang Che. Seeing Wang Xiao silent for too long, Jiang Che reiterated, "May I change seats with you?" "Oh, okay." Wang Xiao, still dazed, nodded and stood up, only to watch Jiang Che take a seat beside Tang Yunran. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Jiang Che and Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran stared in shock at Jiang Che, her lips slightly parted. Why didn't Appo's? You tell me you were attending the social gathering a couple of nights ago?" Jiang Che initiated the conversation. "Why are you asking her?" "She wanted to ask you the same thing. Why didn't you say anything?" Don't misunderstand. I only came to the social gathering to make up the numbers. If you don't believe me, ask Fatty. He asked the one who called me over to help him fill a spot. With that, Jiang Che turned to Li Hao. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and explain." Right. Tang, don't take it the wrong way. My buddy didn't want to come first. I had to threaten him to help out. Li Hao realized he had meddled unnecessarily. Originally, He invited Jiang Che because he didn't want him to cling to the idea of Tang Yunran, believing there was no chance for them. Yet, unbeknownst to him, they had already formed a covert connection. Jiang Che's actions were rather inconsiderate. Once he had the opportunity, he would certainly treat him to a meal. So it was like that. Tang Yunran observed Li Hao's demeanor and sensed he was being truthful. After all, she had experienced rebirth. Upon meeting Jiang Che during her college years, she recognized him as the neighbor who had rescued her from the river in her childhood. Since then, she had discreetly kept an eye on him, gathering information about his life, including whether he had a girlfriend. And you? Jiang Che returned the question to Tang Yunran. I was asked by Xiao Xiao to come in her place. She was supposed to attend the gathering, but with the end of the semester approaching and our elective history course being particularly challenging, she needed to focus on her studies, so I came instead. As soon as Tang Yunran finished explaining, she noticed Jiang Che smiling. In that moment, the realization struck her. Why was she so eager to explain herself? Hadn't she inadvertently revealed her own feelings? Ah, I see. Jiang Che leaned closer to Tang Yunran, nodding slightly. His smile made her feel bashful, as if she wanted to retreat. Romantic experience points 213. In the current atmosphere, no explanation was needed. Anyone with eyes could see that Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were intertwined. Wow, this is outrageous. Among the four girls, Tang Yunran was the most stunning, yet she was already taken. Tian Cheng and Chen Guang expressed their envy, but upon catching sight of Jiang Che's breathtakingly handsome face, they fell silent. If they were girls, they would certainly choose Jiang Che as well. Would you care for a drink? Jiang Che offered a glass of juice to Tang Yunran. Thank you. Tang Yunran politely accepted. Why are you being so formal with me? It's only natural for me to do this. Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. You're certainly not treating yourself as an outsider. Tang Yunran quietly remarked. Jiang Che leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Do you consider me an outsider? You are an outsider. You are in the past and you are now. Not in the future, Jiang Che asserted. What? His voice was soft, and Tang Yunran struggled to hear him clearly. I said, drink your juice. Jiang Che deliberately changed the subject. Tang Yunran scrutinized Jiang Che with skepticism. Although she had not heard him clearly, she was certain his words were not merely about the juice. Drink juice? We're all adults here. Let us have some beer. Wang Xiao desired beer for herself. But if the other girls abstained, she would seem overly bold, so she poured some for Tang Yunran as well. She doesn't drink. I'll help her. Jiang Che took Tang Yunran's glass. Hey, what is this? We're here to escape the single life. Yet you all come here flaunting your romance. Is there no sense of decency left? Wang Xiao led the teasing, prompting others to join in. Indeed, showcasing love is inviting disaster. Enjoying romance today, only to weep over heartbreak tomorrow. Forget it, Lao Tian, don't be jealous. I've come to a profound realization. I am the successor of socialism. So how can I indulge in romantic frivolities? Tang Yunran, unlike Jiang Che, was not as thick-skinned. Upon hearing their remarks, she quickly reclaimed her glass from Jiang Che. I could drink on my own. Are you really capable? After Jiang Che's demise, his spirit lingered closely beside Tang Yunran. To his recollection, she had never touched alcohol. Tang Yunran did not respond to Jiang Che and Appo's words. Instead, she lifted her glass and took a generous gulp, demonstrating her ability to drink. Observing her bold consumption, Jiang Che speculated that she might possess some tolerance for liquor. However, merely 5 minutes later, Tang Yunran began to perceive the joyous laughter around her, transforming into a cacophony, a buzzing sound enveloping her senses. Her vision gradually blurred, and a severe dizziness overcame her. Realizing her deteriorating condition, and acknowledged that she was indeed inebriated. Naturally, such an embarrassing matter was not something she would divulge to anyone. As her view narrowed and the buzzing grew increasingly chaotic, her consciousness began to wane. If she continued to neglect her state, she feared she might completely succumb to drunkenness and disgrace herself. I and Appos. LL go to the restroom, Tang Yunran announced before unsteadily rising to her feet. Jiang Che immediately sensed that something was amiss with her. Are you all right? He inquired. Amp, Appos, me perfectly fine. Why would an amp, Appos, tib? Tang Yunran attempted to widen her eyes as much as possible, feigning a demeanor of complete composure. "Shall I accompany you?" Jiang Che offered, standing up as well. "No need, thank you." With that, Tang Yunran discreetly pinched her waist to regain her composure and hurriedly departed. She was determined to conceal her drunken state from Jiang Che, as it was far too humiliating. She needed to rush to the restroom to splash some cold water on her face. Just as she contemplated this, her legs suddenly weakened, and she began to fall toward the ground. Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the earth, a hand reached out, encircling her waist and securely catching her. The authoress note: "It's already late. If I receive more than 50 yuan in tips tomorrow, I will post 4 updates. If it exceeds 100, I will continue 4 updates for 5 consecutive days. More than that, 100 updates could even be possible." Chapter 29. Who is resting on my shoulder? Tang Yunran was taken aback, fearing it might be someone with ill intentions. With a flutter of anxiety in her heart, she looked up abruptly, and upon recognizing that familiar face, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was him. "I'm fine. You can put me down now." Tang Yunran found herself in Jiang Che and Appo's embrace, and the closeness felt rather intimate. Fortunately, she was inebriated. Even if her cheeks flushed, it would go unnoticed. Though her face may not reveal her state, her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Romantic experience points 369. Jiang Che gazed at Tang Yunran and Appo's blushing face, instinctively swallowing hard. At that moment, he yearned to disregard all notions of morality and propriety and simply kiss her. Yet, he refrained, for she was the girl he cherished most. To commit such an act would be a profound disrespect toward her. "You don't look fine at all. Let me take you home," he insisted. "I can make it back on my own." "Really? Then I want to worry about it. But if you end up like this and attract the wrong kind of attention in the dead of night, it could be disastrous." Jiang Che and Appo's words sparked a flicker of fear within Tang Yunran. Despite her intoxication, the thought of a girl wandering home alone at night, potentially encountering danger, sent shivers down her spine. "Then please take me home," she conceded. "Don't be so formal. Think of yourself as one of us. If you need anything, just ask. One of us." Tang Yunran pondered, increasingly perplexed by Jiang Che's words. She found it difficult to discern which of his statements were sincere and which were mere facade. Jiang Che summoned a taxi using a ride-hailing app and helped Tang Yunran into the vehicle. The taxi's interior was dimly lit, and the combination of alcohol and the shadowy atmosphere lulled her into drowsiness. "Rest your head on my shoulder for a while," Jiang Che suggested gently. His words seemed to possess a magical allure, compelling Tang Yunran to lean toward him. The broadness of his shoulder appeared inviting, and she mused how comforting it would feel to rest against it. However, the thought of actually doing so felt inappropriate. "Come on, lean on me," Jiang Che urged, shifting closer to her. As she glanced down at their legs pressed together, her heart raced uncontrollably. Romantic experience points 589. Just as she prepared to shift away from him, Jiang Che reached out, tenderly yet assertively guiding her head onto his shoulder. Tang Yunran's eyes widened in surprise, her head feeling warm and electrified where his hand rested. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart pounded audibly, and she worried Jiang Che might hear it. Romantic experience points 587. Hearing the system and Appo's notification, Jiang Che turned his gaze to her. Tang Yunran and Appo's eyes were wide, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, each tremor exuding an irresistible allure that tempted him to abandon all restraint. It was utterly intoxicating. Jiang Che and Appo's chest heaved visibly, his brows furrowing, his lips parting as if to utter something profound. Suddenly, the car jolted. Quick as lightning, Jiang Che wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her securely into his embrace. Startled, Tang Yunran and Appo's complexion paled slightly. "You and Appo's, safe with me. Don't worry." Jiang Che reassured her in a soothing tone, gently patting her back as one would comfort a child. Though initially embarrassed and wanted to push him away, she found solace in resting against him, feeling the warmth of his solid hand on her back. Slowly, she closed her eyes, allowing herself to revel in this fleeting moment of tranquility. How she wished this moment could last forever. Before long, Jiang Che heard her soft breaths as she slipped into a deep slumber, her exhalations brushing against his neck, igniting a wave of warmth within him. "We've arrived," the driver announced, halting the vehicle. Jiang Che glanced at the apartment complex before returning his attention to the girl in his arms. A myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, such as offering the driver extra fare to keep the car for themselves, relishing the thrill of being alone with Tang Yunran. The thoughts surged within him, threatening to engulf his reason, yet he ultimately managed to rein it in. She was his, an undeniable truth, and there was no need to rush this cherished moment of intimacy. He sighed deeply. It was challenging to be a man, but to be a good man was even more daunting. "Are you not getting out?" the driver urged, glancing back at Jiang Che. "We'll be out shortly." Before rousing Tang Yunran, there was one thing he felt compelled to do, lest this night's rest be lost to him. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss atop her hair. Chapter 30. A sense of liberation washed over Jiang Che, a stark contrast to the driver, who felt like a mere bystander witnessing an intimate moment. Out quickly. Am I invisible here? Are youngsters these days so brazen?" The driver's sudden, sharp tone startled Tang Yunran awake. She rubbed her eyes, her voice still drowsy from sleep. "Are we there?" "Yes." "Oh, I'll be going then." As Tang Yunran opened the car door, Jiang Che followed suit. "What are you doing down here? It's a 5-minute walk from the complex entrance to your building. Who can guarantee your safety during those 5 minutes? Now that I've brought you this far, I might as well escort you right to your doorstep." "It's really not necessary. There are security cameras in the complex. But there are blind spots, aren't there?" Before Tang Yunran could protest further, the taxi drove off. Jiang Che shrugged. "The taxi in Appos, it's already gone." Seeing this, Tang Yunran resigned herself to the situation. "Fine, whatever." Tang Yunran had taken only a couple of steps when a thought struck her. She abruptly turned to Jiang Che. "How did you know it? And Amp, Appos. It's a 5-minute walk for the complex entrance to my building." She had only mentioned living in the complex, not the specific building, let alone the walking time. How did he know? Previously, she had suspected Jiang Che might be a reborn like herself. Could he truly be one as well? Jiang Che, noticing Tang Yunran's gaze, didn't jump to the conclusion of reincarnation as she did. He assumed she thought of him as a stalker, believing he knew her address from tailing her. "No, this misunderstanding must be cleared up. I was just guessing, just saying it offhand." He knew the excuse was flimsy, but he wouldn't admit otherwise, leaving Tang Yunran helpless. Just as Jiang Che had anticipated. Despite the obvious holes in his explanation, Tang Yunran couldn't and Appos pinpoint any concrete flaws. She considered directly asking Jiang Che if he was reborn, but that would mean exposing herself first. Tang Yunran scrutinized Jiang Che, attempting to discern any telltale signs, but found none. Soon, they arrived at her building. "You should head back early. I'm a guy. You don't need to worry about my safety, do you?" "It's not that I'm worried about you. I just think it's late, and your family might be concerned. Guys can face danger too, especially handsome ones like me." Hearing this, Tang Yunran rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. "Are you really not worried about me at all? Not worried about me encountering a female rogue? If you met a female rogue, wouldn't you be ecstatic? What kind of person do you take me for? Someone driven by base desires? I am a virtuous gentleman who remains unmoved by temptation." Jiang Che added as an afterthought. "Unless the rogue is you." Tang Yunran. "You're the rogue. I'm going in. I'm done with you." With that, Tang Yunran turned to leave. "Yunran." Jiang Che's call made Tang Yunran halt instantly, clutching her bag strap nervously. "Yunran." The affectionate address rolled off his tongue so easily now, without a thought for her feelings. Did he even realize the electric jolt that coursed through her every time he said it, the uncontrollable racing of her heart? What is it?" Tang Yunran stammered, realizing her lack of composure. "Tang Yunran, how pathetic can you be? It an Amp, Appos. That's just a name, a slightly affectionate way of saying it. Why are you at a loss for words? It an Appos. It's not like you and Appos. Really 18 anymore, is it?" Then again, despite being in her 30s in her previous life, she had remained devoted to Jiang Che alone, never developing feelings for anyone else. She had never been in a proper relationship, nor had she engaged in any intimate acts with other men, except for the stolen kisses she gave Jiang Che while he was drunk, asleep, or sick. So, whether in her past or present life, she lacked any experience in romance. Jiang Che took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Looking at the girl whose face was flushed crimson, he felt an overwhelming urge to pluck her and savor her sweetness. I called you to say one thing. What is it? Tang Yunran stammered again. If you're going to say it, why get so close? I'm already so hot, I can barely breathe. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid. Her chest rose and fell erratically. Why was this little girl so nervous? He wasn't in Oppos. T about to confess his feelings. Good night. Tang Yunran blinked, momentarily stunned. Just that? What else did you think it would be? Jiang Che teased. Tang Yunran panicked. I didn't think anything. You're lying. You definitely thought something. I didn't. You did. I really didn't. I don't believe you. Tang Yunran took a step back, and Jiang Che mirrored her movement. Finally, Jiang Che cornered her against the mailbox, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Tang Yunran looked up at Jiang Che with wide, luminous eyes, her heart pounding like war drums, rapid and forceful. Captivated by the girl and Oppos' mesmerizing gaze, Jiang Che felt a ticklish sensation in his heart, an irresistible urge to make his intentions clear. This was becoming unbearable. What was even more tormenting was the girl and Oppos' slightly parted lips, revealing her adorable pearly teeth. They seemed to beckon him, inviting him closer. Come on, come on. He swallowed hard, his Adam and Oppos' apple bobbing noticeably. He couldn't in Oppos' resist any longer. Forget it. Jiang Che took a deep breath, reaching out to grasp Tang Yunran and Oppos' shoulders. He leaned in. What was he going to do? Was he about to kiss her? Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che wide-eyed. No way. Jiang Che wouldn't want to kiss her. He wouldn't, right? He must be teasing her. That's what Tang Yunran thought, but Jiang Che's face continued to draw nearer and nearer. He was about to kiss her. No way. Is he really going to kiss her? Just then, a booming voice shattered the moment. Let go of my sister. Chapter 31. He has been reborn. The shout instantly quelled all of Jiang Che and Oppos' impulses. That coarse voice, without needing to turn around, was unmistakably from Tang Yunran and Oppos' elder brother, Tang Faison. Oh no, my brother is here. You must leave quickly. Before Tang Yunran's words could fully escape her lips, Jiang Che had already sprinted a considerable distance away. Still trying to run? Tang Faison bellowed as he pursued him with clenched fists. Brother, please stop chasing. Tang Yunran called out anxiously, daring to bully my sister. If I don't catch you today, I'll cease to be a Tang. Tang Faison's fury was ignited at the thought of his sister almost being harmed. Seeing Tang Faison relentless in his pursuit, Jiang Che quickly activated his system to exchange for an athlete, allowing him to elude Tang Faison. Damn it, this kid runs incredibly fast. Oppos' utterly exhausted. Tang Faison gazed ahead, only to find Jiang Che had vanished from sight. What left Tang Faison speechless was that Jiang Che had leapt over the railing with a grace reminiscent of a hurdle race he had witnessed at a sports event. Have ruffians these days such remarkable physical prowess? With such abilities, why not become an athlete instead of a thug? Tang Yunran, gasping for breath, approached hurriedly. Brother, where is he? He gone. Tang Faison gritted his teeth. That's a relief, Tang Yunran sighed. Shaoran, next time you return this late, call me. I will come to fetch you. If I and Oppos am unavailable, your eldest or second brother will be. It's too dangerous for you to come back alone at night. Thankfully, I had the thought to come out and check. Otherwise, that ruffian would have bullied you. Hearing her brother's words, Tang Yunran's thoughts drifted back to the scene downstairs. Would Jiang Che have truly kissed her if Tang Faison hadn't intervened? Noticing Tang Yunran lost in thought, Tang Faison assumed she was merely startled. It's all right now. If that guy dares to lay a finger on you again. He won't recognize who's hitting him. Tang Faison declared, clenching his fist. Tang Yunran glanced at her brother's formidable fist and recalled the image of Jiang Che being pinned down in her previous life, causing her heart to race with concern. Brother, did you clearly see that person's face? Tang Faison furrowed his brow. The lighting was dim, and he hadn't gotten a good look. Otherwise, I would have reported it immediately. Not seeing clearly is a good thing. Tang Yunran exhaled, relieved, but her relief was short-lived as Tang Feisin's voice cut through again. However, you needn't worry. Although I didn't see his face, I have a vague impression of his outline. If I encounter him again, I'll make him pay. What to do now? Tang Yunran felt like an ant on a hot stove, agitated. Once back in her room, she immediately called Jiang Che. Have you returned? On the way, Jiang Che replied as he settled into a taxi. You needn't worry about me. I run fast. Even with all three of your brothers combined, they couldn't catch me. Who is worried about you? Tang Yunran absent-mindedly grabbed a doll from her cabinet, rolling it and then flattening it. I just asked my brother. He said he didn't see your face clearly. Jiang Che chuckled, shaking his head. This girl was truly stubborn. She cared for him, yet refused to admit it. However, this awkward demeanor struck a chord with him, and he found it utterly endearing. That's good. What do you mean and amp? Oppos. Good and amp oppos. You don't understand. My brother said, although he didn't see your face, he remembers your figure, and if he sees you again, he'll surely recognize you. He is definitely trying to bluff you. Can someone really recognize me just by my figure? If he has such skills, why would he need police dogs? Jiang Che. Apologies, my language arts teacher taught me. The metaphor was inappropriate. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes dramatically before continuing. I was just thinking about whether to explain the situation to my brother. To tell him it was a misunderstanding. Absolutely not. Why not? Is your brother a reasonable person? Has he ever acted more than thought? He has almost been caught several times for fighting. Tang Yunran gasped in shock. How did Jiang Che know her brother so well? Jiang Che, hearing the silence on the line, realized his previous words were quite inappropriate. I didn't mean to. How do you know all this? Tang Yunran bit her lip, her heart pounding nervously. He knew because, in his past life, he had been one of the victims under Tang Feisin's fists. Yunran, there are some truths I don't wish to deceive you about. I'm still contemplating how to express this to you, as I fear you be angry and never speak to me again. His words implied. He truly had been reborn? Was his current behavior merely an attempt to atone for her? She didn't need anyone's pity or atonement. What she had longed for in her past life was Jiang Che's revival. She would have exchanged her life for his return, willing to leave him behind under any condition. Now, through their intimate interactions, she had come to understand her feelings. She still couldn't forget him. Thus, she desired his genuine care, not motivated by guilt. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed amiss. Even if Jiang Che was indeed reborn, he shouldn't feel guilt towards her. In their previous life, they had merely been married in name. Their lives and friendships were entirely separate. To put it simply, she lived her life, and he lived his. There had been no communication between them, and she had never confessed her feelings to him. How could he feel guilty towards her? But if it were not so, why then did Jiang Che say such things? And what of her brother's concerns and countless other matters? Nothing made sense. Why couldn't he articulate a single word? Jiang Che felt a pang of urgency. A girl's thoughts were often convoluted, and he couldn't decipher them, fearing Tang Yunran would spiral into overthinking. Yunran, you're not angry, are you? No, really not? Really not. Tang Yunran was indeed not angry, just feeling quite disoriented. She needed some time to gather her thoughts. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Shaoran, my headphones are broken. May I borrow yours? It was her brother. Oh, shoo, don't make a sound. After speaking to her phone, Tang Yunran got up to open the door. Tang Feisin regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, sensing something peculiar in her demeanor. His gaze drifted to Tang Yunran's phone, curious about who she was speaking to at such a late hour. Author S note, it's already past 3. Chapter 32. Longing to hear you say, good morning. Tang Yunran's heart skipped a beat as she conversed with Xiao Qiao. She anxiously clutched her shirt at her chest and uttered a soft "oh." Tang Feisin continued to gaze at his phone with a puzzled expression. Third brother, is there anything else? Tang Yunran offered her phone to him. Just borrowing a pair of headphones. There's nothing else. Finish your chat and go to sleep early. After Tang Feisin left, Tang Yunran patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Why so tense? Jiang Che inquired. You stand there without a care. If it were you and your family saw you, would you be as calm? If my family saw me chatting with such a beautiful girl at night, they'd only laugh. I won't discuss this any further. It's late, and I should rest. You should indeed sleep early to be refreshed for our movie date tomorrow night. Tang Yunran was momentarily taken aback. So much had happened that day, and the excitement had kept her on edge, causing her to forget about their plans. Moreover, Jiang Che continued, I said in Oppos, good night in Oppos, to you earlier downstairs, but you haven and Oppos. T returned the sentiment. Aren't and Oppos. T you bored saying the same thing every day? Is it truly dull? I yearn to hear you say good morning each day. You rogue. With a huff, Tang Yunran abruptly ended the call. She cupped her face in her hands, feeling both flushed and warm. Romantic experience points, 578. A chocolate stick was needed to cool her down. By the end, she had consumed 3, finally calming her fluttering heart. The next morning, Jiang Che rose early and sent Tang Yunran a good morning message before embarking on his routine walk in the nearby park. System. How many experience points do I currently have? 94, 521. Not a trivial amount. This is all thanks to my little lady's efforts. He was eager to find the right moment to reward her during their movie outing that evening. The thought exhilarated him. If I remember correctly, the luxurious experience voucher expires today, right? Only 5 hours remaining. So soon? Thanks to the voucher, he had acquired 3 more properties in Xiushui community within just 7 days, in addition to a villa with immense appreciation potential. However, his interest in the villa was not merely its investment value. He recalled a previous life where, during a gathering of Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppos, as classmates, one had boasted about her wealthy husband and mentioned purchasing a lavish villa worth over 10 million. Not only did she flaunt, but she also subtly mocked Tang Yunran for her past as the school beauty, insinuating that her life paled in comparison. He had not noticed her expression then, as he was indifferent to her feelings. They were merely bound by a superficial engagement. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a pang of regret. How she must have suffered. He longed to give himself a good smack for his past ignorance. Jiang Che shook off those thoughts and gazed in the direction of the villa he had purchased. Once he married her, he would gift her that villa. Furthermore, during this time, all the supplies he donated to impoverished regions in the West were done in Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppos' name. At that moment, his phone rang. Who could be calling him so early? He retrieved his phone. Oh no, I forgot about Fatty. Last night, he had been so focused on Tang Yunran that he completely overlooked Li Hao's situation. He wondered how Li Hao was faring now. As soon as the call connected, he heard Li Hao and Amp, Oppos' excited voice. Old Jiang, quick, congratulate me. I am no longer single. Ha ha ha. After 18 years of being a bachelor, I have finally found someone. Hearing this, Jiang Che halted in his tracks. What did you say? He. Guess what happened between me and Xin last night? Li Hao asked with a Ms. Chapter 33. Jiang Che is quite annoying. Linya swatted Jiang Mingquan and Oppos' hand away and caught a glimpse of Jiang Che, who had returned unbeknownst to them. Xiao Che, you're back? Oh, I just got back. I saw and heard nothing. Jiang Che responded, picking up a jar of Lao Ganma from the table. Xiao Che, that jar is difficult to open, Jiang Mingquan began. But before he could finish, Jiang Che had already twisted the lid off. Dad, what did you say? Nothing, Jiang Mingquan and Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment. Linya stifled a laugh. Linya sighed. My Xiao Che has grown up. Jiang Mingquan glanced at Jiang Che and Amp, Oppos' hands, feeling a pang of sentiment. Indeed, he has grown up. After that thought, he inwardly scolded this rascal. Couldn't and Oppos'. He wait until his mother left to open the Lao Ganma? Does he have no sense of propriety? You should find a wife to keep this brat in check. I'm only 18. So what if you're 18? Your mother and I had you when we were 18. Is that so? If I recall correctly, you're 39 this year and will turn 40 in 2 months. My calculations don't seem to add up. Dad, did your math teacher also teach you physical education? Get out of here, Jiang Mingquan retorted, feeling humiliated. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Talking about me is pointless. I'm not of legal marriage age yet. Then you should find a girlfriend. I'm already pursuing someone. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Mingquan and Linya turned to him in unison, incredulous. Are you dreaming? I'm not dreaming, I swear. I meant that I was the one dreaming. Fine. If he doesn't explain himself, when he brings Tang Yunran home in the future, they know whether they were dreaming or not. Thinking of Tang Yunran, Jiang Che recalled the good morning message he sent her earlier. It seemed she hadn't replied yet. Is she still asleep? In reality, Tang Yunran had long been awake, staring at the animated good morning gif on her screen. Another animated gif of a cute cat saying good morning. Romantic experience 458. Really? Sending me this early in the morning? How annoying. Tang Yunran tossed her phone aside, thinking, does he really expect a response? Not a chance. She wouldn't dance to his tune. 5 minutes later, ding, Jiang Che received a new message. It was from Tang Yunran, another gif, this time of a small cat pulling back the covers to say good morning. The little cat's cheeks were rosy, and its mouth opened in a charming way. Jiang Che thought the adorable cat resembled Tang Yunran and proceeded to give the screen several kisses. As Jiang Yuan stepped out of her room, she was met with a sight that made her cringe. Brother, seriously, can't you just find a girlfriend? Even a guy would do. You holding your phone and kissing it is truly embarrassing for me. Jiang Che approached Jiang Yuan and playfully tugged at her face. Recently, Jiang Yuan had been eating well, and her face had grown rounder, making it even more fun to pull. Hey, are you pulling my face like a rubber band? It's going to come off. Let go. It hurts. The sensation was quite relieving for Jiang Che, and he had no intention of releasing her. Can't you think normally? Of all the flowers, you like lilies and chrysanthemums? Different strokes for different folks. It's none of your business. Let go. Can't I care about you? I'm your brother, and today I'm going to take care of you. Ow, let go, Mom. Mom, brother is bullying me. Dad. Just as Linya was about to take a nap, she heard Jiang Yuan's voice from outside. I'll go check. What is so interesting to see? Am I not interesting enough? Jiang Mingquan pulled Linya back onto the bed. Get some rest. We'll sleep together and ignore them. But they're making such a racket. It's fine. Soon we'll make even more noise. Outside was lively, and inside was equally bustling, a harmonious family atmosphere. In the evening, around 7, Jiang Che rode his bicycle towards Tang Yunran's home. You still shooting tea? Come over. Tang Yunran messaged him. My parents are home, and all 3 of my brothers are here. I'm already on my way. I'll be at your community in 5 minutes. Already that fast? Tang Yunran approached the door and peeked through the crack. Her 3rd and 2nd brothers were in the room. Her mother was washing dishes in the kitchen, and her father and elder brother were in another room. If she stepped out, they would surely notice her. I'm at the entrance of your community. Come out. Jiang Che texted. Tang Yunran frowned. They were all in the living room, and if she went out, they would definitely ask questions. Then just make up any excuse. He suggested, I don't want to lie to them. Then just tell them the truth. Dang Zunzan. I'm waiting for you at the community entrance. Tang Yunran felt increasingly anxious. There are so many mosquitoes in your community. Tang Yunran's frown deepened. They're not just mosquitoes, but also fat and long-legged. Her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Jiang Che. Why did you come? I told you not to come pick me up. After sending that, Tang Yunran grabbed her bag and headed out. Shaoran, where are you going? Tang Faison glanced up at her. Tang Failin also looked over at Tang Yunran. I'm going out with a friend. Tang Yunran ties the cosplay base top, finding calmness. At this hour, which friend are you going out with? Xiao. She has been studying hard lately, so we agreed to watch a movie together to relax. Oh, when will you be back? I'll come pick you up. That depends. I can't be sure when I'll return. Then when you're done having fun, give me a call. Sure. Don't stay out too late. Okay. And avoid dark alleys. Yeah, I know. And if you encounter any danger, just 2nd brother, 3rd brother, I'm not a child anymore. I know all these safety tips. After enduring a barrage of questions, Tang Yunran was finally able to leave the house. Once downstairs, she immediately called Jean Xiaoqiao. Hello, Ran, what is up? I need a favor. If my family calls you later, just say we're together. Upon hearing this, Jean Xiaoqiao sensed something unusual. You're my best friend. Of course I'll help you. But first, you need to tell me who you're going out with. It's him, Tang Yunran stammered, looking at her toes. Him? Who? Just him. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran's silence was an acknowledgement. Ran, did he put you under a spell? What is so great about him aside from being a bit handsome? I've specifically inquired about him. He often plays games, gets caught playing during class, even sleeps while playing, and he doesn't have any remarkable qualities. His family background is average. I don't care about his family background. It's not that I'm materialistic, it's just that my mom said that if you don't have some economic foundation in life, it will be quite tough. I know, Xiao Xiao, thank you. I have my own thoughts. All right, just don't be sitting on the bicycle crying later. Just as Xiao Xiao finished speaking, Tang Yunran spotted Jiang Che riding his bicycle over. Chapter 34. Bicycles, sweet moments. How did he manage to enter the community? Isn't he afraid that her family might see him? What are you doing here? You needn't amp. Oppose. Worry about me. It didn't amp. Oppose. It's all fine. If I really get discovered, I can slip away quickly, and they won't catch me. Who is worried about you? You're so full of yourself. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. I and oppose. Am not being vain. I and oppose. Am genuinely handsome. Tang Yunran shot Jiang Che a glance, inviting him to contemplate it himself. Come on up. All right. After a nod from Tang Yunran, she glanced at the back seat of the bicycle, which was missing. Where's the back seat? It's broken. Jiang Che spoke the truth. He had been a bit too forceful when dismantling the back seat the night before. Then where am I supposed to sit? Jiang Che lowered his gaze to the small space between his legs. Sit here. Tang Yunran stared at the minuscule spot. If she truly sat there, she would have to press closely against him. Press closely. Tang Yunran's gaze wandered, and her cheeks flushed crimson. No way. I'll take a taxi. She adamantly refused. Isn't that too ambiguous? By the way, don't you know your own physique? How could you ask her to sit there? You have no shame. And she still has her dignity. Letting her sit there? Isn't that. The more Tang Yunran thought about it, the more her face grew warm. In her past life, although she had helped him change clothes while he was drunk, it had only been the outer garments. She had never dared to touch what should or shouldn't be touched. I rode my bike here. Why would you still take a taxi? Hurry up and get on. Jiang Che felt a twinge of regret at Tang Yunran's stubbornness. Had he acted too hastily? If he had known, he wouldn't have dismantled the back seat. I'm taking a taxi, Tang Yunran insisted, turning to stride toward the community's entrance. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Che had a flash of inspiration. He turned back to the building and shouted, Get on quickly. Your third brother is coming out? Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran acted before she could think, hurriedly lifting her leg to mount the bicycle. Jiang Che wrapped his arms around her and pedaled hard, speeding out of the community. For several minutes, Tang Yunran remained in a state of shock, glancing back at the rapidly diminishing community. Did third brother see us? He shouldn't have. I rode fast. Jiang Che leaned closer, inhaling the fragrance that wafted from her. Did you just trick me? Tang Yunran finally regained her composure to ask. Trick you about what? Don't play coy. Third brother didn't come down, did he? I saw someone who looked just like him. You're becoming increasingly mischievous. Tang Yunran teased with a gentle pout. Men are only bad because women love it. That's just your delusion. So, you mean you prefer good men? Who doesn't prefer good men? Like Grey Wolf? The ride from the community to the cinema took about 30 minutes. Although the journey was long, their conversation flowed joyfully. They were, however, pulled over by the traffic police and fined 30 yuan. This minor setback did not dampen their spirits. At the cinema entrance, Tang Yunran sent Jiang Che a red envelope containing 30 yuan. What is this for? I'm not accustomed to letting boys pay. It was because I was sitting on a bike that you got fined. Are you keeping such meticulous accounts? I was the one pedaling the bike all the way. Should I charge you for that? Jiang Che gently flicked Tang Yunran's nose with his fingers. Don't keep track of these things with me, understood? Tang Yunran was already lost in her thoughts. Jiang Che's touch sent tingles through her, leaving her flustered. What to do? I can hardly contain myself. Her face must be as red as a beet. Let us go. Jiang Che grasped Tang Yunran's hand and led her into the cinema. Throughout the walk, Tang Yunran kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Che's hand, continuously contributing to his experience points. The notifications poured in, dense and relentless, with each one surpassing the last in quality. Wait for me. I'll get some popcorn and cola. Okay. Tang Yunran lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Che's gaze, as her face, neck, and ears burned. How about an ice cream to cool down? There's a KFC over there. Jiang Che chuckled at her. Jiang Che, you're too naughty. Tang Yunran huffed, pulling her hand away in mock annoyance. I need to use the restroom. Watching Tang Yunran dash away, Jiang Che decided to take things slow, not wanting to scare her off. Once in the restroom, Tang Yunran gazed at her reflection, feeling as if she had just been intoxicated. What is Jiang Che doing, constantly teasing her? Does he enjoy seeing her blush? And his hands, so thick and large, enveloping hers completely, not to mention his physique. As Tang Yunran pondered, her thoughts veered off course. What was she thinking? This must be due to Xiao Qiao, always whispering about which celebrities have great bodies and abs, leading her mind astray. After several minutes, Tang Yunran finally composed herself. Upon exiting the restroom, she found Jiang Che waiting at the door with a cone of ice cream. Why did you only buy one? I'm not having any. You have it. Oh. Tang Yunran assumed Jiang Che wasn't too fond of it. However, after 2 bites, she noticed Jiang Che's unwavering gaze on the ice cream in her hand. Do you want some? I didn't tell you want any at first, but seeing you eat it makes me want some. Should we go and get another one? Let us endure. The movie is about to start. Jiang Che continued to eye Tang Yunran and amp, Oppos, as ice cream. Well, if you don't mind, you can have a bite. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Che reached over, grasped her hand, and took a bite of the ice cream right off her grasp. Chapter 35. Serves you right if it hurts to death. Tang Yunran's pupils dilated instantaneously. Her heart pounded relentlessly, a frantic drumbeat against her ribs. Her romantic sensibilities surged uncontrollably. Tang Yunran felt as though her heart was about to burst from her chest. Moreover, Jiang Che had just taken a bite from the very spot where she had been savoring her ice cream. As Tang Yunran stood there, momentarily stunned, melting ice cream dripped on her fingers. What transpired next caused Tang Yunran to spontaneously combust with embarrassment. Jiang Che casually leaned down and delicately sucked the ice cream from her finger. Such a high surge. Jiang Che was taken aback. He merely sought to salvage the melting ice cream, never anticipating such an unexpected and delightful reward. He glanced at Tang Yunran, who appeared as though she had been thoroughly steamed. Her face was flushed, practically radiating heat. People around them were streaming into the theater. Glancing at the time, he realized the movie was about to commence. The film is about to start. Let's head inside. Oh, okay. Tang Zunzan Zet Ponde Wuden Li. Clutching her ice cream as she trailed behind Jiang Che, her gaze vacant and unfocused. Just then, someone jostled against them. Careful. Jiang Che swiftly pulled Tang Yunran close, enfolding her in his arms. Upon regaining her composure, Tang Yunran realized that the ice cream had smeared all over Jiang Che's shirt. I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional. Let me clean it up for you. Tang Yunran produced a tissue and began dabbing at Jiang Che and Oppos' chest, nearly causing him to lose control. No need to bother. It's just a little bit. It's sticky and uncomfortable. I'll use a wet wipe. It'll be clean in no time. Really, it's fine. Jiang Che reached out and grasped Tang Yunran and amp, Oppos' wrist. Tang Yunran regarded Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. Why wouldn't amp, Oppos, he let her wipe it off? Was he repulsed by her? The thought cast a shadow over her, and she lowered her gaze, her eyes dimming with disappointment. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of something undeniable. Realizing the situation, Tang Yunran belatedly understood that she had been wiping at his bare chest. The movie's starting. Tang Yunran fled into the theater as though escaping a pursuing demon. Jiang Che took a long swig of his ice-filled cola. This girl was trying to torment him. How could someone be so innocent? If this was just an appetizer, how would she react when a main course arrived? The movie began. Tang Yunran gazed at the title on the screen, Kiss, and turned to Jiang Che in bewilderment. Didn't you say we were going to see my youth? Initially, I intended for us to watch an amp. Oppos, my youth and amp. Oppos, but I discovered that in amp. Oppos, Kiss and amp. Oppos has better reviews, so I made a last-minute change. In amp. Oppos, my youth and amp. Oppos is too bland. It lacks flavor. And amp. Oppos, Kiss and amp. Oppos is slightly more intense and stimulating. It should evoke stronger emotions. 30 minutes later, the film reached its climax. The protagonists shed their initial shyness and began to flirt more openly, exchanging playful touches and kisses. Set on a college campus, the couple frequently retreated to secluded corners or gazebos to engage in amorous displays. Tang Yunran and Oppos' face flushed crimson as she watched, her eyes widening during the kissing scenes. Do you enjoy watching this kind of thing? He had already seen the movie, so he wasn't into Oppos, T particularly interested in it. Instead, he focused on Tang Yunran, scrutinizing her every expression, noticing how engrossed she became during the most passionate moments. Who enjoys it? I don't like watching such stimulating things at all. Shall we leave, then? Tang Yunran glared at Jiang Che with resentment. I simply find the plot compelling, full of twists and turns, and captivating. Oh, I see, Jiang Che drawled sarcastically. Tang Yunran knew Jiang Che was teasing her. Just as she was about to retort, the couple in front of them began making out. Initially, it was just a peck, but it quickly escalated into a full-blown, passionate encounter, far more intense than anything on screen. Tang Yunran was taken aback by the couple's brazen behavior. She had only ever witnessed such displays on screen or from a distance. Guided by propriety, she had always averted her gaze. But now, the couple was so close, and their actions were so explicit, that she couldn't end Oppos, T helped but blush. Suddenly, Jiang Che's hand reached out and touched her forehead. You're burning up. Are you ill? Jiang Che, you. Tang Yunran wasn't foolish. She knew Jiang Che was teasing her. She swatted his hand away, stood up, and in her haste, tripped over her own feet, stumbling directly into Jiang Che. Ouch! Jiang Che and Oppos. S face turned red and then purple, veins popping out on his forehead. She had struck him in a particularly sensitive spot. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. Tang Yunran was concerned. How could I be all right? This is a serious matter. If my manhood is damaged by your clumsy actions, preventing me from procreating, you'll be a villain for the ages. Tang Yunran was both anxious and exasperated. This is no time for jokes. Frowning, Tang Yunran examined the area where she had made contact. Seriously, is it okay? Rest assured, it and Oppos, S of good quality and sturdy. Tang Yunran was speechless. I and Oppos am ignoring you. Tang Yunran returned to her seat, her heart pounding with anxiety. Stealing a glance at Jiang Che, she saw him adjusting his pants. The sight sent her fleeing once more. After the movie, Jiang Che escorted Tang Yunran to the entrance of her residential complex on his bicycle. You shouldn't come any further. It wouldn't be good if your family saw us. All right, I'll watch you go in. Tang Yunran nodded and turned to enter the complex. After a few steps, she glanced back and saw Jiang Che still standing there, watching her. I and Oppos am already inside. Why hasn't Oppos, T left? Tang Yunran took a few more steps and looked back again, finding Jiang Che still gazing after her. You can go now. Tang Yunran called out to Jiang Che. Okay. Jiang Che nodded but remained standing there, watching her. Tang Yunran felt a surge of emotion, touched and filled with happiness. Could she truly have this happiness? Or was it just a mirage, a fleeting dream? As Tang Yunran and Oppos, S heart fluttered with uncertainty, Jiang Che called out to her, Ran. Sleep well. Good night. His voice resonated clearly, so real, along with the image of his undeniably handsome face. It convinced her that this was not a dream, but reality unfolding. Tang Yunran clutched her chest, walking backward as she and Jiang Che gazed at each other. Finally, as she was about to disappear from view, Tang Yunran prepared to turn away. Xiaoran, why are you walking backward? Third brother. Chapter 36. In this lifetime, it's still you. Tang Yunran was startled, her heart racing. No, it's nothing. As soon as she spoke, she heard Tang Feisin's perplexed voice beside her. Huh, why does that person look somewhat familiar? A sudden jolt of realization struck Tang Yunran. Could he recognize her? Was her third brother truly more perceptive than a police dog? He really looks familiar. Tang Feisin remarked again. Ran. Doesn't he resemble my high school classmate? My desk mate? Tang Yunran was taken aback, turning to face Tang Feisin. He is somewhat different. She replied hesitantly. Tang Feisin muttered to himself. Tang Yunran sighed in relief. Jiang Che was right. Her third brother's claim of being able to recognize someone merely by their silhouette was indeed a ruse. Don't look anymore. There are plenty of people with similar builds. It's late. Let's head back. Indeed, around 11 o'clock at night, Jiang Che emerged from the bathroom after a shower. After 10 minutes without checking his phone, he felt as though he had missed something important. Thus, even when using the restroom, he took his phone with him. Ran sent me a message? This was quite the rarity. Jiang Che opened the chat interface to find a 1-second voice message from Tang Yunran. She had taken the initiative to send him a voice note. Curiosity piqued. He pressed play, holding the phone to his ear. "Good night." Jiang Che's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. After a few seconds of processing, he quickly typed a reply to Tang Yunran. "You're saying goodnight to me?" Without him even prompting her, she had taken the initiative to say it first. 8 minutes and 20 seconds prior. After sending her message, Tang Yunran had been unable to contain her excitement, eagerly awaiting Jiang Che's response. Finally receiving a message made her even more anxious. Romantic experience 426. Tang Yunran had already prepared her response. "It was when you were at the entrance of the community, you said good night to me, so I felt it was only polite to reply." Yes, that's exactly it. She was merely being courteous. Men's words can often be deceiving, and Jiang Che believed that women could weave lies with remarkable skill, especially beautiful ones. If Tang Yunran were to deceive him, he would willingly fall for it. Such courtesy. "You truly are polite. Then you must also send me a good morning message every morning." "Why?" "Because I send you one every morning." Tang Yunran belatedly realized that she had fallen into Jiang Che's trap. Yet the words had come from her own mouth. What could she do? From now on, she would have to sincerely send him both good morning and good night messages. Get some sleep. Girls should sleep early to stay beautiful. Jiang Che glanced at the time. It was nearly 11:30, and with the end of the semester approaching, there was some pressure at Jiangxing University. Unfortunately, his major differed from hers, and the elective courses were not the same. Otherwise, he could have informed her about the exam contents. "What do you mean? Are you saying I don't look good right now?" Tang Yunran shot back in frustration. Jiang Che quickly replied, "No, you are beautiful." Romantic experience 346. Didn't you just say that sleeping early makes one more beautiful? Then you should sleep later. Staying up all night is fine too. After a moment of speechlessness, Tang Yunran savored Jiang Che's words, and her face broke into a radiant smile. Staying up all night? Did he think she was that beautiful? He. Tang Yunran laughed heartily, her laughter growing louder. In the adjacent room, Tang Faison knocked on the door. "Shaoran, what are you giggling about?" "I'm watching Douyin. I saw something funny." "Get to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow." "Okay, got it." Tang Yunran pouted, gazing at Jiang Che's profile picture, whispering to herself, "It's all your fault. You've made me lie again." After speaking, she pressed her phone tightly against her heart, wishing to meld it with her very being. After a few seconds, she pulled the phone away, lying down, and gazed at Jiang Che's photo on her phone, saying, "Jiang Che, I've decided. In this lifetime, it's still you. I hope this time you won't disappoint me. All right?" "Achoo!" Jiang Che sneezed loudly. 1 sneeze signifies thinking of someone. 2 sneezes signify cursing. It must be that his little wife was thinking of him. Jiang Che switched on the bedside lamp, took out paper and pen, and resolved to write a love letter to present to Tang Yunran on Valentine's Day. How to begin? Jiang Che ruffled his hair. He had never written a love letter in either his past or present life. His closest friend, Li Hao, had the lowest emotional intelligence imaginable. Reflecting on Li Hao's intellect, Jiang Che shook his head. Seeking his help would be akin to consulting his nephew in kindergarten. Better to search online. Jiang Che found several excerpts. "My most adorable girl, I would hold up an umbrella of the heart for you, shielding you from the storm. I would brush away all your sorrows, ensuring your eternal happiness. Please accept my devoted heart, will you? Please accept my sincere affection, will you?" Ugh, too cheesy. "The greatest fortune in my life is knowing you, while the greatest misfortune is not being able to possess you. Perhaps you will encounter someone you love deeply, but you will not find another who loves you as much as I do. The very meaning of my existence until now is to meet you in this moment." Headache. Jiang Che continued searching, nearing midnight, unsure of what else to write. The next day, as Jiang Yuan emerged from her room, she spotted Jiang Che sporting dark circles under his eyes. "Brother, did you not sleep last night?" "I went to bed at 2. Jiang Che replied dully. "Didn't you promise Mom and Dad that you wouldn't be addicted to games anymore? Staying up that late, don't you fear exhausting yourself? I'll tell you, a person is like a burning candle. It can burn steadily for a while, but if you fan the flames, it burns out faster. Be careful not to die young. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Jiang Che's brow furrowed as he recalled her weeping after his demise. This girl indeed had foresight. Wasn't he the one who had perished from overexertion? I was he playing games? I was writing a love letter. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened, rolling dramatically. A love letter? Do you think I'll believe that? It's true. Jiang Yuan pointed out the window. If you told me the sun rose from the west, I'd believe it. I'm not lying. Jiang Che returned to his room and retrieved the decorative envelopes and stationery he had bought. Then, take a look for yourself. On the stationery were 2 versions of the love letter, the final selections he had made. My dearest Ran, you are like the moon in the sky, resting at the center of the water, eternally residing in my heart. You are like the moon in the sky. You do not drift with the current. Always near my side. Ugh. Jiang Yuan couldn't continue reading after that. She flipped to the next page. Oh my, this one is even more cringe-worthy. Author's note. I forgot to mention yesterday. The day before, I said that if I received 50 donations, I would provide 4 updates, and if I receive 100, I'd continue with 4 updates for several days. I was utterly astonished. The back-end statistics showed a total of exactly 100. Not a cent more, just a dime extra. How did you all manage that? Truly impressive. Chapter 37, A Heartfelt Love Letter. I miss you. I miss you. Oh, how I long for you. I wish to find an artist to capture your likeness and affix it to my cup, so that each day I may sip water and kiss you. You were, I said. Brother, how much do you despise that girl to deliberately write such nauseating things to make her lose her appetite? Is that so? It is indeed somewhat distasteful, but not to such an exaggerated extent, is it? Not distasteful, just a tad bit so. Don't you often watch idle dramas? How do you think I should compose this love letter? Jiang Yuan widened his eyes, staring at Jiang Che. Brother, you can end amp, oppos. Be serious. Are you really going to pursue a girl? Of course. If I'm not pursuing girls, I to pursue boys? I support you. Jiang Yuan and amp. Oppos. Eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jiang Che rolled his eyes and pinched Jiang Yuan and Oppos' forehead. What on earth is in that head of yours? You wouldn't and Oppos. Understand the world of Fujoshi. Jiang Che. I'm asking your opinion. How should I write this love letter? Why do you have to pinch my head? Does it not hurt? How rude. With your demeanor. How could you possibly win over a girl? I can assure you, I will absolutely find you the best sister-in-law in the world. Jiang Che declared confidently. Jiang Yuan pursed her lips, clearly skeptical. You don't believe me? Not at all. Shall we make a bet then? Let us think it through first. Don't forget about that bucket of iced red tea. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Jiang Yuan immediately gestured as if zipping her lips. It's not embarrassing to be timid. Losing a bet like last time and having to shave your head would truly be shameful. Speaking of which, if you truly intend to write a love letter, you must express your sincerity. Today's girls are not as easily swayed as they once were. Mere sweet nothings won't suffice. You must find a way for them to see your genuine heart. Jiang Yuan and amp. Oppos' word struck a chord with Jiang Che, resonating with wisdom. So, how can I make her see my sincerity? Keep it simple. What do you mean? Jiang Yuan picked up the love letter and explained, it doesn't require ornate language. Simply express what you wish to say from your heart and what you wish to do for her. Jiang Yuan's advice felt like a revelation to Jiang Che. Indeed, here he was, a man of over 30 years, yet he was less perceptive than a high school student. Be sincere. Isn't that wonderful? He now understood how to write this love letter. Rising to his feet, he instinctively reached out to tug at Jiang Yuan's cheek. You're not so old. You seem to know so much. Ouch. Why do you always pull my face? You have a lot of flesh on your cheeks. Jiang Che, not only are you hurting my body, but you're also wounding my heart. How excessive. I'm complimenting you. I take pride in having you as my sister. Pride in what? That my sister has chubby cheeks? Jiang Che, I'll fight you. After some playful banter, Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yuan and couldn't he help but praise her again. You've truly helped me immensely. Your suggestion is wonderful. Of course, this wisdom comes from my countless hours spent reading romance novels. In matters of love, you may always consult me, Jiang Yuan declared, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Jiang Yuan was clever and quick-witted, possessing a unique charm, and due to her disability, she was more mature than her peers. This made Jiang Che curious. If Jiang Yuan understood love so well, did she ultimately choose such a scoundrel, dragging her life into despair? Reflecting on this, Jiang Che felt a pang of guilt. In his previous life, he was so consumed with his career that he had little time to concern himself with Jiang Yuan's affairs. Thus, he was not well informed about her choice of that rogue. It seemed Jiang Yuan often visited their home and got along splendidly with Tang Yunran. Perhaps Jiang Yuan had confided in her about her relationship. But now, Tang Yunran and Jiang Yuan had yet to meet. If she too had experienced reincarnation, he could inquire further. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. The most improbable thing in this world is the if. As Jiang Che fell into contemplation, Jiang Yuan was gazing intently at him. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt Jiang Che appeared remarkably mature and composed, far from the demeanor one would expect from an 18-year-old. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan recalled their conversation a few days prior. She had asked him where the money had come from, and her instincts told her that 99% of the time, Jiang Che had not won the lottery. In a haphazard manner, he had rambled on about being reincarnated. Could it be true? Brother, you previously mentioned that you were reincarnated. How old were you when you passed? Jiang Yuan was merely speculating, engaging in a whimsical game of imagination. If Jiang Che truly had been reincarnated, how old had he been at his demise? Surely he wasn't just an old man with a white beard? Jiang Che didn't expect Jiang Yuan to pose such a question, and for a brief moment, his expression darkened. 32. 32, a case of overexertion leading to sudden illness, dying young. As Jiang Che spoke, there was a hint of melancholy in his tone. I must be truly idle to engage in such musings with you. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically at Jiang Che, who had just admonished her against staying up late, claiming it was harmful to health and could lead to early demise, only for him to bring it up himself so quickly. How infuriating! A person as wicked as her brother was destined to live a long life. There was no way he would die at 32. Jiang Che watched Jiang Yuan as she pushed her wheelchair away, his gaze deepening, and he exhaled a long breath. Then, he returned to his room to write the love letter, to express his true feelings. This was simple. He could say whatever came to mind. With newfound clarity, Jiang Che picked up his pen. Wan, I am sorry. I have been blind to your virtues, failing to recognize all the ways you have quietly supported and cared for me. I feel remorse and regret. I understand that no amount of apologies can truly atone for my shortcomings. Half an hour later, he completed a lengthy 2,000-word love letter. With a heavy yet anxious heart, Jiang Che placed the letter into an envelope, sealed it, and tucked it away in the drawer. Now, he only awaited Valentine's Day to personally deliver this love letter into her hands. How would she react upon reading it? Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Li Hao. What is it? Old Jiang, I'm in urgent need of help. Lend me 500 yuan. Chapter 38. The infuriating 3 uncles you are asking me for a loan? Li Hao's family circumstances are considerably better than his, at least in his past life. Currently, their situations are somewhat similar. Hurry up. Help me out. I was dining with XINXN earlier, and I and Oppos, I'm short on cash. Spending 500 on a meal? Did you two eat that much? Li Hao and Oppos' family can only be described as decent. He receives more pocket money than the average college student. Yet his parents are merely working class, far removed from the likes of Wu Qing-shu, who drives a Ferrari around. It wasn't Oppos, T500. We spent over 1,000, and I'm 500 short. That much. Jiang Che frowned, realizing that Mei Xin truly lacks awareness. As if the money isn't hard-earned by others? Such wastefulness. Complaints aside, Jiang Che transferred 500 yuan to Li Hao. Brother, thank you. In the future, when I marry her, I'll invite you to be my best man. Enough about that. I'm off to settle the bill. With a beep, the call ended. Best man, rest assured with me around, you and Mei Xin will certainly never see the day of marriage. During the day's classes, Jiang Che listened to the same monotonous content as before, utterly bored. System. Let us draw a prize. Jiang Che had little interest in gambling, but there is an adage that suggests small bets can be pleasurable, and indulging once in a while could add a spark to life. Thank you for participating. Does the host wish to draw again? Let us draw 10 times. With each draw costing 100 experience points, 10 draws would only be 1,000. Given my little lady's exceptional support, 1,000 points is merely a trivial matter. Okay. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating, X9. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che fondly reminisced about the days when he possessed the European God Experience voucher, where wishes were effortlessly fulfilled. However, redeeming one European God Experience voucher requires 100,000 experience points, which is quite overwhelming. It's best to save it for a special occasion. Just as Jiang Che pondered this, the system finally ceased its monotonous responses. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 10 increase in physical fitness. Finally, my efforts have borne fruit. Jiang Che glanced at his arms. The muscle definition had become more exquisite. Old Jiang, your muscles are looking impressive. Have you been secretly hitting the gym? Li Hao inquired. Just increase my exercise routine a bit. Hey, chubby, how about working out with me, like morning runs? No way. My parents worked hard to raise me to this size. If I lose weight, it would be the greatest disrespect to them. Jiang Che. I've seen people make excuses for not losing weight, but I've never encountered someone who ties it to filial piety. I think you should exercise. Carrying around that much weight can't be comfortable, can it? Only the skinny suffer. I weigh myself daily, and if I gain even a couple of pounds, I must diet and exercise, always on high alert. Otherwise, my weight will skyrocket. Those of us who are overweight have no such worries. We can eat and drink whatever we please. Jiang Che found some merit in his argument, albeit a rather twisted rationale. You can't just prioritize your comfort. Girls want to be interested in you looking like this. Preferences vary. XIN likes chubby guys. If I slim down, she'd be upset. This topic was becoming unproductive. After a brief pause, Jiang Che furrowed his brow and asked, Chubby, let us say, hypothetically, if May XIN is not attracted to you as a person, but rather your wealth? Impossible. Are you so sure? You don't understand, XIN. When we meet this weekend, you'll see. She's the best girl in the world. No, the best girl is my little lady. Indeed, currently, May XIN is leading Li Hao around in circles. This matter requires careful contemplation, not haste. As classes were about to end, Jiang Che sent a message to Tang Yunran. Shall we go home together after school? Together? Our homes aren't even in the same direction. No worries, I'll accompany you back first, then return home. You're truly bored. Tang Yunran's words held a hint of jest, yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. Romantic experience points, 298. I'm not aimlessly bored. Given the number of ill-intentioned individuals around, and considering how beautiful you are, I worry about your safety alone. Beautiful. Romantic experience points, 369 recently. The news has reported on a series of murders targeting strong women, with 3 victims already identified, all of whom are college students. I can't help but worry. I should definitely see you home. Jiang Che recalled that in his past life, the murderer was apprehended only after 5 incidents. And though Tang Yunran wasn't among the victims, he couldn't shake his concern for her. My third brother said he would pick me up. Those infuriating uncles. Stealing his thunder. All right then, I'll wait for you at your neighborhood entrance tomorrow morning. My second brother said he'd ride me to class in the morning. Those infuriating second uncles. Then I'll see you home tomorrow night. After sending this message, Jiang Che quickly added, Don't tell me you've made plans with your eldest brother already. Not all. The eldest uncle is slightly better. Just then, as Jiang Che was contemplating this, Tang Yunran sent another message. My third brother said he'd be responsible for picking me up tomorrow night. Another third uncle. Tomorrow work. We'll have to postpone to the day after. By the way, starting the day after, my eldest brother has 2 days off and said he'd pick me up and drop me off. So the eldest uncle is the most infuriating. Tang Yunran gazed at the screen, imagining Jiang Che's clenched teeth expression. She couldn't help but chuckle. As soon as she laughed, the professor called her name. Tang Yunran, is my class that amusing? Apologies. No need to apologize. Please read this article aloud. Hearing this, Jean Xiao gasped. This article, filled with English text, had her baffled. After merely skimming a couple of sentences, she encountered 4 or 5 unfamiliar words. How could she possibly read it? This was going to be a disaster for her. Oddly enough, Tang Yunran is usually very diligent in class. Why was she laughing just now? While Jean Xiaoqiao was puzzled, she noticed Tang Yunran's phone glowing in her desk drawer. Jiang Che had sent A and Oppos, crying and Oppos, emoji. So it was because of Jiang Che. This Jiang Che, truly not a good person. She must devise a way to make Tang Yunran realize Jiang Che is not someone worthy of lifelong commitment. All right, Tang Yunran nodded. Typically, students at Jiangxi University take the CET-6 in their second or third year, but as a freshman who has been reborn, she had already passed it. Not only that, but she had also studied abroad for 2 years in her past life, making her English proficiency nearly equivalent to her native language. Reading a single-page article was child and Oppo's play for her. Tang Yunran picked up the book and began reading in fluent, authentic English, without a single stutter. Chapter 39. The moment of crisis, the professor and the entire class were utterly astonished. Some students discreetly recorded the event on their phones and posted it on the campus forum. The campus belle truly lived up to her title. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but she also excelled academically. Her fluent, authentic English was so impressive that if I closed my eyes, I would have no doubt that a foreigner was speaking. Indeed, Jiang Che also came across the post on the campus forum. Watching Tang Yunran's impeccable pronunciation in the video filled him with a sense of pride. This was his wife. He felt an immense swell of pride. He recalled that in his previous life, Tang Yunran had studied abroad and possessed excellent English skills. Now, as a freshman, her proficiency was astonishing, a talent that was truly unparalleled. The forum buzzed with excitement as students continued to engage in fervent discussions. What kind of boy could possibly be worthy of such an outstanding girl? Speaking of which, do you remember the basketball game between the business and computer science departments? The campus belle had escorted a business major to the infirmary. I was there. That business major was Jiang Che, the heartthrob of their class. I even have a photo of him. Let me find it. 2 seconds later, the photo was posted. Wow, he is so handsome. Just a heartthrob? I say he rivals even our school and AMP, Oppos, as top male beauty. Did you notice how harmonious they look together? A match made in heaven. Ugh, can good looks fill your stomach? I must say I am also from the business department and have interacted with Jiang Che before. His academic performance is average. His athletic abilities are mediocre, and he often gets called out in class for playing games. He lacks any notable hobbies or talents. To put kindly, he is rather unfocused. To be blunt, he is utterly useless. Such a disappointment? Indeed, quite disappointing. How could someone so lackluster dare to covet our campus belle? I am the first to oppose it. I second that. Third, fourth, 999. Jiang Che turned away, shoving his phone into his pocket. What does it matter to these ignorant people? Their objections hold no sway. Tang Yunran and Oppo's affection for him is beyond their interference. It was unfortunate, as he had intended to walk home with Tang Yunran after school, but now he was interrupted by 3 ruffians. By the way, the landlord of Chioshui community moved out today. He should check it out. Tang Yunran and Oppo's home was near Chioshui community, and once they moved there, he could conveniently see her on the way. As Jiang Che was lost in these pleasant thoughts, an unpleasant voice suddenly pierced the air. You little brat, how dare you meddle? If you don't kneel and apologize today, I'll make you suffer. This was clearly a thug looking for trouble. Generally, when faced with such a situation, most would steer clear to avoid complications. Jiang Che was just an ordinary person, lacking the heroic spirit to act bravely. So his initial instinct was to retreat, just like anyone else. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice. Not chance, thief. You want me to kneel and apologize? No way. That voice wasn't in Oppo's. Tiada's third uncle? Jiang Che followed the sound to the alley in Oppo's entrance and peered inside. Sure enough, it was his third uncle. Tang Faison was surrounded by 3 men, each wielding steel pipes. Seeing this scene, Jiang Che suddenly recalled an incident. While shopping at the supermarket, Tang Faison had spotted a thief stealing a pregnant woman and Oppo's bag and had shouted, frightening the thief away. Later, the thief sought revenge, gathering a few men to beat up Tang Faison, resulting in a broken leg. Since then, he had walked with a noticeable limp. Damn it, no apology? Then I'll break your legs. Brothers attack. The thief and his accomplices lunged at Tang Faison with their weapons. Tang Faison was unarmed and stood no chance against the three assailants. Within seconds, he had taken 2 solid blows. This was bad. If this continued, Tang Faison would undoubtedly end up crippled like in his previous life. Being his uncle, Jiang Che could not simply stand by. If Tang Faison was harmed, Tang Yunran would certainly be worried. Acting on instinct, Jiang Che sprang forward, tackling one of the assailants to the ground and wresting the steel pipe from his grasp. You go first. Jiang Che positioned the pipe in front of Tang Faison protectively. I can't leave. Although he did not know the identity of his unexpected savior, he realized that if he were to perish, it would become 3 against 1, and his benefactor would surely suffer. With this thought, Tang Faison stepped forward to stand alongside Jiang Che. Seeing the resolute expression on Tang Faison and Appo's face, Jiang Che understood he was stubborn. Even if urged to leave, he would not budge. So he fell silent, scanning the 3 thieves. Jiang Che felt confident that he could handle 2 of them without needing to exchange skills with the system. I'll handle this one. You take care of the rest. Jiang Che instructed, handing the captured thief over to Tang Faison. All right, unarmed, who's afraid of whom? He needed to resolve this quickly and then assist the one who had come to his aid. Tang Faison, known for his rebellious nature during school, quickly dealt with his opponent. Brother, I'm here to help. Tang Faison turned to see Jiang Che strike a thief's leg with a steel pipe, incapacitating him. Brother, you're impressive. Tang Faison noticed Jiang Che's fair complexion and initially thought him weak and delicate, but was surprised by his prowess. You should get to the hospital. Jiang Che observed the bruises on Tang Faison. His injuries were not trivial. This is nothing. I'm used to fighting since my school days. I'll just apply some medicine at home. By the way, what is your name? You saved me. I must repay you. How about giving me your sister? Jiang Che thought to himself. No need for repayment. I simply could not ignore an injustice. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Faison admired him greatly. My name is Tang Faison. I've decided you're my friend. I'm Jiang Che. Jiang Che, good. From now on, you're my brother Tang Faison. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I will certainly help you as long as I can. Tang Faison and Appo's words of camaraderie reminded Jiang Che of their past life, where he often received harsh treatment from him. This stark contrast felt peculiar and odd. At that moment, the thief rose from the ground, stealthily reaching for a steel pipe. Damn it, I'll make you pay. The thief swung the pipe towards the back of Tang Faison's head. Watch out, Jiang Che shouted, knowing that if the pipe struck Tang Faison, it would certainly cause serious harm. Chapter 40. I will apply the medicine for you. As Jiang Che witnessed Tang Faison's imminent danger, he swiftly pushed him aside. A resounding thud echoed as the steel pipe struck his shoulder blade. In that fleeting moment, a numbing sensation surged from his shoulder to his brain, nearly overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Damn it! Tang Faison erupted in fury upon seeing Jiang Che take the blow for him, immediately lunging at the thief in a fit of rage. He pinned the assailant to the ground, delivering a series of punches in revenge for Jiang Che. After a few minutes, Jiang Che gradually regained his composure. Stop hitting him. You'll cause a fatality. At that moment, the thief's face was battered and bloodied, resembling a swollen pig's head. Tang Faison stood up from the thief, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? It should be fine, Jiang Che replied, lifting his shoulder slightly. Ouch, it really hurts. Let me take you to the hospital, Tang Faison insisted. It's just a bruise. A little pain relief ointment will suffice. I have some at home. Let us go there. Go into your house. That sounds fine. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you, I might have been seriously injured. No, you just have a broken leg. Jiang Che reflected on the earlier incident. Had he not intervened, the thief would have struck Tang Faison's head with the pipe. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If that steel pipe had hit Tang Faison, the consequences could have been dire. Thankfully, they had escaped unscathed. 10 minutes later, we arrived at my home, Tang Faison announced as they reached the entrance of the community. Jiang Che wanted to say that he already knew, having been here twice before in his previous life, both times nearly caught by him. Entering the elevator, Jiang Che pressed the button for the 17th floor. Huh? How did you know I live on the 17th floor? You mentioned it earlier. Jiang Che felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a calm facade. Did I? I don't recall. You might have mentioned it casually. Perhaps. Jiang Che sighed in relief, grateful that it was his bold and reckless third uncle. His second and eldest uncles would have been much harder to deceive. 1702. As soon as Tang Faison inserted the key, the door swung open. Third brother, weren't you supposed to pick me up? Why are you only just returning? I thought something might have happened on the way. As Tang Yunran spoke, she noticed Jiang Che standing behind Tang Faison, her eyes widening in shock. What's going on? Why is Jiang Che here? And with my third brother? Jiang Che waved a hand at Tang Yunran. What a coincidence. I didn't expect him to be your third brother. Tang Faison glanced between Jiang Che and Tang Yunran. Do you two know each other? We attend the same school. Jiang Che replied. Oh, I see. So, how did you end up together? Tang Yunran stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I was ambushed on the road earlier, and thankfully he came to my aid. Otherwise, I might not have made it back today. You're injured? Tang Yunran asked, concern lacing her tone. I'm fine. Jiang Che started, but before he could finish, Tang Yunran hurried past Tang Faison to inspect him. Her anxious gaze swept over him, brimming with worry. No, I'm also hurt. Tang Faison interjected, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Also, Tang Yunran grasped the significance of this revelation. So, Jiang Che is injured too. Where are you hurt? Let me see. It's not serious. You don't need to worry. I don't believe you. Show me. Tang Yunran was unconvinced by Jiang Che's claims of minor injury. After all, during the last basketball match, Jiang Che had insisted he was fine while his knee bled profusely. It's just my shoulder. It really isn't serious. Show me. That might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Take off your shirt. Right here. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Tang Yunran, unable to contain her impatience, reached out to lift Jiang Che's shirt. Ahem. Tang Faison cleared his throat before gently pushing her hand away. Yunran, you're a girl. What are you doing? You can't just go around lifting a boy's shirt, even if he is handsome. At Tang Faison's words, Tang Yunran paused, momentarily confused, before realizing he had misunderstood. After a few seconds, she processed his comment and felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, Tang Faison said apologetically to Jiang Che. It's all right, Jiang Che replied, adjusting a shirt that Tang Yunran had tugged. Don't just stand there, come inside. Tang Faison warmly invited Jiang Che in. I have some ointment. I have an injury on my leg too, so I'll go to my room to apply it. Yunran, please take care of him. I'll be out shortly. Okay, I understand. Once Tang Faison retreated to his room, the living room fell into a quiet stillness, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere between Jiang Che and Tang Yunran. Take off your shirt. I'll help you apply the ointment, Tang Yunran said, her cheeks flushed. All right. Jiang Che had no qualms about accepting her offer and began to remove his shirt. Ouch, my left shoulder won't budge. I can't take it off. I'll help you. Tang Yunran, focused on Jiang Che's injury, didn't think twice and stepped forward, quickly assisting him in removing his t-shirt. The swelling on his shoulder blade was prominent, clearly painful. Tang Yunran's eyes reddened. Her heart ached with an indescribable discomfort. Noticing her distress, Jiang Che turned to see tears welling in her eyes. Yunran? I'm here to apply the medicine for you. Tang Yunran hurriedly wiped her face with her hand. Embarrassed, seeing her tears fall as she examined his injury made her feel vulnerable. Tang Yunran squeezed a small amount of ointment in her palm, warming it before gently applying it to Jiang Che's back. If it hurts, you must tell me. I'll be more gentle. Okay. Listening to her gentle voice and feeling her delicate touch, Jiang Che couldn't help but want to embrace her and comfort her for her tears. However, being in Tang Faison's home, he restrained himself, knowing that if Tang Faison caught him, his pursuit of Tang Yunran would become increasingly difficult. He had to control himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain shot through his back. Ouch, I'm so sorry. I applied too much pressure and hurt you. The girl's voice behind him trembled with a hint of tears. Is she crying again? Jiang Che swiftly turned around, and upon seeing the tears on Tang Yunran's face, he impulsively grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Yunran, you silly girl. I told you it doesn't hurt. Why are you crying? I can't stand it when girls cry. In truth, he feared her tears the most. Tang Yunran gazed at Jiang Che in disbelief, nestled against his bare, muscular chest as his masculine scent enveloped her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Amorous sentiments burgeoned, enriching his experience by incremental measures of 1356, 1678, and 1779. Before she could regain her composure, Jiang Che and Appo's hand gently graced her countenance, his fingers playfully caressing her nose. Already susceptible to his allure, this tender gesture threatened to completely dissolve her resolve. Her romantic sensibilities swelled, accruing a substantial 2098 points. At that precise moment, Tang Faison emerged, his countenance betraying a hint of surprise. What's transpiring here? Chapter 41. A grave misunderstanding in a state of alarm. Tang Yunran hastily extricated herself from Jiang Che and Appo's embrace. What should she do? Caught red-handed by her elder brother, would he resort to violence against Jiang Che? Brother, please allow me to explain. It was not Jiang Che's fault. I simply tripped and fell. Tang Faison interjected, completing Tang Yunran's sentence. Ah, yes, exactly. I clumsily stumbled and fell, she replied. You see, the moment I stepped out, I knew it would be something like this. You and Appo's always been this way since childhood, Tang Faison remarked, observing the scene. And you, Jiang Che, are still injured. You should be cautious. Falling into his arms could cause you further harm. Approaching Jiang Che, he added, I apologize. My sister has caused you trouble. Not at all. It was no inconvenience. She's quite light, Jiang Che replied. Light? This girl weighs 100 pounds. Brother, how can you disclose her weight? 100 pounds is just right, Jiang Che stated candidly. Tang Yunran's weight was indeed below 100, but she had a well-proportioned figure, despite not having tested it. Jiang Che estimated her bust size to be at least a C. Her waist was slender, her legs long, a perfect ratio. Would you like to stay for dinner? Tang Faison warmly invited Jiang Che. There in Appo's. No need for such courtesy. It was merely a small act. You needn't Appo's. Take it to heart, Jiang Che replied. Though he was tempted to stay for dinner, he feared his keen brother-in-law might detect an anomaly. Ultimately, after Tang Faison's persistent entreaties, Jiang Che decided to leave. Tang Faison escorted Jiang Che to the entrance of the community before returning. Brother, has he left? Approaching Tang Yunran, Tang Faison regarded her with an unusual expression, leaving her perplexed. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? It feels strange. Shaoran, be honest with me. Do you have feelings for him? Tang Faison's question caused Tang Yunran's heart to race. Brother, what are you talking about? There's nothing of the sort. I'm going to my room now. Still denying it. Yet you are stammering. Furthermore, you went up there to remove his clothing. I'm not saying this lightly, Shaoran. You are the belle of your school. Can't you exhibit a bit of decorum? I admit he is handsome, but you cannot simply throw yourself at him. I did not. Did not? Who was it that laid in his arms without moving? Look at you, Shaoran. You've learned to take advantage of him. Brother, what are you saying? I merely fell. Fell right into his arms, you say? That's the excuse I concocted for you. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You were clearly gazing at him with infatuation, obviously seeking his embrace. I don't deny it. Jiang Che is quite remarkable, handsome, kind-hearted, and brave. I have no objections, Tang Faison interrupted. Ah, Tang Yunran tilted her head, staring at him. Tang Faison rose from the sofa, placing a hand on her shoulder. If you truly like him, I want to oppose it. In fact, I wholeheartedly support it. Young men like him are rare. Once this opportunity is gone, it may never return. Tang Yunran felt a bit dazed. Brother, I remember you once said I shouldn't date too early and that there were no good men. Indeed, I did say that, but it was to protect you from the wrong sort. Jiang Che is genuinely a good man. Should you ever end up with him, I would feel reassured. At that moment, Tang Yunran's memories became muddled. She recalled another memory, Tang Faison in her past life, seething with rage at Jiang Che. That scoundrel Jiang Che. How dare he treat my sister this way? I would love to strike him down. Shaoran, Shaoran. Tang Faison called out twice before managing to pull Tang Yunran back to the present. Ah, look what I have. Tang Faison opened WeChat, revealing a newly added friend. I got his WeChat for you. You should add him. Tang Yunran blinked, her mind momentarily unable to process. What are you waiting for? Add him quickly. Tang Faison, being impatient, snatched her phone. I could do it myself. She protested, reclaiming her phone. She had already added Jiang Che on WeChat, and if Tang Faison discovered this, she dreaded the potential consequences. She was uncertain, but it could spiral out of control. That evening, Jiang Che texted Tang Yunran. Did your brother suspect anything? Upon reading the message and recalling Tang Faison's earlier words, Tang Yunran felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. That an amp, Oppos, S good, Jiang Che replied after turning home. Feeling somewhat guilty, he had acted impulsively. Had he not pulled Tang Yunran into his arms, they would not have been caught by Tang Faison. Although he managed to brush it off with an explanation, what if Tang Faison had already grown suspicious? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, prompting him to send another message to Tang Yunran. Ding, Tang Yunran replied. How is your injury? Much better. Fearing Tang Yunran might doubt him, Jiang Che removed his shirt, took a photo of his back in the mirror, and sent it to her. Tang Yunran noticed the still swollen injury and frowned. Isn't it still quite swollen? Jiang Che sent an exasperated emoji. I applied medicine, not magic balm. It will take at least a week to reduce the swelling. Have you applied the medicine after your shower? Not yet. Why Haven and Damp? Oppos. To you. Hurry up. My sister is currently binge-watching a show. I'll have her apply it once she is done. Let your sister do it? She is heavy-handed. Do you dare let her? Huh? Jiang Che's face showed confusion. How do you know my sister is heavy-handed? You know her well? Oh no. In her haste, she had revealed too much. She indeed knew Jiang Yuan well. But that was from her past life, where they shared a close bond. Jiang Yuan adored her, always chattering endlessly whenever they met. Such an innocent and carefree girl. It was a pity she hadn't met a worthy partner. If given the chance to meet Jiang Yuan again, she would find a way to help her escape her tragic fate from the past. Setting aside thoughts of Jiang Yuan, she needed to sidestep the current predicament. Didn't you often tell me your sister is clumsy? So was he who said that. Fearing Jiang Che might continue down the wrong path, Tang Yunran swiftly shifted the topic. Had he been working out lately? She examined the photo, admiring the well-defined muscles, truly a sight to behold. She had felt them firsthand that afternoon. They were remarkably firm and robust. The masculine energy was overwhelming. As these thoughts swirled, Tang Yunran couldn't and damp. Oppos. T helped but feel her cheeks flush and her heart race. Chapter 42. A Wife and Amp. Oppos. As concerned for her husband, as Tang Yunran conversed about his physique, he found himself unconcerned about the trivial matters of his sister. I rise early each morning for a jog and engage in evening workouts. There's also the system. Such diligence? Tang Yunran was intrigued. Aren't an amp? Oppos. To you fond of gaming? Why have you not succumbed to it? Jiang Che indeed relished gaming. In his past life during university, he was often seen with his phone, engrossed in games in the cafeteria, beneath trees, and even in the restroom. After their marriage, he still preferred gaming over resting during his spare time. This girl had thoroughly investigated all his preferences. Once they were together, he would surely inquire why she adored him so. Surely, it could not be solely due to his looks. In his previous life, while he was indeed handsome, he was merely the class heartthrob, not quite reaching the heights of the school prince. Gaming was merely a pastime, an innocent form of entertainment. It should not be an all-consuming affair. To become excessively engrossed could lead to unfortunate consequences. After expressing this thought, Jiang Che let out a sigh. Tang Yunran, upon reading this, placed her hand upon her heart. She had long harbored suspicions, and she was 90% certain that Jiang Che had been reborn. Now, she felt almost entirely assured. Yet, one point perplexed her. If Jiang Che were truly reborn, why was he so kind to her? She speculated that perhaps he felt guilt toward her, prompting him to make amends. However, that theory made little sense. The things she had done for him in secret were unknown to him until his death. How could he feel guilt and seek to compensate her? If not for this conundrum, she would confidently affirm that Jiang Che had indeed been reborn. Besides this hypothesis, she entertained another possibility. Could it be that her own rebirth instigated a butterfly effect that altered Jiang Che's fate? Then there was the matter from earlier that day. She waited at school for Tang Faison to pick her up, but after a lengthy wait with no sign of him, she decided to return home alone. Once home, she still did not see Tang Faison, and calls went unanswered. Suddenly, she recalled an incident from her past life. During her freshman year, her third brother had pointed out a thief in a supermarket and suffered retaliation, resulting in a broken leg. The timing seemed to align with the end of the semester. In a panic, she opened the door to leave, only to see her brother returning with Jiang Che. While her brother had indeed been attacked, Jiang Che's intervention had altered the trajectory of past events. This could potentially be the butterfly effect following her rebirth. Thus, Tang Yunran leaned toward believing in the latter possibility. As for whether Jiang Che shared her experience of rebirth, that remained to be seen. Jiang Che set down his phone and examined his well-defined muscles in the mirror. Women are drawn to strong men. He resolved to awaken 10 minutes earlier the next morning to enhance his training. He was determined to make that little girl utterly infatuated with him. A knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Without needing to look, he knew it was Jiang Yuan. Earlier, he had summoned her to help him apply medicine, and now she was glued to her computer screen, fixated on a drama, nearly immersing herself in the screen to witness the on-screen couple's chemistry, emitting various eerie sounds akin to a crowing rooster. Not wanting to disturb her in her fervor, he feared she might hurl something at him in her excitement. "Brother, why did you call me? Help me apply some medicine." "Apply medicine? Where?" "I'm not applying anything for hemorrhoids." Jiang Che felt a surge of annoyance. Jiang Yuan stuck out her tongue, then glanced at Jiang Che's back. "Where exactly?" Jiang Che removed his shirt. Upon seeing the injury on his back, Jiang Yuan quickly wheeled herself over. "What happened? Did you get into a fight? Why on earth would you engage in such nonsense? You sound more nagging than Mom. Don't change the subject. What happened to you? I helped someone in distress. Do I look like I believe you? I speak only the truth. If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative." Jiang Yuan stared at Jiang Che, discerning that he appear to be lying. "What is wrong with you? Do you think you're some kind of hero? Without the skills of a hero, you mimic their stance and end up like this." As she grumbled, she began applying the ointment. "Ouch! You girl, why are you so rough? A lady should be gentle." As he said this, he reminisced about Tang Yunran's gentle touch when tending to his wounds. Her movements were exceptionally tender, her fingertips soft and delicate. Yet here was Jiang Yuan, applying the ointment with the force of a brute. Why was there such a disparity among women? Who says girls must be gentle? If you want gentleness, find someone else to tend to you. Tomorrow, I'll ask your sister-in-law to do it. Jiang Yuan halted her actions. "Are you really going to find me a sister-in-law?" Jiang Che unlocked his phone, revealing a screensaver and wallpaper featuring one person, Tang Yunran. "Well, this is your sister-in-law. What do you think? Pretty, right?" Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes in disbelief upon seeing the photo. Then, she opened her own phone, displaying a wallpaper of a popular male star. "Look, this is your brother-in-law. How about that? Handsome, right? Jiang Che. If you don't believe it, fine. Huh. If I believe that, I'd be a fool. How could such a beautiful girl be interested in you? Is she blind?" Such jests made it hard to believe that Jiang Yuan was truly his sister. All right. I want to explain further. Just wait to regret your disbelief." Jiang Yuan patted Jiang Che's shoulder. "I'm done here. I'm going to sleep." Ouch. That girl was truly merciless. Despite his injuries, she could still be so harsh. Did she not fear remaining single? "Even if she doesn't marry, I'll support her. After all, not many men are worth anything." Ding! Tang Yunran sent a message. "Has your sister helped you with your medicine? Still concerned about me?" Tears of gratitude emoji. Tang Yunran's brow furrowed in confusion. "What's wrong? Let me tell you, Jiang Yuan is incredibly rough. Having her apply medicine is akin to secondary injury." Tang Yunran, upon reading this, felt a surge of worry and promptly initiated a video call. "Are you all right?" Still the same sentiment. A wife's concern is paramount. With those words from Tang Yunran, Jiang Che felt the pain in his shoulder dissipate. At that moment, Tang Yunran was clad in a homey nightgown, white with delicate floral patterns. The simplistic attire accentuating her pure and refreshing aura. In his previous life, after their marriage, he had not truly noticed whether Tang Yunran wore nightwear. Jiang Che scrutinized her carefully. It appeared she was not wearing a bra. Chapter 43. The secret meeting in the grove, the grandeur of the scene before him, even without adornment, evoked a poetic sentiment within him. To scale the heights and behold the mountains in miniature aptly described the view he beheld. In his previous life, he had indeed been blind to such beauty, squandering his time on trivial pursuits, oblivious to the splendor surrounding him. Tanzudan senset an unsun intensin jeva apos et ge. Belatedly recalling her penchant for sleeping in the absence of attire. Realizing this, she hastily grabbed the blanket to shield herself. Romantic experience points 2:13, as the view was obscured. Disappointment flickered in Jiang Che's eyes. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. He was not in mortal peril. Then, perhaps you should refrain from letting your sister apply that, he suggested. I don't amp. Oppose. T wish for this either. I cannot let my parents see this injury. They would worry unnecessarily. I cannot reach that spot myself, she explained. I can assist you. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson. Romantic experience points 356. That would be a labor of love. In return, I shall treat you to lunch tomorrow. It should be I who expresses gratitude. If you had not intervened today, my third brother might have faced a lifetime of disability. What? What did you just say, Tang Yunran? Disability? How does she know that? Jiang Che and Amp. Oppose. S eyes widened in astonishment, his smile freezing in place. His hand suspended midair with the phone. Tang Yunran felt a wave of panic wash over her, striving to maintain her composure. I saw my third brother in Amp. Oppose. S leg. His injury is severe, so I thought, if you had not stepped in, he might have suffered lasting consequences. Her stammering explanation left her anxious, uncertain if it would suffice to deflect suspicion. As long as Jiang Che was not a reincarnation, he should not doubt her. Tang Yunran waited with bated breath for Jiang Che and Amp. Oppose. S response. 1 second passed. No reply. Her anxiety intensified. 5 seconds elapsed. Silence reigned on the line. Why was there no response? Was Jiang Che truly questioning her? Just as she prepared to speak, Jiang Che's calm voice emerged from the phone. Oh, I see. His tone remained even, devoid of inflection. With half-closed eyes, Jiang Che absorbed the light filtering through, casting shadows upon his features, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Tang Yunran contemplated his words, observing that he seemed unperturbed. Her rationale appeared sound. He likely held no suspicions. After concluding the call, Jiang Che slowly lowered his phone, opened a drawer, and retrieved a previously composed love letter. Yunran, could it be that you share my fate as a reincarnation? The following day, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran arranged to meet in the grove on campus. Jiang Che arrived early, holding a tube of ointment. Tang Yunran, noting the time, set aside her drawing board and prepared to sneak out of the classroom. Yunran, where are you headed? Jean Xiaoqiao inquired. I and Amp, Oppose, am off to the restroom, she replied, gesturing in that direction. I and Oppose, LL join you, Jean Xiaoqiao declared, placing her drawing board aside and linking arms with Tang Yunran as they made their way. Tang Yunran felt a headache brewing. What should she do now? Jiang Che awaited her in the grove. She crouched in a stall, deliberately delaying her exit. Xiaoqiao, I'm not feeling well. I need to stay a bit longer. You should head back. Not a problem. I can wait for you, Jean Xiaoqiao responded loyally. 5 minutes later, Tang Yunran received a message from Jiang Che. Have you arrived? Panic surged within her. I was held up. I'll be there shortly. Xiaoqiao, I forgot to bring some tissue. Could you help me retrieve it? I brought plenty. Here you go. Jean Xiaoqiao slid the tissues under the stall door. Actually, my period just started. Then I have nothing to offer. Wait a moment. I and Oppose. LL go buy some. Finally, she managed to send Jean Xiaoqiao away. After emerging from the restroom, she glanced at the time. Half an hour had already passed since her rendezvous with Jiang Che. She needed to hurry. Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppose, S frantic demeanor caught the attention of Wu Qingxu, who was skipping class. Huh? Why is Yunran in such a rush? Does she have an urgent matter? Previously, he had wagered with Jiang Che that the loser would stay away from Tang Yunran. The last match had been interrupted due to Jiang Che and Amp, Oppose, S injury, and since then, Tang Yunran had ignored him. refusing to engage whenever he approached her. Seeing her in such a flurry, he felt compelled to assist, hoping it might mend their strained rapport. With that thought, Wu Qingxu stealthily followed her. To his surprise, he spotted Jiang Che in the grove. Was Tang Yunran rushing to meet him? Wu Qingxu clenched his fists. Teeth gritted. What business did Tang Yunran have with Jiang Che? A date? Surely not. If it were a rendezvous, he would have to intervene. Just as he contemplated this, the next scene nearly caused his jaw to drop. Jiang Che was shedding his clothing. What was he intending? Were they about to engage in that act in such a public place? Though it was class time, there were still others like him wandering about. Did they not fear being caught? Surely they could find a more private location. No, no. How could Yunran, so innocent, possibly agree to such a thing? Jiang Che must be acting on base instincts, preparing to take advantage of her. Determined, he resolved to rush in and rescue her. Just as Wu Qingxu took a step forward, he watched in disbelief as Tang Yunran began to caress Jiang Che's back. Her movements gentle and circular, her face flushed with warmth. This sight left Wu Qingxu utterly bewildered. How could this be? He instinctively stepped back, inadvertently snapping a twig beneath his foot. Who is it? Jiang Che turned sharply. Tang Yunran, embarrassed, burrowed into Jiang Che's embrace, who instinctively wrapped his arms around her, pressing her head to his chest. You. What are you two? Wu Qingxu stammered, his rage boiling over, itching for a confrontation with Jiang Che. Jiang Che, release Yunran. Let Apos has settled this like men. Upon hearing Wu Qingxu and Apos' voice, Tang Yunran exhaled in relief, extricating herself from Jiang Che and Apos' hold. Thank goodness it was not someone else. If anyone else had witnessed this, it would have been mortifying. Wu Qingxu, please Don and Apos. Team misunderstand. Jiang Che and I are not what you think. Do you take me for a fool? Yunran, I hold no blame against you, but Jiang Che, I demand to know if you are a man. If you are, let an amp, Apos, fight. Jiang Che had long harbored a dislike for Wu Qingxu, who persistently pursued his beloved and frequently visited her home, often uninvited. Fine, let us do this. Who is afraid? Chapter 44. The Fight. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran grasped Jiang Che and Apos' wrist and shook her head, signaling him not to proceed. Noticing the concern etched on Tang Yunran and Apos' face, Jiang Che offered her a reassuring smile. All right, I'll listen to you. Wu Qingxu clenched his fists, his demeanor resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. This was utterly outrageous. That scoundrel Jiang Che not only stole his childhood sweetheart, but had the audacity to flaunt their affection right before him. A man could hardly tolerate such an affront. With fists raised, Wu Qingxu charged towards Jiang Che. Tang Yunran quickly positioned herself in front of Jiang Che, arms outstretched. Wu Qingxu, you mustn't Apos. Lay a finger on him. Wu Qingxu halted abruptly, staring at Tang Yunran and Apos' tense expression. Her eyes brimmed with hostility, suggesting that if he dared to harm Jiang Che, she would retaliate fiercely. Wu Qingxu felt as though his heart had been pierced multiple times. Yunran, what does he possess that makes you so infatuated with him? What are you talking about? I don't like him. Tang Yunran was taken aback by Wu Qingxu's sudden inquiry, her face reddening in embarrassment. Having grown up alongside Tang Yunran, Wu Qingxu could instantly tell that she had indeed developed feelings for Jiang Che. What am I lacking? Our mothers were classmates, and we've grown up together. They have great hopes for us to be together. I care for you deeply. Why can't you feel the same about me? What's wrong with me? Just tell me, and I will change to be the kind of person you like. Wu Qingxu had confessed his feelings for Tang Yunran countless times, even writing her love letters since elementary school. Throughout the years, she had received an unfathomable number of love notes from him. Wu Qingxu, I've told you before, I only see you as a neighborly older brother, a good friend. It doesn't matter how you change. It's still make you Jiang Che. Tang Yunran felt too shy to voice the last part. I don't care. I like you, and I will marry you. I will never give up. Even if you marry him, I won't relent. Wu Qingxu and Apos' words struck Jiang Che as anything but a jest. Indeed, As Wu Qingshu mentioned, in a past life, Tang Yunran had married him, while Wu Qingshu frequently harassed her in his flashy Ferrari. However, in that previous existence, he had shown little regard for Tang Yunran, never treating her as a wife. This time, he would certainly not grant Wu Qingshu any opportunity to exploit. With this thought, Jiang Che and Appo's expression hardened. Jiang Che, I advise you to give up quickly. I care for her more than you do. Only I will treat her with the utmost kindness. If you dare to continue pursuing Yunran, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. With that, Wu Qingshu stormed off without a backward glance. Tang Yunran turned to Jiang Che, her cheeks flushing as she took in his strong physique. Quickly, put your clothes on. It would be inappropriate if someone else saw you. It's all right. No one comes here. You said the same earlier, yet Wu Qingshu still showed up. He must have followed you. After donning his clothes, Jiang Che gazed out at the artificial lake ahead. It was rumored that someone had drowned there in the past, and students often felt an eerie chill when passing alone, especially after dark, with whispers of someone swimming in the lake. For this reason, few dared to visit. Every student at Jiangshan University knew of this campus legend, and Tang Yunran was no exception. Are you not afraid? What is there to fear? After my death in a previous life, I lingered as a soul beside you for 4 years. Why would I fear my kind? It is not the spirits that are frightening, but rather the humans. Jiang Che cast a glance in the direction Wu Qingshu had departed. His unusual reaction earlier suggested to him that Wu Qingshu would soon take significant action, and he needed to remain vigilant. Tang Yunran followed Jiang Che's gaze, guessing his thoughts. You needn't worry too much. I've known Wu Qingshu since childhood. I understand him well. He merely talks big and would never dare to engage in any unlawful acts. I don't doubt your understanding of Wu Qingshu, but you do not comprehend men. They say a woman's jealousy can be fierce, akin to a palace intrigue. Men can be the same. Haven't you heard of brothers fighting for each other, or men turning on their friends for a woman? Hearing Jiang Che and Appo's perspective caused Tang Yunran to feel a twinge of anxiety. Then I shall go find Wu Qingshu and tell him not to harm you. Otherwise, I shall never speak to him again. Jiang Che chuckled at her earnestness. Wouldn't that provoke him further? Huh? Really? Tang Yunran's innocent demeanor was endearing. How can one be so charming? Jiang Che felt his heart soften at her cuteness. To put it frankly, if Tang Yunran desired the stars from the heavens, he would find a way to pluck them for her. You need not worry about this. It is a matter between men. Rest assured, I will not engage in a brawl with him. He will be the one to suffer. A unilateral action? Absolutely. Let us seal the deal. Certainly, a kiss will suffice. How cheeky. On the way home after school, Jiang Che found himself cornered by Wu Qingshu and his entourage. He had anticipated that this matter would not end here. Jiang Che, I'm giving you one last chance. Keep your distance from Tang Yunran. Otherwise, Chapter 45. An unexpected turn of events. Ideals are beautiful, yet reality can be harsh. Just as Wu Qingshu's fist was a mere 5 centimeters from striking Jiang Che's face, Jiang Che deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow while seizing Wu Qingshu's wrist. He raised his foot and kicked Wu Qingshu's knee, forcing his arm backward and pinning it against his back. Wu Qingshu knelt on one knee, his face turning an alarming shade of blue and purple. Jiang Che, you bastard, let me go. Letting go is possible, but you must stay away from Yunran. Dream on. Jiang Che twisted his grip. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from Wu Qingshu and Appo's mouth. You lot. Get up. Bring him down. I'll double the money. Triple it. Wu Qingshu shouted at those lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Such a waste, Jiang Che commented dryly. Wu Qingshu was so furious he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. A waste? Wasn't it Jiang Che's fault? If he hadn't resisted, would they have offered 3 times the money? And yet, he dares to mock him. Truly despicable. Upon hearing the promise of triple payment, the hired thugs felt invigorated and charged at Jiang Che without a second thought. Still coming? It will be the same outcome. Just as Jiang Che prepared to retaliate, a booming voice suddenly rang out. Stop! The deep, resonant voice was familiar to both Jiang Che and Wu Qingshu. It was Tang Feisan. Wu Qingshu looked up at Tang Feisan. Third brother, help me. Quickly. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to encounter Tang Faison. Jiang Che surely didn't and oppose, to recognize him. Hopefully, Jiang Che and Tang Faison would end up in a confrontation. If Jiang Che were to strike Tang Faison, Tang Yunran would undoubtedly be furious. Moreover, the three brothers, Tang Faison, Tang Faimu, and Tang Failin, Zedli Tang Zundan deeply. If they learned that she was with Jiang Che, they would certainly intervene. Wu Qingxu reveled in his thoughts as Tang Faison rushed over and began to fight his hired goons. Hey! Wu Qingxu was momentarily stunned. This was not what he had anticipated. Third brother, you're attacking the wrong person. Before Wu Qingxu could finish his sentence, Tang Faison stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Che. Are you all right? Tang Faison inquired, looking at Jiang Che. Not bad. That's good. I'll help you. Wu Qingxu was utterly dumbfounded, taking several seconds to recover from his shock. Third brother, it's me. Only then did Tang Faison notice the one being restrained by Jiang Che. Qingxu, why are you here? Wu Qingxu. At his age, he had called out to Tang Faison several times, yet he failed to notice. Tang Faison glanced between Jiang Che and Wu Qingxu. What's going on here? Third brother, this person attacked me. He nearly broke my hand. Is there a misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. Third brother, you don't understand. This scoundrel is after your family's precious cabbage. Yunran has been bewitched by him, spending every day glued to him. Tang Faison's expression brightened upon hearing this. He turned to Jiang Che. So, you two are together? Not yet. What? My sister hasn't oppose. T confessed to you yet? Or did you reject her? Jiang Che. Let me tell you, my sister has become quite the cook. Her dishes are simply delectable. Marry her, and I assure you, you will not regret it. Tang Faison and oppose. S words left Wu Qingxu in a state of shock. This turn of events was completely unexpected. Not only was it unexpected, but it was also utterly incredible. The implications of Tang Faison's remarks left both Wu Qingxu and Jiang Che momentarily speechless. Just yesterday, Jiang Che had worried that Tang Faison might suspect him and Tang Yunran's relationship, thereby causing complications. He never anticipated that Tang Faison would suddenly say such things to him. Seeing Jiang Che's silence, Tang Faison wondered if his words had frightened him. Would he inadvertently complicate matters? If so, wouldn't his sister resent him? All of this was Wu Qingxu's fault for stirring trouble with Jiang Che and then reporting that they were together. Wasn't that misleading? With that thought, Tang Faison turned to Wu Qingxu with a distinctly unfriendly gaze, even slightly menacing. Upon meeting Tang Faison's sudden glare, Wu Qingxu was once again taken aback. What was this about? Had he wronged him in some way? Why was he looking at him like that? It made him quite uneasy. Third brother, do you know him? Wu Qingxu could not help but ask. He is my savior. If it weren't and oppose, tea for him yesterday, I might have perished. What? Wu Qingxu and oppose. S face fell immediately. He had hoped that Tang Faison would help him deal with Jiang Che, but instead, he found himself in a predicament. Wu Qingxu realized he could not let this situation slide. He needed to alter Tang Faison's perception of Jiang Che. Third brother, could it be that yesterday's incident was orchestrated by Jiang Che? Perhaps he had long plotted against Yunran, knowing that her three brothers are formidable. So he deliberately arranged for this scenario, allowing you to strike him, only to step in and rescue you. As Jiang Che listened to Wu Qingxu and oppose, analysis, his brows furrowed. There was logic in his reasoning, and he even found the notion somewhat appealing. Yet this was not the time to commend Wu Qingxu and oppose his ideas. He worried that Tang Faison might genuinely believe him. After all, compared to Wu Qingxu, who persistently referred to him as third brother, Jiang Che was merely an outsider. Wu Qingxu, I never imagined you to be this kind of person, Tang Faison suddenly shouted, startling Wu Qingxu into a shiver. What kind of person? What kind of person? You presume that others think as you do? Wu Qingxu, while you may have been a mischievous child, you were still kind-hearted. How have you turned so vile as an adult? Is it because your family's business has grown? I am not. You. No wonder Shaoran has never accepted you. I still trust her judgment. No, I truly didn't mean it that way. Third brother, please let me explain. No need for explanations. Apologize to Jiang Che right now. If you refuse, do not ever call me third brother again. I want and oppose, to apologize. If you refuse to apologize, then leave now and never come to my home again. You're also forbidden from pursuing Xiaoran. If I see you, I will chase you away. How ruthless. Wu Qingshu never expected things to escalate to this point. Jiang Che was equally astonished. He didn't say anything or offer any explanations, and his opponent was already defeated. Wu Qingshu and Appo's face became contorted, resembling someone who had been constipated for days, turning a deep shade of purple. Apologitse tu Jiang Che. What a farce. Jiang Che had stolen his woman and assaulted him. How could he be expected to apologize? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But if he did not apologize, Tang Feisin was known for his resolute nature and might genuinely prevent him from visiting his home or pursuing Tang Yunran. If that were to happen, he might as well give up on winning her back altogether. Perhaps it is best not to apologize. Jiang Che candidly expressed his true thoughts. Author's note: 5 updates today. 100 updates. I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Chapter 46. Tang Yunran fell ill. As long as Wu Qingshu did not apologize, this persistent rival would meet a definitive end. How splendid. Jiang Che felt relieved, while Wu Qingshu was on the brink of exploding with rage. You think I want to apologize just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Then apologize. Do it now. As long as you say sorry, I will forgive you. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Feisin regarded him with immense admiration. Truly, he was the one chosen by his sister, and he deserved such regard. His magnanimity was boundless, surpassing even the vastness of the ocean. Qingshu, did you see that? He is so magnanimous while you are so petty. Hurry and apologize. Don't let me lose respect for you. Wu Qingshu was already quite furious, but upon hearing Tang Feisin and Appo's remarks, he felt his vision darken and fainted. In his hazy state, he vaguely discerned the conversation between Jiang Che and Tang Feisin. Brother son, let us forget about the apology. He's too petty and might truly be driven to despair. It would be disastrous if something unfortunate happened. You're right. He was quite decent as a child. How did he become this way? People do change, especially those like him, the privileged second generation. The older they get, the more they change. That makes sense. Eventually, Wu Qingshu could hear nothing at all, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital. Later that evening, before bed, Jiang Che routinely messaged Tang Yunran for a chat. He wanted to cultivate a habit in her, making her feel that something was amiss if they did not converse each night. This was akin to the way one spoils a loved one, ensuring that no other man could meet her needs. Are you asleep? Just lying down, preparing to sleep. Seeing Tang Yunran's reply, Jiang Che slapped his forehead. This method of initiating conversation about sleep was akin to digging his own grave. It was no different from self-sabotage. If she was asleep, she would undoubtedly reply. If she was, how could she respond? Furthermore, Tang Yunran's reply suggested that she was ready to sleep. If he continued chatting, it would imply he disregarded her feelings. Just as Jiang Che pondered how to salvage the situation, Tang Yunran sent another message. I heard from Brother San that he ran into you and Wu Qingshu. Yes. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No, don't worry. We just had a friendly chat. Friendly? Tang Yunran rolled her eyes in disbelief. Friendly enough to land someone in the hospital? Fortunately, it was Wu Qingshu who was sent there. 30 seconds passed. He could not let the conversation grow stale. Jiang Che hastily edited a message to find a new topic. Why are you sleeping so early today? Jiang Che glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. Usually, they would chat from after 9 until nearly midnight. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Upon reading this, Jiang Che immediately felt alarmed. What's wrong? What do you feel unwell? Have you seen a doctor? He sent 3 messages in quick succession. Merely those 3 sentences made Tang Yunran feel considerably better. Romantic experience points 284. I just have a slight fever. Slight? What's the temperature? 39 degrees. Is that what you call slight? Jiang Che continued typing on his phone. Drink more water. Before he could send a message, he suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote he had read online. When a girl is sick, she seeks her boyfriend in Appo's concern. Girl, I have a cold. Boyfriend, drink more water. Girl, my period has come. Boyfriend, drink more water. Girl, I was scolded by my parents today. I'm feeling down. Boyfriend, drink more water. The girl, unable to endure any longer, says, let us break up. Boyfriend, what? Why? Aren't we fine together? How can you just say, we should break up? The girl sends a hee-hee emoji. What do you think? Boyfriend, I don't know. Please don't break up. I can't live without you. I'd be miserable. Girl, it's okay. Just drink more water. This anecdote was amusing, but upon deeper reflection, it indeed captured a profound truth. The suggestion to drink more water was an insincere response, easily uttered without thought or genuine effort, leading to a perception of insincerity. Realizing this, Jiang Che hastily deleted the message he had just composed. Please rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. Sleep early. After sending this message, Jiang Che quickly changed his clothes and rushed out with his phone in hand. Brother, where are you going? Jiang Yuan called out. To buy medicine. With a loud bang, Jiang Che slammed the door behind him. Buying medicine? Jiang Yuan blinked, then nodded, muttering to himself that he indeed needed to purchase some. Tang Yunran gazed at the last message Jiang Che had sent, her expression clouded with disappointment. She had expected him to express more concern, yet it ended so abruptly. Lying in bed with her phone, she could not discern whether it was her illness or the disappointment that cast a shadow over her mood. She removed her phone from her chest and illuminated the screen. There was not a single notification, despite the absence of messages. She could not resist opening the chat with Jiang Che. Upon seeing his last message, please rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. Sleep early. Her spirits sank even lower. She thought back to her past life, recalling a time when Jiang Che had fallen ill. She had rushed to the pharmacy for medicine, applied ice packs to cool him down, and stayed up all night tending to him. When his fever subsided in the early hours, she had gently wiped his forehead with a warm towel, concerned that he might catch a chill. The following morning, she had prepared porridge for him, waiting for him to awaken. Now that it was her turn to be sick, she had to endure it alone. Lost in thought, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. What am I doing? Why am I crying? She had resolved to be strong. She could manage on her own. Besides, in this lifetime, Jiang Che was already far better than in the past. One must not be ungrateful. Greed would only lead to further dissatisfaction. In her previous life, during the days they cohabited after marriage, he had treated her with indifference. During that time, she had wished for just a glance from him. That alone would have sufficed. Tang Yunran, you must not be too greedy. You are already quite fortunate. She repeatedly reassured herself, and gradually, her emotions stabilized. Just as she prepared to close her eyes and drift into sleep, her phone rang unexpectedly. At this late hour, who could be calling? Tang Yunran strained to reach her phone from the bedside table. Jiang Che. Startled, she sat up abruptly, her face alight with excitement. Chapter 47. She decides to confess to Jiang Che she was always easily swayed by Jiang Che's charms, laughing and crying for him like a fool. Tang Yunran hastily accepted the call. Before she could utter a word, Jiang Che and Amp, Appo's voice came through the phone. I and Amp, Appo's am downstairs. What? Tang Yunran was momentarily taken aback. I and Appo's arrived at your neighborhood and brought you some medicine. He was here. Tang Yunran threw off the covers and rushed to the window barefoot, not even bothering to put on her shoes. She quickly spotted his familiar figure below. Though it was summer, a sudden rain had dropped the evening temperature, and the breeze felt chill against her skin. Jiang Che stood below, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt and cropped jeans, holding a bag emblazoned with a pharmacy logo, occasionally rubbing his arms to keep warm. Seeing this, Tang Yunran hurried out of her room, grabbing a jacket from the sofa as she dashed outside. Just then, Tang Faison emerged from the bathroom and looked towards the sofa. Hey, where's my jacket? I distinctly remember leaving it here. How can it be gone? Having just completed a delivery job, he had taken his jacket out, only to find it missing upon returning from the bathroom. He searched around the sofa, but to no avail. How peculiar. While waiting for his order, Tang Faison decided to give up on the search and simply retrieve another jacket. As Tang Yunran rushed downstairs, she felt a surge of sympathy for Jiang Che, standing there in the cold breeze, so underdressed. You should put on a jacket, she urged, tiptoeing to drape the garment over him. Tang Faison, upon exiting the elevator, witnessed this scene and discreetly stepped aside to observe. He didn't want to be a third wheel. Jiang Che glanced at Tang Yunran, who had hurried out in her pajamas, and immediately removed his jacket to wrap it around her. "You're the one who is sick, yet you're worried about me?" Jiang Che was genuinely touched by Tang Yunran's actions. She was the one ailing, yet she had rushed down in such a state, concerned about his well-being. How foolish she was, truly the most naive girl in the world. "Are you feeling better?" Yes, before Tang Yunran could finish her sentence. Jiang Che placed his hand on her forehead. His hand was as cool as marble against her feverish skin, creating an exhilarating contrast of warmth and chill. Her heart nearly skipped a beat. With each fluttering heartbeat, the system notifications chimed in her mind. "Have you taken your medicine?" "Yes, I have." Tang Yunran, looking like a fragile little rabbit, appeared so soft and vulnerable that Jiang Che couldn't oppose. T helped but wished to cradle her tenderly. "I bought some fever-reducing medication, along with these patches. Let me help you apply one. It will bring you some relief." Jiang Che tore open a packet of the fever patch. "I can do it myself," Tang Yunran interjected. "Don't move around. Let me help you." Jiang Che gently brushed aside her bangs and applied the patch to her forehead. Looking up, she felt the coolness of the patch contrasting against the warmth of her skin, evoking a soothing sensation deep within her. "I also got you vitamin C. It will boost your immune system while you're ill." "Thank you." Tang Yunran accepted the bag from Jiang Che. "It's windy and chilly outside. You should head back up." Though Jiang Che longed to stay with her, he knew he had to prioritize her condition. "Okay." Tang Yunran bit her lip, taking a couple of steps before glancing back at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Go back inside." Jiang Che waved her away. Nodding, she turned back, glancing over her shoulder multiple times. At that moment, an impulse surged within her. She desperately wanted to rush into Jiang Che and Appo's arms and hold him tightly. Yet, she restrained herself. Despite their deepening relationship, neither had dared to shatter the last barrier of silence. She had contemplated confessing her feelings, but, after much hesitation, had ultimately lacked the courage. She feared that their connection might be nothing more than a fleeting dream. What if, upon confessing, the dream shattered, and Jiang Che would no longer be the one who cared for her? She worried he might not truly harbor romantic feelings for her, merely viewing her as a close friend. What if her confession turned their atmosphere awkward, running around while sick? A sudden voice interrupted Tang Yunran and Appo's thoughts. "Third brother, what are you doing here?" Tang Faison smirked, gesturing toward the jacket she wore. "I thought so. I wondered where my jacket went. So you've borrowed it. Third brother, are you laughing at me?" "Ah, the elder sister must not be left behind. Your older brothers and I had even discussed that if you couldn't find a suitable partner, we would ensure you never married, and we would take care of you ourselves." Tang Yunran was well aware of her brother's affection for her. In her past life, when she intended to marry Jiang Che, her brothers had vehemently opposed the idea. However, due to their family's financial struggles and the close ties between their company and Jiang Che's, a marriage proposal between their families was suggested. At that time, aside from Jin Xiaoqiao, no one knew of her feelings for Jiang Che. When she first heard of the arrangement, she feigned indifference, but inside, she was elated. "Xiaoran, I mentioned this to you yesterday, but I wish to reiterate. Jiang Che is truly a remarkable person. You have no idea how Wu Qingshu treated him during the day. Yet, Jiang Che responded with kindness. Such generosity is rare. Moreover, he came to see you late at night when you were ill, which shows he genuinely cares for you. You must seize this opportunity." Tang Faison spoke earnestly, his gaze sincere. Tang Yunran lowered her head, contemplating her ability to seize the moment. It was not solely her decision. If Jiang Che did not reciprocate, her efforts would be in vain. "I cannot comment on other matters, but I firmly believe that taking action is better than inaction. Without making an effort, how can you expect to know the outcome? Waiting passively for opportunities to fall from the sky is not my style." Tang Faison and Appo's words sparked a revelation in Tang Yunran. Yes, taking initiative was far better than remaining passive. She had made up her mind. This Valentine and Appo's day, she would confess to Jiang Che. As for the outcome, she could no longer afford to dwell on it. She was determined not to repeat her past mistakes. which had left Jiang Che oblivious to her feelings even in death. If she continued to hide her emotions and refrain from taking a step forward, wouldn't she merely be reliving her previous life? Stagnating, repeating the same mistakes. How tragic it would be to have been reborn for nothing. The following morning, Jiang Che sent a message to Tang Yunran, inquiring about her health. "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved," she replied. Tang Yunran had enjoyed a restful and deep slumber the previous night, primarily due to her cheerful disposition, which facilitated her swift recovery. She even experienced a delightful dream. "Did you dream of me?" "How'd he know?" "Yes," she confirmed. Jiang Che had merely mentioned it in passing, not anticipating that Tang Yunran indeed dreamt of him. "What did you dream about? Do we get married?" she teased, her cheeks flushing. However, truth be told, she found herself quite hopeful about the prospect of marrying Jiang Che, an authentic union, unlike the perfunctory arrangement of her past life. "I am utterly curious. What exactly did you dream of regarding us?" Chapter 48. He leads his family to prosperity. I had forgotten. Tang Yunran had lied. She dared not speak the truth, for she had dreamt of Jiang Che kissing her, transitioning from a gentle touch to an intimate embrace. The more she pondered, the more shy she became. Romantic experience points, 999. Upon hearing the system notification that nearly reached 1,000, Jiang Che's curiosity intensified. He was certain that Tang Yunran had not truly forgotten, and he was equally convinced that her dream was not merely a ride to kindergarten. Had she genuinely forgotten, or was it a feigned forgetfulness? "I must have breakfast now. My mother is calling me to eat. We shall continue our conversation later." Jiang Che could easily envision Tang Yunran's shy demeanor as she fled. Truly adorable. "Xiao Che, it's time to eat." Linya called from outside. "Okay, got it." Today, both Jiang Mingquan and Linya had the day off, and since Jiang Che had no classes in the afternoon, the family was preparing to pack up for their move. They had resided in this over 80 square meter rental for nearly 9 years, and now they could finally move into their own home, joy radiating from their faces. "Do we still need this shoe cabinet?" Linya looked at the somewhat worn piece of furniture, reluctant to discard it, yet feeling it would be out of place in their new home. "Throw it away. It's too damaged," Jiang Mingquan said, emerging from his room with a suitcase. "But it's still usable." "Mom, let's just discard it. We don't need to take any furniture with us. I bought new furniture and appliances just a couple of days ago. We can move in with just our bags." Upon hearing Jiang Che and Appo's words, Linya and Jiang Mingquan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pride. Their son was becoming increasingly sensible at just 18 years of age. While other children of his age were still in their rebellious phase, sitting idly at home, avoiding chores, and demanding money with complaints about their living conditions. Their son frequently cooked, aided in household tasks, earned money, and even took his sister to the hospital. They must have been virtuous benefactors in their past lives, amassing immense merit, which is why they were blessed with such a wonderful son in this life. "Xiao Che, just don't spend money recklessly. Earning it isn't easy. Save some for your future wife." While earning money can indeed be challenging for Jiang Che, as long as he spent time with Tang Yunran, accumulating romantic experience points, wealth would flow abundantly. "Mom, Dad, rest assured, I'm mindful of my spending and won't squander money. The expenses I incur are necessary. You two have worked hard your entire lives without ever thinking of enjoying a single day of comfort. Life is not merely about accumulating wealth. It should serve the purpose of enhancing our living quality. Now that we have money, we should improve our standard of living. If we continue to live as frugally as before, what difference does it make whether we earn or not?" Linya and Jiang Mingquan wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Che, their hearts swelling with pride once more. Their son, at such a young age, possessed this level of insight. Indeed, they had raised a fine son. Jiang Yuan could hardly believe that her usually unreliable brother could utter such profound truths. Looking at her parents, who had once fretted over her brother's behavior, now they regarded him as the cornerstone of the family, taking his opinions seriously. Recently, her brother had changed so remarkably. She had asked him multiple times about his sudden transformation, only to receive vague and fantastical responses in return. "Knock, knock," came the sound of someone at the door. "It must be the landlord. I'll go open it." Jiang Mingquan set down his belongings and went to answer the door. The landlord was a plump woman in her 50s with short, auburn curls, and a somewhat thick gold chain around her neck. Xiao Jiang, I wonder why you're moving when you were living so well here? We bought a... Jiang Mingquan began, but was interrupted by the landlord. Moving is for the best. The rent is exorbitant in the city, and living in such a cramped space can be suffocating. It's better to return to the countryside. Even if the house is modest, at least there's more space and a yard for gardening or raising sheep. While the landlord's words sounded pleasant, they dripped with disdain, as if she believed the Jiang family was unable to survive in the city and was retreating to the countryside. Jiang Mingquan and Linya, being straightforward individuals, remained silent, but Jiang Yuan could not hold back. Wang Ai, you've misunderstood. We're not moving back to the countryside. We've purchased a house in Qiushui community, over 100 square meters. We're moving there. Qiushui community? You bought a house there? The landlord was incredulous. The prices in Qiushui community were significantly higher than in their current neighborhood. How could the Jiang family afford it? It seemed impossible, considering she was well aware of their combined income, which barely reached 10,000. Even if they lived frugally, it was inconceivable that they could afford a home there, especially with Jiang Che still attending Jiangqing University. Moreover, if they were truly wealthy, surely they would have helped Jiang Yuan with her leg, rather than focusing on buying a house. They must be boasting. Is that so? That is quite impressive. Although we live in the outskirts, the prices in Qiushui community aren't low, are they? They and Oppos, not low, over 20,000, Jiang Che replied. Over 20,000 for 100 square meters? That is over 2 million. Yes, Jiang Che affirmed. Are you out of your mind? You really think you can afford over 2 million? Are you genuinely moving to Qiushui community? Once you're packed, I'll give you the keys. Just transfer me the remaining month's rent and deposit via WeChat. Jiang Mingquan said. All right, I have time today. My husband bought me an SUV, and I'll drive you there. She intended to show off, clearly waiting to see them embarrassed. Wang Jia, there's no need for your trouble. Xiao Jiang, don't be so polite. You've lived in my house for so many years, and we've known each other for so long. If you refuse my help, it feels like you're distancing yourself from me. That is not it, Wang Jiawi. Xiao Jiang, if you keep being polite, I'll be unhappy. By the way, this car my husband bought me costs over 150,000. It's beautiful. Riding in it is far more comfortable than a taxi. I'll take you all for a ride. It'll be quite a spectacle. Jiang Yuan interjected. Wang Ai, we have a car now. We just bought one, so no need to trouble you. What? You bought a car? No way. You're buying both a house and a car? Did your family win the lottery? But that didn't make sense. If they had truly won a significant prize, there would be some commotion. Were they intentionally keeping a low profile? Or had they merely scraped together a meager sum for a low-end, second-hand vehicle? The landlord believed the latter was more plausible. She was determined to see what kind of car they had bought, confident it could not possibly surpass her husband's SUV worth over 150,000. Soon, the Jiang family finished packing. The landlord followed them downstairs. Where's your car? Which one is it? That one. Jiang Yuan proudly pointed to her BMW. That one? The landlord's face twisted with disdain, believing Jiang Yuan was indicating the old Cherry QQ parked beside it, which looked quite dilapidated. Buying such a worn-out vehicle? A new one costs only 20 to 30,000. This second-hand one probably only costs a few thousand. Driving such a wreck. Aren't you afraid it will fall apart at any moment? As the landlord contemplated, she observed Jiang Mingquan approaching the BMW with the car keys in hand. After circling around the Cherry QQ, pressing the key, the car unlocked. What? Was she dreaming? Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she looked again. Jiang Mingquan opened the trunk, placing luggage and belongings inside. Jiang Che lifted Jiang Yuan from the wheelchair and set her onto the car. Brother, my bag, Jiang Yuan called out, pointing to the bag hanging on the wheelchair. Oh, Jiang Che replied, retrieving the bag and handing it to Jiang Yuan before folding the wheelchair and placing it in the trunk as well. Mom, have we got everything? Jiang Che asked Linya. Yes, everything in amp, Oppos. S ready. Just some trash left, she replied. I and amp, Oppos, LL get it. 10 minutes later, everything was packed and they were ready to leave. Sister Wang, thank you for your care over the years. We are leaving now. Jiang Mingquan politely greeted the landlord. Linya chimed in with a few words of her own. The landlord gazed at the luxurious BMW. Still dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. As she watched their car disappear, she hurriedly got into her SUV to follow them. What was happening? How could they afford a BMW? Earlier, when she sent a photo to her husband, he mentioned the car was worth around 7 to 800,000. The figure startled her. She couldn't believe the vehicle belonged to Jiang Che's family. Thinking back to the moments she had bragged to them, the landlord felt her face flush with embarrassment. Oh, how it stung. Yet, the real embarrassment awaited her ahead. The landlord stared wide-eyed as the BMW drove into Chioshui community. Had they truly purchased a residence there? It seemed implausible. Perhaps they were renting? She felt that this was the more likely scenario. Upon seeing Jiang Che and his family disembark, she rushed to join them. Let me help you with your things. The landlord offered her assistance as a pretext, merely wanting to verify if they had indeed bought a house in Chioshui community. Jiang Che glanced at her, sensing her intentions. This landlord frequently visited their home, always boasting to her mother about the gold necklaces and bracelets her husband had bought her, while subtly criticizing his poor taste in selecting items she disliked, solely to show off to her mother. Meanwhile, his mother was devoid of any jewelry. Thus, whenever the landlord flaunted her possessions, they could only smile awkwardly. His mother, originally from the city and once well off, had endured hardships after marrying his father. Now, accompanying them to Chioshui community, it was evident she would doubt their purchase and come to gloat if they hadn't an amp, oppos, T-bought anything. Sister Wang, please come in. This is our new home, Jiang Mingquan said as he opened the door. The landlord gazed at the exquisite decor and furnishings, hardly believing her eyes. The splendid decoration and new furniture were unmistakably not from a rental property. Who would be so generous as to rent out a place so beautifully decorated? Could it truly be their home? The thought struck her like a slap in the face. Regaining her composure, the landlord quickly changed her demeanor. Oh, Xiao Jiang, when did you buy this house? You should have told me. Such a significant event deserves my congratulations. We're just a low-profile family. This is not something to be modest about. Honestly, did you win the lottery? The grand prize, perhaps? Upon hearing this, the landlord turned to Jiang Che, who, until now, she had not closely examined. To her surprise, he had become quite handsome. Xiao Che, you are growing more and more handsome. You must be around 180 centimeters tall, right? Good-looking and capable of making money at just 18. Remarkable. Just fortunate, Jiang Che replied, internally marveling at the landlord's quick change of expression. He thought to himself how her reaction would escalate if she learned he owned 2 more properties in Chioshui community, not to mention a villa. Such humility. No wonder my daughter often mentions you. You still don't have a girlfriend at 18? It's about time you find one. How about I introduce you to my daughter? The author has something to say. The last 2 chapters today are lengthy, so I want to break them up. My back hurts, taking it slow. Chapter 49. Jiang Che test hang. Yunran Jiang Che was taken aback by the landlord and amp, oppos, S words. He had met the landlord and amp, oppos, S daughter, who towered over Tang Yunran at over 1.7 meters and weighed more than 200 pounds. Although he was in good shape, he dared not entertain such a prospect. Thank you, Aunt Wang, for your kind intentions, but I must decline. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. I believe you two are quite a match. That is your opinion. Aunt Wang, really it's not suitable. Your daughter is several years older than I am. How is that inappropriate? They say an older woman can bring fortune. My daughter is 4 years your senior. She could be worth her weight in diamonds. With her physique, she might be more akin to a diamond in the rough. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Don and amp, oppos, to use that excuse with me. I know how young people operate these days. It's common to claim someone as a partner just to appease the elders. At this point, the landlord ceased her banter with Jiang Che and turned her attention to Linya and Jiang Mingquan. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lin, the child is still naive. You must keep a close watch on him. I'm not boasting, but my daughter, despite being a bit heavy, has a wonderful disposition. Indeed, Tingting is quite delightful. Then it's settled. This weekend, let them go on a date. The landlord grew increasingly fond of Jiang Che, envisioning that the house would eventually belong to him. If her daughter were to be with him, it would essentially mean that half of the house was hers as well. Mom, I truly have a girlfriend. Jiang Che insisted. Really? Then bring her here, and I shall believe you. I cannot bring her right now. Then that means you do not have one. I am currently pursuing her, Jiang Che said earnestly, gazing at Linya. Linya scrutinized Jiang Che. As his mother, no one understood him better than she did. And it was clear to her that he was not lying. Mom, I have made up my mind. Valentine's Day is approaching, and I intend to confess my feelings. I will bring her to see you then. Jiang Che and Appo's expression grew increasingly serious. Not only did Linya believe him, but Jiang Mingquan did as well. Wang Jia, I choose to respect Xiao Che's wishes in this matter. The landlord's expression soured. Her beautifully laid plans had been dashed before they even began. A confession doesn't guarantee success, Xiao Che. If you're rejected, you must tell me, and I will arrange a blind date for you with Tingting. Is it a curse? Rest assured, he will do everything in his power to ensure a successful confession to Tang Yunran, rather than face an arranged meeting with your daughter. Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out for a bit. Jiang Che dashed to the fruit stand and purchased 2 large durians. He remembered that Tang Yunran and Appo's grandmother, Deng Lanfang, adored durians and felt compelled to pay her a visit. Ding dong, coming. Deng Lanfang exclaimed as she approached the door. Upon seeing Jiang Che, her face lit up with surprise. It's you? Grandma, we just moved to this neighborhood, and I wanted to come see you. I brought you some durians. You dear boy, you didn't have to bring anything. Come in. Deng Lanfang greeted him warmly. Please take a seat. I will cut the durians. Grandma, you sit. I'll handle it. Jiang Che carried the durians into the kitchen. Deng Lanfang, with a smile in her eyes, took out her phone and messaged Tang Yunran. Come over here. What is wrong, Grandma? Don't ask, just hurry over. Upon receiving the message, Tang Yunran wondered if her grandmother's foot had not healed properly and was inconvenient. With that thought, she hurried out of her house. Their community was less than 10 minutes away from Qiushui community, and she arrived on her bicycle in just a few minutes. Grandma, does your foot still hurt? As soon as she entered, she saw Jiang Che carrying the cut durians. Jiang Che, what are you doing here? He came specifically to see me, Deng Lanfang said with a smile. Ah, he came to see you, Grandma. We just moved in next door to you, so I thought I'd come by. Jiang Che explained. What? You moved to Qiushui community? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che in astonishment. This never happened in my past life. Yes, we live right next door to Grandma, in Building 9. Weren't you always living in Xiaoyuan? How did you end up here? How do you know we lived in Xiaoyuan? Jiang Che asked, furrowing his brow. Xiaoran, how did you know? Deng Lanfang was also curious. Under Jiang Che's gaze, Tang Yunran felt an involuntary fluster. You mentioned it before. Oh. Jiang Che discreetly withdrew his gaze, certain he had never revealed his past residence in Xiaoyuan to Tang Yunran. If it were true, he might have thought she harbored feelings for him, having investigated his background thoroughly. However, her mention of Tang Faison and Appo's near disability last time raised his suspicions. As mealtime approaches, Xiaojiang, why don't you stay for dinner? Deng Lanfang suggested. No, Xiaoran, you shouldn't leave either. Stay and help with the cooking. Deng Lanfang's voice drowned out Jiang Che and Appo's response. In that case, I'll help as well. Jiang Che, initially intending to refuse, quickly changed his mind upon hearing Deng Lanfang's invitation. Can you cook? Tang Yunran regarded him with a look of skepticism. After all, she had never seen Jiang Che cook, nor had she heard Jiang Yuan mention it. I've learned a bit from my mom recently. Jiang Che replied, then asked. I heard your third brother say you couldn't cook before. Now you can? I also just learned from my mom recently. Oh. Jiang Che observed the vegetables Tang Yunran was washing. They were among his favorites. Moreover, the cold dishes she had just prepared were also to his liking, and he found their presentation oddly familiar. In his previous life, after his untimely demise, he had followed Tang Yunran closely, witnessing her often cooking alone. Thus, he was particularly familiar with her culinary skills. The way she moved now was utterly identical. Jiang Che continued to watch Tang Yunran, who, after washing the vegetables, began skillfully chopping them. Such proficiency could not have been acquired merely from a few days of learning from her mother. The more he observed, the more certain he became of his suspicions. She too had experienced reincarnation. No wonder, upon his return to life, he felt as though Tang Yunran was deliberately avoiding him. There were countless puzzling details that now all made sense. If he was not mistaken, He could not reveal the love letter he had written her just yet. He pondered whether Tang Yunran's silence on their shared experience of reincarnation indicated her desire to leave the past behind and begin anew. What if she held reservations about him, if she discovered he too had been reborn? Thus, even if he were to confess about his reincarnation, it cannot be at this moment. At least, Tang Yunran cried out in pain. What happened? Chapter 50. Staunching the bleeding with his lips, Jiang Che turned to see Tang Yunran's hand with a cut, crimson blood welling from the wound. Without a second thought, he seized her finger and placed it in his mouth. While this wound and oppose he necessarily staunched the bleeding, it would, at the very least, serve as a rudimentary disinfectant. Affection points 1000, affection points 1000 x1, affection points 1000 x2, affection points 1000 x3, affection points 1000 x5, 20 such frequency? A cacophony of system notifications reverberated within his mind, overlapping one another. Jiang Che gazed at Tang Yunran's face, finding it a shade redder than a tomato on a butcher's block. Her beautiful, wide eyes were fixed upon his mouth, her expression utterly dumbfounded, compelling Jiang Che to swallow involuntarily. Tang Yunran was already reeling, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Che and Oppo's subsequent swallow threatened to overwhelm her entirely. Affection points 1200. How could he have deigned to place her finger in his mouth, and then to swallow, no less? Oh, affection points 1201. Affection points 1202. Affection points 1203. What's going on? What's all the commotion? Deng Lanfang entered to witness the rather compromising scene. Had she not been mindful of Tang Yunran's delicate state, she would have retreated as far as possible, loath to intrude upon their private idol. Grandma, Yunran cut her finger. There's rubbing alcohol in the refrigerator. Disinfect it for her. I'll fetch a bandage. Oh, very well. Jiang Che promptly retrieved the alcohol from the refrigerator. Perhaps I can manage it myself? Tang Yunran offered. Jiang Che cast her a glance, but retained the alcohol, proceeding to gently dab the wound himself. Tang Yunran and Oppo's brow furrowed, and she bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with a nascent redness. Memories of her past life flooded her mind, when she had countless times cut her fingers while learning to cook, each time enduring the pain and solitude. Now, Jiang Che was showing her such solicitude. Her heart swelled with warmth, an all-encompassing, profound warmth. Forgive me, I and Oppo's be more gentle. Jiang Che, observing the wound upon Tang Yunran's alabaster finger, felt a pain more acute than the blow he had recently sustained. It's quite all right. It doesn't hurt that much. How could it not? Jiang Che discerned that Tang Yunran was enduring the pain, only uttering a sound when it became unbearable. Here's the bandage. Deng Lanfang, having located the bandage, presented it to them. Allow me. Jiang Che reached out, tore open the package, and meticulously applied the bandage. Why must you be so careless? His words were not a reprimand, but rather an expression of genuine concern. Well, you mustn't Oppo's blame me. Blame you? You keep staring at me, which makes me nervous. So that's the reason. Jiang Che wore an expression of amused resignation. Then, allow me to take over while you observe me. I have no desire to stare at you. You must, for I am largely unacquainted with the preparation of these ingredients. You must watch and guide me. Faced with Jiang Che's entreaty, Tang Yunran was left with no recourse but to remain. Deng Lanfang, perceiving that her presence was no longer required, discreetly absented herself. I shall begin by slicing these vegetables, Jiang Che declared, brandishing the knife. Do exercise caution, the blade is exceedingly sharp. Tang Yunran cautioned with concern. Do you take me for you? Becoming flustered by a mere glance and slicing one's hand? It is simply that you possess an abundance of audacity, Tang Yunran retorted playfully, filling the kitchen with an atmosphere of harmonious levity. With all the vegetables duly sliced, they commenced cooking. What shall we prepare first? Let's begin with braised pork ribs. Jiang Che turned to Tang Yunran, serendipitously. It is among my most favored dishes. Oh, of course. She was well aware of his culinary preferences. And these? What shall they be used for? Braised shiitake mushrooms with tendons, vinegar chicken, poached fish fillets. All dishes I adore. Jiang Che drew his face closer to Tang Yunran, teasingly inquiring, Have you been surreptitiously inquiring about my predilections? I have not. Tang Yunran had indeed covertly investigated Jiang Che's preferences, primarily gleaning information from Jiang Yuan, and subsequently, after their marriage. She had secretly enrolled in classes to hone her culinary skills, transforming from someone incapable of even cooking rice to someone proficient in preparing nearly all manner of home-style dishes. A transformation wrought with unutterable hardship. Is that so? Jiang Che deliberately drawled, raising an eyebrow in jest, causing Tang Yunran to blush once more, her heart pounding erratically. In a mere minute, he had accrued a considerable amount of affection points. Observing that the points displayed on the system had surpassed 500,000, Jiang Che felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Tang Yunran and bestow upon her a passionate kiss, exclaiming, "My wife is the greatest. Teacher Tang, pray instruct me on how to braise them." "Why you call me what?" Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che, suspecting that she had suffered an auditory hallucination. "Teacher Tang, a teacher, is it not? Why would you address me thus? You are instructing me in the culinary arts. Is it not fitting to address you as teacher? Please, do not address me so. Affection points 548, but I find it pleasing to do so, teacher. Pray instruct me, teacher." Tang Yunran was rapidly approaching combustion. Affection points 1,000. I have implored you not to address me thus. "Very well, teacher." Throughout the entire cooking process, Tang Yunran and damp Appo's face remained flushed crimson. Jiang Che tallied the affection points he had accrued in the kitchen, amounting to a grand total of 834,566 points, convertible to over 800,000 RMB. Merely by preparing a meal, Tang Yunran had earned him such a sum, truly making her the world's most exemplary wife. "Eat, my dear, you have labored diligently." Jiang Che deposited a peeled shrimp into Tang Yunran's bowl. Tang Yunran stared blankly at Jiang Che. "The dishes were prepared by you. It is you who has labored. It is primarily due to your tutelage. What merit is there in mere instruction? I merely offered verbal guidance. I am exceedingly inept. It is far more arduous to instruct a student such as myself, rendering you, the teacher, all the more deserving of commendation." Did he call her teacher again? Does he possess no sense of shame whatsoever? "Pray sample this king prawn I have prepared. It is my first attempt." "Your first?" Tang Yunran's face flushed, her eyes brimming with barely concealable delight. Affection points 333. She picked up a shrimp, and, as she brought it to her lips, she noticed Jiang Che staring intently at her. "Why do you gaze upon me so? Is it delectable?" "It is quite agreeable. In truth, with Jiang Che's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, she had become oblivious to the actual taste. "Perhaps it is excessively sweet. In that case, may I peel another for you? I am capable of peeling them myself. Your hand is injured. Allow me to assist you." Whereupon, Jiang Che peeled another shrimp, dipped it in sauce, and placed it into Tang Yunran's bowl. Affection points 678. Subsequently, with each shrimp that Jiang Che peeled, the system emitted a notification of incoming points. His parents had lamented the difficulty of earning money during the day. Behold, how effortless it was. Ahem, Deng Lanfang cleared her throat. If only Yunran's grandfather were still with us, then I, too, would have someone to peel shrimp for me. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Che promptly peeled a shrimp for Deng Lanfang. "Grandma, please partake." Such a dutiful and filial child. Deng Lanfang savored her meal with delightful satisfaction, her gaze towards Jiang Che radiating warmth and affection, as if she had embraced him as her own child. After dinner, she gently instructed Xiao Ran, "Please see off Xiao Jiang." "All right, Grandma," came a reply. In summer, the sun sets late, and as they descended from a building, they found themselves enveloped in the enchanting twilight, the sky adorned with beautiful hues of dusk. They walked a short distance before reaching the entrance of Jiang Che's community. Both lingered, reluctant to part. "Well, here we are," Tang Yunran said, halting before building number 9. Just then, Jiang Yuan emerged from the elevator, spotting Jiang Che and Tang Yunran standing outside. Chapter 51. Tang Yunran exposed herself. "That girl. Isn't she the one from her brother's phone? It turns out she's not a mere illusion, but a real person. My goodness, This lady is certainly not photogenic in reality. She is even more beautiful than in her pictures. Such a stunning girl. Can her brother truly win her heart? He must confess, but surely he will be rejected. Jiang Che now regretted his decision. He had purposely chosen Building 9 to be closer to Deng Lanfeng's residence. Now, with the two buildings so near, Tang Yunran had barely walked a few steps with him before their time was up. Shall I walk you back? Without waiting for Tang Yunran and Appo's response, Jiang Che continued. That murderer the strong woman confronted has yet to be apprehended. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you return alone. Dan Jundan, not that. She had just been savoring the rare moment alone with Jiang Che, only to have it cut short too soon. Jiang Yuan watched the two depart, blinking in disbelief. Did she misinterpret the situation? Did that beautiful lady just blush? Could it be that she has feelings for her brother? Surely not. Jiang Yuan turned her gaze toward the evening glow in the west. It must be the reflection of the sunset. Yes, that must be it. The distance from Qiushui community to Tang Yunran's neighborhood was quite short. A 10-minute walk somehow felt stretched into half an hour for the two. Yet, they still felt the journey was too brief. There's a park ahead. Shall we take a stroll? Jiang Che suggested. Sure, replied Tang Yunran. And they continued their leisurely conversation on the road. Indeed, the old adage holds true. One walks quickly alone, but two walk far together. Jangu que fait, no fatigue. Not to mention this little distance. He would gladly wander around Jiangcheng all night if Tang Yunran would keep him company. Why did your family move to Qiushui community? Dan Jundan inquit gudio sili. The scenery here is lovely. But isn't it quite expensive to rent here? We didn't rent. Oh, Tang Yunran stopped, looking up at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. You didn't rent? Then what? We bought it. Bought it. Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che in astonishment. She knew Jiang Che and Appo's family well. They came from a rural background, lacking financial stability. His parents were ordinary workers, and Jiang Yuan required expensive medical care. How could they possibly afford to buy a house? I won the lottery, and with part of the winnings, I purchased a house. The rest I invested in stocks, which yielded considerable returns. You won a lottery. Such extraordinary luck had never graced Jiang Che in his previous life. As for the stocks, he had indeed been fortunate in his past life, investing in a few medical equipment stocks that skyrocketed shortly after. Could it be that this current fortune was a result of her rebirth into Appo's butterfly effect, leading such good fortune to arrive prematurely in Jiang Che and Appo's life? That's wonderful. She replied, Indeed it is. Having our own home brings a sense of permanence, and there is enough money to send my sister to the hospital. Our family will surely thrive, Jiang Che remarked, gazing at the moon emerging in the sky. Tang Yunran observed the side profile of Jiang Che, perceiving a maturity beyond his 18 years, far from the typical demeanor of a college student. By the way, are you free this weekend? Jiang Che turned to Tang Yunran. I am free. Immediately, she lowered her head. Why couldn't she just be a little more reserved? Romance experience 123. Jiang Che nearly lost his composure at her adorable expression. Tomorrow, I have plans with Fatty, Li Hao, my friend, whom you met at the last social gathering. I know. He dating Mei Xi, right? He mentioned wanting to treat me to dinner. They were a couple, and Jiang Che felt he would just be consuming dog food by attending. Hence he hoped Tang Yunran could accompany him to share the burden of it. I can. But Tang Yunran furrowed her brow. Jiang Che and Appo's friend Li Hao was married to Mei Xi in his previous life, and she had attended Li Hao and Appo's third child in Appo's full moon celebration with Jiang Che. Later, Mei Xi and Appo's infidelity was discovered, and although she pleaded for forgiveness, Li Hao, out of a moment of weakness, forgave her. While Li Hao could overlook her betrayal, his parents could not bear the truth and secretly took their 3 grandchildren for paternity tests, which, upon revealing the heartbreaking results, left them devastated and hospitalized. What is it? Januk interrupted Tan Yunranes. It's nothing. After walking a few steps, she wrestled with her thoughts and ultimately decided to speak up. Jiang Che, I'm not speaking ill of Mei Xin, but I just feel she isn't suitable for Li Hao. Jiang Che halted, subtly studying her, feigning ignorance as he asked, Why do you say that? How should she express this? Tang Yunran bit her lip in anxiety. She couldn't possibly tell Jiang Che that she had been reborn and knew of Mei Xian's tragic fate post-marriage. Would he believe her? If he did, wouldn't that imply he also had experienced rebirth? While she wrestled with these thoughts, Jiang Che's voice broke the silence. You don't need to hold back. Just speak your mind. I will believe you 100%. 100% belief? Such a notion, even among the closest of kin, is difficult to achieve. That he would say such a thing left her overwhelmed with emotion. In that moment, an indescribable warmth flooded her heart. Truly, the feeling of being trusted is splendid. Romance Experience 546. On that day of the social gathering, I had a private discussion with Mei Xian and a few other girls. That girl seemed rather materialistic, claiming that one should only choose wealthy partners, lest dating and dining become a struggle. Overall, she left me with a rather unfavorable impression. After expressing her thoughts, Tang Yunran felt a pang of worry. Did she not just speak ill of someone behind their back? She despised such behavior in others, yet here she was, unsure of how Jiang Che would perceive her. Would he think her malicious? Given your words, I should alert Fatty, Jiang Che remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Tang Yunran abruptly looked up at him, astonished that he didn't even harbor doubt. Did he genuinely trust her without conditions? Do you believe what I say? Of course. Jiang Che replied without a moment and oppose. As hesitation. Tang Yunran placed a hand on her heart, moved beyond words. Romance Experience 521. I just haven't figured out how to convince Fatty, Jiang Che mused. At that moment, Tang Yunran suddenly grasped his wrist, pulling him into a secluded spot in the woods, pressing closely against him. Author and oppose. S-note. A few days ago, I mentioned needing a break, but today I've delivered 6 updates in one go. I fear I might truly become a lifeless fish, and when I mentioned overextending, I absolutely meant the bus heading to kindergarten. So please don't misinterpret. Chapter 52. Let into amp. Amp. Oppose. Break up. Why such sudden initiative? Was she planning something in the grove? A tryst of passion with Tang Yunran? Jiang Che was unusually tense, not from a lack of composure, but from her proximity, her breath, the faint scent of medicine. Torture, agony. To endure further was beyond him. He inhaled deeply, raising a hand to encircle her waist. Look, isn't that Mei Xian? Jiang Che's hand faltered. Following her gaze, he saw a couple locked in a fervent embrace. Indeed, it was Mei Xian, but her partner, a gaunt figure, was certainly not Li Hao. So, Mei Xian and Oppo's infidelity predated her marriage. He considered capturing the scene for Li Hao and Oppo's sake to prevent his brother and Oppo's heartbreak. But Tang Yunran was already photographing them. Find Oppo's, he got it. Send it to your friend. Though the angle ISN and Oppo's ideal. Jiang Che sent the photo to Li Hao. Shortly after, Li Hao called. Brother, are you joking? It and Oppo's. Not April Fool and Oppo's. This ISN and amp, Oppo's, a laughing matter. Do I seem like I have time for jokes? It and amp, Oppo's, impossible. ISN and amp, Oppo's, like that. And you think I am? But I've known XIN for a while. She's truly wonderful. Then explain the photo. After a pause, Li Hao asked, Jiang, are you sure this isn't a manipulated image? Ran is with me. She took the photo. So it's real. Ask for yourself. Li Hao hung up and called Mei Xian, caught in an intimate moment with a backup, feigned a trip to the restroom to answer. Xian, where are you? At home. Can you video call? Caught in a lie. She demurred. I'm in the restroom. What's up? Suspicious, Li Hao sent the photo. Mei Xian was aghast. How could this have happened? Xian, is it you in the photo? No. It an amp, Oppo's, that's not me. Mei Xian vehemently denied. Li Hao, you must believe me. Someone is trying to sabotage us. Who sent you this? While others might be envious, Jiang Che wooed and amp, Oppo's, TB. Furthermore, with his relationship with Tang Yunran, who would he envy? Never mind who sent it. Just tell me the truth. Cries emanated from the phone. Leo, disappointa. I thought you were someone I could trust, but you doubt me over a photo. Hearing her tears, Li Hao was contrite. Eva, Oppos, sin. I shouldn't and amp, Oppos. I've doubted you, but the photo, I know you trust the sender. The photo is dark, the face blurry. Even if it resembles me, it's not proof, Mei Xian sobbed. You're right. He hadn't considered that. I can't continue if you don't believe me. Let's break up. Mei Xian used retreat as an advance. Li Hao caved. I and Amp. Oppose. I'm sorry. Give me another chance. I swear I and Amp. Oppose. LL never doubt you again. May I lose weight if I do. 5 minutes later, Jiang Che received a call from Li Hao. Jiang, you misunderstood. The girl in the photo just resembles Xian. Jiang Che had anticipated this. The naive Li Hao was no match for Mei Xian's guile. He said earnestly, Fatty, I want to test her this weekend. What are you planning? Don and Oppose. T go too far. Jiang Che recalled his words to Tang Yunran. I and Oppose. D brave knives for brothers, but for women, I and Oppose. D knife my brothers. Don and Oppose. T worry. I want an Amp. Amp. Oppose. T do anything excessive. After hanging up, Tang Yunran asked, he doesn't end Amp. Amp. Oppose. T believe it? If it were me, I wouldn't and Amp. Amp. Oppose. T believe it either. I and Amp. Amp. Oppose. D beat him even fatter. Tang Yunran turned away, fleeing the grove. Love Experience 412, Tang Yunran and Oppose. S phone rang. It was Tang Faison. Xiao ran, it and Oppose. S late. Come home. It and Oppose. S dangerous for a girl out alone. We and Oppose. Re-worried. I and Oppose. Am not alone. With whom? Jiang Che. Then Don and Oppose. T rush back. Have fun. We and Oppose. LL cover for you. Enjoy yourself. Chapter 53. A calculated charm. The phone call concluded abruptly. Tang Yunran. Was that your third elder brother calling? Jiang Che inquired, glancing at Tang Yunran and Amp. Amp. Oppose. S mobile device. Yes. Did he summon you back? He advised me against returning hastily. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran exchanged glances. After a brief pause, Jiang Che cleared his throat. There and Amp. Amp. Oppose. SAKFC nearby. Shall we adjourn there? Tang Yunran acquiesced with a nod. Their outing extended late into the evening. Upon Jiang Che and Amp. Oppose. S return, Jiang Yuan immediately accosted him. Gently, you and Amp. Oppose. LL tear my attire. Tell me forthwith. Was that young lady truly my future sister-in-law? Jiang Yuan implored, her large, round eyes wide with anticipation. Omit the end Amp. Oppose. Future and Amp. Oppose. Qualifier. Jiang Che retorted. Really? Brother, do tell. How did you manage to ensnare her affections? Did you resort to any unscrupulous tactics? Jiang Che was rendered speechless. He reached out to playfully pinch Jiang Yuan's cheek. Ouch, that hurts. You acknowledge the pain, yet listen to the vocabulary you employ. You're addressing your own brother. Consider your choice of words. But I speak the unvarnished truth. Jiang Che. I relied on my inherent masculine allure to captivate her, mind you. Jiang Yuan regarded Jiang Che with skepticism. If you disbelieve me, so be it. I shone into Amp. Oppose. T bothered to elucidate further. Jiang Che, upon opening his chamber door, turned to face Jiang Yuan. Oh, and have mother accompany you to the hospital tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. For what purpose? Jiang Che turned back, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of pristine, pearly white teeth. Jiang Yuan was genuinely unnerved by Jiang Che's grin, propelling her wheelchair backward. A rendezvous, Jiang Che announced, raising his eyebrows in a smug manner. Away with you, bestowing affection in the dead of night. Have you no decency? What an Amp. Oppose. S this. Envy? Hardly. I shall have my own someday. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che abandoned his intention to return to his chamber, striding purposefully toward Jiang Yuan, his expression grave. What is it? Have you foregone your medication today? Jiang Che grasped Jiang Yuan and Oppose. S arm, his grip firm. Jiang Yuan, as if jolted by electricity, immediately straightened up in her seat. Her eyes wide and fixed on Jiang Che. You ought to ingest your medication promptly. Jiang Che inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Jiang Yuan, I've divined your fate. Matrimony is unsuitable for you. It would disrupt your destiny and bring misfortune. Jiang Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth in exasperation. Since when did you acquire the skill of divination? I speak the truth. If you wish to avert this misfortune, Your sole benefactor is I. Therefore, concerning matters of marriage, you must heed my counsel. Jiang Che and Appo's words grew increasingly preposterous in Jiang Yuan and Appo's estimation. Judging by your condition, medication alone will not suffice. We must consult a shaman. You doubt my words? I believe you. I believe you're unwell. Mother, come quickly. Brother has relapsed. Mother is currently occupied and cannot attend to you. Mother, cease your clamoring and allow your younger siblings to grace our family. The following day, Saturday, Jiang Che arranged to meet Li Hao at a karaoke establishment. Jiang Che, arriving ahead of time, waited at the entrance, exposed to the breeze. Apologies, I'm ensnared in traffic. I shall arrive momentarily, Tang Yunran conveyed over the telephone from within taxi. No matter, I only just arrived myself. In truth, he had been standing at the entrance for over a quarter of an hour. Considering Tang Yunran's patient endurance in their previous life, a mere 15 minutes was a trivial matter. He was willing to wait. Upon Tang Yunran and Appo's arrival, she noticed Jiang Che standing vigilantly at the entrance. Her intuition suggested he had been waiting for far longer than a few minutes. Witnessing Jiang Che and Appo's unwavering attention, Tang Yunran was deeply moved. Experience of affection 358. Fatty is awaiting us within. Shall we proceed? Yes, Tang Yunran replied demurely, nodding her head and following Jiang Che into the karaoke establishment. Inside the private room, Li Hao and Mei Xian were engaged in the act of sharing popcorn, radiating an aura of profound affection. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran exchanged meaningful glances, instantly comprehending each other's intent. Disruption was imperative. Do you possess a strategy? Tang Yunran whispered into Jiang Che's ear. Indeed, I conceived a plan last night. In reality, it was Jiang Yuan who had devised the scheme, which he deemed highly effective. What manner of strategy? Dang Zundan in Guit? Her curiosity piqued. It is best you remain ignorant. Jiang Yuan and Appo's stratagem involved employing a calculated charm coupled with financial enticement to expose Mei Xian and Appo's true nature. It was prudent to conceal this plan from Tang Yunran, lest it displease her. Tang Yunran regarded Jiang Che with a suspicious gaze. You cannot disclose it? What manner of strategy is it? Jiang Che bided his time, and after half an hour, an opportunity presented itself when Mei Xian excused herself to visit the restroom. I shall visit the restroom and return forthwith, Jiang Che informed Tang Yunran before subtly signaling to Li Hao. Subsequently, Li Hao followed suit. Fatty, regardless of the events that transpire, do not reveal yourself, Jiang Che solemnly instructed Li Hao. Old Jiang, tread carefully. Should you cause Xian distress, I shall not treat you lightly. Rest assured. As their conversation concluded, Mei Xian emerged from the restroom. Ishal Prochid, John Luque announced. He allowed Li Hao to conceal himself before stepping forward. Mei Xian, a moment, please, Jiang Che called out to Mei Xian. At that juncture, Tang Yunran happened to approach and, upon witnessing the scene, promptly concealed herself. Is there something you require? Mei Xian inquired, regarding Jiang Che with a perplexed expression. Jiang Che advanced toward Mei Xian, his presence imposing. Mei Xian, overwhelmed by the potent masculine pheromones emanating from Jiang Che, retreated until her back met the wall. Jiang Che extended his arm, effectively trapping Mei Xian against the wall. Li Hao was stunned. Mei Xian was stunned, and Tang Yunran and Appo's pupils dilated with disbelief. What are you doing? Mei Xian stammered, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at the magnified visage of Jiang Che, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Women are drawn to handsome men, and men are drawn to beautiful women. It is the natural order. Although Jiang Che may lack financial resources, it did not preclude her from appreciating his strikingly handsome countenance. What am I doing? Is it not abundantly clear? Jiang Che replied, feigning an intense interest in Mei Xian. Damn it, he's cornering my girlfriend. I haven't even done that. Li Hao, sleeves rolled up, was poised to confront Jiang Che. However, Jiang Che and Appo's earlier words reverberated in his mind. Fatty, regardless of the events that transpire, do not reveal yourself. Li Hao retracted his outstretched foot. Jiang Che was his brother. and he refused to believe that Jiang Che would betray their bond. He would exercise patience and observe the situation. Tang Yunran clutched the fabric over her heart, her eyes wide as she watched the unfolding drama. At that moment, her mind was awash with conflicting emotions. Mei Xian was a seasoned player in affairs of the heart. If she failed to comprehend Jiang Che's intentions, she would be a fool. Jiang Che, this is improper. I am your brother's girlfriend. Chapter 54. Passionate confession. Upon hearing these words, Li Hao mused inwardly. See, he claims that Xin and Appo's eyes hold only him. Certainly not the type to flit from one to another. I know you are my brother's girlfriend, which is why I have tolerated this up to now. But I can no longer endure it, for I and Appo's realize that I have deeply fallen for you. After expressing this sentiment, Jiang Che nearly retched. He internally berated Jiang Yuan for concocting such sickeningly sentimental lines. Just last night, Jiang Yuan had given him a special training session, treating him as a mere tool to enact this charade. He insisted that Jiang Che must look at his beloved with eyes filled with profound emotion, as if gazing upon the entire world. Truth be told, facing a fickle girl like Mei Xian, it was impossible for him to muster such longing eyes. Yet, for Li Hao's sake, he bore it, and chose to envision Mei Xian as Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran silently called out Jiang Che's name in her heart. Initially, she believed Jiang Che was merely acting, but upon witnessing the sincerity in his regretful gaze, it felt as though a knife had plunged into her heart, rendering her breathless. Gradually, tears began to well up in her eyes. Mei Xian scrutinized Jiang Che closely, ultimately convinced that his words came from the heart. Her allure was undeniable. She hadn't even flirted with him, yet he was already ensnared. Aren't you with Tang Yunran? I heard she is the belle of Jiangxing University. How could you possibly like me? What a belle. In my eyes, she pales in comparison to you, Jiang Che retorted, though in his heart, he continually apologized to Tang Yunran. Forgive me, Ran, for what I said was a lie. You are a myriad times more beautiful than Mei Xian. Tears, betraying her composure, slipped from Tang Yunran's eyes as she bit down on her lower lip until it turned white and blue. Her reddening eyes grew misty, on the verge of spilling over once more. Mei Xian felt a surge of pride. Being admired was indeed a delightful experience, yet her heart belonged solely to Li Hao. After a long sigh of relief, Li Hao gazed into Mei Xian and Appo's eyes with a fervent and moving expression. Ah, what a pity. I had planned to take you for a drive. Drive? Mei Xian latched onto this pivotal phrase. While conversing with Li Hao earlier, she had learned about Jiang Che's humble background, renting an old house in a suburban community. Given such circumstances, could he truly afford a car? However, 2,000 or 3,000 for a vehicle was within the reach of an ordinary family. Of course, owning a car involved expenses for maintenance and fuel, which required money as well. Wealthy individuals, on the other hand, bought cars that served them, with nary a care for minor scratches or dents. Indeed, my father just bought me a car. I had hoped to take you out on a date if you agreed to be with me. Jiang Che. He reached into his pocket, intentionally dropping the car key to the ground. The BMW key. Mei Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with excitement as she beheld the key on the floor. Earlier, when she and Li Hao had arrived, she had noticed the brand new BMW parked not far from Jiang Che. She had even asked Li Hao about its price, which he had said was over 700,000. 700,000. That was no small sum. Li Hao and Appo's family was already quite well off, and although he owned a car, it was one that his father had driven for 2 years before passing it down to him. She recalled it being around 200,000. A university student driving a 200,000 car was already impressive. Most students were still relying on their parents for a modest vehicle. Was it possible that the BMW they had seen earlier truly belonged to Jiang Che? Is this car really yours? It can't be a rental, can it? If it were indeed his, then his family must be far wealthier than Li Hao's. Moreover, Jiang Che was undeniably more handsome than Li Hao, with a superior physique, and he had just gazed at her with such longing, even declaring her more beautiful than Tang Yunran. Although she was somewhat vain, she was not blind. Tang Yunran was infinitely more beautiful than she. The fact that Jiang Che had declared her beautiful meant something. Indeed, love is blind. Of course it's ours. We just bought it. But Li Hao mentioned you came from the countryside and were renting. How could you afford a BMW? Can one not rent and still have money? Our family simply prefers to keep a low profile. Mei Xian pondered this, finding some merit in his words. Yet, it did not conclusively prove that the car belonged to Jiang Che. I forgot to tell Fatty that we moved. We just bought a house in Chioshui Community. Chioshui Community? The one near Chioshui Park? Yes. I heard the property prices there are steep. Fortunately, they're all old houses about 20,000 square meter. Mei Xian scrutinized Jiang Che, finding no hint of deceit in his expression or words. Both appeared natural. Did you purchase it on an installment plan? We paid in full. In full. Even for a one-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters, it would cost over $1 million, right? We bought a 3-bedroom apartment, over 100 square meters, for more than $2 million. Jiang Che spoke with such calmness, while Mei Xian felt her composure shattering. Not only was she unsettled, but she was also nearly overwhelmed. Is everything you said true? Was there to fabricate? My family purchased 3 apartments in Chioshui Community and a villa in Jijuncheng. Asked Jiang Che. He opened his phone, displaying photos of the property deeds to Mei Xian. Her eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that Jiang Che was a hidden wealthy heir. Jiang Che sighed, a look of regret on his face. What a pity. It seems there's no way to interfere with your affections for Fatty. I wish you both a long and happy life together. With that, he cast Mei Xian one last lingering glance, his eyes filled with unspoken sorrow, before turning away in pain. Seeing him leave, Mei Xian called out impulsively, "Wait." Author's note: alas, the lazy bug has struck again. I must rely on my dear readers for support. If donations exceed 200, there will be 4 updates, 300 for 5 updates, 400 for 6 updates, and so forth. Let us see where my limits lie. Chapter 55. A trap has been set. What has transpired? Now it is Jiang Che and Appo's turn to feign ignorance. Li Hao stared wide-eyed at Mei Xian. What was she trying to do? Mei Xian approached Jiang Che, hesitated, bit her lip, and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, putting on an appearance of shyness. Actually, I've given it some thought, and I don't really like Li Hao that much. What? Li Hao could hardly believe his ears. No, he must have misheard. He refused to accept that his beloved Xian would utter such words. Yet, did you not just say you only liked the chubby guy? Jiang Che inquired. I was lying earlier. So, you mean you don't like the chubby guy? Mei Xian nodded. Then if you don't like him, why are you still with him? Jiang Che asked, echoing aos burning curiosity. He keeps pursuing me, and I can't help it. I'm just not good at rejecting others. Seeing how much he likes me, I feared that if I turned him down, he would be upset. What a well-crafted excuse. It not only addressed his question, but also subtly conveyed her supposed kindness. You shouldn't keep this from him. It's better to tell him sooner rather than later. The longer you wait, the more heartbroken he will be. You're right. I should have spoken to him sooner. Then tell him now. Mei Xian was momentarily taken aback. Now, if you don't say anything, I won't be able to be with you either. After all, you're still officially the chubby guy's girlfriend. If I were to get involved with you, it would mean I'm stealing my brother's girlfriend. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to say it now? It seems I won't be able to join you for a drive tonight. She wanted to go for a drive. She had never experienced such an expensive car ride. I'll go tell him now. I'll say it right now. You don't need to say anything. I've already heard everything. Li Hao stormed out in a fit of anger. Mei Xian's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Li Hao. How could you be here? Without waiting for a response, she abruptly turned to Jiang Che and then back to Li Hao. She realized, you two conspired against me. Now you realize? It's too late, Jiang Che replied coldly, feeling a sense of relief as the issue of the chubby guy seemed to be resolved. Mei Xian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Li Hao glared at her through gritted teeth. Li Hao, let me explain. It's not what you think. Mei Xian desperately tugged at Li Hao and Appo's sleeve. She understood now that this was a trap set by Jiang Che. She had suspected that Jiang Che's sudden wealth, with 3 properties in Chioshui Community and a luxurious villa in Jijun City, along with a BMW worth $700,000 to $800,000, was too good to be true. The BMW keys emblem must have been a sticker Jiang Che placed. Moreover, the photos sent to Li Hao last night were undoubtedly Jiang Che's doing. It's not what you think. Do you take me for a fool? I saw and heard everything. Li Hao furiously flung Mei Xian's hand away. Maxin, a petite figure weighing only 90 pounds, could hardly withstand the force of Li Hao, who weighed over 200 pounds and stumbled to the ground. Was it pitiful? No one felt sorry for her. All of this was of her own making. Jiang Che looked at the disheveled Mei Xian and thought of Li Hao's tragic fate in his previous life. Compared to that, her downfall was rather mild. Over 20 minutes had passed. Tang Yunran must have been waiting anxiously in the private room. Upon returning, Jiang Che found that Tang Yunran was no longer there. Huh? Where did she go? To the restroom? That can't be right. They just went to the restroom. If Tang Yunran had gone, she would have knocked. Wait. Jiang Che suddenly had an unsettling thought. Could it be that Tang Yunran actually went to the restroom and stumbled upon his confession to Mei Xian? No way. Just as Jiang Che was about to call Tang Yunran, she sent him a message. Sorry, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving. Jiang Che furrowed his brow as the ominous premonition grew stronger in his heart. He hurriedly dialed Tang Yunran's number. After a few rings, the call was disconnected. This situation, there was no need to say it. Something must have happened. If he was not mistaken, it was highly likely that Tang Yunran had witnessed everything. The thought of Tang Yunran misunderstanding and crying made Jiang Che and Apos as heartache. No, he had to find her quickly. On the way, Jiang Che repeatedly called Tang Yunran, but she did not answer. Eventually, she turned off her phone. In her room, Tang Yunran sat on the balcony, hugging her knees as the evening breeze gently swayed the curtains. The sky was a pitch-black void, devoid of stars. I seem to remember rain was expected tonight. Tang Yunran muttered to herself, looking despondent. Removing the necklace from her neck, she gazed at the ring, her mind replaying the moment when Jiang Che had placed it on her finger. As she thought, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Tang Yunran, why are you crying? You've known all along that Jiang Che doesn't like you. Even if you were to live a second life, disinterest is disinterest. Why are you here wallowing in self-pity? No more tears. If you cry, I will look down on you. Tang Yunran bit her lower lip tightly, struggling to suppress her emotions. This time, the tears did not fall but instead swirled in her eyes, growing increasingly moist, blurring her vision. Standing up, she clenched the ring in her palm. She was about to throw it away. She wanted to sever ties with her previous self and the self from her past life. Having been hurt by Jiang Che in 2 lifetimes, she had had enough. Enough was enough. Jiang Che, from this moment on, you will no longer influence my emotions or my life. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yunran lifted her hand, ready to throw the ring out of the window. At that moment, Jiang Che was speeding towards Tang Yunran's apartment complex. After parking, he called her again, but it was still off. Should he just rush in? At this time of night, Tang Yunran's family must be home. But if she continued to ignore his calls, he feared she would turn into a weeping mess. Just as Jiang Che was anxiously pacing back and forth, Tang Faison stepped out of the elevator. Jiang Che, what are you doing here? Are you looking for Xiaoran? Oh, Jiang Che slapped his forehead. How could he forget? Since Tang Yunran was answering, he had Tang Faison and Apos as contact information. Truly, concern can muddle one and Apos' mind. Xin Yi, I need your help. Chapter 56. I only like you, what is it? Jiang Che recounted the events that had transpired to Tang Faison. It turned out that Xiaoran had misunderstood. Come with me upstairs. You must clarify things with her personally. There are others at your home, right? It seems rather inappropriate for me to go up at this late hour. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Faison concurred. Although he supported the relationship between Jiang Che and Xiaoran, it would be challenging to navigate the sentiments of his elder and second brother. Bringing Jiang Che upstairs at such a late hour indeed felt improper. Moreover, the misunderstanding between Xiaoran and Jiang Che could not be resolved with just a few words. In such circumstances, a man might need to employ a more assertive and domineering approach. If the situation escalated and attracted the attention of their family, it would be troublesome. Thus, it seemed prudent to call Xiaoran down instead. Please wait a moment. I will summon Xiaoran. Thank you, Brother Faison. We are all family. There is no need for such formality. Tang Faison knocked on the door of Tang Yunran and Apos' room. Third brother, is something the matter? Tang Yunran and Apos' eyes were slightly red, clearly having cried. Xiaoran, have you been crying? I Haven and Apos' Tang Yunran turned her back. You and Jiang Che have misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran swiftly turned to face Tang Faison, her eyes filled with confusion. Third brother, you? He is downstairs. What? Tang Yunran was momentarily stunned. Jiang Che is at the bottom of the stairs. He is here. What does he want? Tang Yunran turned her head away, her gaze flickering. The bright overhead light cast shadows on her long, thick eyelashes, which trembled like the wings of a butterfly. Shaoran, Jiang Che has explained everything to me. It is not as you perceive it. Tang Faison's words were abruptly interrupted by Tang Yunran. It does not matter whether it is true or not. I have made my decision. From now on, he and I will be like two parallel lines that never intersect, and we shall have no further connection. These words were not directed at Tang Faison, but were a resolution she had made for herself. At that moment, she clutched tightly the ring she had almost discarded. Shaoran, please listen to me. Third brother. Tang Yunran once again interrupted Tang Faison, taking his hand and pressing the ring into his palm. Please return this to him. The ring? Tang Faison's eyes widened as he stared at the ring in his hand. He had worried that their relationship was progressing too slowly, yet here they were, exchanging rings. Shaoran, it is truly a misunderstanding. You must hear me out. No, you should go down and let him explain in person. Third brother, I am tired. I wish to rest. No sooner had Tang Yunran spoken than a thunderous roar echoed, as if the night sky were being torn asunder. Following this, a torrential downpour cascaded down. Tang Yunran instinctively moved towards the window to see if Jiang Che had left, but ultimately resisted the urge. She had made up her mind. From now on, she would be herself, and Jiang Che would be himself. Tang Faison strode to the window to close it. Huh? Is he foolish? Why is he standing out there in the rain? Tang Faison leaned his head out to look down. Tang Yunran and Appo's pupils dilated slightly as she glanced at the window. She needed to endure. Shaoran, come quickly. Jiang Che is truly out in the rain. He is looking up. Tang Yunran and Appo's heart tightened. In such heavy rain, if he continued to stand there, he would surely fall ill. Tang Faison observed Tang Yunran's hands, which were nervously fidgeting at her sides. Knowing she could not be as resolute towards Jiang Che as she professed, it appeared he would need to employ a decisive strategy. Oh no, he has fainted. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran could no longer contain herself and rushed to the window. Tang Faison, quick on the draw, closed the window and drew the curtains. Third brother, let me through. Dan Jundan Uget An Sioli. I will not allow it. Since you have decided to sever all ties with him, do so cleanly and without hesitation. This Jiang Che has caused my sister distress. Even if it is a misunderstanding, it is unacceptable. If he gets drenched, it serves him right. You need not concern yourself with his well-being. Tang Faison blocked the window, preventing Tang Yunran from seeing outside, but she desperately craned her neck to look, only to find that the curtains had been drawn, obscuring her view. Moments later, Tang Yunran turned and hurried to the door. As she flung the door open, she heard Tang Faison call after her, "Don't forget to take an umbrella." She realized that her third brother was being deliberately obstructive. Aware of Jiang Che still standing in the rain, she could no longer hesitate and quickly grabbed an umbrella to dash downstairs. Upon reaching the ground, she saw Jiang Che standing soaked through. Ran. Jiang Che's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Yunran, yet he did not rush over. Instead, he deliberately remained in the rain, waiting for her to approach. Tang Yunran, both anxious and exasperated, held the umbrella over Jiang Che's head. Soaked to the skin, the rainwater streamed from his hair down to his t-shirt, then to his pants, and finally to his shoes, a testament to the ferocity of the sudden storm. What are you doing? Why are you standing in the rain? What does this mean? As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Ran, please listen to me. You need not say anything. Love whom you wish. There is no need for an explanation. Ran, I have no feelings for Maxian. I have said it. There is no need for explanation. I know you have always regarded me as a friend. I feel the same. So there is no need for you to bear any psychological burden. From now on, do not seek me out. With that, Tang Yunran thrust the umbrella into Jiang Che's arms and turned to flee. Seeing this, Jiang Che acted on impulse, discarding the umbrella and swiftly closing the distance to embrace Tang Yunran. Startled by his sudden action, She instinctively tried to push him away. Ran, I only like you. Chapter 57. Stealthily entering Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppos. S-room. Tang Yunran stood frozen in place. What had she just heard? He said he only liked her? Could be. Was Jiang Che confessing his feelings for her? Or was the rain so heavy that she was merely hearing things? Jiang Che sensed the tension in her embrace and furrowed his brow. He had intended to confess to Tang Yunran on Valentine and Oppos' Day, but in a moment of urgency. The words had slipped out. He hastily sought to change the subject, planning for a romantic and unforgettable Qixi festival with her. Hence, this declaration was not meant for now. Have you forgotten? My purpose today was to separate the chubby guy and Mei Xian. What I said and did in the KTV was merely to expose Mei Xian's true nature. In my sister's words, it was a combination of charm and monetary allure. She claimed this method is most effective against powerful women. Huh? Tang Yunran lifted her head, looking dazed. She had yet to recover from her earlier shock. I said. Jiang Che repeated his earlier confession. Now, Tang Yunran's mind was clear. Oh, how could she have forgotten? Before coming here, she had agreed with Jiang Che to find a way to make Li Hao see through Mei Xian and Oppos' Day. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I was afraid you'd be upset. Why would I be upset? I feared you would be angry if I sacrificed myself using charm. Hearing this, Tang Yunran pouted. Truth be told, she was indeed a bit displeased that Jiang Che would use his good looks to entice other girls. You should have told me. If he had mentioned it sooner, she would have only been slightly miffed. You're right. I should have informed you earlier, Jiang Che lamented. Had he known this would lead to such a misunderstanding, he would have undoubtedly confided in Tang Yunran beforehand. Achoo! John Duque sneezed suddenly. You're sick. Tang Yunran's concern heightened. I'm fine. Just a couple of sneezes. Someone must be thinking of me. Who do you think that is? Jiang Che leaned closer to Tang Yunran. Teasingly. You don't mind getting wet. Tang Yunran blushed and turned her head away. Observing her shy demeanor, Jiang Che felt an urge to tease her further. But the rain continued to pour, and considering that Tang Yunran had just recovered from an illness, he decided to lead her to the corridor to escape the rain. Achoo! Achoo! Jiang Che sneezed thrice in succession, and by the fourth, he halted midway, feeling a slight ache in his nose and heaviness in his head. Are you sick? Tang Yunran stood on her toes and touched Jiang Che and Oppos' forehead, which felt cool to the touch. I and Oppos am fine, achoo. Really fine, achoo. Perhaps he was indeed coming down with a cold. Jiang Che could distinctly feel his body becoming unsteady. This shouldn't be happening. How could he fall ill simply from getting wet? No, it must be the rain's intensity. What should we do? Tang Yunran's brows knitted in concern. I'll just take some medicine when I get home. In this heavy rain, you plan to go home? What else can I do? Shall I go up with you? John Duque countered. Go up to my house. My parents and 3 brothers are home. How would I explain that if I brought you up? Seeing Tang Yunran's worried expression, Jiang Che gently smoothed her furrowed brow with his fingers. Smile, or you'll get wrinkles. Frowning will only hasten their arrival. You're the one who get wrinkles. Tang Yunran pouted, somewhat annoyed. She was only 18. Who had wrinkles at that age? Not even at 30 in her past life had she seen a wrinkle, let alone a fine line. Achoo! Jiang Che sneezed again, rubbing his irritated nose. It's quite chilly outside with this downpour. You've just recovered. Don't catch another cold. You should head back. And I'll go home to change. That's out of the question. The distance from here to your house isn't far, but it's still a stretch. You're already drenched and sick. If you go home in these wet clothes, your condition will worsen. I'm fine, really. I have great physical resilience. Achoo. Achoo. Are you really going to disregard your health? Tang Yunran's worry intensified. Seeing Jiang Che in this state only heightened her anxiety. Enough talk. I'm heading back. As Jiang Che turned to leave, Tang Yunran grasped his arm. Puzzled, Jiang Che turned back, but before he could speak, Tang Yunran and Oppos' firm voice broke the silence. You're coming up with me. What? Jiang Che understood her words, but was taken aback by her sudden declaration. Come my house. She reiterated. Is that really appropriate? Your family is home. Can we just go up like this? I'll have my brother help. 3 minutes later, Tang Yunran received a message from Tang Faison. You can bring Jiang Che up. I've taken care of everything. They're all in their rooms. Just quietly bring him up and keep the noise to a minimum. I'll cover for you. Her brother had already sorted everything. Let us go up, Tang Yunran said to Jiang Che. Are we really going up? Jiang Che felt his heart racing, a thrill coursing through him. Soon, Jiang Che followed Tang Yunran upstairs, arriving at the door of room 1702. Just as Tang Yunran was about to take out her keys, the door swung open from the inside. Both Tang Yunran and Jiang Che sighed in relief upon seeing Tang Faison. They had been startled, fearing it might be someone else at the door. Hurry up and come in, but be quiet, Tang Faison whispered. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran nodded in unison. Tang Yunran entered first, swapping her shoes for pink slippers. Then finding a pair of blue men and oppos, as slippers for Jiang Che. As Jiang Che looked at the slippers, he thought they belonged to either Tang Yunran's father or her two other brothers. Let us go, Tang Yunran said softly over her shoulder. Jiang Che nodded, stealthily following her as they tiptoed to her room. Just then, Tang Faison emerged from his room, his gaze landing on the door of Tang Yunran's room, which had just closed. Had he seen someone else enter with her? Did her friend come over? Tang Faison speculated, assuming it was Jin Xiaoqiao. The rain grew even heavier, pounding against the glass windows. Tang Faison withdrew his gaze from the window, feeling perplexed. It was quite late, and with such a downpour, Jin Xiaoqiao was unlikely to show up. Most likely, he had been mistaken. As he turned towards the bathroom, a sudden loud thud echoed from Tang Yunran's room. Chapter 58. Tension. What was that sound? Tang Faison's puzzled gaze fell once more upon Tang Yunran's door. Inside the room, Jiang Che lay beneath, while Tang Yunran rested above in his embrace, their wide eyes locked in mutual surprise. Mere seconds prior, Jiang Che had been soaked through, having slipped and fallen unexpectedly. As he descended, Tang Yunran instinctively reached out to grasp his arm. However, her petite frame was insufficient to steady him, resulting in both of them tumbling down together. Fearing for Tang Yunran's safety, Jiang Che instinctively tucked his head down, cradling her protectively in his arms, thus becoming her cushion. The clutch moment he had anticipated, one akin to a scene from a television drama, did not occur. Instead, Tang Yunran's forehead collided with his chin. Ouch! Had it not been for his sturdy jaw, it might have been dislocated. Are you all right? Tang Yunran gently rubbed his chin with her hand. Jiang Che, gazing at Tang Yunran, who remained draped across him, nearly exclaimed that he felt splendid. It hurts a bit. Men often strive to appear gallant in front of women, but in doing so, they may forfeit many delightful opportunities. Thus, a wise man knows when to exhibit a touch of vulnerability. Let me help you, she offered. All right, but be gentle. MHM. Tang Yunran, filled with concern, continued to massage Jiang Che's chin, her mind too frantic to consider the position they found themselves in. Jiang Che feigned pain, furrowing his brow, while internally he felt as if he were soaring. He had long noted Tang Yunran and Appo's exceptional figure, but now he was acutely aware of the weight pressing against his chest. Just as he was reveling in the moment, a knock echoed through the air. Xiaoran, what is going on? My second brother has arrived. Tang Yunran's expression shifted to one of alarm as she glanced towards the door. Jiang Che recognized the voice as belonging to Tang Faison. He would never forget it. Whenever his troublesome uncles came to bother him, it was always his second uncle who refrained from getting his hands dirty. Yet, it was not the lack of physical confrontation that etched Tang Faison's memory deeply into his mind, but rather the way he stood by, offering tactical guidance to Tang Feimu and Tang Faison. Big brother, kick his legs. Third, pin his arms behind his back to lock his joints. Brother, you're too gentle. You ought to break his legs so he won in Oppos. T bully Xiaoran anymore. Such were the words that echoed in his thoughts. He was a fierce character who preferred words over action. Quickly come down, Jiang Che urged Tang Yunran, who was still nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing his words, she belatedly realized her position and her face flushed crimson before she hurriedly climbed off him. Knock, knock, knock. Once more the sound reverberated. Xiaoran, with all that commotion, you haven't fallen, have you? Why are you not responding? Have you fainted? Worry gnawed at Tang Faison's heart as he pondered this possibility. Xiaoran, if you don't open the door, I shall enter. Quick hide, Tang Yunran urged in a panic. Where? Jiang Che initially thought to hide beneath the bed, but upon lifting the bedspread, he discovered it was solid underneath, offering no refuge. The wardrobe was filled with clothes, and at his height of over 6 feet, he could hardly conceal himself there. Just then, Tang Feilin retrieved a spare key and unlocked the door. Tang Yuan flung back the covers and whispered urgently to Jiang Che. Quick, quick! As the door swung open, Jiang Che had no time to ponder. He swiftly leapt onto the bed and burrowed under the covers. Wait, my shoes! He dashed back to hide his slippers in the wardrobe before jumping back on a bed, just as the door opened. Feigning slumber, Tang Yuan rubbed her eyes and poked her head out from under the covers. Second brother, what's the matter? Tang Feilin and damp. Oppo's gaze swept the room, searching for any signs of abnormality. I've been knocking on your door. Why didn't you answer? Huh? You knocked? I had no idea. I was so tired I fell asleep, and with the thunder so loud, I didn't hear you. Her explanation was flawless. Tang Yuan stifled a yawn, then continued sleeping. Good night, second brother. MHM. As Tang Feilin stepped forward, his attention was drawn to the bulging covers. Upon noticing where his gaze was fixed, Tang Yuan and Oppo's heart raced, pounding like a drum. Jiang Che, nestled closely beneath the covers, could distinctly feel the rapid thumping of her heart. The sudden stillness of the atmosphere, while he could not see it, hinted at something extraordinary. Shaoran, what is that? Tang Feilin's inquiry sent both their hearts racing to their throats. It's me. I bought a plush bear. The thunder scared me, so I hugged it close for comfort, Tang Yuan replied, striving to maintain her composure. Tang Feilin continued to scrutinize the lump beneath the covers. Such a large plush bear. Can you even find comfort in hugging it? Very comfortable, particularly soothing. I sleep so well with it. Oh, then sleep well. With that, Tang Feilin ceased his inquiries and departed, closing the door behind him. Tang Yuan exhaled a long, relieved breath. The tension had nearly suffocated her. She suddenly recalled Jiang Che still tucked beneath the covers and hastily threw them back. Upon seeing his flushed face, she fanned him with her hand. Are you too hot? A bit, Jiang Che murmured, reluctant to rise. The charm of a girl's bed was undeniable. The sheets and blankets bore a delightful fragrance, unlike those of men, which either had no scent or an unpleasant one. Lost in thought, Jiang Che felt slumber tugging at him. Jiang Che. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Tang Yuan and Oppo's voice pierced through the haze. He lifted his heavy eyelids to meet her gaze. Realizing something was amiss, Tang Yuan reached out to touch his forehead. You and Oppo's, reburning up. You have a fever. Jiang Che raised his hand to feel his forehead, confirming her observation. No wonder I feel so drowsy. That fall and the slip contributed to it. But the weakness in my legs is another matter. Chapter 59. A whirl for two, just wait. I and Oppo's. LL go fetch the medicine. Jiang Che observed Tang Yunran bustling about in a flurry of concern, pondering that in his past life, she must have cared for him in a similar manner when he fell ill. Embracing Tang Yunran's soft, fragrant blanket, he wished he could stay the night. Yet, he was acutely aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies. They were still merely 18-year-old university students, and it was inappropriate for an unmarried man and woman to share a bed. What if things escalated? The medicine is here. Tang Yunran poured a cup of warm water, tasted it to ensure it was at a suitable temperature, and then handed it to Jiang Che. He sniffled slightly, struggling to sit up, and took the water from her hand to swallow the medicine. It's getting late. I must head back, Jiang Che declared as he pulled back the blanket. How can you drive in this condition? What else am I to do? Sleep here? At his words, Tang Yunran and Oppo's face flushed crimson. All right, I shan't Oppo's tease you any longer. I shall return. Jiang Che rose from the bed, feeling somewhat unsteady. Tang Yunran gazed at his retreating figure, internally conflicted. If she did not return, Jiang Che would be left asleep on her bed. Jiang Che turned to her. Could you keep a lookout for me? I fear I might run in your family if I step outside. Tang Yunran nodded and stepped beside him, leading the way out of the room. The lights in the living room were extinguished, leaving only the glow from their room. My parents should be asleep by now. Good. Without further delay, Jiang Che quickly slipped on his shoes and exited. Don't see me off. You ought to go back to sleep, Tang Yunran urged, her worry for him palpable. Jiang Che closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. The rain outside fell with tremendous force, creating a curtain of water. His head felt slightly foggy, rendering him unfit to drive. Fortunately, their homes were close, just a few minutes' drive away. Otherwise, it could easily lead to a traffic mishap. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran's voice suddenly echoed behind him. He turned to see her in slippers, evidently having rushed down to catch him. What are you doing out here? The rain is quite heavy. I know the rain is heavy. You shouldn't be out here. You should hurry back, he replied. I meant, you should wait until the rain lessens before heading back. Jiang Che recognized her concern. I and Amp. Oppose. LL heed your advice. I'll wait in the car until the rain diminishes before I drive home. Tang Yunran felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words. Jiang Che opened the car door and settled inside, glancing at the reluctant Tang Yunran still standing at the entrance, reflecting, how foolish. Yunran, he called out. The rain fell so heavily that Tang Yunran could not quite discern what he said, only feeling that he was calling her. Come here. Jiang Che gestured her over. Tang Yunran, acting on impulse rather than thought, rushed to the car, closed the door quickly. With a decisive thud, the door shut. Within the confined space, their breaths echoed, quickening and heavier. Shall we listen to some music? Zhang Ge sensed their tension. He remembered that in his past life, Tang Yunran adored the song Shallow, and he had taken the liberty of downloading it. As the music began, Tang Yunran's eyes brightened instantly. It's shallow. Indeed. You enjoy the song as well? She recalled Jiang Yuan mentioning that her brother had little appreciation for music, hence he seldom listened to songs. Of course I enjoy it. Not only that song, but the singer as well. Jiang Che, who had never paid attention to music or singers, was merely trying to cater to her preferences. Really? So do I. I especially admire that singer. Though he may be short, his story of perseverance is worth a book. Tang Yunran's excitement grew as she spoke. With her accompanying him in conversation, Jiang Che found his headache and discomfort fading, feeling better than with medicine. The atmosphere was perfect for a chat, with the rain cascading outside, free from other distractions, creating a world solely for the two of them. It's already midnight. Dan Dundan et gleam Suden Li. Just moments ago. When she entered the car, it had barely been 11 o'clock. It felt as if they had hardly spoken, yet over an hour had slipped away. She had never felt time pass so swiftly before. Are you still feverish? As she reached to touch Jiang Che's forehead, he replied, the fever has finally subsided. Tang Yunran sighed in relief and gazed out the window, noticing the rain had noticeably lessened. All right, I should be going, Jiang Che stated. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yunran's eyes dimmed, filled with reluctance. Please be careful on the road, she said, reaching for the door handle. Wait a moment, Jiang Che called, halting her. What is it? Tang Yunran turned to face him. There's something in your hair. What? She instinctively raised her hand. Don and Appos. Move. Let me help you. Before she could react, Jiang Che leaned in and planted a gentle kiss atop her head. In truth, there was nothing in her hair. He had merely sought an excuse to steal that fleeting moment of intimacy. Tang Yunran and Amp. Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. What had just transpired? Did Jiang Che truly kiss her? Or was it merely her imagination? It felt akin to being in class, sensing another gaze upon her. So, was it a figment of her imagination or a genuine kiss? All done, Jiang Che said, withdrawing swiftly. When Tang Yunran looked closely, he held nothing in his hand. What did you remove? She could not help but inquire. Perhaps just some fibers from your clothing, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Tang Yunran scrutinized him, attempting to detect any unusual signs on his face, but ultimately she failed. Jiang Che's expression remained unchanged. Thus, it must have been her imagination after all. Let us leave before the rain worsens. All right. Be careful on the road. Will do. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After returning home, Jiang Che, as was his habit, checked his phone before sleeping. To his surprise, he noticed that Li Hao had called him several times and sent numerous messages. Chapter 60. Tang Yunran took the initiative to send a message. Without needing to glance, Jiang Che already knew why Li Hao had messaged him. He was merely concerned about his relationship with Tang Yunran. It was quite late, His fever had just subsided, so he decided to reply to Li Hao tomorrow. Sleep came first. Just as Jiang Che was about to set his phone aside, he received a message from Tang Yunran. "Are you home?" Upon seeing it was from her, all traces of drowsiness vanished. He promptly replied, "I'm already in bed." "Then you should sleep," she responded. "Okay, good night." The good night was initiated by Tang Yunran. As Jiang Che observed the animated good night she sent, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. It seemed that his nightly ritual of bidding her good night had finally borne fruit. His intention was to instill in her the habit of needing his good night to find rest. Good night, Jiang Che could bek. That night, regardless of the storm raging outside, he slept soundly. The following morning dawned bright and clear. "Old Jiang, why didn't you reply to my messages last night?" Li Hao inquired. "Wasn't he at all about your situation? I nearly spent the whole night sorting out 2 pairs. Jiang Che replied. "Did the school beauty forgive you? If she hadn't tea, would I be speaking to you so calmly now?" "Glad to hear that." Li Hao sighed in relief, thankful that everything was all right. Otherwise, he would have been deemed a villain throughout history. "How about you?" Jiang Che asked, looking at Li Hao. This was, in fact, Li Hao and Appo's first genuine romantic endeavor. During his time with Mei Xian, he had incessantly extolled her virtues, only to realize he was merely a backup in her life. What can I say? I find it hard to believe anything worse could happen in the future. No, if you hadn't stopped her this time, the circumstances could be infinitely worse, Jiang Che said, placing a reassuring hand on Li Hao's shoulder. Out with the old, in with the new. Try to see things more positively. I've come to terms with it, Li Hao remarked wistfully. That's good to hear. I've decided never to date again. If I ever feel romantic inclinations again, I'll become a monk. Is that really coming to terms? It sounds more like you're struggling with it. Old Jiang, don't try to persuade me. I have a secret I've never shared with anyone, Li Hao declared, piquing Jiang Che's curiosity. Li Hao was known for his candidness. He usually spoke his mind without reservation. The notion of him harboring a secret was intriguing. What secret? One time, on my way home from school, I came across a fortune teller who claimed he could discern your surname without you uttering a word. Do you believe such nonsense? Of course not. Yet, I couldn't resist the temptation and decided to let him read my fortune. And then, he asked me to select the paper with my surname written on it without telling him which one it was. I thought, could it really be that extraordinary? I was just curious. My mother had recently given me a generous allowance. And then, to my astonishment, he accurately guessed my surname is Li. Isn't that remarkable? Jiang Che shook his head in disbelief. Remarkable? It's quite simple. You just need to arrange all surnames in a grid. For instance, if there are 100 surnames, you could list them in 10 rows of 10. Then, transcribe each row onto a card and label them with odd numbers. Subsequently, do the same for the columns with even numbers. This way, he has 20 cards, and any odd number card combined with an even number card will yield only one repeated surname. With that, the groundwork is laid. Memorize the surnames thoroughly, and with enough practice, he could confidently set up a stall for fortune-telling. Is that true? Li Hao looked at Jiang Che skeptically. Fortune-telling should be a mystical art, yet you've reduced it to a math problem? Old Jiang, don't mock my lack of mathematical prowess. I didn't get into Jiang University based on merit. It was purely through connections and money. Is that really something to brag about? Jiang Che retorted with a smirk. Let me ask you, didn't he have you find the card with your surname first? How did you know? Finding the card with your surname essentially reveals the row it's in. Li Hao began to grasp the logic behind Jiang Che's deductions. Then he presents you with another card to find your surname, which indicates the column and the specific character. Finally, he pretends to be profound while he calculates a response, allowing him ample time to formulate his guess. After Jiang Che finished, he noticed Li Hao staring at him in astonishment. Old Jiang, be honest. How did you know all this? Experience speaks volumes, Jiang Che thought to himself. I get it. You sought a fortune teller before. Haven to you? Don't jump to conclusions. Then how did you know? Let's not dwell on that. Tell me, are you truly going to let a deceitful woman deter you from love for the rest of your life? I wasn't finished speaking earlier, Li Hao interjected, downing a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water in one go. I found it particularly fascinating, so I asked him for a reading. What did he predict? Marriage prospects. As someone who had been reborn, Jiang Che knew precisely what Li Hao's future romantic prospects entailed, making him curious about the fortune teller's words. The omens were unfavorable. He advised against marriage. Oh, that's rather accurate. Did he mention that encountering a benefactor could alter your fate? He didn't say that. Then the fortune teller lacks skill. Let us change the subject. I have a headache. Today, I'll treat you to a meal to ward off misfortune. All right, I want tea hold back then. Feel free to order anything. The pricier, the better. An hour later, I'm at a loss for words, Jiang Che muttered. Apologies. I just remembered I spent all my money on Cyan. Earlier, in the restaurant's private room, Jiang Che, spurred on by Li Hao, had ordered numerous dishes, only to find himself penniless at the time of payment. Next time, I'll treat you. My mother will give me my allowance next Friday. Today is only Sunday. Jiang Che emphasized. Ah, true, there are still several days left. Old Jiang, could you lend me some for now? Chapter 61. A dog in Appo's. Blood-curdling censure at that moment. A familiar figure approached. Wu Qing-shu, accompanied by his friend Wang Jun. Old Jiang, your rival in love. Li Hao whispered into Jiang Che's ear. Not quite a rival yet. Jiang Che retorted with an air of confidence, prompting Li Hao to give him a thumbs up in approval. Their voices, though moderate, were audible enough for Wu Qing-shu to catch their exchange. Already simmering with resentment toward Jiang Che, Wu Qing-shu's anger escalated upon hearing his words, causing him to see red. Just as he was about to confront Jiang Che, he noticed Jiang Che retrieving his phone from his pocket. Hello? Singo, what do you need? Upon recognizing the caller as Tang Feisin, Wu Qing-shu immediately halted in his tracks. The last time he had sought to have Jiang Che beaten, Tang Feisin had caught him red-handed, issuing a stern warning. Jiang Che was his brother and had saved his life. If he ever learned that Wu Qing-shu troubled Jiang Che again, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Additionally, Wu Qing-shu was pursuing Tang Yunran, and he could not afford to offend Tang Feisin. Considering this, Wu Qing-shu quickly veered away. Can't provoke him, so I'll just avoid him. Li Hao observed as Wu Qing-shu distanced himself, then turned to Jiang Che, whose phone screen was dark. Stop pretending. He is already scared off, Jiang Che said, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Old Jiang, you're impressive. You've managed to sway your future uncle-in-law so quickly, Li Hao remarked with admiration. Just one down, but there are two more to contend with, and they're even more difficult, Jiang Che sighed, his thoughts drifting to his other two uncles-in-law. Shall I assist you in investigating? No need to trouble yourself. I have my ways. After all, he had been well acquainted with those three uncles from his past life, having endured their frequent beatings. Wu Qing-shu, with a face flushed with anger, was drinking an icy beverage to cool down. Old Wu, why didn't you confront Jiang Che just now? Wang Jun asked curiously. Do you think I didn't want to? It's because of what happened last time. Wu Qing-shu then recounted the previous incident to Wang Jun. I see. That complicates matters, Wang Jun replied, just as he glanced across the street. Old Wu, look. Quick, look. That girl. What girl? I'm not interested in anyone except Tang Yunran. No, you need to see this. She is stunning. Sensing Wang Jun's excitement, Wu Qing-shu wondered if the girl truly was as beautiful as he claimed. Following Wang Jun's pointed finger, he spotted a girl in a wheelchair. She was indeed quite cute, but was she really that remarkable? Is it worth getting this worked up over? Wait, look closely. She is Jiang Che's sister. Jiang Che's sister? Wu Qing-shu's eyes widened as he scrutinized the girl in the wheelchair again. Wang Jun had previously helped him gather information about Jiang Che, including details about his sister. He had seen photos of Jiang Yuan and noted her slight resemblance to Jiang Che. Indeed, it was Jiang Che's sister. Jiang Yuan was inside a convenience store across the street, purchasing something. Let us go. Boss, I'll take a box of spicy strips, Jiang Yuan said as she scanned her phone for payment. Just then, two unfamiliar individuals blocked her path. Can we help you? Jiang Yuan asked, puzzled as she regarded Wu Qing-shu and Wang Jun. Are you Jiang Che's sister? Wu Qing-shu and Appo's tone was less than cordial. Realizing the two were not friendly, Jiang Yuan's demeanor shifted. Why do you care who my brother is? What is that to you? Wu Qing-shu felt taken aback by her response. This girl was just as difficult as her brother. She was infuriating. Since you are indeed Jiang Che's sister, This concerns you. I am Jiang Che's sister. So what? If you have business with him, go to him and leave me alone. I don't have time for your nonsense. I'm trying to enjoy my spicy strips. Hey, Wang Zhen was about to lose his temper when Wu Qingshu stopped him. I'll handle this myself, he declared, turning to Jiang Yuan. Go tell your brother to stay away from my girlfriend. Got it? Is she really your girlfriend? Jiang Yuan looked at Wu Qingshu with skepticism. Yes. Indeed she is. If she is your girlfriend, why are you stuttering? I am not stuttering. If she is truly your girlfriend, shouldn't you be telling her to keep her distance from my brother instead? You. Wu Qingshu pointed at Jiang Yuan, his face contorted in rage, his fingertips trembling. At that moment, the shopkeeper arrived with a box of spicy strips Jiang Yuan had ordered. Here are your spicy strips, young lady. Before she could reach for them, Wu Qingshu snatched the box away. I'll say this once more. Tell your brother to stay away from Yunran, or I'll make him regret it. Jiang Yuan's eyes were fixed on the spicy strips, burning with fury. In the past, if Jiang Che had taken a bag from her, she would have fought him for it. Now, having had an entire box snatched from her, she felt a murderous rage. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Are you deaf? Just as Wu Qingshu finished speaking, Jiang Yuan suddenly glared at him with fierce determination. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a fierce retort. Are you even a man? No wonder you can't compete with my brother. You lack the ability to charm a girl. Instead, you resort to intimidation against someone in a wheelchair. Is this all you're capable of? Why can't you employ straightforward means? Why not spend this time thinking of ways to win a girl's affection? With a character like yours, even without my brother, no girl would ever be interested in you unless every other man on this earth were to perish, leaving you without competition. Otherwise, even without my brother, there will always be others vying for her affection. Are you planning to threaten and intimidate each one of them? And you bully a disabled person? Don't you have any shame? I feel ashamed for you. I utterly disdain you. Wu Qingshu stood frozen, rendered speechless by Jiang Yuan's fierce tirade. His gaze locked on her in disbelief. Give me back my spicy strips. Jiang Yuan shouted vehemently at Wu Qingshu. The shopkeeper, witnessing the commotion, took the box from Wu Qingshu and handed it to Jiang Yuan, casting a look of utter disdain at Wu Qingshu. You think you can steal my spicy strips? With that, Jiang Yuan pressed the button on her electric wheelchair and left the convenience store. Hey, stop right there. Wang Zhen called out as he took a few steps after her, only to find Wu Qingshu standing still, unmoving. Old Wu, she is gone. Why aren't you chasing after her? Chapter 62. Reporting to Jiang Che, Wu Qingshu opened his mouth and sighed. Forget it. I won't pursue it any longer. What? Not pursuing it? Why not? Don't you think what she said was quite reasonable? Huh? Wang Zhen dug into his ear. I think she made a lot of sense. Wang Zhen was momentarily bewildered. Have you been rendered foolish by her words? Let us go. Wu Qingshu turned and walked in the opposite direction from Jiang Yuan. Hey, old Wu, wait for me. After Jiang Che returned home, it was a while before Jiang Yuan arrived. Did you go buy spicy strips on your own? Speaking of this, I was nearly infuriated, Jiang Yuan said, hugging the box of spicy strips, clearly upset. What happened? Who dared to provoke you, little demon king? Jiang Che, you should call me brother. It's all because of you. Just now, a guy snatched my spicy strips and told me to relay a message to you. To keep your distance from his girlfriend. Wu Qingshu. Jiang Che immediately guessed it was him. I don't know his name, but I heard his friends call him Old Wu. Wang Zhen. Exactly, that S. Wu Qingshu. Did he do anything to you? Jiang Che's expression darkened instantly as he scanned Jiang Yuan from head to toe. If he noticed any inappropriate marks on her, he would surely confront Wu Qingshu. His sister could only be bullied by him. Yes. How'd he bully you? Jiang Che rubbed his fists together, ready to settle scores with Wu Qingshu. Didn't I just say? He snatched my spicy strips. Is that it? Is that not enough? Jiang Yuan huffed indignantly. Jiang Che glanced at the box of spicy strips in Jiang Yuan's arms. Since she arrived, she had been clutching it tightly, clearly afraid he would take her spicy strips. Remembering past events, where she would fiercely retaliate just for him stealing her spicy strips, he could only imagine the volcanic eruption if Wu Qingshu had taken her entire box. At this thought, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a flicker of sympathy for Wu Qingshu, wondering how he was faring now. After dinner, with nothing much to do, Jiang Che spent 10,000 experience points on a lottery draw, hoping for a stroke of luck to win something valuable. There were indeed many good items in the shop, but they were prohibitively expensive, starting from 5 figures at the very least. Spending 10,000 points, he could draw 100 times, and perhaps he might land a rare treasure. If he didn't win anything, he could just chat with Tang Yunran to replenish his experience points. System draw. All right. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. X30 stop enough. It seemed today's fortune was rather bleak, continuing would likely yield nothing, but thank you for participating. Despite this thought, humans possess an innate stubbornness. And Jiang Che was no exception, feeling that if he didn't draw just one more time, he might miss out on a fortune. Let us draw once more. Just one last time, and then I'll stop. Thank you for participating. He refused to concede defeat. Let us draw again. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. X99 Jiang Che felt his spirits dampen. Was he destined to succeed in romance, yet fail at the lottery? Host, only one draw remains. Would you like to proceed? With just one draw left, he decided to go for it. He wouldn't believe it. If he didn't win this time, he would. Thank you for participating. Jiang Che fell silent. Flags are not raised in vain. Let us draw one last time. To have drawn 100 times without winning left him feeling inexplicably frustrated. Fortunately, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies weren't severe. Otherwise, he would have insisted on drawing until he won something. As he pondered this, a different system notification finally chimed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Crow's Mouth experience voucher, valid for 1 week. A Crow's Mouth experience voucher, self-explanatory without needing further elaboration from the system, was simply a token for verbal mischief. What if I said Wu Qingshu choked on water or got food stuck in his throat? Serves you right for bullying his sister. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Qingshu spat water everywhere. Wu's mother hurriedly patted him on the back. Why are you drinking so hastily? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Qingshu coughed until his face turned red. After a while, he finally managed to recover. Time for dinner. Oh. Wu Qingshu patted his chest and sat at the dining table. Have some braised pork. Wu's mother served him a piece of his favorite dish. Just as he placed the braised pork in his mouth before he could chew, it lodged in his throat. Stuck and unyielding. Ah! Wu Qingshu clutched his throat, rolling his eyes. Wu's mother, alarmed, quickly stood up and pounded on his back. Zhang Ma, come help. Hurry. I'm coming. Wu's mother and Zhang Ma pressed down hard on Wu Qingshu's back. The pain made Wu Qingshu roll his eyes, thinking, what good is pounding my back when the braised pork is stuck in my throat? Ultimately, Wu Qingshu rolled his eyes and fainted. It was unclear whether it was from choking or the pounding or sheer disbelief. The next day, Jiang Che drove to Zhijun City to check on the renovation progress. On his way, he stopped by a convenience store to buy 2 bottles of water. Upon entering, Chapter 63. Tang Yunran's fury without a doubt. She was being deceived, just as she had been a few nights ago at the KTV. Once again, it was about the 3 apartments in Xiushui community, the 70 or 80,000 BMW, and the villa in Zhijun City. Very well. Did you not ruin her relationship with Li Hao? Today, she would come to disrupt yours with Tang Yunran. As Mei Xian pondered this, her gaze caught sight of Tang Yunran walking along the roadside. What a coincidence! Just as Jiang Che was paying for the water, he too noticed Tang Yunran across the street, simultaneously seeing Mei Xian hurriedly rushing over. What was Mei Xian up to? After settling the bill, Jiang Che stealthily followed her. Tang Yunran, Mei Xian called out, stopping her. Upon recognizing Mei Xian, Tang Yunran frowned. To be frank, she despised scoundrels, and she equally detested scoundresses. Everything Mei Xian had done to Li Hao in her previous life filled her with contempt. Li Hao, coming from a wealthy family, could have lived a life of ease. Yet he ended up in such dire straits. After Li Hao was hospitalized due to loan sharking, she had chanced upon Mei Xian, who was flirting with other men, laughing joyfully as if Li Hao and Appo's plight had nothing to do with her. What do you want? Tang Yunran asked coldly. Svingdan Yundan, who resembled a rare flower atop a snow-capped mountain. Mei Xian rolled her eyes in disdain. Was being beautiful really that impressive? Was she not merely being played by Jiang Che? I am here to kindly remind you to break up with Jiang Che as soon as possible. As Jiang Che approached, he overheard this and shot a dangerous glance at Mei Xian. I hope you never find a backup partner and remain unmarried forever. A woman like Mei Xian, who would marry her, would be cursed with a lifetime of misfortune. No, I take that back. A girl like you is only suited for harming scoundrels. Scoundresses and scoundrels are a perfect match. If they marry in the future, let them hurt each other. Tang Yunran furrowed her brow at Mei Xian. You misunderstand. Jiang Che and I are not in that kind of relationship. Don't deny it. I'm not blind. I can see the truth of your relationship, Mei Xian insisted. Tang Yunran, I'm only reminding you as a fellow woman. Jiang Che is deceiving you. Deceiving me? What do you mean? Did Jiang Che tell you he owns a house in Qiushui community? Yes, I knew it. Did he also tell you he has a BMW? He does have one. I've ridden in it. All eyes. Mei Xian raised her voice. Let me tell you, a few days ago at KTV, Jiang Che confessed to me that he actually likes me. He said he has 3 apartments in Qiushui community, a BMW, and even bought a villa in Zijun City. Did he say the same to you? Tang Yunran was aware that Jiang Che's family had purchased a house in Qiushui community and owned a BMW, but she was unaware of the 2 additional apartments. As for Zijun City, she was quite familiar with it. A classmate of hers lived there. During a gathering, that classmate had boasted about her villa worth tens of millions, claiming it was incredibly expensive. However, her husband was wealthy and she liked it, so he bought it for her. That classmate had been looking directly at her, clearly intending to show off. She ignored her, pretending she hadn't heard. Eventually, that classmate grew bolder and directly insulted her, saying she was the most unfortunate among their circle for marrying poorly. She had been furious, asserting that she could tolerate anything but insults towards Jiang Che. She believed Jiang Che was remarkable, having built himself up from nothing without any external assistance. She had quietly observed the immense effort Jiang Che had put in. What a coincidence that it was Zijun City. It couldn't be true, could it? She knew Jiang Che had been dabbling in stock trading and had some talent and luck, but Zijun City was still expensive and one needed capital to invest. Jiang Che had only won a first prize. As a student, he wouldn't squander all his money in the stock market. Furthermore, properties in Zijun City cost several million at a minimum. Jiang Che could not afford them. She suspected that Jiang Che had purposely said these things to ensnare Mei Xian. Seeing Tang Yunran deep in thought, Mei Xian assumed she was starting to believe her words and pressed on. Didn't he say that once you 2 marry, he would give you the villa in Zijun City? Without waiting for Tang Yunran to respond, Mei Xian continued speaking. Tang Yunran, let me tell you, I've met many men, and someone like Jiang Che is absolutely not worth your lifelong commitment. You are the belle of Jiangxing University, and there are plenty of wealthy suitors vying for your attention. Do not be deceived by such a despicable little man. Mei Xian felt that she had been blunt enough, and Tang Yunran would surely break up with Jiang Che. The thought of Jiang Che being dumped filled Mei Xian with excitement. She could hardly wait to witness that scene. It would be immensely satisfying. However, the unfolding events were entirely contrary to her expectations. Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's expression turned icy. Janu is despicable. Or is it you? What did you say? Mei Xian was taken aback by Tang Yunran's sudden retort. What did I say? You should know in your heart. What do you consider your boyfriend? A mere tool to spend money, selling your soul and body, deceiving those who genuinely care for you? You lead them on, getting them to pour their hearts and finances into you. Yet you feel no guilt. Instead, you take pride in it. Who is truly shameless here? Tang Yunran's words were sharp and resonant. Well said. Jiang Che silently applauded Tang Yunran. She was indeed not someone of Mei Xian's ilk. Mei Xian's eyes widened in shock, her mouth opening and closing in anger. You, say that again. What? Are you angry now? You can act, but I can't speak? She had initially been reluctant to involve herself in this matter, but since it concerned Jiang Che, she could no longer remain passive. You're talking nonsense. When have I done that? Mei Xian and Oppo's face turned a deep shade of anger. People are watching, and I refuse to believe that someone like you can live carefree until old age without consequences. In her past life, she had not witnessed Mei Xian's downfall. But she firmly believed in the cycle of justice and karma. A social parasite like Mei Xian would eventually face reckoning. You shameless wretch. Mei Xian was infuriated, directly shoving Tang Yunran. Chapter 64. Mei Xian's downfall. Tang Yunran was taken aback when Mei Xian suddenly struck, causing her to stumble backward. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a hand reached out, securing her firmly around the waist. When she turned to see, it was Jiang Che. Her pupils dilated in surprise. He always appeared at critical moments to assist her. Are you all right? I and Amp. Oppose. Am fine, Tang Yunran replied, shaking her head. Jiang Che's gaze shifted from her to Mei Xian, his eyes sharp and piercing, akin to arrows released in flight, exuding an intimidating aura. Faced with Jiang Che's formidable stare, Mei Xian instinctively took 2 steps back. What do you want? Are you going to hit a woman? If you dare strike me, you cease to be a man. Who are you to declare what constitutes a man or not? Just because you say so, does it make it true? Hitting you doesn't and oppose. Render me less of a man. Jiang Che's retort left Mei Xian momentarily speechless. Regardless, you cannot hit me. If you do, you are not a man. Jiang Che advanced on Mei Xian, asserting, a man who strikes a woman is indeed lacking, but I am not striking a woman. I am dealing with a scoundrel. To strike her while belittling her as a scoundrel? Mei Xian, infuriated and flushed, felt dwarfed by Jiang Che and Oppo's imposing stature of 6 feet tall, rendering her too intimidated to unleash her fury. Why you, Don and Oppo's? Come any closer, she stammered, retreating. Jiang Che raised his hand, poised to slap the scoundrel and vent his frustration for Tang Yunran. At that moment, Tang Yunran intervened. Let's just forget it. Forget it? Ran, you are too kind. No, it an Amp. Oppo's. That's just that she is too filthy. Hitting her would soil your hands. Mei Xian nearly spat blood upon hearing Tang Yunran and Amp. Oppo's final remark. John Duque nodded, agreeing. You are right. She is indeed too filthy, and with all those men she has been with, I might catch something if I touch her. You are the filthy one. Your whole family is filthy. Mei Xian erupted with insults. Fearing that Jiang Che might be provoked by Mei Xian's words, Tang Yunran suggested, let us ignore her barking and find a place for afternoon tea. All right, I shall follow your lead. Jiang Che was witnessing a side of Tang Yunran that was both infuriating and endearing, appreciating her unexpectedly charming demeanor. As for Mei Xian, he had already wished her ill fortune with a crow's tongue. But that was not enough. He wished her a continuous stream of misfortunes from that moment onward. Mei Xian watched the two depart, stomping her feet in frustration. Hurry and call your boyfriend from the club. Have him teach that guy a lesson. One of Mei Xian's friends suggested. You are right. Mei Xian's phone contained a plethora of backup contacts, with diverse identities and professions. Among them was a gang leader. Just as she was about to dial, her friend suddenly pulled her aside. What is it? Look, isn't that your club boyfriend, Zhang Fei? Following her friend's pointing finger, Mei Xian spotted a couple crossing the street. The man appeared to be her backup boyfriend, Zhang Fei. How is that possible? He said he only had eyes for me. How could he be with another girl? They must be just ordinary friends. Mei Xian reassured herself, but as her words faded, she saw the couple stop and embrace, sharing tender kisses. This scene provoked a visceral reaction in Mei Xian, and she erupted in fury. Xian, what are you doing here? Zhang Fei was equally surprised to encounter Mei Xian. Who is she? Mei Xian demanded fiercely, pointing at the girl behind Zhang Fei. Xin, let me et lie. She's just a friend. A friend? Friends do not embrace and kiss. Do you take me for a fool? And you, shameless woman, how dare you seduce another's boyfriend? If you lack shame, I shall tear your clothes off to ensure you are utterly shameless. Mei Xian lunged at the girl, knocking her to the ground. Stop, Xian. Let go. Zhang Fei struggled to pull Mei Xian away, but she was a whirlwind of fury, tearing at the girl beneath her. Mei Xin, Zhang Fei shouted in desperation. Mei Xian, seemingly deaf to his pleas, continued her frenzied assault, resembling a madwoman. In a fit of rage, Zhang Fei, losing his temper, roughly grabbed Mei Xian by the hair, yanking her away as if uprooting a weed, and kicked her away. Xiang, are you all right? Zhang Fei, concerned, removed his jacket to wrap around the girl. She is terrifying, like a tiger ready to devour. It is frightening. The Girl Wimp, Chapter 65. Jiang Che buys sanitary napkins. Jiang Che produced a key and handed it to Tang Yunran. What is this? It's a key. Of course. I know it's a key, Tang Yunran retorted, exasperated. You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Che replied, feigning mystery. Tang Yunran scrutinized him with suspicion, but her disbelief quickly transformed into astonishment as she witnessed Jiang Che's car seamlessly enter Jijun City. Wait, we're in. Her eyes widened in shock. She was well aware that Jijun City was an exclusive, high-end community where outside vehicles were strictly prohibited. Although Jiang Che's BMW was an expensive vehicle, it was far too commonplace for the affluent residents of Jijun City. Thus, it was implausible that he could gain entry merely by driving a BMW. Suddenly, a thought struck her. During her earlier argument with Mei Xian had mentioned Jiang Che owning a villa in Jijun City. Could it be? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the car came to a halt in front of a lavish villa. We arrived, Jiang Che announced, turning to Tang Yunran before stepping out. With the key in hand, Tang Yunran was both bewildered and astonished as she followed Jiang Che to the ornate iron gate. Unlock it, Jiang Che instructed, nodding toward the key in her grasp. Unlock it. With this lock? Are you sure it will work? Tang Yunran questioned hesitantly as she approached the door. Inserting the key, she turned it. With a click, the lock disengaged. Tang Yunran blinked in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Please, step inside, Jiang Che beckoned, pushing the door open. Oh, she stammered, dazedly following him inside. The courtyard was sparse, adorned with only a few simple green potted plants. The house was newly acquired and had yet to be inhabited, lending it an air of solitude. Once we move in, it will feel more alive, Jiang Che remarked as he opened the villa door and stepped inside. Just bought? This villa is yours, Tang Yunran exclaimed, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Yes, remember I mentioned I made a significant profit from stock trading recently? Jiang Che replied, masking his thoughts. He was acutely aware that his ability to purchase this villa was largely due to the experience points she had provided him. By the way, do you like the current decor style? Jiang Che inquired, confident that she would appreciate it, knowing she had managed the design of their previous home in their past life. Regaining her composure, Tang Yunran surveyed the villa, her eyes sparkling with delight. I absolutely adore this style, she declared. In their previous life, after marrying Jiang Che, she had overseen the decoration of their marital home. At that time, she had worried whether Jiang Che would like it, a question she had longed to ask but never did. To her surprise, he shared her taste, and the furniture, the color and style of the sofa. I love it. Shall I sit and see how soft it is? She asked. Indeed, please do, Jiang Che encouraged, watching as she settled into the cushions, sinking in slightly. It's very comfortable, she confirmed. Jiang Che took a seat opposite her, and the once empty house suddenly felt warm and inviting with the presence of its new occupants. How much did you earn from stock trading? Tang Yunran couldn't restrain her curiosity. Only my girlfriend is privy to that information. If you don't want to know, Ishantitil, Jiang Che. Tang Yunran pouted, but suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in her abdomen. Before she could react, a flood of embarrassment overwhelmed her. Noticing her distress, Jiang Che inquired with concern, What's wrong? Are you unwell? Tang Yunran's face flushed crimson as she tightly pressed her thighs together. She stammered. Chapter 66. Lift her up in the end. Jiang Che carried a large bag of sanitary pads. By the way, does your girlfriend suffer from menstrual cramps? Jiang Che pondered for a moment. Earlier, he had noticed Tang Yunran clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale and unwell. Perhaps just a little. You should bring a few heat patches. They are quite effective. Whenever I apply one during my pains, it alleviates the discomfort significantly. Let me tell you, gifting this to your girlfriend during her period is the most thoughtful gesture. Then do give me some as well. Eventually, Jiang Che departed with 2 hefty bags in tow. The female shop assistant gazed after Jiang Che's retreating figure, unable to suppress her admiration. How wonderful it would be if you were my boyfriend. Jiang Che returned to the villa, where Tang Yunran was left speechless. Why did you buy so many? You can use them slowly. Slowly? They wouldn't appos to even last half a year. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che was tempted to retort, "He has covered all your sanitary needs for a lifetime. I also bought you heat patches." The shop assistant mentioned that applying them to your abdomen would relieve the pain. Jiang Che retrieved a pack from his tote and handed it to Tang Yunran. "Thank you." As Tang Yunran accepted the heat patch, a wave of warmth surged within her, evoking an indescribable sense of gratitude. She was so touched that her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Had she not forced herself to hold back, they would have surely fallen. After a moment, Jiang Che looked at her, and seeing her moved expression, a pang of guilt welled up within him. Had he not treated Tang Yunran so poorly in his past life? She would not be so touched by this small gesture now. "Hurry and change. You're about to stain your shoes." At this, Tang Yunran's earlier emotions were swiftly replaced by embarrassment and shyness, prompting her to flee toward the bathroom. Thump! Thump! Tang Yunran pressed her hand to her heart, feeling as though it might leap from her throat if she did not hold it down. After a while, she gradually calmed down. As she tore open the heat patch and Appo's packaging and prepared to apply it, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Jiang Che and Appo's voice. "I forgot to mention, don't apply the heat patch directly on your skin. Use it over your clothing to avoid burns." "Okay, got it." Although Tang Yunran was aware of this, the difference between knowing and being reminded by someone else is profound. It's akin to knowing to wear an extra layer when it's cold outside. A family member in damp, Appo's reminder adds a touch of warmth to that knowledge. At this moment, Jiang Che's concern brought her that same warmth. Once she had changed, Tang Yunran paused, remembering that her clothes had gotten stained. It wouldn't be appropriate to go out like this. "Are you ready?" Jiang Che called from outside. "Yes." However, she did not step out. "My clothes." Hearing this, Jiang Che suddenly remembered and took off his t-shirt. "Wrap it around your waist. That way, it won't be so noticeable." "What will you wear?" Tang Yunran thought. Surely Jiang Che wouldn't go shirtless? The mere thought of his muscular physique made her blush uncontrollably. "I have a tank top underneath. Weren't you against wearing tank tops before?" Tang Yunran recalled that neither in this life nor the last had Jiang Che ever worn one. "That's because I've recently gotten stronger, my metabolism is better, and I sweat more." As Tang Yunran emerged from the bathroom, she found Jiang Che posing and flexing his muscles. Perhaps it was her imagination, but he seemed to have grown even more robust than before. Noticing Tang Yunran's gaze fixed upon him, Jiang Che extended his arm toward her. "Does it seem thick?" Tang Yunran observed his arm, which was several times thicker than her own leg. His physique was strikingly different from the past. Jiang Che had not been weak, but he had merely been of average build, perhaps even slightly below. "The muscles I have are not just for show. They are solid. Would you like to feel how firm they are?" Tang Yunran's eyes were transfixed on Jiang Che's well-defined muscles, reminiscent of a figure from her sketches. Impeccably perfect. It seemed almost unreal. "Go on, give it a try. Don't be shy." Jiang Che encouraged her, extending his arm closer. With his earnest invitation, Tang Yunran felt that refusing further would be impolite. Thus, she reached out, her breath quickening, her heart racing uncontrollably. At first, her fingers brushed against Jiang Che's arm. It felt like touching stone. She squeezed it gently. "It truly is hard." Tang Yunran had often wondered how Jiang Che achieved such a physique. "Wrap both hands around my arm," Jiang Che instructed. "Why? Just do it," he insisted. "Oh." Tang Yunran encircled his arm with both hands. In the next moment, Jiang Che lifted his arm with a sudden force. Tang Yunran and Appo's feet lifted from the ground, her balance faltering as she instinctively leaned forward, nearly collapsing onto Jiang Che's sturdy arm. Jiang Che's eyes brightened, feeling an electric thrill at her touch. He had merely intended to showcase his masculine strength, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers to attract a mate, but unexpectedly, he found himself rewarded in ways he hadn't anticipated. Tang Yunran, fearful of falling, clung tightly to Jiang Che's arm. "Please, let me down," she urged, panic rising within her. Jiang Che deliberately slowed his movements as he lowered her back to the ground. Had he not been mindful of her discomfort due to her menstrual cramps, he could have held her up indefinitely. Once her feet were back on solid ground, Tang Yunran steadied herself, then instinctively reached to smooth out her crumpled clothing. It was only then that she realized her earlier panic had led her to cling to Jiang Che's arm, inadvertently pressing against him in a most compromising manner. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Did Jiang Che notice what had just transpired? Probably not. It was likely that only she had been aware. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang Yunran discreetly lifted her gaze to Jiang Che, only to find him intently staring at the wrinkled area of her clothing. Chapter 67. Tang Yunran felt both embarrassed and indignant. He was actually watching her. In a flurry, she turned away, resuming her task of straightening her clothes. Romantic experience points 785. Such an awkward situation was one that no one wished to address first. And she certainly would not be the one to broach the subject. Shall I escort you home? John Duque inquired, though he longed to keep Tang Yunran with him a while longer. He had just checked online and discovered that girls needed ample rest at this hour. After seeing her home, Jiang Che sent her a message urging her to drink more warm water. As soon as Tang Yunran lay down on her bed, she received Jiang Che's caring message, which filled her with joy, causing her to roll around gleefully under the covers, nearly falling off the bed. Delighted. Romantic experience points 572. Romantic experience points 418. Romantic experience points 485. Listening to the series of system notifications, Jiang Che shook his head with a smile. This silly girl, instead of resting properly, was busy providing me with experience points. Initially, Jiang Che contemplated sending Tang Yunran a playful head pat emoji, but decided against it, fearing it might overly excite her. Upon returning to the apartment complex, he spotted Jiang Yuan walking alongside a boy. Instantly, Jiang Che's expression hardened, and his sharp gaze pierced toward the young man. His cold stare scanned him from head to toe. The boy had a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall with an average build, exuding a sunny disposition as he laughed and joked with Jiang Yuan, appearing quite harmonious. Just as Jiang Che was observing, the boy opened a bottle of iced tea and handed it to Jiang Yuan. Thank you. No need to be polite, the boy chuckled, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Seeing this, Jiang Che drove closer, opened the car door, and shot a decidedly unfriendly glance at the boy. Zhuang Ming felt as though he had experienced the pressure of facing a future father-in-law in that moment. Do you two know each other? Zhuang Ming asked Jiang Yuan. Brother, why are you back? What an amp. Oppos. That's what that question. It and amp. Oppos. That's my home. Am I not allowed to return? Was she implying he was an inconvenience? Wherein and oppos. Do you suppose to be busy and come back later? Fortunately, I returned early. As Jiang Che spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Zhuang Ming. At that moment, Jiang Che's resentment towards his three uncles from his previous life dissipated entirely, for he now understood the feeling of a brother reluctant to see his sister dive into a den of wolves. What does that even mean? He asked my classmate. I had no classes today due to my hospital visit, and he brought my assignments. Clever and perceptive, Jiang Yuan could easily detect the underlying implications of Jiang Che and Appo's words. Oh, just classmates then. After stating this, Jiang Che turned to Zhuang Ming, offering him a polite yet warning smile. Classmate, thank you for your help. Is your home far? Would you like me to drive you back? Upon witnessing Jiang Che and Appo's smile, Zhuang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. A man's instinct warned him that if he got into this car today, he might not get out again. No, my home is nearby. It'll only take a few minutes. Nearby, you say? Which neighborhood? Zhang maintained a friendly demeanor. Zhuang Ming gulped nervously, feeling increasingly uneasy under Jiang Che's gaze. Really? No need to drive me. I'll be on my way now. Goodbye. Before he finished speaking, Zhuang Ming had already bolted a short distance away. Watching Zhuang Ming flee in a fluster, Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. Look what you and Appo's done. You and Appo's scared him off. Where does that come from? With a face as handsome as mine, how could I be frightening? Jean Duque feigned innocence. Seeing his expression, Jiang Yuan could hardly muster the energy for another eye roll. Even if you're too lazy to engage with me, you still must listen. I was serious the other day. You can't just marry anyone haphazardly, or you might invite misfortune. Misfortune? How on earth did you come up with that? Jiang Yuan shot him a bemused glance, leaving him to ponder. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You're a cunning old fox. What have I done that is so bad? You've tricked me. Well, have I ever tricked you? I have always treated you well. Indeed, you were so kind as to bury my favorite doll in the ground. I thought you had too few dolls. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. I planted your doll, and next year, wouldn't it yield a field of dolls? I was merely showing my love for you. I roll, and then you cut my hair, after all that effort to grow it long. You cannot blame me for that. Your hair got stuck in gum, and I merely helped you out. Instead of thanking me, you're here complaining. Who on earth is so shameless as to stick gum in my hair? Jiang Che shook his head in exasperation. Not me. Shameless. Jiang Yuan shouted at Jiang Che in frustration. Furthermore, I've kept a record of all the money you borrowed from me since childhood. The total is 1689. 32. What an oppose. S with the 2 cents. Interest. Jiang Che. Repay me. Jiang Yuan extended her hand toward Jiang Che. He pulled out his phone and tapped a few buttons. The sound of coins clattering filled the air. The notification tone Jiang Yuan had set for incoming funds on WeChat. Jiang Yuan cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Che before opening her phone. Her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. 3,000. Call me brother. Brother. Good girl. My dear sister. Jiang que affectionata di Rafold, Jiang Yuan amp, apos, esser. Though Jiang Yuan felt a bit irked, she could tolerate it for the sake of the 3,000. Being a bit of a money lover, Jiang Che was well aware that this method was the most effective way to deal with her. I see your phone has been in use for 3 or 4 years. Let me buy you a new one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan and Appo's eyes widened with excitement, sparkling like 2 glossy black pearls. At that moment, if she had a tail, she would have been wagging it. After dinner, Jiang Che took Jiang Yuan to purchase a new phone. Upon reaching the counter, she immediately set her sights on a model priced at $49.99, the most popular one from last year. Jiang Che picked up the phone, admiring it from all angles. Do you like this one? Jiang Che asked. Jiang Yuan shook her head. It's not my style. Yet as she put it down, she couldn't help but steal a longing glance at it. Looking at her own phone, a contract device that came with a prepaid plan, she realized it was worth only $1,000. Having used the entry-level device for 3 or 4 years, it was clear it had aged considerably. Having not bought a phone in many years, Jiang Che could easily see that Jiang Yuan was not disinterested. She simply couldn't and oppose to afford it. Chapter 68. Tang Yunran also possesses a golden finger. The sales assistant handed her phone to Jiang Yuan. What do you think of this phone? It's currently on promotion. Originally priced at $15.59, you can now get it for just $12.99 after a discount of $300. Its design is charming, and the memory capacity is ample, perfect for a student like you. Jiang Yuan accepted the phone and swiped through its features, pouting slightly. It was undoubtedly better than her disobedient old phone, which only responded to a good smack. However, having just experienced her dream phone, the stark contrast with this one, which was over $3,000 cheaper, was disheartening, casting a shadow over her mood. While she truly adored the previously viewed phone, its exorbitant price was beyond her reach. As a high school student without an income, and considering how much her family had already spent on her leg treatment, affording such luxury was out of the question. I suppose I'll take this one, she finally decided, but it's too inexpensive. $1,000 phone is hardly usable, and it starts lagging after 6 months. Jiang Che, her brother, snatched the phone from her hands. To the sales assistant, this action suggested that Jiang Che couldn't even afford a phone priced at $12.99. Honestly, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be generous buying a phone for a girl, she thought, while she picked up an 899 yuan phone. Look at this, what do you think? This one seems to be this year and Oppo's latest model, part of the same series as the one you just looked at. But that one was last year and Oppo's. In electronics, it's always better to buy the latest rather than the outdated. Jiang Che brought forth the most prominent model displayed at the counter, illuminated by the promotional lights. Brother, this one costs $8,999. Jiang Yuan exclaimed, her voice raised in astonishment. The sales assistant leaned against the counter, silently observing, amused by the show. Having witnessed many like Jiang Che over the years, she had grown accustomed to those who couldn't afford luxury, pretending otherwise. Just admit it's too expensive, she thought. Like me, a mere working-class individual. She was certain that Jiang Che would scrutinize the $89.99 phone and eventually settle for the cheapest option. Just as she anticipated, Jiang Che approached, handing her the phone. I'll take this model. What? The sales assistant was taken aback. You mean this one? I see the store is offering a Bluetooth headset as a bonus. Please give me a pair. Are you serious? The sales assistant was flabbergasted. Had she misjudged him? After completing the purchase, Jiang Che presented the phone to Jiang Yuan, who gazed at him with profound gratitude. Please, don't look at me like that. I'm not accustomed to it. If you start crying, we'll return it immediately. Initially moved, Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes at his comment. Dream on. You've already bought it. It's mine now. This eye roll was authentic, a testament to their sibling bond. Once back at her room, Jiang Yuan tossed and turned. Unable to sleep, she pondered over her brother's recent kindness. Although he could be infuriating, he had truly treated her well during this time. Since his birthday had passed, she contemplated a gift for him for the upcoming Double 11 shopping festival. She mused that the likelihood of him winning over the beautiful lady he fancied was a mere 0.001, so she could spend Double 11 with him instead. What gift would be appropriate? After much thought, she decided to knit him a scarf, though she lacked the skill. No matter, I'll buy the materials first. Jiang Yuan opened Taobao and purchased yarn. A week flew by, and the impending final exams loomed, turning the previously leisurely university days into a torturous ordeal. Jiang Che recalled how he had failed his English class in his past life due to his gaming obsession. This time, he vowed to study diligently and pass without fail. Despite the years that had passed, the disappointment on his parents' faces after his previous failure remained etched in his memory. How could they not be disappointed? Coming from a rural background, he had been the only one among his relatives to enroll in Jiangxing University, a source of pride for his family, only to let them down with his poor grades. It was humiliating, especially during family gatherings when relatives would mention his academic failures, urging his parents to keep him in check and not let him slack off in university. His parents, being humble folks, would merely lower their heads, embarrassed and smiling awkwardly. In this lifetime, he was determined to avoid repeating that experience. However, as the years had passed, he had long forgotten the specifics of the English exam. Wait, he recalled that Tang Yunran had also been reborn. Perhaps she remembered the material or, at the very least, could assist him with her superior English skills. With that thought, John que quickly messaged Tang Yunran. Could you do me a favor? Upon seeing the message, Tang Yunran raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is it? I do like your help with English. I'm afraid of failing. Ah, so that's what this is about. She thought back to the Rebirth novels she had read, where characters often possessed a golden finger. After her own rebirth, she initially felt devoid of any special abilities, only to later realize her gift was an exceptional memory. Anything she had experienced in her past life would flash vividly in her mind when she concentrated on it, just like when she had helped Jean Xiaoqiao highlight key points. How could I still remember exam content from over a decade ago? She mused. Chapter 69. Modeling for her, there is no need for you to feel any psychological burden. Everything is for the sake of art. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes yet again, sending 3 more in succession. I'm speaking seriously about having you model. Why I said isn't serious. Renowned masterpieces, such as After Bathing Anna, Creation of Adam, and In Prison are all examples of full fruit art, aren't they? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Tang Yunran's face flushed slightly as she pondered. What Jiang Che said seemed quite reasonable. However, the thought of drawing Jiang Che in a full fruit painting was simply beyond her capabilities. Jiang Che indeed had an impressive physique. If he were to be depicted as a subject for such a piece, it would undoubtedly be a work of art. The more she thought about it, the more her mind wandered. Romantic experience points 458. How annoying. It's all Jiang Che and Appo's fault. Can't he speak properly? Must he insist on discussing full fruit art, causing her to indulge in such wild fantasies? Ding, Jiang Che, when are you free? Hurry and help me with English. I'm available anytime. Jiang Che, then come to my house. Upon seeing Jiang Che's message, Tang Yunran immediately felt anxious. This isn't good, is it? What's wrong with that? It's just not good. Then I will go to your house. That's even worse. I simply cannot be seen by others. It's not that I don't want you to come. It's just that my elder brother and second brother are home, and I fear they might misunderstand our relationship. In the end, the two agreed to meet at KFC. Here, there's free Wi-Fi, air conditioning, and as long as they ordered 2 cups of cola, they could drink to their heart's content. As soon as Jiang Che saw Tang Yunran, he immediately began speaking. Teacher Tang, this time, I'm relying entirely on you for my English. Please bring your book. All right. Upon receiving the English book, Tang Yunran started marking key points on Jiang Che's pages without a second thought, even adding stars in some places. What is this star for? Jiang Che inquired with curiosity. It's a crucial scoring point, Tang Yunran replied while continuing to draw. How do you know? Jiang Che asked deliberately. Upon hearing his question, Tang Yunran's pen-stroking motion noticeably paused. Jiang Che observed her subtle expressions. Her fan-like eyelashes fluttered slightly faster than usual, and the fingers gripping the pen tightened visibly. It's an instinct for being a top student, Tang Yunran stammered after a long pause. Oh, is that so? Jiang Che did not pursue the matter further. Then continue marking, I'll go order something else. Okay, what do you want to eat? New Orleans grilled wings and a chocolate sundae. Sounds good. The entire afternoon was spent with Jiang Che learning English from Tang Yunran. Learning a language can be a tedious task, but when accompanied by someone you cherish, it becomes far less monotonous. Unbeknownst to them, 4 hours slipped by, and they only realized it when it was nearly dinner time. Jiang Che felt a sense of longing. He could have engaged in many more rounds of study. Is it over so soon? Hearing Jiang Che and Amp, Oppos, as slightly regretful words, Tang Yunran couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but respond. We've been studying all afternoon. Aren't you tired? I have good stamina and endurance. Although Tang Yunran knew he was merely referring to studying English, her mind couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but wander. Romantic experience points 396. Shall we meet again tomorrow? Jiang Che de closer to Tang Yunran. Initially, he sought her out solely to cram for English. But after spending the afternoon together, he discovered the feeling of their little world was simply delightful. Moreover, Tang Yunran occasionally provided him with experience points. Learning, earning experience, and fostering their relationship all at once. What a splendid trifecta. Tomorrow? Tang Jundan has tita. Do you have plans? I promised my third brother to accompany him shopping for clothes tomorrow. That's no problem. I'll message him now. Jiang Che took out his phone, prepared to send a message to Tang Faison. However, before he could send it, he heard Tang Yunran's voice. And my second brother. The 3 of us agreed to go together. And my uncle? This is troublesome. Between the 2 brothers, who do you think holds more significance? It's undoubtedly her 2 brothers. Hello. Tang Yunran was on the phone with Tang Faison. Second brother. Could you and the third brother go shopping for clothes tomorrow? I have something on. You see, finals are approaching, and I'm a bit worried about failing. So I plan to review with Xiao Xiao. Yes, sorry, okay, that's it. After hanging up, Tang Yunran turned to Jiang Che. Then let us meet here again tomorrow. I'll model for you all day, and, as always, just say the word, and I'll pose however you wish. Jiang Che grinned widely, nearly unable to contain his smile. You're such a good wife. Encountering a wife like this is undoubtedly a blessing he has accrued over many lifetimes. In his past life, he must have been blind and heartless. In this life, he must cherish and love her well. Here we go again. Tang Yunran playfully complained as she gathered her pens and phone, putting them into her bag. I'm leaving. I'll walk you home. The proximity of their residences was a great advantage, allowing them to return together without pretense. Truly embodying the saying that those who live near water will naturally benefit first. Time flew by, and before they knew it, finals had come and gone amidst a flurry of tension. As Jean Xiaoqiao exited the examination room, she excitedly embraced Tang Yunran. Ran, you're incredible. The key points you gave me were almost all on this exam. You're amazing. I'm confident I won't fail. Not only will I pass, but I'll also do exceptionally well. Hee. I just got lucky and happened to hit the right topics, but it's also due to your hard work. Thanks a lot. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. Tang Yunran paused, turning to Jean Xiaoqiao, her eyes flickering slightly. Xiao Kia, I promised someone else to have dinner. Someone? Who? Before Tang Yunran could respond, Jean Xiaoqiao guessed. Jiang Che? Tan Zunzan not that? Ran, I genuinely don't understand. So many people pursue you, yet you choose Jiang Che? Tang Yunran furrowed her brow briefly before smiling. You asked me, and I want to know too? Jin Xiaoqiao was left speechless by Tang Yunran's response. It was evident that Ran was truly set on Jiang Che. Just when Jin Xiaoqiao was overwhelmed with confusion, Jiang Che approached. Let us go, Jiang Che said to Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran walked alongside Jiang Che. Jin Xiaoqiao watched the two walk further away and hurried to catch up. I'm coming too. P.S. Xiao Yu eats Kuan. Highly recommend an incredibly sweet dog food story. The sweetness level is off the charts. Title: Rebirth. I'm being pursued by a super sweet celebrity girlfriend author, so not overbearing. Keywords: dog food, single female lead. Double rebirth, celebrity sister pursuing. Chapter 70, displaying affection, showering dog food. 10 minutes later, in a restaurant, Jin Xiaoqiao and Tang Yunran were seated together, while Jiang Che sat opposite Tang Yunran. Jin Xiaoqiao gazed at Jiang Che intently, as if she were a scanner, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Jiang Che could easily discern her thoughts. She was undoubtedly pondering the same as in their previous life, believing he was unworthy of Tang Yunran. Indeed, in their past existence, he had not been deserving of her. The proprietress approached with the menu, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "Our specialty is sauerkraut fish. Would you care for a portion?" Jiang Che turned to Tang Yunran. "Do you wish to try it?" "I quite like it," she replied. "We have tomato fish, golden soup sauerkraut fish, and pepper fish. Which would you prefer?" Tang Yunran then turned to Jin Xiaoqiao. "What flavor do you fancy?" "I enjoy the golden soup." "How about you?" "Let us order the golden soup then." Tang Yunran was eager that Jiang Che would enjoy the same flavor. "Our fish is freshly caught. Would you like to select one?" the proprietress suggested. "I'll go pick," Jiang Che offered, standing up. He believed such tasks should not trouble the ladies. After he left, Tang Yunran quickly turned to Jin Xiaoqiao. "We're not in that kind of relationship yet, so please stop staring at him like a scanner." "What? He hasn't confessed to you yet?" Jin Xiaoqiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You two are always together, and he hasn't declared his feelings yet? How infuriating." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. "Perhaps he is just not ready," Tang Yunran suggested. "What kind of preparation does he need? Could it be that he is merely toying with you and doesn't he truly care?" "No, he is not like that." Initially, Tang Yunran had considered that Jiang Che might only see her as a friend, but as they spent more time together, she gradually realized his affections ran deeper. "You're defending him," Jin Xiaoqiao scoffed. "I cannot ignore this. I must test him. What do you intend to do? Why are you so anxious?" "You're testing him, not me." "Xiaoqiao, please don't act recklessly." "Jiang Che." Tang Yunran's words were cut short as Jiang Che returned. Jin Xiaoqiao handed the menu to him. "Would you like to order?" "Really? This seems suspicious," Jiang Che replied, casting a wary glance at Jin Xiaoqiao, sensing something amiss. He scrutinized the menu while secretly analyzing Jin Xiaoqiao's intentions. Although the complexities of a woman's heart are often unfathomable, Jin Xiaoqiao's current behavior was not without clues. She had always protected Tang Yunran, treating her as her closest friend, and her presence was clearly for Tang Yunran's sake. Now, by asking him to order, it was undoubtedly another test for Tang Yunran's benefit. He realized. Jin Xiaoqiao's actions were a means of assessing whether he knew Tang Yunran's preferences. If he genuinely cared for her, he would certainly know her culinary inclinations. Conversely, if he was oblivious, he would not be worthy of her affections. In their past life, he had lingered beside Tang Yunran for so long that he was well aware of her tastes. This task would be effortless for him. Honey-glazed jujubes, sweet potato balls, roasted duck, vegetarian ham, spicy potato shreds, homemade tofu, shrimp, and crucian carp soup. He decided against the latter since they were already having sauerkraut fish. For appetizers, he chose cold marinated bean curd and enoki mushrooms, and for drinks, he ordered a bottle of orange juice. Jiang Che listed everything in one breath. Jin Xiaoqiao looked at him in astonishment, not expecting him to articulate so much and all at once. Typically, a boy who likes a girl would remember her preferences, but most only recall a few. Jiang Che, however, had named an impressive array. Perhaps he was not as hopeless as she had presumed, but she decided to withhold judgment for now. Perhaps he had merely memorized these items. "Can you eat all this?" Tang Yunran asked, touched yet curious. "You're too thin." You need to eat more, Jiang Che remarked, which brought her joy. Romantic experience 485. I'm not thin. I weigh 100 pounds. You're not overweight. Rather, you've just developed more in the places that matter. How annoying. Romantic experience 398. Can't you be more serious? Must you stare at what you shouldn't? Blush. Romantic experience 421. Jean Xiaoqiao shifted her gaze between Jiang Che and Tang Yunran, who were exchanging flirtatious banter, their eyes sparkling with affection. She felt exceedingly superfluous. When the dishes arrived, her sense of being an outsider intensified. This fish slice is excellent. Try it, Jiang Che said, serving Tang Yunran a piece. Thank you, but don't just cater to me. Eat as well. I've been eating all along. Why didn't you order what you like? Because you didn't suggest anything for me. You should order for me tomorrow. All right. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran dined as if oblivious to the world around them, while Jean Xiaoqiao felt like a mere bystander. After their meal, the trio strolled to aid digestion. There's ice cream for sale over there, Jean Xiaoqiao pointed out. Jiang Che merely glanced. Indeed, I adore their ice cream. The cream is authentic. He immediately took action. I'll go buy it. Jean Xiaoqiao observed the stark contrast in Jiang Che's demeanor and couldn't help but critique internally. As she walked and looked around, she accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Is a mere apology sufficient? Can't you watch where you're going? A coarse voice boomed from above. Jean Xiaoqiao looked up and instinctively stepped back in fear. The person before her was a burly figure with a muscular build, sporting purple hair. A thick copper chain adorned his neck, and he wore a floral shirt and baggy shorts, his tattooed arms resembling a fierce beast. With body hair resembling that of a gorilla, he exuded an intimidating presence, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Two smaller figures trailed behind the muscular man, and their demeanor suggested they were not upstanding individuals. Seeing Jean Xiaoqiao's frightened expression, Tang Yunran quickly linked arms with her. I apologize on behalf of my friend. She truly didn't mean it. Upon seeing Tang Yunran, the burly man's gaze turned lewd. If an apology could resolve matters, why would we need the police? She hurt me. I require medical attention. Hand over some money. Hurt you? In front of this towering structure, she's just a delicate enoki mushroom. And you claim she hurt you? What a joke. Chapter 71. A heroic rescue. What could one possibly do in such a predicament? Engaging directly with these ruffians seemed unwise. Even if luck favored one and they emerged victorious, the specter of retaliation loomed large. What if they targeted one's family? How much do you require as compensation? In Guitang Yundan, the burly man extended 5 fingers. 500? I can manage that, she replied. What 500? 50,000. What? 50,000? That an amp. Oppos. Clearly extortion. Jean Xiaoqiao exclaimed, trembling. Extortion? Do you dare accuse me of that? The burly man raised his enormous fist threateningly, causing Jean Xiaoqiao to retreat in fright. Tang Yunran, though startled, managed to maintain a semblance of composure, a skill honed over 30 years of life. Yet, her calmness was only marginal. She was merely an ordinary girl untrained in combat. It was disingenuous to claim she felt no fear, and thus, she stood resolutely in front of Jean Xiaoqiao, feigning bravery. We are merely ordinary university students. We truly don't have 50,000. How about we pool together 1,000? What? You owe me 50,000, and you offer a mere 1,000? Do you presume to insult me? But we genuinely do not possess that amount. The burly man's lecherous gaze roamed over Tang Yunran. Considering you are indeed students, I shall ease your burden. Upon hearing this, both Tang Yunran and Jean Xiaoqiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, you must spend an evening drinking with us, and I shall demand not a single cent from you. The burly man rubbed his hands together, eyeing Tang Yunran with an unsettling grin. Tang Yunran and Appo's face blanched in horror. Run, Yunran! Jean Xiaoqiao shouted. Tang Yunran snapped to attention and, following Jean Xiaoqiao, turned to flee. Yet, they barely took a few steps before the burly man seized Tang Yunran by the arm. She gasped in pain. Yunran! Jean Xiaoqiao turned back, and upon witnessing Tang Yunran's capture, gritted her teeth and pressed forward resolutely. Let her go. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Jean Xiaoqiao stammered, her legs trembling. Sure, I can release her, but first, she must join us for drinks. The burly man refused to loosen his grip on Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran felt as though her wrist might snap. How could she extricate herself from this dire situation? The thought of calling the police seemed futile. Even if Jean Xiaoqiao attempted to reach for her phone, the burly man would likely thwart her. Just as she contemplated this, a henchman snatched Jean Xiaoqiao's phone away. Still thinking of calling the police? That's a death wish. Jean Xiaoqiao was also seized. 1 ISN and amp, oppose, T enough, 3 makes for a better party. Let Xiaoqiao go. Tang Yunran cried out in desperation. Beauty, focus on saving yourself instead of others. The burly man grunted, pulling Tang Yunran along. Let go, let go. Just as Tang Yunran felt like a frantic ant on a hot pan, a hand suddenly grasped the burly man and amp, oppose, arm. Turning her head, she was instantly flooded with relief upon recognizing Jiang Che. Yet, concern quickly followed. Jiang Che was indeed robust, but the burly man was clearly larger. And with 3 on one side against 2 on the other, their odds were grim. If a confrontation erupted, Jiang Che would surely be at a disadvantage. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, her worry nearly etched upon her face. Are you looking to meddle? The burly man glared at Jiang Che, his expression menacing. Most would cower in fear at such a threatening visage, but Jiang Che, emboldened by the presence of his system, remained undaunted. Release her, Jiang Che stated coldly, his tone unwavering. Tang Yunran found his bravado touching, while Jean Xiaoqiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated Jiang Che's fearlessness in the face of such intimidation. Even if his demeanor were a fade, she found it admirable. To her, he resembled a delicate scholar from ancient times or a reclusive modern man, entirely unprepared for conflict. Yet, for someone like him to confront a thug head-on was nothing short of remarkable. Jean Xiaoqiao and Appo's gaze shifted to Tang Yunran. Was Jiang Che's courage driven by his feelings for her? If so, she would certainly reassess her view of him. You dare order me? The burly man's eyes swept over Jiang Che, disdain evident. I'll give you a chance. Remove your hand and slap yourself twice. Otherwise, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Tang Yunran's anxiety peaked, and she urged Jiang Che, you should leave and find help. Jiang Che turned to her, flashing a reassuring smile. Leave? Do you think I could abandon you? But you cannot defeat him. Whether I can or cannot, I shall try. I will never leave you behind. Hearing his earnest words, Tang Yunran bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Had she not restrained herself, her emotions would have overwhelmed her. Romantic experience points, 1241. Romantic experience points, 1345. Romantic experience points, 1099. Romantic experience points, 1248. Romantic experience points, 1181. In that moment, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran locked eyes, their mutual affection evident. The burly man observed the exchange, grinding his teeth in frustration. Enough with the lovey-dovey nonsense. Unable to contain his fury, he bellowed and yanked Tang Yunran with force. However, before he could exert his strength, Jiang Che intercepted him with a powerful grip. Such strength! The burly man was astonished to discover that this seemingly delicate youth possessed such formidable power. But the surprises did not end there. Jiang Che faced the burly man directly, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip further. Let her go, he commanded. I refuse. The burly man sneered defiantly, but before he could complete his retort, Jiang Che increased the pressure. No, please, I beg you. The burly man howled in agony, realizing too late the severity of his predicament. Chapter 72. Jiang Che, be careful. The burly man, in a fit of agony, fell to his knees. His face contorted in shades of blue and purple. Tang Yunran and Jean Xiaoqiao gazed at Jiang Che with astonishment, disbelief evident in their eyes. The man continued to whimper and plead for mercy, yet his gaze signaled his 2 accomplices to advance. Understanding their cue, the 2 lackeys charged at Jiang Che, fists raised. Jiang Che, be careful. Tang Zunzan Sautet Ugen Di. Jiang Che seized the burly man's arm and twisted it forcefully, a sharp crack resounding as it broke. He then kicked the man towards one of his assailants. The tremendous force sent both the burly man and the lackey sprawling to the ground. Following that, a swift spinning kick dispatched the other would-be attacker. The sight of the three men lying on the ground, wailing in agony, left Tang Yunran and Jiang Che wide-eyed in shock. Especially Jiang Che. Had she not witnessed the event with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Jiang Che could single-handedly subdue 3 thugs. That was incredibly impressive. Jiang Che, shall we make our exit? Dan Dunzan. Fearing they might call for reinforcements, grasped Jiang Che's arm and urged him to leave. All right. The burly man scrambled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Jiang Che's retreating figure, then spat contemptuously onto the ground. One of the lackeys approached, clutching his stomach. Fongu, is that it? Is it over? Absolutely not. How dare they offend me? I shall make him kneel and call me grandfather. I'm going to follow him and find out where he lives. Let us move. Understood. Jiang Che's expression towards Jiang Che had transformed entirely. I never expected you to be so formidable, Jiang Che. You took on 3 all by yourself. While speaking, she playfully pinched his arm. Wow, you're not pretending, are you? You're really tough. Xiaoqiao, Tang Yunran called out, observing Jiang Che's actions. I was just pinching him. Are you getting jealous? TSK, TSK, TSK. How can a single dog live? Upon hearing Jiang Che's teasing, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran exchanged a glance. After just a few seconds, Tang Yunran bashfully averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing again. Courage and Romance, 289 ahem. Tang Yunran cleared her throat, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Jiang Che, you should be cautious in the coming days. Those ruffians seemed quite menacing. I fear they may retaliate. Don and Amp, Oppos, T-worry. You need not concern yourself. I'm more than capable. They're no match for me. I'm more worried they might target your family. At Tang Yunran's words, Jiang Che's expression darkened significantly. Having lived a second life, he had come to understand the immeasurable value of family and the irreplaceable bond of kinship. He vowed to protect his loved ones, allowing no harm to come to them. Upon returning home, Jiang Mingquan was busy preparing corn and rib soup. Where's Mom? She went to the temple to pray for you, hoping you pass your exams smoothly. By the way, how did it go? I'm confident I will pass with flying colors. Jiang Che replied with unwavering certainty. Really? Of course. With Tang Yunran personally tutoring me. How could I fail? Speaking of the English exam earlier, he genuinely admired Tang Yunran's prowess. Her highlighted notes had proven invaluable. That's wonderful, Jiang Mingquan exclaimed, beaming with pride as he rummaged through the wardrobe for a bottle of Wulianya liquor. This 5-star Wulianya has been saved for a long time. I've hesitated to drink it. It's a fine spirit, and tonight, let us celebrate together. Actually, Jiang Mingquan had 2 bottles. He had opened one when he learned Jiang Che had been accepted into Jiangqing University. He had drunk to excess that day, yet, remarkably, it had left him no hangover. He'd woken up refreshed and ready for work. As Jiang Mingquan opened the bottle, inhaling the rich aroma, Jiang Che reflected on his previous life. He had not performed well in his exams, and as a result, Jiang Mingquan had never brought out the liquor. Later, while cleaning, he had accidentally knocked over the bottle, spilling it everywhere, much to his father's dismay. Dad, I transferred some money to you. Jiang Mingquan looked at Jiang Che in confusion. What is this for? With the double 7th festival approaching, you and Mom have rarely celebrated together. Mom has worked hard her entire life. This time, take her out and buy her a diamond ring or necklace to make her happy. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Jiang Mingquan contemplated and agreed. What man does not wish to adorn his wife beautifully? A man's greatest dignity lies in providing for his wife's comfort and elegance. He recalled how, when marrying Linya, their family was impoverished and he had only offered a dowry of 10,000. He had not been able to afford even a wedding photo shoot. Years later, when their circumstances improved, he had suggested a wedding photo shoot to Linya, but she had declined, citing financial concerns. Linya had always selflessly devoted herself to the family, skipping on her own needs while generously providing for Jiang Mingquan and their children. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had shortchanged Linya. You're right. This double 7th festival, I will celebrate it well with your mother. However, I have my own money. I don't need your transfer. Save it for yourself. I know you've been trading stocks, and while I don't understand it well, I know it requires a significant investment. Dad, just accept it. If we into amp, oppos, we're going to celebrate. Let us do it properly. A diamond ring, isn't cheap, and besides, I have plenty of money now, so you need not worry about me. You keep your own money. I want to take it. Seeing his father's stubbornness, Jiang Che resorted to a decisive move, opening his banking app and displaying his balance before Jiang Mingquan. In shock, Jiang Mingquan accepted the money. Phone go, we found him. That kid lives in Chioshui community. Good work. Any other information? Both his parents are ordinary workers, and he has a disabled sister. A sister? Is she pretty? Quite lovely, except for her leg disability. That's her. Find out which school she attends and go confront her. Chapter 73. Jiang Yuan encircled very well. I shall investigate at once. After hanging up the phone, Hu Feng wore an expression of fierce determination. Jiang Che, you brat, I will ensure you understand the dire consequences of offending me. The following afternoon, as school ended, Jiang Yuan found herself targeted almost immediately upon exiting the school gates. Within moments, she was cornered in a secluded area. Looking at the thuggish group before her, it would be a lie to claim she felt unafraid. What do you want? Hu Feng stepped forward, declaring, I'm a friend of your brother Jiang Che, and I wish to invite you to dinner. Jiang Yuan was not fooled by Hu Feng and Appo's deceitful words. Her mind raced as she sought a way to escape. Her large, round eyes darted around until they landed on a familiar face. Though not well acquainted, she recognized Wu Qingshu, her brother's non-threatening rival. Waving her hand, Jiang Yuan called out, Come here, hurry. Wu Qingshu glanced around hesitantly, eventually pointing at himself. Are you talking to me? Why are you just standing there? Come over. I have something to tell you about my brother. Jiang Yuan urged. Wu Qingshu approached, albeit with a hint of skepticism. One of the lackeys eyed Wu Qingshu and turned to Hu Feng, saying, Brother Feng, we've got to help her. Should we? He made a throat-cutting gesture. Seeing this, Wu Qingshu was startled and stopped in his tracks. Hey, don't misunderstand. I'm not close to this girl at all. Then get lost. Hu Feng ordered. Wu Qingshu, raised in a privileged household and accustomed to being coddled, felt a twinge of irritation at being dismissed so brusquely. However, outnumbered and intimidated by the imposing figure before him, he decided to swallow his pride. Jiang Yuan, witnessing Wu Qingshu and Appo's retreat, felt a surge of desperation. After all, she had finally summoned a somewhat unreliable ally, and she could not bear to see him leave. No wonder you can't compete with my brother. If he were in this situation, he would definitely stand up for what's right. And you act like a coward, running away at the first sign of trouble. Do you have no dignity left? Are you even a man? Wu Qingshu halted, turning back to face her. How am I not a man? You simply are not. She shot back defiantly. Say that again. If you were a man, you would stay and help. Why should I risk myself for you? We aren't even close. He retorted. Then go. If you leave now, you'll never have the right to compete with my brother. No woman would ever like a man as cowardly as you. I'll hit you, believe it or not. Wu Qingshu raised his hand, ready to strike Jiang Yuan. Go ahead. Hit me. If you have the guts, strike. Jiang Yuan provocatively extended her face towards him. Wu Qingshu strode forward, hand raised, but in the next moment, he swiftly moved behind her wheelchair, pushing it away as he bolted. Whoa, Brother Feng, he's running. One of the lackeys exclaimed as Hu Feng shoved him aside. I'm not blind. I saw that. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and chase them, Hu Feng commanded. Wu Qingshu pushed the wheelchair with all his might, running for dear life. After barely 10 minutes, he was panting heavily. 10 minutes? That's too short. Jiang Yuan scoffed. Wu Qingshu rolled his eyes at her. Did she even realize what she was saying? 10 minutes was hardly short. Enough time to sow seeds and reap a harvest. Hurry up. They're gaining on us, Jiang Yuan urged. I can't go on. I need a moment to catch my breath. I'm exhausted. Wu Qingshu plopped down on a stone. You're so out of shape. It was just 10 minutes of running. Don't you ever exercise? Jiang Yuan chided. I drive a Ferrari every day. Do I really need to exercise? Wu Qingshu snapped back, reflecting on his reckless decision to rescue someone like Jiang Yuan, who is Jiang Che's sister. Do you rely on your Ferrari for everything? Even in marriage? Jiang Yuan teased. Are you still a minor? The things you say are more juvenile than the colors in my head. Stop rambling and hurry. They're coming, Jiang Yuan urged anxiously. Wu Qingshu glanced back and indeed saw the thugs closing in. He scrambled to his feet and resumed pushing the wheelchair with all his strength. As they neared a corner, they nearly collided with someone, specifically Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan? Wu Qingshu. Why is Wu Qingshu pushing my sister? Jiang Che and Amp. Oppo's. Mind raced, recalling Wu Qingshu's earlier warning to stay away from Tang Yunran, or he would pursue his sister. Suddenly, anger surged within him as he grasped Wu Qingshu's collar. You are no man. You think you deserve to pursue Ranran with such cowardice? Wait, you've misunderstood. Wu Qingshu protested. Misunderstood? You're trying to run away with my sister. Jiang Che retorted, his fury palpable. Brother, it's truly a misunderstanding. Jiang Yuan interjected. Clutching Jiang Che's shift. You're too kind-hearted defending him? Do you see me as a good person? Not really, Jiang Yuan admitted. Jiang Che's anger began to subside as he looked at her. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Both Jiang Yuan and Wu Qingshu nodded in unison, just as Hu Feng and his crew caught up. Upon seeing them, Jiang Che and Oppo's doubts about Wu Qingshu and Jiang Yuan and Oppo's claims dissipated. Stop! Hu Feng exclaimed, halting abruptly as he met Jiang Che's vigilant gaze. The memory of Jiang Che snapping his arm and swiftly defeating his lackeys was still fresh in his mind, making him somewhat intimidated. Brother, run! Jiang Yuan yelled, realizing they were being pursued. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Che stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Jiang Yuan tilted her head in confusion. What was he planning to do? Although she had previously claimed her brother would never shy away from confrontation, she had merely been trying to provoke Wu Qingshu into helping her. Now, however, Jiang Che was genuinely choosing Chapter 74. Entangled in troubling romance, Wu Qingshu stared wide-eyed, aware that Jiang Che possessed some martial skills. Yet the individuals before him were starkly different from the hired thugs he had employed days prior. Those thugs were merely mercenaries for hire, whereas these men clearly led lives steeped in danger and violence, brandishing steel pipes and knives. Was Jiang Che truly unafraid? His own legs felt weak at the thought. Take good care of my sister, Jiang Che instructed Wu Qingshu, turning his head slightly. On what grounds do you command me? Wu Qingshu retorted, displeased. Jiang Che disregarded Wu Qingshu's words, instead fixing his gaze on Hu Feng, his attention drawn to Hu Feng's injured hand. That hand will take at least a month or two to heal, won't it? Hu Feng and Oppo's face turned a deep shade of anger. You. The word barely escaped his lips before Jiang Che interrupted. Would you prefer to lose your other hand as well? Jiang remarked, eyeing Hu Feng Oppo's un injurdent. Under Jiang Che and Oppo's icy stare, Hu Feng felt as if his hand were already severed, instinctively retracting it. However, recalling that he had brought 5 men along, all armed, he found his confidence returning. You think you can make a move? Let's see if you can break my hand. Jiang Che scanned the group and proposed. There are 6 of you. I will take you all on single-handedly. If I win, you shall never trouble my family again. If I lose, I will submit to your whims. What do you say? Huh? Is that not nonsense? If you lose, we will certainly do as we please. Then I have another condition. I will fight unarmed, while you may use any weapons you choose. Jiang Che asserted, simultaneously utilizing the system to exchange a significant amount of experience points for elite combat skills. How dare you look down on us? One of them shouted. Indeed, I do look down upon you. Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? Jiang Che and Oppo's actions were entirely motivated by a desire to eliminate any future threats to Jiang Yuan or his parents. To Hu Feng, Jiang Che appeared to be the epitome of arrogance. Fine, if you don't accept, you may as well abandon your ambitions. Brother, Jiang Yuan called out, her voice laced with concern. Jiang Che turned to her. I have a rather daunting task for you. What is it? Jiang Yuan asked, puzzled. Think carefully about what vegetables to prepare for dinner. The most troublesome aspect of cooking for a family is deciding what to buy. With that, Jiang Che cracked his knuckles and stretched, advancing forward. With the system at his disposal, he felt no fear. The more confidence Jiang Che exuded, the more anxious Hu Feng and his companions became. To them, Jiang Che and Amp Appo's demeanor suggested either a theatrical display or an unwavering belief in his ability to defeat them. 10 minutes later, the latter proved true. Jiang Yuan watched in disbelief, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Is this really my brother? The one who only knows how to take advantage of me? When did he become so formidable? Wu Qingshu, equally astonished, stared at Jiang Che. His expression a mix of shock and inadequacy. Was Jiang Che truly this impressive? With such high martial skills and striking looks, how could he compete with someone like him? He mused that if he were a woman, he would undoubtedly choose Jiang Che over himself. Did he possess any qualities that could surpass Jiang Che? Yes, he had wealth. However, he understood Tang Yunran well. She was not the type to be swayed by superficial riches, which is why he was so infatuated with her. The more he pondered, the more bleak and uncertain his future appeared. At that moment, he felt a tap on his arm. Looking down, he saw Jiang Yuan patting him. Are you trying to comfort me? The mixed emotions of being consoled by his rival's sister were difficult to articulate. You're not that bad. At least you helped me just now. Since I helped you, shouldn't you repay me? Do you want me to help you pursue girls? Yes. I can't assist with that. Why not? The disparity in strength is too great. No matter how good my support is, if the main attacker is inadequate, it and Amp Appo's as futile. Fine. I shall remain silent. I can leave, can end Amp Appo's Ti. After Jiang Che thoroughly dealt with Hu Feng and his gang, he approached, his gaze shifting from the departing Wu Qingshu. What were you two discussing? Nothing of consequence. But you, when did you acquire such remarkable skills? Just during a dream. An old man appeared and told me I possessed extraordinary talent and was destined to be a martial arts prodigy. So he imparted his teachings to me. Jiang Duque declared earnestly. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief. Do you expect me to believe that? You don't, do you? Then why say it? You asked me, didn't you? I was asking for the truth. You didn't specify that I should tell the truth. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Can you speak the truth now? Yes. What I said earlier is indeed the truth. It was the old man in my dream who taught me. Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to smash her new phone against him. Once again, her brother, the notorious schemer, was unchanged, infuriatingly so. After 2 days of examinations, summer vacation commenced. On the very first day, the landlord and Amp Appo's daughter arrived at their door, bearing several bags of fruit. Tingting welcome. Komin, Linya greeted warmly. Jiang Xinting's eyes darted around, searching. Is Jiang Che not here? Linya recognized Jiang Xinting's intent. Xiao Ke. Come out, Tingting is here. Oh. Jiang Che hesitated to appear, fully aware of Jiang Xinting and Appo's motives for visiting. He recalled when he had first moved in, Jiang Xinting had weighed around 120 pounds, pleasantly plump yet attractive. In just a few years, the modest residence had transformed into a villa, an astonishingly rapid progression. He mused that had Jiang Xinting exercised a modicum of restraint, she would not have developed into her current state. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinting scrutinized Jiang Che, recognizing his handsomeness. He was no longer merely an average-looking boy. He had become strikingly handsome, rivaling the hottest young male stars, exuding a mature charm that puzzled her. How could someone only 18, younger than she, possess such an aura? As she gazed, her eyes fell upon Jiang Che's muscular arms. Note, today I will only provide 2 updates due to fatigue. I must quickly catch up on sleep, lest you lose an important fish. Tomorrow, I shall resume and strive to deliver 6 updates. Chapter 75. I and Appo's. LL be your girlfriend. He hadn't an Appo's seen her in quite some time. How had his physique undergone such a remarkable transformation? He exuded an aura of impregnable security. Observing him, Jiang Xinting nearly failed to restrain her saliva. It was on the verge of cascading down the corners of her mouth. Subjected to Jiang Xinting and Appo's blatant scrutiny, Jiang Che experienced a sudden chill. At that moment, Jiang Yuan playfully patted his posterior, casting him a look of good luck. Jiang Che, Kuden, and Appo's shake the feeling that Jiang Yuan was reveling in his predicament. As Jiang Che pondered this, Jiang Xinting waddled over, her corpulent figure undulating with each step. Jiang Che fixed his gaze on the floor, apprehensive that her next footfall might rupture the floorboards. Xiao Che, it's been ages. You've changed so much, becoming both handsome and robust, Jiang Shining exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with predatory fervor. Jiang Che recoiled slightly. Let be known, it wasn't an amp, oppose, cowardice. It was a matter of safeguarding his virtue for Tang Yunran. You too. You become even more ample than before. Xiaoqi. Linya cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan muffled her laughter. It's all right, Aunt Lin. He's just complimenting me. My parents often remark on my burgeoning figure, saying it signifies good fortune. Jiang Xinting remained unperturbed, interpreting Jiang Che's words as an appreciation for her physique. Xiao Che, entertain Tingting properly. I'll go wash and prepare the fruit. With that, Linya turned to Jiang Yuan. What are you still doing here? Have you finished your homework? Oh, I and amp, oppose. I'll go do my homework. Ever astute, Jiang Yuan discerned that Linya was deliberately dispatching her to create a private interlude for Jiang Che and Jiang Xinting. Linya believed Jiang Che and amp, oppose, as recent assertions. But judging by his words, he hadn't yet won the girl's heart. It was possibly a long shot, so it was best not to harbor excessive expectations. She could tell that Jiang Xinting was fond of her son, and she found Jiang Xinting to be quite agreeable. If things were to materialize, she would have a daughter-in-law. With Linya and Jiang Yuan gone, only Jiang Che and Jiang Xinting remained in the living room. Sister Tingting, please have a seat, Jiang Che courteously offered. Don and amp, oppose, call me and amp, oppose, sister and amp, oppose, just call me Tingting. As she spoke, Jiang Xinting approached the sofa and settled down. Wooden and amp, oppose, that be inappropriate? Jiang Che witnessed firsthand the sofa cushion compressing into a basin-like depression under Jiang Xinting and amp, oppose, s weight. There and amp, oppose, has nothing inappropriate about it. I and amp, oppose, am only 4 years older than you. Just a tad older. For years, just a tad. We're girls so self-deceptive about age. If you and oppose, not comfortable calling me Tingting, you can call me Xin. Pooh. Jiang Che spat out the water he had just taken a sip of, coughing violently. Cough. Jiang Xinting moved behind Jiang Che. Let me pat your back. No cough, need. Need, huh? All right, don't worry, I'll pat you. With each brick-like slap from Jiang Xinting, Jiang Che felt his internal organs on the verge of expulsion. He mused that it was only thanks to his robust constitution that he was and oppose, calling emergency services. All right, cough, no. Need. Jiang Che emphatically stressed the word no, lest she mishear him again. If she were to deliver another blow, he feared Tang Yunran would be widowed once more, devastated beyond repair. Sensing the fiery, searing pain radiating from his back, he was certain a large, crimson imprint had been left behind. It and amp, oppose. That's all right as long as you and amp, oppose, okay. Be careful when you drink water, Jiang Xinting said, resuming her seat on the sofa, which once again succumbed to the weight, forming a deep basin. Careful? Was and amp. Oppose, it because she insisted he call her Xin. He had been subjected to an incessant barrage of Xin from Li Hao recently, rendering him acutely sensitive to the name. I and amp, oppose, LL still call you Sister Tingting. I and amp, oppose, am accustomed to it. Suit yourself. Jiang Xinting ceased quibbling about the appellation, for she was already envisioning a future where Jiang Che would address her as wife, rendering the present form of address inconsequential. I heard from my mom that you're pursuing a girl at school? Yes. Forget about pursuing her. With your attributes, do you really need to waste your time chasing after someone else? What about me? Huh? Was she being so direct and forward? Jiang Xinting rose from the sofa once more, positioning herself before Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan, peering through the crack in the door, watched with rapturous excitement, stifling a squeal. Jiang Che craned his neck to gaze up at the mountain looming before him. A leaf obscures the vision, the grandeur of Mount Tai unseen. Mount Tai obstructs the view, only Mount Tai visible. This was Jiang Che's precise visual experience at that moment. Just as Jiang Che was about to rise, Jiang Xinting abruptly reached out, pressing down on his shoulders, forcing him back into his seat. Pooh. Jiang Yuan couldn't and amp. Oppose. T contain her laughter any longer, quickly clamping her hand over her mouth. It was too comical. Just now, her brother looked like a hen pinned down by a rooster. While Jiang Yuan found it humorous, Jiang Che felt an immense pressure. It wasn't an oppose, T just him. Anyone facing this behemoth would experience a decline in their mental well-being. After subduing Jiang Che, Jiang Xinting settled down beside him. In that instant, Jiang Che felt a sensation of weightlessness, as if plummeting into a ravine. He felt a tinge of panic. Kike di sacarine endearment sent shivers down Jiang Che apos, spine, causing him to spring up like a startled bird. Kike, donne amp, apos, to get up. Sit here quickly. Jiang Xinting patted the space beside her. Sister Tingting, I understand your intentions. But I told your mom before that I already have someone I like, and you know that. Jiang Che made his stance clear. I know, but what I mean is, give up pursuing that girl. I and amp, oppose, LL be your girlfriend. I guarantee you one and amp, oppose, T regret it. Hearing Jiang Xinting say this, Jiang Che wanted to ask, who gave you the audacity to utter such narcissistic words? Is it no regrets or regret that will tear your intestines apart? I won't give up. Jiang Che and amp, oppose. S expression was one of utmost earnestness as he spoke. In his previous life, Tang Yunran had sacrificed so much for him, ultimately perishing in a car accident caused by the ring he had given her. He owed her too much. He had initially approached Tang Yunran with a sense of indebtedness, but through repeated interactions, he discovered her endearing charm and found himself increasingly drawn to her. What does she have that's better than me? Jiang Xinting's countenance underwent a transformation. The atmosphere in the living room began to thicken with seriousness and tension. It's not about better. It's like a lock and key. I am the only key that fits her, and she is the lock that has captured my heart. Nothing more. As Jiang Che spoke, his gaze was unwavering. Chapter 76, Valentine and Amp, Oppose. Day preparations after Jiang Che and Amp, Oppose. Voice faded. An unusual silence enveloped the living room. After a considerable pause, Linya emerged from the kitchen, carrying a fruit platter. At that moment, Jiang Xinting stood up. Once I make a decision, I will see it through to the end. Unless you two truly get together and marry, I shall not relent, she declared, striding towards the door. Xinting, want you have some fruit? Linya called out. Jiang Xinting turned to glance at Jiang Che. I await your failure to confess on Qixi Festival. Even if you succeed, I shall still seize my chance. After Jiang Xinting departed, Jiang Yuan wheeled himself into the room and began to eat the sliced fruit on the table. Sieg, Jiang Ge murmured. What is the matter? Jiang Yuan inquired, lifting his gaze towards Jiang Che. Having too much charm can be quite troublesome, Jiang Che replied. Why do you have to be so blunt? Why not simply enjoy the fruit? Ding. Jiang Che received a message from Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran, do you have any special plans for the summer vacation? Jiang Che, none. Jiang Che, what about you? Tang Yunran, in a few days, I will be going on a hot spring trip to Tingwei County with my parents and brother. Jiang Che, me so views. Wait, Valentine's Day is approaching, and you're going to Tingwei County. When are you leaving? On Valentine's Day. While my parents celebrate, my siblings and I will entertain ourselves. That indeed complicates his plans. As he pondered, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Che, and he looked towards Linya. Mom, I heard from a friend that the hot springs in Tingwei County are quite nice. Should we go together? Hot springs? In the sweltering summer? Why would we want to? You don't understand. Soaking in hot springs is an excellent way to cool off. Immersed in the warm water, your pores open up, releasing heat from your body. After repeated soaking, you feel completely refreshed and exceptionally comfortable. I wholeheartedly agree, Jiang Yuan chimed in, recalling her envy of classmates who had enjoyed hot springs. Naturally, she would support Jiang Che and amp, oppose, as suggestion. Perhaps it and amp, oppose. That's not a good idea. Both your father and I have work. Linya's hesitation stemmed from financial concerns. Mom, we can always earn money, but we should enjoy life. It's a rare summer vacation, and spending time together as a family is a form of enjoyment. With our new car, it's south easy to drive there. Exactly. Brother is right. Come on, Mom. Jiang Yuan urged, pulling Linya and Appo's hand affectionately. Linya frowned, still burdened with doubts. Jiang Che pressed on. Additionally, soaking in hot springs would greatly benefit my sister and Appo's recovery. Linya and Appo's heart softened at this reasoning. I wonder if your father has time? He certainly will, Jiang Che assured, then messaged Jiang Mingquan about the family and Appo's hot spring trip, emphasizing, on Valentine's Day. Upon reading the message, Jiang Mingquan immediately agreed to Jiang Che and Appo's proposal. Thus, the family joyfully settled on their plans. Before that, Jiang Che needed to fulfill his promise to Tang Yunran, to be her model for a day. Where should we paint? Jiang inquired via message, considering that they might need a secluded spot for a still life painting. How about a hotel? Tang Yunran rolled her eyes at the absurdity of the suggestion. Let us go to my grandmother's house. Isn't that inappropriate? What if we make too much noise and disturb your grandmother? Noise. What noise could arise from painting? To my grandmother's old house? Jiang Che recalled hearing about it from Jiang Yuan in his previous life. In his past life, when Deng Lanfeng passed away, Jiang Che, despite his lack of affection for Tang Yunran, should have helped her clean out the old house, as he was nominally her husband. However, he was fortuitously away on a business trip at that time. Thus, Jiang Yuan accompanied Tang Yunran instead. Upon returning, Jiang Yuan complained about the numerous mouse nests in the old house, nearly scaring them to death. Having mice could work to our advantage. When they appear, Tang Yunran will certainly seek comfort in my embrace, Jiang Che mused delightfully. Meanwhile, Tang Yunran was busy preparing mouse traps purchased online, having learned from her past experiences. Half an hour later, Jiang Che drove to pick up Tang Yunran outside her apartment. With her painting supplies in tow, she scanned the area. Seeing no one watching, she quickly hopped into Jiang Che's car. Deng Lanfeng and Appo's old house lay in a remote suburb, far from the city center. The outskirts of Jiangcheng resembled the countryside, with rows of poplar trees lining the roads. By March and April, the air would be filled with flying fluff. As they drove further afield, the houses became sparse, replaced by neatly organized fields. After about an hour, they finally reached their destination. The old house featured stone walls and a yard overrun with lush ivy, with mottled moss covering the stones at the entrance, creating a serene and pleasant atmosphere. It would be quite lovely to retire here, Jiang Che thought aloud. Though he appeared to be 18, his heart carried the wisdom of a man in his 30s. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly, never having the chance to savor life before it was abruptly taken from him. It felt like a loss he could never reclaim. Indeed, it's quite nice, Tang Yunran echoed, contemplating her own aspirations to find a secluded place to retire with the one she loves, watching the sun rise and set and the clouds drift by. As she pondered this, Tang Yunran turned to Jiang Che, only to find him gazing back at her. Romantic experience points 264. Shall we head inside? Dang Junzan, lacking Jiang Che's boldness, hurriedly averted her gaze and approached the yard's entrance. Let me lead the way, Jiang Che offered as he walked past her. Tang Yunran looked at him puzzled. Why? This yard hasn't been lived in for a long time. What if there are mice? Her eyes widened in surprise. How did you know there might be mice? Chapter 77. Bathing together? How did he know about this? Only someone who has been reborn could possibly be aware, right? Did I not just mention? This is an old house, long uninhabited. Forget about mice. There could be all sorts of filthy things lurking about. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Yunran and Appo's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Filthy things? What filthy things? In her mind, she envisioned that as soon as the door opened, something in white with long hair would come tumbling down. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Instinctively raising her hands to clutch Jiang Che and Appo's wrist tightly, Jiang Che glanced down at her hand, then up at her pale face. Where are your thoughts wandering? Have you watched too many horror films? What I meant by filthy things are cockroaches, insects, centipedes, snakes, and such. Do you think it's a zongzi? You shouldn't say that. With me here, you can rest assured. It's the 21st century. How could such things exist? As Jiang Che spoke, he felt a twinge of guilt. In his past life, after his death, his spirit had drifted from his body always lingering beside Tang Yunran. Moreover, if such things did exist, I could protect you. I am not afraid. He himself had once been one of those things. What end amp? Amp? Oppos? Is there to fear? With that, Jiang Che pushed open the courtyard door. The door, worn and rusty, creaked unpleasantly as it opened. The yard was overgrown with moss, and cobwebs clung in the corners. Thankfully, the house was relatively tidy, merely a bit dusty. Tang Yunran had chosen to come here based on something Deng Lanfang had mentioned during a recent dinner at their home, suggesting they find time to clean the old house. She had remembered and was looking for an opportunity to visit. Shall we tidy up first? All right. There wasn't too much to clean in the room. The sofa, bed, table, and chairs were all covered with dust cloths, easily uncovered for use. A simple wipe of the surfaces and a sweep of the floor would suffice. Furthermore, with a man and a woman working together, the task would not be tiring. This sentiment rang particularly true. Jiang Che felt invigorated in a way he had never experienced while helping at home. This work was far more engaging. You're sweating profusely. Would you like to take a shower? Tang Yunran asked, looking at the beads of sweat glistening on Jiang Che's forehead. You go first? No, you should go first. Your clothes are soaked. Together? Pervert. Tang Yunran shot him a glare, her irritation palpable. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful, especially the elongated outer corners. Many would apply long eyeliner to enhance their allure. Tang Yunran's eyes were naturally elongated, captivating when she smiled and enchanting when she rolled her eyes. When she was still, she resembled a painting. In motion, she appeared as if stepping out from one. Thus, Jiang Chung University's campus beauty title was certainly well-deserved. While bathing, Jiang Che washed his t-shirt as well, emerging with his upper body bare. You, how could you come out dressed like this? Tang Yunran didn't know where to avert her gaze. She glanced here and there before finally landing on Jiang Che. Romantic experience points 298. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Che felt a surge of delight. His little wife was not being entirely honest. She clearly wanted to look but feigned modesty. Just wait. I'll let you admire it at your leisure. My shirt got soaked with sweat, so I had no choice but to wash it. Otherwise, Chapter 78. Her first time she merely said, without any further implication. I must tell you, you cannot casually bring other men here. I am a gentleman. If it were someone else, in such a place, if they were to act wildly, you would find yourself crying without anyone to rescue you. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Yunran pouted. Yes, you are such a gentleman. No one is as proper as you. I can rest easy with you. In her previous life, they had been married for several years, living under the same roof, yet he treated her, a vibrant woman, as if she were invisible. If Jiang Che were not a gentleman, who would be? Listening to Tang Yunran and Oppo's remarks, Jiang Che felt a peculiar mixture of emotions. Truly, a woman in Oppo's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. She was fine just moments ago, yet her mood shifted more swiftly than the weather. In such a situation, it is best not to delve too deeply into the reasons, as the girl may simply be experiencing a fleeting emotional surge, which she would soon process on her own. If one were to insist on probing further, it is likely to be a fruitless endeavor. However, if time passes and the girl remains upset, one must first acknowledge their fault before inquiring as to why, lest she bottle up her feelings, leading to an uncontrollable outburst later. Are you not going to draw? It just so happens that my shirt is wet, so I might as well pose shirtless for you. I doubt you have ever drawn someone shirtless before. If you have, then I am curious to see who you depicted, and I would tear it apart. I have. Dang Zundan, Ziplit, Jiang Che and Oppos. S eyes widened, thinking to himself, which fool dared to go shirtless before his wife? Would they have gone fully unclothed? I found references on my phone and drew from them, Tang Yunran added. Jiang Che sighed with relief. So, does that mean I am your first? Tang Yunran hesitated for 2 seconds. She understood that Jiang Che meant she was drawing a shirtless figure for the first time, yet her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Romantic experience 396, it and Oppos. It's getting late. I shall begin drawing now. Tang Yunran took out her drawing board, shielding her face. Her cheeks burned. Without needing a mirror, she could guess her face was flushed. Why is your face so red? Zhang teased. This question earned Tang Yunran 3 additional points in romantic experience. Romantic experience 299, romantic experience 385, romantic experience 411. It must be the heat. Tang Yunran stammered, yes, it's the heat. Just like how you were bleeding from your nose earlier. That was not due to the heat, Jiang Che thought. What pose should I take? Jiang che stracca contemplative pose. Is this acceptable? Could you be more serious? Is the thinker not serious? I mean, you are the one who is not serious. After a playful exchange reminiscent of school children, Jiang Che finally settled into a handsome pose, remaining still. Before coming, he had researched various attractive poses online, practiced in front of a mirror for quite some time, and even enlisted Jiang Yuan's help, who rolled her eyes to the point of redness. Romantic experience 157. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Che and Appo's inner self felt immensely satisfied. This marked the 520th notification since they began drawing, indicating that his painstakingly selected pose was not in vain. As Tang Yunran continued to sketch, her face grew increasingly crimson. Initially, she merely outlined the framework, which was manageable and devoid of details, so her cheeks were not as flushed. However, as she completed the framework and began to fill in the details, it became necessary to observe closely. This required her to fixate on certain areas repeatedly, which made her increasingly flustered. The eyes, the nose, the mouth, each detail, even the eyebrows and eyelashes, had to be rendered with precision. As she drew, she realized his eyelashes were remarkably long, estimating them to be around 7 centimeters. Her own lashes were about 8 centimeters, nearly rivaling his. His nose was prominent, his lips elegantly thin, and his skin flawless. Even his ears were well-formed. He was handsome in every aspect. Her gaze lowered, landing on the man and Appo's defining feature, the atom and Appo's apple. Just as Tang Yunran was fixated on it, she noticed it bobbing up and down. In response, her breath synchronized with its rhythm. Romantic experience 399. Her gaze continued downward, tracing the long, alluring collarbone, the solid pectoral muscles, and the well-defined 8-pack abs. Romantic experience 496. Seeing that Tang Yunran was captivated and not moving her pencil, Jiang Che surmised she was mesmerized by his athletic physique. His recent morning runs and workouts had not been in vain. Suddenly, a light drizzle began to fall. Tang Yunran paused and looked toward the window. The weather app had indicated no rain. How could it be raining? Jiang Che checked his phone again, and now it showed rain, though he reassured her that it was likely to stop soon. Minutes later, the rain intensified into a torrential downpour, transforming the view outside into a curtain of water. Tang Yunran shot Jiang Che an exasperated glance. What a jinx you are! While he had indeed been a jinx previously, that streak had ended, and this was unrelated to him. The rain was not particularly heavy, and as long as there was no thunder, they could drive back. Just as Jiang Che finished speaking, thunder rumbled ominously. Tang Yunran looked at him, and he shrugged innocently. It seems the heavens are conspiring against me. A thunderstorm would be preferable. Surely it would cease soon. Stop. No more, Tang Yunran exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration as the darkness of evening descended at 7:30. With the rain continuing to pour and thunder rumbling incessantly, Tang Yunran cast a mournful glance at Jiang Che. I told you to be quiet. Jiang Che opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. It seemed that fate was indeed against him. Fortunately, they had brought plenty of food, so they decided to eat something in the car. After a simple dinner, they waited for the storm to pass, but the rain only intensified. It appears we won and Appo's. T be going back today, Jiang Che lamented. Don and Appo's. T blame me for this, she replied. He fell silent. Suddenly, Jiang Che belatedly realized a rather grave issue. They were stranded. Chapter 79. Sleeping in the car together, what should we do if we can end Amp? Appo's. T go back? If we can end Amp? Appo's. T return? It will just be the two of us. A man and a woman. The thought alone sends a thrill through me. Oh heavens, I misjudged you. You are not against me, but rather a messenger of fate. Jiang Che forcibly subdued the excitement bubbling within him, careful not to let Tang Yunran sense his exhilaration, lest it frighten her. Clearing his throat, He feigned calmness and said to Tang Yunran, "The rain is pouring heavily, and the thunder is relentless. Driving back in such conditions would be perilous. I suggest we spend the night here and wait for the rain to cease before returning." Boom! Crackle. The sound of thunder was particularly thunderous. Upon hearing it, Tang Yunran hesitated no longer. "Yes, you and Oppos. Rewrite. We should wait until the rain stops." "Oh heavens! You truly are looking out for me." "Thank you, moi." The thunder continued to rumble and crackle. Just then, her phone rang. Tang Yunran pulled out her phone. It was a call from Tang Feilin. After glancing at Jiang Che, she hesitated for a couple of seconds before answering. "Hello, second brother. Shaoran, where are you?" "I and Amp, Oppos. I'm at a friend and Amp, Oppos, S house." "Which friend?" I and Oppos. He tried calling you several times without success, so I contacted your friend Jean Xiao. She said you weren't in Oppos. T there. Where are you?" A bead of nervous sweat trickled down Tang Yunran and Oppos' forehead. She almost revealed too much. "In Oppos. That's just a friend from school. Someone you don in Oppos. Tino." Despite her worried words, her heart raced with anxiety. "Can you turn on the video?" "Video?" Tang Yunran's immediate reaction was to glance at Jiang Che. If she turned on the video now, it would be disastrous. "I and Amp, Oppos, am in her room. It and Amp, Oppos, as inconvenient." Tang Feilin understood her dilemma. At this hour, and Amp, Oppos, as typical for girls to wear pajamas when sleeping together, making it indeed inappropriate. "Where does your friend live?" "What an Amp, Oppos, as her name. Is she one of your classmates?" "Second brother, it and Amp, Oppos, as late. So please don an Amp, Oppos, to worry about me. You should sleep early. My friend and I are going to bed now." "All right then." After hanging up, Tang Feilin and Amp, Oppos, as furrowed brow could have trapped a fly. Tang Feilin emerged from his room and noticed Tang Feilin looking troubled while holding his phone. "What's wrong? Did someone dump you?" Tang Feilin shot Tang Feilin a glance of exasperation. "It's about Shaoran." "About Shaoran?" Tang Feilin looked puzzled. "Shaoran hasn't returned yet, and you aren't the least bit concerned?" "Why would I be worried? Shaoran told me before she left that she was going out with Jiang Che, her brother-in-law." He felt completely at ease. "What did she say when you called her?" "She said she was at a friend in Amp, Oppos, S house. ISN and Amp, Oppos. T, that's sufficient? Why are you still worried?" "How can I not be concerned? I asked her who her friend was, and she mentioned someone I and Amp, Oppos, am not familiar with. She and Amp, Oppos, as sleeping with someone I don and Amp, Oppos. Tino, how can I not worry?" "You and Amp, Oppos, being overly dramatic. Her friend is a girl, not a boy." Tang Feilin insisted with a strong conviction. Tang Feilin and Amp, Oppos, expression darkened. "If it were a boy, I and Amp, Oppos, D make sure he regretted it." Tang Feilin gasped, silently mourning for Jiang Che. He pondered whether he should prepare Tang Feilin psychologically for the future. Realizing this, Tang Feilin decided against rushing to take a shower and instead sat across from Tang Feilin. As the saying goes, when a sister grows up, she cannot be kept. Holding on only breeds resentment. Tang Feilin found Tang Feilin's words peculiar. "Shaoran is maturing. She has her own thoughts and opinions. You can't keep a constant watch over her. You don and Amp, Oppos, T have that much energy. I alone don and Amp, Oppos, T have that much energy. Arn and Amp, Oppos, T there three of us? That and Amp, Oppos is quite reasonable," Tang Feilin conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. "But that's not it. My point is, Shaoran will eventually marry. We two will marry and start families of our own. We can in Oppos, T just keep her tethered to us forever." Tang Feilin regarded Tang Feilin with a puzzled expression. "Second brother, why are you staring at me like that?" "Something in Oppos, S off." "What?" "Something in Oppos, S off." "What do you mean, and Oppos, off in Oppos?" "You didn't and Oppos, T used to say that." "What?" "You used to say that men are no good. Anyone who dares to approach Shaoran would be met with your wrath." "Did I say that?" "Yes." "Oh, so I did." Tang Feilin scratched the back of his head. "At that time, I wanted to keep Shaoran tied to my side. But recently, I and Amp, Oppos, V had a revelation. Instead of worrying about who Shaoran might marry and whether they and Amp, Oppose. LL mistreat her. We should help her find someone who will care for and protect her. Wouldn't that be better? Tang Feilin found this perspective quite reasonable. At that moment, Tang Feimu emerged from his room. Old 3 is right. I agree. Right? That makes sense. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppose. Ti. Tang Feilin beamed at having Tang Feimu and Amp. Amp. Oppose. S support and understanding. What do you think of Qing Shu? Tang Feimu inquired. Absolutely not. He and Amp. Amp. Oppose. S utterly inadequate. Any sister who marries him would be doomed to a life of misery. The mention of Wu Qing Shu ignited Tang Feilin and Oppose. S emotions. He and Oppose. That's not that terrible, is he? He may lack looks and height and has a bit of a dull wit, but otherwise he and Amp. Oppose. S fine, Tang Feimu countered. Tang Feilin nodded in agreement with Tang Feimu and Amp. Oppose. S words. Let an Amp. Amp. Oppose. S I'll keep an eye out for suitable matches for Xiaoran. It and Amp. Amp. Oppose. S better for her to choose someone she likes than risk being swayed away by some smooth-talking charmer. Tang Feilin refrained from mentioning Jiang Che at that moment, as doing so might expose Xiaoran and Jiang Che and Amp. Oppose. S relationship, which was best discussed at a more opportune time. The scene shifted. Inside the car, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran reclined their seats and lay back. Jiang Che faced Tang Yunran, while she turned away from him. Could you turn around? Tang Yunran opened her eyes, her lashes quivering with tension. I and Amp. Oppose. Am accustomed to sleeping this way. Aren't and Amp. Oppose. T you afraid of the thunder? I'm not. Jiang Che suppressed his feelings. I am. In Chapter 80, entitled Holding Hands, Kissing, the narrative explores the protagonist's pursuit of a girl, emphasizing the necessity of boldness. Hesitation, it suggests, risks losing her to a more assertive rival, culminating in attending her wedding to another. The character Tang Yunran expresses surprise upon learning of Jiang Che's alleged fear of thunder, a trait seemingly uncharacteristic based on her past experiences with him. This leads her to speculate whether he had previously concealed his fear to maintain a facade of masculinity. As Jiang Che moves closer to Tang Yunran, she permits his proximity, and he, emboldened, continues to encroach until he can feel her warm breath on his face. Overwhelmed by the sensation, he experiences an internal conflict between reason and primal instinct, ultimately choosing restraint. This internal struggle prompts a reflection on a biology lesson about the distinction between humans and animals. Humans possess the capacity to control their impulses. Tang Yunran inquires about Jiang Che's well-being, pulling him for his reverie. He admits to feeling slightly better, his gaze drawn to her hands, contemplating the intimacy of holding them. Tang Yunran, aware of his intentions, is conflicted, desiring the connection but hesitant to appear forward. As thunder rumbles, Jiang Che seizes the opportunity to grasp her hand. Tang Yunran initially recoils, but relents upon his plea for comfort until the storm subsides. She nods acquiescently and drifts into a peaceful slumber, comforted by his touch. Observing her sleeping peacefully, Jiang Che gently caresses the back of her hand, envisioning their future together, even in old age. Contentment washes over him, deeming this moment the best of his two lives, with the promise of even better days to come. However, after half an hour, Jiang Che finds himself wide awake, increasingly agitated. He glances at the rain-streaked window and then at Tang Yunran, noticing a stray strand of hair clinging to her lips. He delicately moves it aside, captivated by her beauty. Overwhelmed by desire, he laments his current platonic relationship with her, contrasting it with the intimacy they shared in their past life. He grapples with the frustration of unfulfilled desire and the need to exercise restraint. Ultimately succumbing to temptation, Jiang Che, emboldened by the memory of their past connection, initiates a course of action. He rises and leans in. Chapter 81. An interrupted kiss, he approached the girl and Amp. Amp, Oppose, S lips bestowing a fleeting, feather-like kiss. Huff, hiss, huff, as if committing a transgression. Jiang Che retreated, reclining and inhaling deeply with palpable anxiety. He furtively glanced around, apprehensive that his actions had been witnessed. After a moment, he chuckled ruefully. He was no callow youth of 18, but a seasoned soul reborn. Why was a mere stolen kiss provoking such agitation? Jiang Che raised his hand, touching his lips, then gazing upon Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's vermilion mouth. It was as if he devoured a precious delicacy without savoring its essence, overwhelmed by nervousness. No, he thought, I must taste it again. For when will such a propitious opportunity arise? Without hesitation, Jiang Che leaned in once more, this time to savor the moment. Ah! This sensation is truly divine. Noticing Tang Yunran was still asleep, Jiang Che pondered whether to continue. What if he roused her? Though she slumbered soundly, she was not insensible. What if she were to suddenly open her eyes, their gazes meeting in an awkward encounter? Reason and impulse engaged in a renewed tug-of-war. This time, impulse prevailed. In an amp, Oppo's, that's just a kiss after all. Tang Yunran is my wife. Is there any reason I shouldn't amp? Oppo's, to kiss my own wife? I could do far more. And it wouldn't amp, Oppo's, to be amiss. Emboldened by this self-persuasion, Jiang Che grew bolder. He lowered his head to kiss her. Just then, Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's, eyes fluttered open. Blast! He had forgotten his jinx luck. John Duque immédiatement fin de sleep. Tang Yunran murmured softly, her eyes, still heavy with sleep, turning toward Jiang Che. Was she dreaming? Had she imagined Jiang Che leaning over her, kissing her? Tang Yunran continued to observe Jiang Che, who remained motionless, seemingly fast asleep. She shook her head and smiled. She must have been dreaming. Jiang Che would never steal a kiss while she slept. In truth, even if she were to disrobe before him, he might not be moved. As she pondered this, Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's, lips pursed, a sense of melancholy washing over her. She took Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's, hand, embracing it close to her chest, finding solace in its presence. But it was not enough. Tang Yunran furtively glanced at Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's, face, and seeing him deeply asleep, she raised his hand and kissed the back of it. Only then, content, did she drift back to sleep, still clutching Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's, hand. Now it was Jiang Che's turn to open his eyes. He gazed at Tang Yunran, who slept soundly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Silly girl, he mused. If you and Amp, Oppo's, were you going to steal a kiss, aim for the lips. A hand simply won an Amp, Oppo's, do. Allow me to rectify that. Jiang Che leaned over once more, pressing his lips to hers. Remember, he thought, you kissed me. I didn't kiss you. Having done this, Jiang Che returned to his seat, content. Tonight, he would surely have sweet dreams. The morning after the rain was exceptionally beautiful. The sky was azure, the clouds pristine, and the air crystal clear. Jiang Che stood by the car, surveying the scene with a sense of serene contentment. He felt the pace of life slow, a truly delightful experience. No wonder city dwellers seek solace in the countryside in their twilight years. When he grew old, he would bring Tang Yunran here. As Jiang Che entertained these thoughts, Tang Yunran emerged from the car. How refreshing, she exclaimed, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. The air was pure, infused with the fragrance of verdant grass, invigorating her senses. When I grow old, I want to retire here, she declared. Hearing this, Tang Yunran opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Che. I share that aspiration. How wonderful. Jiang Che replied, we can live together. Live together? She wondered, as neighbors or in a more intimate arrangement. Romance Experience 123. Tang Yunran's heart fluttered with a nascent excitement. Ahem, she cleared her throat. Shall we return? Very well. After driving back to the city center, Jiang Che dropped Tang Yunran off at her apartment complex. As he prepared to leave, he received a call from the Purple Mansion Property Management. They intended to reduce the size of the complex and Oppo's green space to construct a fitness plaza and fountain, and they needed his consent as a homeowner. They requested he visit the office to sign the relevant documents. As it was on his way, Jiang Che drove over. Upon arriving at the entrance of the complex, he spotted a familiar figure, Mei Xian. What's she doing here? More surprising than her presence was Mei Xian and Amp, Oppo's altered appearance. In the short time since he had last seen her, she had become gaunt, her face swollen, as if she had been severely struck. Jiang Che. Upon seeing Jiang Che, Mei Xian nearly ground her teeth to powder. How could she not resent him? Ever since she had fallen victim to his scheme and been abandoned by Li Hao, she had harbored a deep grudge, especially after the time she had merely pushed Tang Yunran and Jiang Che had been so rough with her, a girl. Since then, she had been plagued by misfortune. Her paramours had either dumped her or caught her being intimate with others, resulting in her face being beaten to the point of disfigurement. In less than a month, all 108 of her suitors had abandoned her, leaving her battered and bruised. Jiang Che did not deign to cast even a cursory glance at Mei Xian and Damp, Oppos, as animosity. He surmised that her current state was a direct consequence of the jinxed luck experience card he had recently acquired. She deserves it, he thought. In his previous life, she had treated Li Hao so cruelly, driving his parents to their deaths and leaving Li Hao permanently disabled in the hospital. Perhaps there were other victims she had manipulated. His actions were, in a sense, a service to his fellow men. Jiang Che. Mei Xian roared, seeing that Jiang Che was ignoring her. Jiang Che continued to disregard Mei Xian, driving toward the entrance of the Purple Mansion complex. Huh, where's he going? Into Purple Mansion? Doesn't and Oppos. You know that outside vehicles aren't and Oppos. Allowed in such a high-end complex? Go ahead, she thought. I and Oppos. I'll wait for you to be stopped and laugh at your embarrassment. Mei Xian crossed her arms, waiting to see Jiang Che make a fool of himself. But Jiang Che drove into the complex without any obstruction. What Oppos is going on? Mei Xian stared, incredulous. After a moment, she ran to the security booth at the entrance and shouted at the guard. He drove in. Didn't an Oppos. You see him? Aren't and Amp. Oppos. Outside vehicles prohibited in your complex? The security guard looked at Mei Xian as if she were an idiot. If that car didn't end Amp, Oppos, belonged to a resident. How do you think it could have gotten in? Chapter 82. I just missed you what? Mei Xian and Amp, Oppos. Eyes nearly bulged out of her head. After a moment and Amp, Oppos, pause. She disregarded her image and dug into her ears, confirming if she had misheard. In truth, there was no need for her to inquire further. Merely observing the security guard and Oppos' bewildered expression assured her that she had indeed not been mistaken. Suddenly, Mei Xian turned to gaze longingly into the community, just in time to see the tail of a BMW vanish from view. It was real, all of it. Jiang Che had not deceived her. He truly owned a villa in Jijun City. My heavens, such a plump prize. If she could ensnare Jiang Che, what need would she have for a backup? The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, casting aside all her resentment towards him. She racked her brain, contemplating how she might present herself when Jiang Che emerged, hoping to be welcomed by him. After a considerable time, Mei Xian still hadn't devised a brilliant plan. At that moment, Jiang Che drove out from within. Jiang Che, stop. Jiang Che appeared oblivious to her plea. Hey, Jiang Che. Seeing him about to leave, Mei Xian recklessly dashed towards the front of the car, shutting her eyes and extending her arms in an attempt to block his path. Fearless, she seemed undeterred by the potential consequences, while Jiang Che was reluctant to face imprisonment. He hastily slammed the brakes, barely avoiding a collision. If you're determined to throw yourself in front of a vehicle, at least choose the Lamborghini or Ferrari. I cannot afford to damage this BMW. You won't hit me. Mei Xian exaggeratedly ran to Jiang Che's side, tossing her hair and batting her eyelashes, posing against the sleek surface of the BMW. Observing her antics, Jiang Che felt as if his car was being trifled with. It's not that I wouldn't hit you, but if the braking system were to fail, it would no longer be under my control. That's fine. I trust your driving skills. If those words had come from Tang Yunran, Jiang Che would have dismissed them as mere flattery. However, when spoken by Mei Xian, they hinted at an altogether different implication. You trust my driving skills? I regret to inform you that I just obtained my driver and Oppos' license. In reality, he was quite the experienced driver. Upon hearing Jiang Che's comment, Mei Xian recalled that he was only 19 and that in Hua country, one could obtain a license at 18. This meant that had Jiang Che not braked in time, she could have very well been struck by the vehicle. The thought sent a chill down her spine. What do you want from me? Jiang Che, disinterested in further banter, cut straight to the point. Oh, I just missed you, Mei Xian said, leaning closer to him. Jiang Che stepped back a few paces. You smell terrible. Keep your distance. Terrible? Maxine sniffed her shelf. I don't smell bad at all. I even applied perfume. I and Amp, Oppos, am not referring to that kind of odor. Mei Xian looked at him puzzled. Before she could inquire further, Jiang Che continued, your essence is foul, your spirit is tainted, and it reeks of decay. Not only is it unpleasant, but it is also unclean. Jiang Che and Amp, Oppos, S words were blunt enough that Mei Xian could no longer feign ignorance. What did you just say about me? Her face, once composed, now contorted in anger. Had it not been for the smoothness of the BMW's surface and the knowledge of Jiang Che and Oppos' villa, she would have lost her composure and confronted him. I have made my point. There is no need for you to humiliate yourself further by asking me to repeat it. I have plenty of time, but I would rather not waste a second on someone like you. Step aside. If you come any closer to my car, I will call the police. Maxin, who showed no regard for others' feelings, was deserving of no sympathy. He vividly recalled the time when Li Hao lay in a hospital bed, unable to care for himself, and Mei Xian had not visited him even once. He had heard from mutual friends that Mei Xian was living a carefree life. Had it not been for the financial troubles at the company and his own deteriorating health during that period, he would have confronted her long ago. You, Mei Xian pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Che, her face shifting through a spectrum of colors in fury, her finger trembling violently. You despicable, fuming with anger. Mei Xian felt powerless. Jiang Che and Oppos' indifference rendered her attempts futile. Even if she were to strip bare and throw herself at him, it would yield no results. Ultimately, she could only watch as Jiang Che drove away. I and Amp, Oppos, am furious. Mei Xian stomped her feet in frustration. He even said I stink, that I and Amp, Oppos, am filthy. You're the one who stinks. You're the one who's dirty. Your whole family is filthy. As she vented her anger, she kicked at stones, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell. She landed in a rather undignified manner. Passers-by initially intended to help her, but ironically, Mei Xian and Oppos' face met fresh dog feces. The stench and sight repulsed onlookers, causing them to flee in disgust. Overwhelmed by the smell, Mei Xian fainted. The day before Valentine and Amp, Oppos' day, Jiang Mingquan drove his family towards Tinghua County. On the way, Jiang Yuan, wearing headphones, was absorbed in a series of clips about double heroes on Bilibili. His face animated with excitement. Had the environment permitted, he might have made various animal sounds in his enthusiasm. As the journey continued, Jiang Che, feeling bored, messaged Tang Yunran. Have you arrived yet? Upon receiving the message, Tang Yunran glanced nervously at Tang Feimu and the others, relieved to see their attention elsewhere. She quickly replied to Jiang Che. Tang Yunran. Almost there, about 20 minutes. Tang Yunran, what about you? Jiang Che, we still have 40 to 50 minutes. Jiang Che, I specifically checked. Tinghua County is quite lively in the evenings, especially tomorrow. Shall we go out together? Tomorrow. He planned to confess his feelings to Tang Yunran and needed to arrange for some private time with her. Tomorrow? Tang Yunran raised her hand to touch the ring hanging around her neck, fluttering her long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with uncertainty. She was well aware of the significance of the day ahead. Qixi Festival, Valentine and Amp, Oppos' day. Just yesterday, Jean Xiaoqiao had playfully messaged her, inquiring about her plans with Jiang Che for the occasion. What plans? Their relationship had not yet reached that stage, had it? How could she even begin to contemplate that? She had thought about it previously. On Valentine's Day, she would confess her love to Jiang Che boldly. Chapter 83. A direct confession. How should one confess? Is it as simple as just stating it? What if rejection awaits? Surely that won't happen, right? A woman's intuition tells her that the current Jiang Che is different from his past self. He shows genuine concern for her. He will protect her, and he values her feelings. Enough hesitation. She shall confess first. She cannot repeat the mistakes of her past life, where Jiang Che remained oblivious to her affections until his dying breath. With this thought, Tang Yunran decided to send a message to Jiang Che. All right, she affirmed to Jiang Che, before messaging Jean Xiaoqiao. I have made my decision. Jean Xiaoqiao, bewildered by this sudden declaration, inquired, What have you decided? Confused emoji. I have decided to confess to Jiang Che. Determined expression, stunned, spinning in place, jaw dropped in shock, thunderstruck. After sending 3 dynamic emojis, Jiang Che quickly composed a reply. Are you really going to confess to Jiang Che? Yes. Could you perhaps be a tad more reserved? This has nothing to do with being reserved. I no longer wish to live with regrets. Huh? Jiang Che blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Shooting in amp. Amp? Oppose. Till you wait for Jiang Che to confess to you first? Isn't it more traditional for the boy to take the lead? And what if he never confesses? I would kick him to the curb. Upon receiving Tang Yunran's message, Jiang Che could hardly contain his excitement, letting out a spontaneous yeah. However, he quickly realized that such exuberance was unbecoming of a man of his maturity. After all, he was a grown man. Should he not maintain a semblance of composure? Soon, Jiang Che would come to understand that love knows no age. For at that moment, his father was even less composed than he was. Have you taken your medication? Jiang Yuan inquired, turning to Jiang Che. The one who needs medication is you, making such a ruckus, as if your throat were being choked. You will never understand the joy of shipping a couple. We are simply wired that way. Jiang Che contemplated accompanying Jiang Yuan to the Double Heroes concert soon, where the atmosphere would likely be filled with cacophonous clamor. Truth be told, had he not feared for Jiang Yuan and Oppose, as safety in such a place, he would not have entertained the idea at all. During their journey, Jiang Che continued to chat with Tang Yunran, the content of their conversation insignificant compared to the joy derived from their exchange. Time passed swiftly, and upon reaching their booked inn, he felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. This prompted a profound realization. Life is akin to a long journey, where choosing the right companion makes the road ahead far less exhausting. As he gazed at the inn, it suddenly dawned on him that he had neglected to ask Tang Yunran which establishment she had chosen. Brother, I need to get out, Jiang Yuan announced. Jiang Che opened the trunk, retrieved a folding wheelchair, and carefully lifted Jiang Yuan from the vehicle. Hey, isn't that the girl? Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. Hearing this, Jiang Che turned to see Tang Yunran emerging from the inn. What a coincidence! This thought echoed in both Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's minds in perfect unison. Standing beside Tang Yunran was Tang Feilin. Noting Tang Yunran and Oppose, as unwavering gaze upon Jiang Che, he curiously asked, Do you two know each other? Startled by Tang Feilin and Oppose, as sudden question. Dan Zundan momentia panik. He is also from Jiangxing University. Oh, so you're alumni. With that, Tang Feilin lost interest in the matter altogether. Jiang Yuan tugged at Jiang Che and Amp, Oppose, as sleeve urgently. Brother. She was just staring at you. Of course, if she wasn't looking at me, would she be looking at you? Jiang Yuan, are you two really together? I plan to confess to her tomorrow. Are you going to give her a love letter? A love letter. Jiang Che frowned. Initially, he intended to write one for Tang Yunran, but upon learning of her rebirth, he set that idea aside. He feared that memories of her past life might linger in her heart. The words she spoke before her demise still haunted him. Jiang Che, the greatest regret of my life is having met you and loving you. If given another chance, I would never fall for you again. Now, Tang Yunran still harbored feelings for him, indicating a tumultuous inner struggle. Perhaps she longed for a fresh start, believing that this time would be different. If he were to reveal his own rebirth at this juncture, he worried that her carefully constructed emotions might unravel, leaving her uncertain of how to face him. After much contemplation, he decided it best to withhold the truth of his rebirth from Tang Yunran for the time being. Once they had genuinely come together, and she felt secure in their relationship, he would find a suitable moment to share his past, believing that would be the optimal approach. Ding! A message from Tang Yunran arrived. You scared me. Just now, my second brother asked if we knew each other. What did you say? I told him we are alumni. What was your brother's reaction? Thankfully, he had no response. After sending that message, Tang Yunran continued to edit her reply to Jiang Che. When we meet alone tomorrow, we must be careful. My second brother must not find out. Reading her message brought a smile to Jiang Che and Oppose, as face. Don't you think we resemble ancient lovers engaging in a secret affair? Tanzundan va apos, et fai fruit crimson. Romantic experience points 451. That analogy is rather inappropriate. In what way is it inappropriate? Those engaging in clandestine affairs in ancient times faced dire consequences. Do you wish to face such a fate? With you, I fear nothing. Tang Yunran's blush deepened. Romantic experience points 654. Who wants to be with you? You can go face it alone. I cannot face such a thing alone. It requires a partner. P.S. Little fish eats Kuin. While typing just now, I felt as though my hand were succumbing to Parkinson and amp. Opposes. Would any kind readers consider sending a small gift to soothe me? Spreading love brings happiness. Oh, chapter 84. Finally arrived at Valentine's Day. As the conversation grew increasingly frivolous, Jiang Che decided to end it. Upon receiving the message, his phone screen seemed to freeze, enveloping him in silence. He dragged his suitcase into the hotel with Jiang Mingquan and the others, standing by the window to gaze down at the hot springs area below. Regrettably, the hot springs were segregated by gender. His lamentation was not born of modesty, but rather a yearning to see only Tang Yunran. He resolved that, should he and Tang Yunran end up together, he would certainly treat her to a private VIP room, allowing them to revel in their time together. That evening, while soaking the hot springs with Jiang Mingquan, he could not resist asking, Dad, have you figured out how to celebrate Qixi with Mom tomorrow? After all these years, what more is there? A stroll, some shopping. What else could be romantic? Is that not rather unromantic? We are nearly 40. How can we be romantic? Am I to present a bouquet and kneel in the street to declare my love to Mom, exclaiming and amp, oppos, I love you, and amp, oppos, and amp, oppos. Thank you for your hard work, dear and amp, oppos. Jiang Che pondered the scene described by Jiang Mingquan, realizing that such public displays might be beyond his father's temperament. If it were him, he would find it hard to kneel in the street to propose to Tang Yunran, let alone someone as straightforward as his father. Did you buy Mom a ring? I did. How many carats is the diamond? It is a gold ring. A gold ring? Jiang Mingquan explained. We older folks are quite different from you youngsters. We do not place much value on diamond rings. We prefer gold, a tangible symbol of wealth. Besides, gold retains its value. Your mother will surely appreciate it. At this point, Jiang Mingquan recalled, tomorrow your mother and I will likely be out all day. So you and amp, oppos. LL need to look after Xiao Yuan. Oh, all right. Jiang Che agreed cheerfully, but inwardly he thought about spending the entire day with Tang Yunran. As for Jiang Yuan, he would simply give her some money to enjoy herself. The following day, Valentine and amp, oppos, Este had finally arrived. Jiang Che felt as if his eyes were yearning for the dawn. Overcome with excitement, he awoke at 1 in the morning. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was still early, so he composed himself and returned to sleep. He woke again at 2, then 3, and continued this restless cycle until 6. Ultimately, he decided not to prolong the struggle and rose to wash up, tidy his bed, and head out for a morning run. While jogging, he spotted a familiar face approaching, his second uncle, Tang Feilin. In a previous life, Tang Feilin had harbored intense resentment towards Jiang Che, yet he remained genuinely polite, nodding in acknowledgement as Jiang Che ran past. Jiang Che reciprocated the gesture. Initially, Tang Feilin paid little attention to Jiang Che, but after more than half an hour of observing him persistently running, he began to take note. He and Oppos, as quite fast, Tang Feilin thought. He has been running since I arrived and shows no signs of fatigue. How is he not exhausted? In truth, Tang Feilin was nearing his own limits. But Jiang Che seemed to be thriving. As Jiang Che continued to run ahead, he sensed Tang Feilin and amp, oppos, gaze fixed upon him. Why was he staring? Could Tang Feilin have discerned something between him and Tang Yunran? That seemed unlikely. Yet if that were not the case, why was he watching him so intently? The scrutiny felt decidedly unfriendly. Perhaps it was best to avoid confrontation. He decided to halt his run. As soon as he stopped, Tang Feilin approached him. Jiang Che and amp, oppos, mind raced with caution, ready for any sudden aggression, while maintaining a cordial smile. Tang Feilin handed him a bottle of Baishui mountain water. Baishui Mountain, Not a sports drink, nor farmer's spring, nor bao, but Bai Shui Mountain. Is he trying to convey something? Jiang Che pondered, suspecting this was a hint to keep his distance from Tang Yunran for longevity. Seeing Jiang Che hesitate to accept the water, Tang Feilin assumed he was simply shy, which only improved his impression of him. Most people would readily accept an offer of water, but Jiang Che stood out as someone with both physical prowess and refined manners. A few days earlier, Tang Feilin had suggested that their sister would be hard to keep, rather than let Tang Yunran choose for herself. It would be better for them to make a careful selection. So far, Jiang Che appeared commendable both inside and out. Please, no need for formality. Take it, Tang Feilin insisted, extending the bottle toward him again. Thank you, Jiang Che replied. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he felt a peculiar sense of unease around Tang Feilin, akin to a weasel paying a New Year visit to a hen. Goodness, he is not a weasel. And if he were, then what would that make Tang Yunran? What year are you in? I'll be a sophomore after the summer break. What is your major? Business. What do you intend to do in the future? Start a company, perhaps? Jiang Che answered without much thought. In his previous life, he had not achieved much, merely managing a company that was neither prosperous nor failing. Nonetheless, it was the most successful in his village. Thus, he felt starting a company was his only viable path. Starting a company is commendable and ambitious. But at just 18, perhaps it is a bit premature. It is better to focus on completing your studies first. Hearing Jiang Che and Appo's response, Tang Feilin nodded in appreciation. This young man was indeed impressive, humble and grounded, avoiding the pitfalls of arrogance, which were all too common among recent graduates. Where do you live? Tang Feilin inquired, prompting another wave of caution in Jiang Che. Why was he so persistent in questioning? Now, he was probing into his family background. Was Tang Feilin attempting to uncover something about his relationship with Tang Yunran? Yet, since the question had been posed, refusing to answer would come off as impolite. With a quick thought, Jiang Che devised a clever response. Chapter 85. A whiff of zephyr. My apologies. My younger sister has mobility issues and relies on a wheelchair. She should be awake by now, and I need to assist her. Go ahead. Goodbye then. Farewell. Tang Feilin watched Jiang Che and Appo's departing figure, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. A fine young man indeed. He possesses good looks, a dedication to physical fitness, and a commendable character. Moreover, he is so devoted to his sister. Truly rare, exceptionally rare. His devotion to his sister is paramount. This aspect holds the utmost importance. The three brothers shared a similar affection for their sister, perhaps due to a shared empathy. The more Tang Feilin contemplated, the more he admired Jiang Che. Elated, he hastened back to share his thoughts with Tang Yunran. Yunran, listen to your second brother. I intend to introduce you to a prospective suitor. Huh? Tang Yunran paused, her action suspended as she turned to Tang Feilin, utterly bewildered. This young man, from my observations, is quite exceptional. Tang Feilin and Appo's countenance and eyes radiated admiration as he spoke. Second brother, why the sudden interest? Didn't an Appo's you once declare that I was forbidden from dating before the age of 25? Circumstances alter cases. Previously, I feared you might fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. However, after heeding your third brother and Appo's counsel the other day, I realized the wisdom in his words. Third brother? What did third brother say? Your third brother is correct. A sister cannot remain tethered indefinitely. You possess your own aspirations, and if we were to impose excessive restrictions, it might engender resentment. Furthermore, romantic inclinations are inevitable with age. Your three brothers experience crushes during their school days. Such occurrences are natural during adolescence. Second brother, what you're saying, I find it somewhat perplexing. Tang Yunran grew increasingly confused. Therefore, we have resolved to adopt a strategy akin to you the Great and Appo's flood control, channeling rather than damming. We shall no longer forcibly prohibit you from dating. Instead, we shall select the most suitable candidate for you. This way, should you eventually marry, we shall have peace of mind knowing that we personally chose your partner. Tang Yunran, it was all due to her third brother. She had anticipated that Tang Feilin's words would subtly influence her two elder brothers, paving the way for Jiang Che's eventual acceptance. Yet, Her second brother had actually embarked on a quest to find her suitor. Second brother, I am only 18. There's no need to rush. She desired only to be with Jiang Che. All others, regardless of their merits, were undesirable. Originally, I shared your sentiment that you were too young to seek a partner. However, destiny sometimes intervenes. Fate is not something one can summon at will. At times, it descends upon you before you are prepared. This young man I speak of is handsome, possesses a fine physique, a pleasant demeanor, and is remarkably humble. Most importantly, he is devoted to his sister. Moreover, he is an alumnus of your school. How wonderful. Huh? An alumnus? Tang Yunran blinked in surprise. Indeed, I encountered him yesterday near the hotel entrance. Yesterday? Tang Yunran and Appo's eyes widened. Are you referring to Jiang Che? Tang Yunran and Appo's voice rose several decibels as she uttered those words. So, his name is Jiang Che. No, wait. Second brother, are you truly speaking of Jiang Che? Tang Yunran's astonishment rendered her almost speechless. I am unsure if his name is Jiang Che. I merely know that he has a sister who uses a wheelchair. That is him. Upon receiving confirmation, Tang Yunran and Appo's astonishment intensified. She had never imagined that her brother, after all his deliberation, would propose Jiang Che as a potential suitor. She was immensely, utterly curious. What transpired between her second brother and Jiang Che that elicited such high praise from her brother? Old second, come lend a hand. Tang Feimu knocked on the door. All right. After Tang Feilin departed, Tang Yunran remained in a state of bewildered shock. It was simply too extraordinary to comprehend. In her previous life, her three brothers loathed Jiang Che with a vengeance. Now, her third brother treated Jiang Che like a brother, and her second brother held him in high regard. Everything had changed. Just then, Tang Yunran received a message from Jiang Che. When can you slip away? Jiang Mingquan and Lin Ye had vanished long ago. Presumably on a romantic rendezvous. My three brothers are absent. I can leave now. Excellent. Let in Appo's meet at the station. Okay. Jiang Che turned to Jiang Yuan. I'm going on a date. Can you manage on your own? You have time to worry about me? You should concern yourself with whether the celestial maiden will reject you. Consider how you will cope with the rejection. Don and Appo's, to do anything rash, like jumping into a river. Oh, there are no rivers here to jump into. Don and Appo's, T considered jumping into the hot spring. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan and Appo's words, Jiang Che and Appo's lips twitched in exasperation. Can Appo's, do you wish me well? I am wishing you well by preparing you for the possibility of rejection. I will not be rejected. What makes you so confident? Jiang Che and Appo's breath caught in his throat. Appo's Hansim. Jiang Yuan gazed at Jiang Che and Appo's face for several seconds. That and Appo's, that's about the only asset you have to offer. Jiang Che. Such ruthless criticism could only come from a sibling. I just transferred 1,000 yuan to you. Enjoy Valentine's Day on your own. Although this sister was infuriating. She was his only sister. What could he do? He had to indulge her, even when she annoyed him. Wait until I return. I'm going to pinch your cheeks. Upon hearing Jiang Che and Appo's words, Jiang Yuan swiftly activated her electric wheelchair and departed. Due to the delay, Tang Yunran was already waiting when Jiang Che arrived at the station. Although it was not yet 8:00 and Appo's clock, the sun was scorching. Tang Yunran stood beneath the bus stop awning, clad in a white dress adorned with subtle floral patterns. Fine beads of perspiration glistened on her fair forehead, and a sun hat shielded her face. Upon noticing his arrival, she turned toward him, offering a gentle smile. Jiang Che was instantly captivated. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind arose, not insignificant, causing Tang Yunran's skirt to billow. Tang Yunran quickly grasped the hem. While she managed to secure her skirt, her hat threatened to take flight. Tang Yunran released her grip on the skirt to secure her hat, momentarily exposing a glimpse of her leg. Chapter 86. Embracing on the bus a pink hue adorned with lace. If he was not mistaken, a little white rabbit was printed on it. She truly had an affinity for the color pink. The last time at Deng Lanfang and Appo's old residence, Tang Yunran emerged from the bathroom, her clothes dampened by droplets of water cascading from her hair, subtly revealing the color beneath. It was a delightful shade of bean paste pink. This trend seemed enduring. Not only did he behold the pink, but also the delicate legs of the girl. Such proportions, such skin, she could undoubtedly rival international supermodels. Witnessing such beauty, Jiang Che felt that failing to capture the moment would be akin to missing out on a fortune. He hastily took a snapshot. Just as he clicked, Tang Yunran caught him in the act, her innocent, wide eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and surprise. Striking the perfect chord, he resolved to set this photo as his phone wallpaper and screensaver. But that was not enough. Upon returning, he intended to visit a photo studio to print the picture, placing it by his bedside. This way, he could gaze upon it both before slumber and upon awakening. As Jiang Che entertained these thoughts, the system and Oppo's notification chimes rang incessantly. Love Experience 289. Love Experience 313. Love Experience 396. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran called out, a blend of embarrassment and irritation in her voice. I and Oppo's am here, he replied, tucking his phone into his pocket and approaching her with an air of nonchalance. Tang Yunran and Oppo's gaze fixated on the bulge in his pocket. Did you just take a candid shot of me? No. You're lying. I'm not. Tell the truth. Did you or did you not take a picture of me? The sudden gust of wind had lifted her skirt, leaving her uncertain whether anything had been captured. I swear, I did not take a picture of you. He had merely taken it openly. I don't believe you. Show me your phone. I want tea. If you want tea, then I will. With that, she reached into Jiang Che's pocket. Don't rummage around. Your reluctance to let me dig indicates your guilt. It's not guilt. I'm merely concerned you might reach the wrong place. At these words, Tang Yunran and Oppo's hand froze, her face flushing crimson. In fact, her hand had already ventured inside, icy to the touch metallic. Thankfully, it was not what she feared. Nonetheless, her face resembled a ripe tomato, and her hand felt as if it had been jolted by electricity, quickly retracting from his pocket. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, Jiang Che and Oppo's system erupted with notifications. Love Experience 1021. Love Experience 1321. Love Experience 1222. Love Experience 1399. Love Experience 1400. Love Experience 1575. The notifications piled atop one another in rapid succession. A mere minute had yielded Tang Yunran an astonishing 200,000 experience points, a testament to the density of the alerts. Glancing at Tang Yunran, she appeared akin to a cooked shrimp, her face flushed from head to toe. He also noticed that her hand, which had ventured into his pocket, was now hidden behind her back. What a silly girl. She was merely touching his phone, not anything else. Why the excessive shyness? If they truly found themselves in a battlefield one day, would she not be utterly mortified? In all honesty, had she not inadvertently revealed her past life, he would have never guessed her to be over 30 years old. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he could not help but feel a tinge of blame. She had been married to him for so many years, and he had never touched her, while she had only ever harbored feelings for him, never engaging in intimate gestures with others. Thus, despite her soul being that of a woman in her 30s, her actual experience in such matters was less than that of most 18-year-olds. Take Mei Xian, who was a month younger than Tang Yunran. She had long since been through the ringer. The bus is here. Let us hurry on, Jiang Che said, observing the approaching vehicle. Tang Yunran, however, was reluctant to board, yearning instead for a moment of solitude. The bus was overcrowded, leaving them standing. Hold on to me tightly, he advised as the vehicle swayed violently. I can reach to hold on, Tang Yunran replied, grasping the overhead strap. I know you can, but the roads in this county are not well maintained, and I fear you might lose your balance. Do you take me for a feeble maiden? She retorted. I'll have you know, my athletic prowess ranks among the top in our class. Before she could finish her statement, the bus jolted, and Tang Yunran lost her grip, nearly tumbling over. In a split second, Jiang Che and Oppo's reflexes kicked in, catching her and pulling her into his embrace. Love Experience 458. Tang Yunran and Oppo's S' heart raced erratically as she glanced at the arm encircling her waist. The boy and Amp, Oppo's S embrace was solid, and she felt as if she were a doll, effortlessly lifted by him. Why had he not released her? Her palms began to sweat from nervousness. In truth, Jiang Che was also feeling the heat, but not from anxiety. He was savoring the moment. The girl and Oppo's waist was indeed slender, a sensation he had experienced before, but never for such an extended period. And not only was her waist delicate, but her figure was also alluring. You can let go now, she implored, feeling her heart might cease from the intensity of the moment. We arrived at the bus stop. More people are boarding. I think it's best I hold on a bit longer. You never know when someone might take advantage of the situation, Jiang Che said, feigning seriousness while relishing the opportunity to hold her close. Tang Yunran, considering his words, realized the possibility was not unfounded. She had often read about girls encountering unwelcome advances on public transport. As she scanned the bus, her eyes landed on a middle-aged man in his 50s, leering at her with a lewd gaze. Instinctively, Tang Yunran nestled closer into Jiang Che's embrace, feeling a sense of security there. While Jiang Che outwardly maintained his composure, inwardly, he was elated, celebrating this unexpected turn of events. The softness of her presence felt as if he were seated upon a cloud of cotton candy. Lost in thought, Jiang Che gently flicked her waist with his fingers, causing her body to tense up as if electrified. Love Experience 425. What had Jiang Che just done to her? Chapter 87. The precipice of confession. He mused whether his fingers had been dancing across her waist and hips, or if he had merely sought to steady her. A figment of her imagination. Tang Yunran suspected the latter, convinced of Jiang Che and Oppo's upright character. Jiang Che, having executed his subtle maneuver, surreptitiously glanced at Tang Yunran. Seeing her composure restored, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been swept away in the moment, his actions preceding thought. His self-control, supposedly beyond that of an impetuous youth, had faltered. Could it be a consequence of a loveless past, a yearning to compensate for lost time, driving him to impulsivity? Their destination was the city god temple in Tingyue County, renowned for its vibrant nightlife. Yet, with Qixi, the Double Seventh Festival, being a once-a-year affair, vacationing couples flocked to the streets during daylight hours. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran strolled leisurely. "This is exquisite," Tang Yunran murmured, crouching before a vendor in Oppo's stall, a bracelet catching her eye. The vendor, sensing her interest, promptly declared, "Take it. Only 20 yuan. What's the material?" Jiang Duque inquired. The question stumped the vendor. Rest assured, it won an amp, Oppo's fade, even with water exposure. Jiang Che picked up a bracelet at random, discerning it to be likely made of white copper, aesthetically pleasing but potentially harmful. It an amp, Oppo's, too inexpensive. If you like, we can explore silver shops. I don an amp, Oppo's, to equate cheapness with inferiority. I wear what pleases me, unconcerned with others in amp, Oppo's opinions. Living otherwise would be exhausting, Tang Yunran asserted, clutching the bracelet. Jiang Che acknowledged the wisdom in her words, though that wasn't Oppo's his intention. Very well. If it pleases you, let an Oppo's purchase it. Can we negotiate a better price? Tang Yunran, like many girls, enjoyed bargaining. It wasn't Oppo's about the money, but the thrill of negotiation. After a 10-minute haggling session, she secured the bracelet for 10 yuan. Beaming, Tang Yunran admired the bracelet on her wrist. In Oppo's, merely a 10 yuan bracelet. Why such elation? Tang Yunran paused. Do you perceive value solely in terms of cost? For her, it was more profound. She cherished the bracelet, a memento of their first Qixi together. Sensing her seriousness, Jiang Che felt compelled to clarify, lest she perceive him as disparaging inexpensive items. I and Oppo's am not demeaning it, but it and Oppo's made of white copper. What an Oppo's wrong with white copper? Can and Oppo's it be worn? I find its luster and texture appealing. It can be worn, but white copper jewelry, while not extremely harmful, can cause adverse skin reactions due to its copper and nickel content interacting with sweat. The issue lies in excessive heavy metal content. I see, Tang Yunran replied, enlightened. Why didn't an amp, oppose, to you say so earlier? I wouldn't amp, oppose, to you bought it. It didn't amp, oppose, s fine for occasional wear, and I didn't amp, oppose, to want to spoil your enjoyment. Even so, you should have told me. I want an amp, oppose, to buy white copper again. Not all white copper is harmful. In amp, oppose, s a relatively stable metal. Only excessive heavy metal content poses a problem. Claims of white copper causing cancer are unfounded. However, in an amp, oppose, it's best to purchase white copper jewelry from reputable stores for quality assurance. You and amp, oppose, quite knowledgeable, Tang Yunran remarked, gazing intently at Jiang Che. Ahem, does this make me seem reliable? Jiang Che asked, raising an eyebrow. Passable, Tang Yunran replied, averting her gaze. Noting the time, she realized they had been wandering for over 3 hours, and she still hadn't end amp, oppose. T devised a way to confess her feelings. What approach should she take? She and Jiang Che had brainstormed the previous night, ultimately deciding to improvise. As Tang Yunran pondered, Jiang Che grappled with how to confess his feelings in a natural yet memorable way. Sleeplessness the previous night stemmed from this dilemma. He had conceived numerous ideas, only to discard them after the initial excitement waned. Amidst their thoughts, they noticed a crowd gathered around a large tree, adorned with red wishing cards. This is Tingyue County and amp, oppose, famous wishing tree, said to be quite efficacious. Shall we try it? Jiang Che suggested. Efficacious? She had tried it before. During a previous hot springs trip with her family, she had written, I hope Jiang Che will like me soon. Yet, she never received his affection. Not at all. Tang Yunran muttered. What was that? Jiang Che asked, unable to hear her. I said, let in amp, oppose, try it, Tang Yunran amended. All right, I amp, oppose, by the wishing cards. The cards cost 10 yuan each. Jiang Che purchased 2 crimson ones, handing one to Tang Yunran. No need to ponder the wish. May our confessions be successful today, and may we be with our loved ones forever. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran wrote identical wishes. As they finished, their eyes met. Thump, 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 whose heart was racing. Chapter 88. Confession, are you ready? Jiang Che leaned forward to glance at Tang Yunran and amp, oppose, wishing card. Tang Yunran quickly tucked the card behind her back. You and amp, oppose, so stingy. Be generous and let me see what you and amp, oppose, written. All right, you agreed? Tang Yunran was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jiang Che to allow her to see it. Curiosity swelled within her. She was eager to know Jiang Che and oppose thoughts. He held the card before her, teasingly flicking it before retracting it again. Tang Yunran couldn't and amp, oppose, to get a clear view. Show me again. That an amp, oppose, that's not possible. I and amp, oppose, already shown you. Tang Yunran pouted in frustration. How annoying. Oomph, I'm not talking to you. She turned her back to him, ignoring Jiang Che. Jiang Che cleared his throat. Hand me your wishing card. I'll help you hang it higher. I can hang it myself. I've heard that the higher the wishing card is hung, the more likely the wish will come true. Are you sure you don't want my help? Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran recalled her previous life. She had hung her wishing card very high then. Could that have been the reason her wishes never materialized? She glanced down at the card in her hand, pondering. If she didn't hang it high this time, either wouldn't her wishes be in vain again? Though she didn't truly believe in wishes. Human nature craves the better. No one desires the worse. All right then, but you must promise not to look. Tang Yunran turned the card away and handed it to Jiang Che. Rest assured, I would never peek. Jiang Che turned his own wishing card away as well, and they approached the wishing tree. Standing at 6 feet tall certainly had its advantages. Most of the cards were clustered at the bottom, and as one looked higher, they became sparse. He reached up on tiptoe, his fingertips grazing a large, vacant area, an uncommon space for anyone to reach. Just as Jiang Che was about to hang the card, a plump girl approached, clutching a red wishing card. She rudely rummaged through the other cards, making a cacophony as she flipped them over. After finding a suitable spot, she hung her card. However, because her card was thick, part of it was obscured, prompting her to shove other cards aside. With a loud thud, 2 cards fell to the ground, but the girl paid no mind, satisfied with her own card. She even took out her phone to snap a picture beside it, posing with a peace sign. Witnessing this, Jiang Che shook his head in disbelief. A girl so lacking in manners and self-centeredness surely wouldn't have her wishes granted if the wishing tree truly possessed any magic. As he pondered this, Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's melodious voice chimed in from behind. Jiang Che, be careful when you hang it. Don't block others in Amp, Oppo's cards. Listen to her. How kind-hearted, Jiang Che replied. He tied their 2 wishing cards together and hung them up. Tang Yunran kept her eyes trained on Jiang Che, ensuring he wouldn't sneak a peek at her card. So Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's actions were entirely visible to her. A blush crept across Tang Yunran's cheeks. He had tied their cards together, the red strings intertwined. Romantic experience points 412. As Jiang Che descended, he noticed Tang Yunran blushing once more. She blushed and fluttered her heart too easily. It seemed he needed to create more opportunities for her to practice and adapt quickly. A low rumble echoed from Tang Yunran's stomach, prompting her to cover it shyly. There's a restaurant ahead. Shall we have a meal? Jiang Che suggested. Sure. After ordering several dishes, Jiang Che suddenly stood up. Would you like a cold drink? Isn't that too much trouble? Let us wait until after the meal. It's no trouble at all. The dishes will take a while. I'll get the drinks. So wait for me, Jiang Che said before leaving the restaurant, heading back to the wishing tree. He reached the tree and found the 2 wishing cards he had just hung. Curiosity piqued, he opened one. Jiang Che was taken aback. To his astonishment, it was identical to his own. He laughed, a wide grin spreading across his face. Without concern for hygiene, he pressed several kisses on the card, ignoring the peculiar looks from passers-by. Bursting with excitement, he dashed back to the restaurant, his mind racing with ideas for a confession that would leave an indelible mark on Tang Yunran's heart. Something truly unique and unforgettable. Why are you back so soon? Tang Yunran asked, noticing Jiang Che's hands were empty of drinks and his silly grin. Jiang Che and Oppo's demeanor left Tang Yunran bewildered. Before she could ask, he reached into his left pocket and pulled out a wishing card, presenting it to her. As she read the words inscribed, her eyes widened in disbelief. You, Jiang Che, how could you take my wishing card without permission? You are so annoying. She wasn't even prepared for a confession. How could he? How embarrassing. Jiang Che, with a foolish smile, seemed to mock her. While Tang Yunran's heart raced with anxiety, Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's voice broke through her thoughts. Take a closer look. Is this your handwriting? Huh? Tang Yunran blinked, her gaze flickering back to the card. After a moment of confusion, her eyes sharpened in realization. The handwriting was not hers, yet the content was indeed her wish. What is happening? Jiang Che produced another wishing card from his right pocket. Look at this one. Tang Yunran instinctively stood up as she took the card from him. I wrote this. But she glanced between the 2 cards in her hands. The contents were identical, word for word. What could this possibly mean? Confusion engulfed her. Jiang Che pointed to the card in her left hand, inhaling deeply. This is what I wrote just now. Chapter 89, Love Experience Points, 5200 what? Tang Yunran stood there, stunned. Jiang Che observed her reaction and thought that he must have had a similar expression when he first saw the sign. This is what I wrote, Jiang Che reiterated. Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's gaze mechanically shifted from Jiang Che to the 2 plaques in her hands, finally settling on Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's wish plaque. She recognized it. The characters on the wish plaque were indeed his handwriting. Who was he planning to confess to? Who did he wish to be with forever? Ran, Jiang Che called out. Tang Yunran snapped back to reality, her expression still vacant as she looked up at him. Huh? The sight of her being so dazed and silly sent Jiang Che's heart racing. Their eyes met, locking in a gaze for what felt like an eternity. After a full minute, Jiang Che pulled his plaque from her hands and requested a pen from the shopkeeper. He began to alter the writing and then handed it back to Tang Yunran. Originally, the wish plaque read, I hope my confession today will be successful, and I can be with the person I like forever. Now, it had been changed to, I hope my confession today will be successful, and I can be with Tang Yunran forever. Upon reading those words, Tang Yunran and Amp, Appo's pupils dilated, her eyes glistening with tears. Her heart turned upside down as if a tsunami had struck. Love experience points, 5,200, so many experience points. This was the first time Tang Yunran had contributed such a substantial amount of experience points to Jiang Che since he bound the system. Another notification chimed. Love experience points, 5,200, Jiang Che, witnessing Tang Yunran on the brink of emotional collapse, could empathize with her feelings. Having loved him for 2 lifetimes, and after suffering so greatly in the previous one, she was finally hearing his confession, an indescribable emotion. This is the allure of love. The world knows that love can render people foolish, yet when love descends upon oneself, one willingly succumbs, even if it is a quagmire. Love experience points, 5,200. Love experience points, 5,200. Love experience points, 5,200. The system and Appo's notifications became increasingly frequent. Seeing Tang Yunran on the verge of tears, Jiang Che hurriedly brought an icy drink and pressed it against her face. Drink this. Today is a joyous occasion. There should be no tears. The cool sensation helped to stabilize Tang Yunran and Amp, Appo's nearly overwhelmed emotions. She had been so close to losing control, rushing to embrace Jiang Che, crying out about her grievances from her past life. That was a close call. Thankfully, Jiang Che had interrupted her thoughts just in time. Have a few sips of this icy drink to calm yourself. Let me open it for you. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Che had already opened the drink and inserted straw. Cans can be sharp. From now on, I will always be the one to open cans for you. Why did you suddenly confess without any warning? Tang Yunran took 2 deep sips of her drink. Her cheeks flushed as she contributed experience points to Jiang Che. Love experience points, 3122. Love experience points, 2911. After we finish eating, shall we hang the wish plaques back up together? Jiang Che suggested, glancing at Tang Yunran. She shyly lowered her long lashes and nodded. Love experience points, 1875. When the dishes arrived, Jiang Che placed the peeled shrimp onto Tang Yunran and Appo's plate, and she reciprocated by adding a piece of boneless fish to his. Their meal consisted of mutual sharing, each taking turns to serve the other. Outside the restaurant, 2 people were observing this scene, Wu Qingshu and Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan watched Wu Qingshu, who appeared dejected, then glanced at Jiang Che and Tang Yunran enjoying their meal. I wonder if my brother's confession was successful. I hope not. Wu Qingshu felt an urge to rush in and snatch Tang Yunran away from Jiang Che. Impulsive as he was, reason reminded him that doing so would only make Tang Yunran dislike him more. Sigh. Wu Qingshu sighed heavily. Tell me, where am I lacking compared to your brother? Wu Qingshu turned to Jiang Yuan, who replied, You and Amp, Appo's, re not as handsome as my brother. Ouch. You and Amp, Appo's, re not as strong as my brother. Ouch X1. My brother can cook, and he does it exceptionally well. Can you? Ouch X2. Moreover, my brother achieved success and wealth through his own efforts, while you are merely a second-generation heir living off your family's fortune. Ouch X3. Enough. Wu Qingshu could take no more. Did you not ask me a question? Jiang Yuan said with wide, innocent eyes, feigning purity as she gazed at him. Seeing her expression, Wu Qingshu felt speechless. This little girl appeared harmless, yet beneath her exterior lay a cunning spirit, an adorable little devil. Are you implying that I am utterly inferior to your brother, devoid of any merits? Not at all. You do have your strengths. What strengths? Wu Qingshu looked at her with anticipation. You at least possess self-awareness. Wu Qingshu nearly spat blood. He regretted engaging in conversation with her. It was simply asking for trouble. He realized that he and Jiang Che were fated to be adversaries. Jiang Che competing for women and his sister driving him to exasperation. As Wu Qingshu turned to leave, Jiang Yuan called out to him. Wait a moment. Wu Qingshu turned back in confusion. Jiang Yuan pointed across the street where a vendor was selling candied chestnuts. Help me queue for a bucket. Go yourself. He was not her servant. Why should he help her? I and Appo's. He discovered another flaw of yours. You and Appo's. Re-stingy. Jiang Yuan retort, Chapter 90. Bliss, sweetness, are you not watching where you're going? Just because you're disabled, does that give you the right to recklessly charge around? A young man scolded Jiang Yuan aggressively. How dare you? Wu Qingshu turned around and seized the young man's collar. I can't stand people like you. Do you have no compassion? You knock someone down and refuse to help them up or even apologize. Are you even human? If she were your sister and someone treated her like this, how would you feel? Who are you to meddle? The young man struggled but could not break free. I and Amp, Oppos. Am not related to her, but I can and Amp, Oppos. Just stand by and watch her behavior. He retorted angrily. You're truly insane. Let go. Let go. After a struggle, he finally freed himself. You just wait. He yelled while retreating. Come on. Do you think I and Amp, Oppos, am afraid of you? You think you and Amp, Oppos, read Jiang Che? Wu Qingshu was never one to back down. With a sturdy physique and a well-off background, he had never faced such humiliation, only at the hands of Jiang Che. Wu Qingshu glanced over at Jiang Yuan, who was struggling to climb into her wheelchair. Let me help you, he offered, but Jiang Yuan firmly declined. I can manage, she insisted, gritting her teeth and summoning all her strength to ascend into the chair. She was drenched in sweat, yet bore no trace of grievance. Wu Qingshu couldn't help but admire her resilience. Can your legs be healed? He asked. I'm currently on medication, and the doctor said surgery is imminent. After a successful operation, I'll be able to stand again, she replied. That's good to hear. Wu Qingshu thought to himself, feeling rather perplexed. Jiang Yuan was Jiang Che and Amp, Oppo's sister, not his own. Why was he feeling such sympathy? You wearing an Amp, Oppo's? Hurt when you fell, were you? Wu Qingshu inquired, noticing her furrowed brow. I was hurt, she admitted. Hurt? Why didn't an Amp, Oppo's, you say so sooner? Were you hurt? Wu Qingshu glanced toward her legs. Jiang Yuan covered her left chest and gazed toward the vendor selling roasted chestnuts. My stomach is hurt. I need some roasted chestnuts to recuperate. Wu Qingshu. 5 minutes later, he stood in a long queue, questioning his own sanity for waiting to buy roasted chestnuts for Jiang Yuan. Yet, he was not merely passing time. He was genuinely hungry. After another 10 minutes of waiting, he finally reached the front. Handing the roasted chestnuts to Jiang Yuan, he said, Here you go. Thank you, she replied, her eyes lighting up with joy as she reached for them. Just as she was about to take them, Wu Qingshu snatched them back. What do you mean? Jiang Yuan looked at him, puzzled. I'm helping you by waiting in line, but you expect me to pay too? Oh, I forgot. How much is it? 28. Take out your phone. I'll transfer you the money. Wu Qingshu took out his phone, but then put it back. Just keep it. It's not worth it. He placed the oil paper bag on her lap and turned away, hands buried in his pockets, his head bowed in departure. He couldn't bring himself to ask a girl for such a trivial amount. Jiang Yuan watched him leave while munching on the chestnuts, murmuring to herself, You do have some merits, but you're still far from my brother. The scene shifted. After finishing their meal, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran returned to the wishing tree. As before, Jiang Che tied their wishes together and hung them on the tree. Unlike before, the inscriptions now faced upward, proudly displayed. All done, Jiang Che said, looking at Tang Yunran. She quietly glanced at the 2 wish plaques hanging on the tree. One read, I hope my confession today will be successful, and I can be with Tang Yunran forever. The other stated, I hope my confession today will be successful, and I can be with Jiang Che forever. Her wish plaque had also been altered, changing the person I like to Jiang Che. Romantic experience points, 542. How blissful, how sweet. As night fell, Jiang Che suggested, Let us go to the central square on Main Street. I heard from the staff at the inn that it's lively at night. Okay. Tang Yunran was exceptionally obedient. For in her heart, as long as she was with Jiang Che, any destination was perfect. Let us go then. Jiang Che glanced at Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppo's hand, contemplating whether to hold it. Would that be too abrupt? There's so many people, Tang Yunran remarked, glancing around. This is a tourist attraction, and it's Valentine and Amp, Oppo's day. Of course it's crowded. To prevent getting lost, let us hold hands, Jiang Che suggested, taking her hand. Romantic experience points, 1022, from the system notification. Jiang Che sensed Tang Yunran and Oppo's nervousness, which mirrored his own. If possible, he felt he could easily accumulate 4-digit experience points for himself, and even more consecutively. Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling street, their hearts racing, drowning out all surrounding noise. Romantic experience points 1092. Romantic experience points 1051. Romantic experience points 1212. With his quality and frequency, today would undoubtedly break previous records. Yet, Jiang Che was too engrossed in the moment to notice how many experience points Tang Yunran had amassed. He simply wished to continue walking hand in hand with her. If only it could last forever. Tang Yunran shared his sentiment, feeling like the happiest woman in the world at that moment. Romantic experience points 1821 thump, thump thump. Romantic experience points 1521 thump, thump thump. The notifications of romantic experience points intertwined with the rhythmic beating of their hearts. As they walked, Jiang Che was pulled back to reality by some commotion ahead, and so was Tang Yunran. Huh? Jiang Che turned to the crowd, catching a glimpse of two familiar figures through the throng. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed two very familiar faces, his father and mother. His father was kneeling on one knee, holding a large bouquet of fiery red roses. "My dear, after all these years of marriage, you've worked so hard," Jiang Mingquan declared loudly. Chapter 91. Kneeling on one knee, love shouted out loud. Jiang Che was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that his seemingly straightforward father would dare to engage in such antics. Amidst his shock, Jiang Che couldn't help but silently ridicule the situation. Just last night, he had inquired how his father planned to celebrate Valentine's Day with his mother. He distinctly recalled their conversation. "Dad, have you thought about how to spend the Qixi festival with Mom tomorrow? As an old married couple, what is the plan? A simple stroll and some shopping? How unromantic. We are almost 40 years old. How can we be romantic? Surely, I can't present a bouquet and kneel in the street, proclaiming my love and saying, 'I love you, dear wife, you've worked hard.'" Reflecting on this, Jiang Che se internal mockery deepened. Indeed, a man's words are the least trustworthy. Deceiving one's wife is one thing, but duping his own son? How amusing. Uncle and auntie are so romantic, Tang Yunran remarked, her face aglow with emotion. "Do you like that kind of thing?" Jiang Che asked, turning to her. I don't," Tang Yunran stammered, her long lashes fluttering as she averted her gaze. Jiang Che saw right through her. She did like it. Had he known she appreciated such directness, he would have saved himself the mental effort and simply emulated his father, purchasing a bouquet of roses and confessing his feelings to Tang Yunran right there in the street. "I have prepared a gift for you. It and amp. Oppos. S. Valentine and amp. Oppos. S. Day. A boy arriving empty-handed signifies carelessness, or worse, a lack of regard for the girl," he stated. "Huh? You got me a gift?" Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che, who then reached into his bulging pocket and pulled out 2 bars of chocolate. "It's your favorite chocolate." "Ah, it's chocolate," she exclaimed, having previously noticed the bulge in his pocket and wondering what it contained. "Oh," Tang Yunran lightly tapped her forehead. "What's wrong?" Jiang Che inquired, puzzled. "I'm sorry, I forgot to prepare a gift for you." In truth, it wasn't tea forgetfulness, but rather her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to confess to Jiang Che, her heart racing with anxiety over potential rejection. Thus, she had no time to consider gifts. "I've given you a gift. It seems unfair if you don't reciprocate," he remarked. "But I don't know what to give you," she replied. "Earlier, when we passed by some gift shops, perhaps you could choose something from there." Choosing on the spot lacked sincerity, he countered. "Then, how about you kiss me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran's eyes widened, focused intently on Jiang Che's lips. Her heart raced with nervous anticipation. Jiang Che didn't rush her. He stood still, waiting. Frankly, he had merely suggested it casually. If Tang Yunran truly didn't wish to kiss him, he could wait. They had just begun their relationship, and everything required an acclimatization period. The essence of dating lies in savoring the tension, excitement, and anticipation of such moments. A minute passed, and Tang Yunran remained motionless. Perhaps it was best not to put her in a difficult position. "It's all right. I was just joking," he said, but before he could finish, Tang Yunran unexpectedly rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck and lightly brushing her lips against the corner of his mouth. Listening to the system's notifications chime in rapid succession, Jiang Che felt as if he were soaring through the sky on a rocket. The exhilaration was simply indescribable. In the past, Tang Yunran had kissed him after losing a bet, much like just now. Yet the experience felt entirely different. At that time, their relationship had not been solidified. The kiss had brought surprise and a racing heartbeat. Now, with their relationship established and his deep affection for her, the same kiss transcended to a whole new level. There's a fountain over there. Let us go for a walk, Tang Yunran suggested, feeling a heat rising within her, as if she might ignite. Sure, Jiang Che replied. With Tang Yunran's kiss emboldening him, he naturally took her hand and led her toward the fountain. At that moment, Tang Feiling halted, glancing in the direction where Tang Yunran and Jiang Che had departed. Shaoran? Hearing this, Tang Feiling quickly followed his gaze. Their figures turned the corner and vanished from sight. Though only silhouettes, Tang Feiling instantly recognized them as Tang Yunran and Jiang Che. Did you see that? Tang Feiling asked. What? Dan Feisun Feigen Ingo Dan. That girl seemed to be Shaoran, Tang Feiling stated. Really? I don't think so. They look nothing alike, Tang Feiling replied. It looked remarkably similar, and she was with another guy. Just a fleeting glance, but that guy resembled Jiang Che. That's even less likely. Shaoran doesn't have a boyfriend. How could she be out with a guy? Tang Feiling insisted with wide eyes. Upon hearing Tang Feiling's words, Tang Feiling began to reconsider. After all, in a bustling street, it wasn't unusual for men and women to mingle. There were plenty of people with similar builds to Shaoran. The more Tang Feiling spoke, the more Tang Feiling felt he must have been mistaken. Let us continue shopping, he suggested. Meanwhile, Jiang Che had led Tang Yunran to a secluded corner, cautiously peeking around to see if Tang Feiling had left before exhaling a long breath of relief. What are you doing? Tang Yunran asked, bewildered. Your second brother, Jiang Che whispered. Had Tang Yunran heard this earlier that morning, her reaction would have mirrored Jiang Che's. However, since Tang Feiling had mentioned introducing Jiang Che to her, she felt no concern about their relationship being discovered. My second brother won bite. What are you afraid of? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, thinking of how he feared her brother might treat him as he did in a past life. No, it was more about his concern over losing control and potentially harming her brother. I'm not worried. I'm more concerned about you getting caught and facing his wrath, she retorted confidently. In truth, Tang Yunran had intended to share what her brother had told her with Jiang Che, but witnessing his guilty demeanor made her reconsider. Wouldn't it be more entertaining for him to discover it himself? The thought alone was quite amusing. Jiang Che fixed his gaze on Tang Yunran, suspecting she was concocting some mischievous plan. Chapter 92. The reluctance to part caught by Jiang Che and Oppo's as penetrating gaze. Tang Yunran felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. I wasn't Oppo's thinking anything bad, she stammered. Really? Jiang Che continued to observe her with a blend of curiosity and skepticism. No, she insisted. Why are you stuttering? Who's stuttering? She retorted, her voice barely above a whisper. What do you think? Their conversation flowed easily, each contributing to the light-hearted exchange. Time seemed to slip away, and before they knew it, the day was drawing to a close. It was nearly time to part ways, though it hardly felt like a true separation. They were staying at the same inn and would only be parting at the entrance. You go ahead, Jiang Che said, reluctantly releasing Tang Yunran's hand. The absence of her warmth left a peculiar emptiness in his chest. Tang Yunran mirrored his sentiment, her gaze lingering on him with unspoken reluctance. You should go first, she suggested, wanting to watch him leave. No, you should go first, he countered. You're not giving in at all. She pouted slightly, casting him a look of feigned grievance. With her words, Jiang Che felt he could not resist her plea. Fine, I'll go first. He turned away, envisioning how she would be watching him, and truthfully, he longed to turn back, take her hand, and lead her to his room, holding her close throughout the night. In that moment, Jiang Che truly grasped the essence of love. No wonder people in love often acted foolishly. It was indeed a captivating experience, akin to an unbreakable bond that tugged at the heartstrings. After taking a few steps, he paused and glanced back at Tang Yunran. As he suspected, she had not moved. Standing at the inn's entrance, her eyes fixed on him. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jiang Che could no longer resist. He returned to her, and before she could utter a word, he grasped her shoulders and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Love experience points 875. Tang Yunran blinked in surprise, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at him, her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of pearly teeth. Her heart raced uncontrollably, quickening beyond her control. Love experience points 1000. Love experience points 1063. Love experience points 1085. With each increment of experience points, Jiang Che felt the resonance of their emotions echoing between them, reflecting the mutual affection they shared. "It's time for you to go," he said softly. "Huh?" Tang Yunran looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I already let you watch me leave. Now it's my turn to see you go." Don't argue. Just head back," he urged. "It's late, and if your second brother comes back and sees us, it would be hard to explain." Though she wanted to protest that her brother might even be pleased to see them together, she glanced at the time displayed on the lobby and Oppo's screen. It was nearly 11:00 and Oppo's clock. Indeed, quite late. All right then. This time, it was Tang Yunran who turned to leave, and Jiang Che watched her intently. In a previous life, she had waited for him. Now, it was his turn to watch her go. His gaze remained fixed on her until she was completely out of sight. Exhaling heavily, he made his way to his room. Just as he reached the door, he heard Jiang Yuan's voice behind him. "Did your confession go well?" Jiang Che turned, grinning widely, revealing a gleaming smile. From her expression, Jiang Yuan could tell that his brother's confession had indeed been successful. "Of course it went well. How could I be rejected when I'm so charming and my sister-in-law has such great taste?" "Ugh," Jiang Yuan groaned, rolling her eyes at his self-importance. "Can you be any more narcissistic? I'm not being vain. Let me tell you about my confess chapter 93. Mother is pregnant, your mother is pregnant," exclaimed Jiang Mingquan, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. "What?" Jiang Che was taken aback, and Jiang Yuan was equally astonished. "Dad, what are you saying?" Januk istamid. His gaze dropping to Linya and Oppo's belly. Jiang Yuan and Oppo's expression mirrored that of Jiang Che and Oppo's. Hee, your mother is pregnant. ISN and Oppo's. That thrilling, unexpected, delightful. Jiang Mingquan felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed years of age, embodying the vigor of springtime. His mother was truly expecting. How remarkable was his father? Jiang Che's eyes fixated on Lin Ya's stomach. Such an occurrence had never graced his previous life. "I had long desired a third child, but our circumstances had always been unfavorable. Now, however, things have changed. Xiaoche, this is all thanks to you. This is no accomplishment of mine. If my mother is pregnant, you are the true hero here." "What sort of language is that?" Linya cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Che. Proudly, Jiang Mingquan held his head high, basking in the glory of being the first hero. Jiang Che reached out to touch Linya and Oppo's belly, but was swiftly thwarted by his father and Oppo's large hand. "Stop that. You rough boy, be gentle. What if something goes awry?" Zhang Ge. No wonder the children in the household opposed their parents having more children. The arrival of siblings often led to dire consequences. Hee. Jiang Yuan chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Dad is right. My brother is indeed a rough lad, often pulling my face so hard that it hurts terribly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingquan became even more protective of Linya. Jiang Yuan then extended her hand toward Linya and Oppo's belly, saying, "Let me feel if it and Oppo's a brother or sister. Quick, take that away. You too, girl. Be careful and stop meddling." Jiang Mingquan harshly pulled Jiang Yuan and Oppo's hand aside. Now it was Jiang Che and Oppo's turn to find humor in the situation. It seemed that he was not the only one feeling neglected in this household, and his heart felt more at ease. "Look at you. In an Oppo's just a touch. Why such exaggeration?" Linya shot a glance at Jiang Mingquan. Yes, you are absolutely right," Jiang Mingquan replied, subtly signaling Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan. "If either of you were to be heavy-handed, just see how this father will discipline you." Having deciphered their father and Oppo's intent, Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan dared not touch Linya and Oppo's belly again, and even if they did, they made sure to do so out of sight of Jiang Mingquan. After taking a shower, Jiang Che returned to his room and lay on his bed. Once silence enveloped him, his mind was filled with images of confessing to Tang Yunran. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, tossing and turning in restless anticipation. He glanced at his phone and saw it was 12:12. Surely, Tang Yunran was already asleep. However, if she were not, he could engage her in conversation. Just then, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. Romantic experience points 287, romantic experience points 199, romantic experience points 212, romantic experience points 209. Though meager, the frequency was remarkable. What could Tang Yunran be doing? Was she thinking of him so persistently that the notifications were so active? While he had no certainty about her thoughts, one thing was clear. Tang Yunran had not yet fallen asleep. With a sudden burst of energy, Jiang Che leapt from his bed, clutching his phone, and opened the chat interface with Tang Yunran. "Are you asleep?" Ding! At that very moment, Tang Yunran, who was hesitating to message Jiang Che, received his text. Not yet. After sending her response, she almost impulsively edited her next message to ask, "What about you?" Just narrowly avoiding sending something foolish, she tapped her forehead. Was love truly a catalyst for folly? She had almost sent a question that was downright ridiculous. If Jiang Che were asleep, how could he possibly text her? As she pondered this, a memory of Jean Xiaoqiao and Amp, Oppo's past relationship resurfaced. Jean Xiaoqiao and Amp, Oppo's ex-boyfriend had asked her, "Have you eaten yet?" To which she replied, "I just finished washing the dishes." Then he inquired again, "So did you eat or not?" Jean Xiaoqiao quipped, "Well, I washed the dishes, so what do you think?" At that time, she thought her friend's ex was lacking in intellect. Now, she felt she was on par with him in terms of senselessness. "Can't sleep either?" Jiang Che texted again. Tang Yunran snapped back to reality and replied, "Just like you. Shall we chat?" "About what?" Jiang Che's mind raced as he grappled with the question, finding it more taxing than preparing for college entrance exams. "Eureka! I have good news to share." "What good news?" Tang Yunran asked, intrigued. "I'm gonna be a big brother." "What? Are you serious? Are you really getting a sibling?" "Indeed." Jiang Duque confirmed. "Really?" Tang Yunran sat up in surprise, rereading the message multiple times to ensure she wasn't Oppo's misreading. "Congratulations. Congratulations." Tang Yunran genuinely felt joy for Jiang Mingquan and Linya. In her previous life, despite Jiang Che and Oppo's indifference towards her, Jiang Mingquan and Linya treated her with genuine kindness, as if she were their own daughter. She recalled Linya mentioning Jiang Mingquan and Oppo's long-held regret of wanting another child but being constrained by their circumstances. Now that their situation had improved, but with age becoming a factor, the hope for another child had lingered unfulfilled. Hearing this news now filled Tang Yunran with heartfelt happiness. "Do you want to see the baby?" Jiang Che inquired. "ISN and Oppo's. Too early to tell? We can still see. Would you like to join?" Jiang Che and Oppo's words insinuated that he intended to introduce Tang Yunran to his parents. "Are we meeting the parents so soon?" Although she had met them in her past life, this was a new beginning, and she felt anxious about the prospect. "You're the one who might be the ugly daughter-in-law." "Well, do you want me to come?" Jiang Che thought that by introducing Tang Yunran to his parents, it would reassure them, while also potentially resolving the issue with Jiang Xinting, a troublesome romantic interest he wished to avoid. As he considered Jiang Xinting, he recalled Mei Xian's earlier actions, which seemed to stem from his ownership of a villa. Such women only sought to ingratiate themselves for selfish reasons. Chapter 94. Sneaking into Tang Yunran and Oppo's room at midnight, he would certainly not dare to cast more than a fleeting glance in her direction. Interestingly, both Jiang Xinting and Mei Xian share the character Xn in their names. It seems he is fated to encounter this character from now on. Whenever he meets someone with this particular character in their name, he shall keep his distance. With the conversation reaching this point, silence enveloped them once more. He was not the least bit drowsy. On the contrary, the more they chatted, the more invigorated he felt. It is no wonder the ancient saying goes, "A beautiful woman is a source of disaster, and that enchantresses bring ruin to nations." He believed that as long as he could converse with Tang Yunran, they could talk until dawn and then into dusk again. However, He found himself at a loss for further topics, likely due to his limited romantic experience. He could seek out the fatty for advice. Although the fatty and Appo's relationship with Mei Xin was brief, he was at least more seasoned than Jiang, a mere novice in matters of love. He wondered if the fatty was asleep at this hour. It was likely he was, given his single status, unlike Jiang, who had someone to chat with on Valentine's Day. Just as Jiang was mulling this over, Tang Yunran sent him a message. I can't seem to fall asleep. Me neither. Shall we find something exciting to do? Exciting things. Jiang inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of warmth. It was only their first day of mutual confession. Would it be too hasty to engage in such daring activities? Yet, it was she who initiated the invitation. If he were to decline, would she misconstrue his hesitation? The more Jiang pondered, the more he felt this possibility loomed large, recalling how, in his previous life, despite sharing a roof with Tang Yunran, he had never dared to touch her. Tang Yunran was stunning, with an exquisite figure and an alluring demeanor. Any man in her presence who didn't end Appo's harbor certain thoughts was, quite frankly, an anomaly. Jiang glanced at himself, assured of his physical health. It was his mind that was troubled, consumed by work day in and day out. Setting aside such thoughts, he contemplated how to respond to Tang Yunran. Ding, are you asleep? Not yet. Jiang quickly replied, not wanting her to grow impatient. Should I come over to your place, or will you come to mine? Jiang felt it best for her to come to his, as any commotion would be less likely to draw the attention of his parents and younger sister. However, if he ventured to Tang Yunran and Appo's, and her three brothers or parents discovered him in a compromising situation, it would surely spell disaster for him. Even if Tang Faison considered him a brother, he would not lend assistance in such a scenario, particularly since Tang Yunran was only 18 and a freshman. If she were his wife, then anything would be permissible. This thought stirred a longing within Jiang. He yearned to take Tang Yunran home as his bride. Come to my place, Tang Yunran messaged. To yours? Jiang furrowed his brow for 2 seconds before gritting his teeth. No risk, no gain. Thus, for the sake of a blissful future, he resolved to brave whatever dangers lay ahead. All right, wait for me. I'm on my way. After sending the message, Jiang stealthily rose from his bed, quietly opening the door as if he were a thief. Brother, where are you going at this hour? Jiang gasped, startled. I can't sleep. Just taking a stroll. A stroll? At this time of night? Yes, that an Appo's. That's right. Yet he could not reveal the truth. Why do you care? Aren't an Appo's. You still awake? Is that my fault? Our parents' room is just next door. How can I sleep? Their room being next to yours has nothing to do with your insomnia. Of course, it does. If they're awake, how can I possibly sleep? Jiang turned his gaze toward his parents and Appo's room, pondering that his mother had just become pregnant, and his father should have been more cautious. Wasn't an Appo's concerned about unexpected consequences? He cursed himself for his negative thoughts. You can sleep in my room. And where will you sleep? Jiang Yuan asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Jiang broke into a goofy grin, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Jiang Yuan looked at him with an expression of disbelief. You're ridiculous. With that, she opened Jiang's bedroom door, closed the door. Finally, the world fell silent. After leaving, Jiang swiftly made his way to the entrance of Tang Yunran and Appo's room. Then they were staying at a structure reminiscent of a guest house, making it the ideal choice for a family. This, however, meant Jiang would need to pass through the main door before reaching Tang Yunran and Appo's room. Arrived, Jiang messaged. Shortly thereafter, he heard soft sounds from within. It must be Tang Yunran. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang felt a surge of nervousness, his palms growing clammy. Tang Yunran opened the door and gestured for silence. Jiang understood and nodded, tiptoeing inside and following her into the room. Knock, 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 knock. His heart raced wildly. This was not his first time in Tang Yunran and Appo's room, yet he felt even more anxious than before. Sweat trickled from his palms, and his feet felt damp with tension. Just as Jiang was about to burst from anticipation, Tang Yunran suddenly turned off the lights. Was it truly time to plunge into darkness? Was there no need for even a pretense of conversation? The room was not completely dark, as the bedside lamp cast a dim glow. Had she deliberately created this subtle ambience? It was evident that she was more mature than her 18 years suggested. This girl possessed a flair for romance that surpassed that of ordinary girls. Yet, what was he to do now? Should he take the plunge? Well, that seemed too brash, too unrefined. But remaining motionless like a statue was equally unacceptable. Tang Yunran sat on the edge of the bed and beckoned him with a wave of her hand, inviting him over. With that simple gesture, Jiang felt as if his very soul was being drawn toward her, unable to resist the pull as he hurried to her side. Chapter 95. You get in my bed first. Indeed, men are creatures driven by their baser instincts. Come what may, pleasure takes precedence. Jiang Che took a deep breath and extended his hand towards Tang Yunran. Quick, sit here. The movie is about to start. Tang zundan ba apos, et suden intervisan hatet tangeva apos, et atens. What? Movie? After a moment of processing, Jiang Che noticed a laptop in front of Tang Yunran, its screen displaying a rather unsettling movie cover. I and Amp, Oppos. V always wanted to watch this film, but I and Amp, Oppos, am too afraid to watch it alone. Since neither of us can sleep, why not watch it together? Tang Yunran gazed up at Jiang Che as she spoke. Is this what you meant by doing something stimulating? Of course. It's a horror film. Isn't that stimulating enough? Jiang Che opened his mouth, but swallowed the words he was about to utter. All right then. I suppose I was mistaken. Hurry and sit down. Dang Jundan Uget. Jiang Che settled next to Tang Yunran. Initially, they maintained a 10-centimeter gap between them, but as the film and Amp, Oppos, as climactic moments unfolded, their proximity gradually diminished. At the zenith of the suspense, Tang Yunran emitted a soft cry and instinctively nestled into his embrace. Not bad at all, Jiang Che murmured, a look of contentment on his face as he embraced Tang Yunran, gently patting her back. Though I can and Amp, Oppos, T indulge, a little contact is still welcome. He couldn't and Oppos. T deny that Tang Yunran possessed an enviable figure. Her weight against him was a palpable sensation. Just as Jiang Che was relishing the moment, a knock echoed at the door. Xiaoran, is everything all right? It was Tang Feilin's voice. The scenario evoked a sense of déjà vu in Jiang Che. The last time he visited Tang Yunran's room, a similar situation had unfolded, nearly resulting in his discovery. In nothing, Tang Yunran stammered, her heart racing. While Tang Feilin held a favorable impression of Jiang Che, the prospect of him finding them alone together in a room, claiming to be watching a horror film, seemed implausible. Are you sure? I thought I heard you cry out. I couldn't and Amp, Oppos. T sleep, so I decided to watch a horror film. You and Oppos, rewatching a horror film by yourself? Arin and Oppos. T, you terrified of those things? I just wanted to do something a little exciting. Would you like me to join you? And no, there's no need. Why are you stuttering? Tang Feilin wondered if Tang Yunran had been frightened by the film. His concern grew. Open the door. I'll come in and watch with you. Hearing this, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran exchanged a tense glance. Knock, knock. Not Tang Feilin rapped on the door. Xiaoran, open up. I can't an Oppos. T sleep either. Let an Oppos. S watch together. Tang Yunran realized that refusal seemed impossible. Continued resistance would only arouse Tang Feilin and Oppos as suspicion. But Jiang Che was still in the room. What could she do? Jiang Che gestured towards the window, suggesting he could escape through it. No, it an Oppos. That's the second floor. It an Amp, Oppos. That's just a jump. With my abilities, I could climb down from the third floor without any trouble. No, absolutely not. Tang Yunran vehemently opposed the idea, fearing an accident. Even a minor scratch would cause her distress. You get in my bed first. What if your brother discovers me? Trust me, I can handle it. Seeing the determination in Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppos, eyes, Jiang Che reluctantly acquiesced. After Jiang Che concealed himself in Tang Yunran and Amp, Oppos' bed, she cautiously opened the door. What horror film are you watching? Dang Feilin in Guit? Mountain Corpse of Evil. I and Amp, Oppos. V, you've been wanting to see that. Perfect, let an Amp, Oppos. Watch it together. Tang Feilin moved towards the bed, causing Tang Yunran to tense up and follow him closely. Jiang Che's legs were long, lying normally. They nearly reached the foot of the bed. Tang Feilin approached the bed and almost sat directly on Jiang Che's legs, but Jiang Che quickly retracted them. Dang Zunzan ga pet. Why is it so dark? Tang Feilin reached for the light switch. To create the atmosphere. It and amp. Oppos. Es better this way. Tang Yunran blurted out. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. Turning on the light would expose everything. Before opening the door, she had deliberately turned off the bedside lamp and tossed a pillow onto the bed. You and Oppos. Rewrite. Tang Feilin lowered his hand, returned to the bedside, and resumed the film. The film had 30 minutes remaining, which felt like an eternity to Tang Yunran. She periodically glanced towards the bed, her anxiety mounting. Fortunately, Tang Feilin was engrossed in the plot and failed to notice her unease. Concealed beneath the covers, Jiang Che remained motionless, his breathing shallow and careful. Even the slightest bodily function had to be executed with utmost discretion. Tang Yunran was on tenterhooks. The film, which had seemed to pass so quickly with Jiang Che, now felt agonizingly slow. Finally, the 30 minutes elapsed. As soon as Tang Feilin left, Tang Yunran rushed to the bed. Concerned that Jiang Che had been suffocating under the covers for so long, she yanked back the blanket, revealing Jiang Che lying still and unresponsive. A wave of panic washed over Tang Yunran. Could he have actually suffocated? Jiang Che. Tang Yunran shook him, but he remained motionless. Her anxiety intensified. I have to try resuscitation. Tang Yunran leaned over Jiang Che, her lips poised to make contact when he suddenly opened his eyes. Just kidding. How childish. Dan Jundan Zito. Pushing herself up from Jiang Che and turning her back to him. He couldn't possibly be a reborn soul. Would a man in his 30s act so childishly? A mere boy. Yet this very boy had her completely flustered. How infuriating. She felt a surge of indignation. Jiang Che, observing Tang Yunran and Oppos' demeanor, scratched the back of his head. He, too, felt rather foolish. He wasn't an Oppos. Sure what had possessed him to tease her. I and Oppos am sorry for causing you worry. Who was worried about you? Do whatever you please. Tang Yunran retorted, still facing away from him. How about I make amends? Whatever you ask, I'll do it. Tang Yunran turned to face Jiang Che. All right, you said it. With the caveat that I can and Oppos pluck stars from the sky, nor can I retrieve the moon. Even if you could, it and amp, Oppos, as too extravagant for me. Then what do you want? Chapter 96. The rejection of a great beauty. Jiang Che was quite curious about what Tang Yunran truly desired. I want to eat the buns and prawn porridge from Zhou Fuji. That is no problem. It turned out she merely wanted him to buy breakfast, and he had thought she was going to ask him to do something unspeakable. However, one should not speak too soon. There was only one Zhou Fuji in Tinghua County recently, and he had inquired that to purchase, one must line up by 5 o'clock in the morning. And even then, the wait could exceed an hour. An hour's wait? He asked. What about the other branch? The other branch is quite far. It takes an hour by car and also requires waiting in line. All right then. At this point, Tang Yunran felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Che, imagining him waking up early to queue. If you get an Oppos, get it, they're an Oppos, a bun shop nearby. I'll wake up at 7:30, and you can bring it to me then. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely ensure you get to eat Zhou, Fuji, and Oppos' buns and porridge. It was merely a matter of rising at 5:00 and Oppos' clock, which was no great challenge for him now. However, Tang Yunran harbored little hope for Jiang Che, as the queue at Zhou Fuji was notoriously long. Her third brother had tried to buy them that very morning, arriving at 5:30, only to be deterred by the long line. The next day, Jiang Che and Oppos' alarm rang at 4:00 and Oppos' clock. After a quick wash, he dashed to the entrance of Zhou Fuji. It was already 4:30, and the shop had yet to open. To his surprise, he found a line of over a dozen people ahead of him. He thought he had arrived early, only to discover that others had come before him. Were Zhou Fuji's buns truly that delectable? The travel guide had indeed mentioned that they were a culinary highlight of Tinghua County. He planned to savor them and discover just how good they really were. Half an hour later, a steady stream of people began to arrive. Jiang Che turned to look back and saw the line extending beyond his sight, with 90 of the crowd being male. This was a reflection of the current societal dynamics. Yet, there was no room for complaint. Men were expected to undertake the laborious tasks of rising early and working hard. At 5:30, Zhou Fuji opened its doors. Due to Jiang Che's advantageous position in line, he quickly secured his purchase. He bought 100 buns, as his enhanced physical condition had naturally increased his appetite. Tang Yunran could manage only 2 buns and a porridge, while her parents and younger sister could consume at most a dozen buns. The rest were all for him. As Jiang Che carried the buns, he noticed the envious glares from those still waiting, as his substantial order had caused a delay in the steaming process, forcing others to continue waiting. Just as he was about to leave, a girl rushed toward him. "Jiang Che, is that really you?" The girl was Qin Cici, the second most beautiful girl at Jiangxing University, second only to the campus belle. Jiang Che was not particularly familiar with her. They were merely members of the same calligraphy and painting association. "Are you here on vacation too?" Qin Cici asked, her gaze falling on the buns. "Yes, I came with my family." "Why did you buy so many buns? Are you going to finish them all?" "I will finish them." "How many people are in your family?" 6. Jiang Che included Tang Yunran in that count. "That is too many. I'm also here to buy these buns. Could you sell me a few?" Qin Cici pleaded with a charming gaze. She thought that given her beauty, Jiang Che, being a bachelor, would surely succumb to her allure, and she might even receive all the buns for free. "I Oppos. I'm sorry, but as I mentioned, we can finish them all. If I sell to you, we won't have enough. You should wait in line like everyone else," Jiang Che replied. "What?" Qin Cici doubted her hearing. Jiang Che had actually rejected her? This was inconceivable. She was one of the most stunning girls at Jiangxing University, and her engaging him was solely due to his buns. Otherwise, with his unimpressive demeanor, she would never have deigned to speak to him. "Jiang Che, the line is just too long for a girl like me. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now," Jiang Che said, turning away. How infuriating. What is wrong with him? He actually rejected such a beauty? Is he out his mind? Qin Cici glared at Jiang Che, her frustration boiling over. "Who would even want your buns? With those dirty hands of yours, who knows if you've touched them? I wouldn't want them even if you offered them to me." Despite her words, the thought of Jiang Che's dismissive attitude only fueled her anger further. When Jiang Che returned to the hotel at 6:00 and amp. Oppo's clock, everyone was still asleep. Unable to rest, he decided to go for a run to exercise. Shortly into his run, Tang Feilin arrived. "What a coincidence to run into my second uncle again," Jiang Che thought, pondering whether to seize this opportunity to engage with him and leave a good impression. Yet, he feared that such an approach might backfire, leading Tang Feilin to mistakenly believe he was merely seeking to curry favor with him, rather than focusing on Tang Yunran. After much contemplation, Jiang Che concluded that it was best to refrain from making any hasty moves, to maintain his distance and observe the situation. Just then, as Jiang Che resolved to proceed cautiously, Tang Feilin jogged up beside him and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning. What is this?" Jiang Che, puzzled, responded politely as he had the day before. "Morning. What time did you wake up?" Tang Feilin in guit for oiapos clock. Jiang Che replied honestly. "For O and Oppo's clock." Tang Feilin was taken aback. "You wake up at 4 to exercise?" "No, I woke up at 4 to queue for breakfast for your sister." "You wake up that early every day? Don't you find it tiring?" "I don't wake up that early every day, just occasionally." Jiang Che's honesty struck Tang Feilin as modesty. He felt pleased, very pleased, as Jiang Che noticed the lingering smile on Tang Feilin's face. He was suddenly filled with goosebumps. Could it be that Tang Feilin had already sensed the connection between him and Tang Yunran? Perhaps he was merely testing him for confirmation. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Tang Feilin unexpectedly asked. Chapter 97, A Close Call, almost exposed. Jiang Che's eyes widened. Indeed, this was the crux of the matter. Not yet. Jiang Che endeavored to maintain his composure. "With your qualifications, it would be quite easy for you to find a girlfriend. Why Haven and Amp? Oppos. To you?" This question demanded a thoughtful response. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, Jiang Che presented what he believed to be the most standard answer. "My mother doesn't allow me to date too early." In fact, his mother had started urging him even during his middle school years, asserting that girls pursue boys from a young age to ensure lasting relationships. Of course, this was contingent upon maintaining propriety, managing friendships wisely, and pursuing love with sincerity rather than relying on external aids. Tang Feilin note that, regarding Jiang Che with a gaze full of admiration. Nowadays, it was rare to find a young person who heeded their parents' and Oppo's advice. He believed that those who did were generally of good character. Indeed, he had not misjudged Jiang Che. Your mother is right. Dating too early is indeed not advisable. Upon hearing Tang Feilin's words, Jiang Che pondered whether this was a subtle hint for him to abandon his pursuit of Tang Yunran. However, Tang Feilin shifted his tone. If you encounter someone you genuinely like, you should seize the opportunity. Some chances, once missed, can lead to irrevocable regret. What does this mean? Tang Feilin's words left Jiang Che somewhat perplexed. Allow me to introduce someone to you, Tang Feilin said straightforwardly. Jiang Che squinted atitan gefeeding. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He intended to introduce someone to him, thereby diverting his attention from his sister. The person I wish to introduce is none other than my sister. What? Jiang Che halted, ceasing his movement, and regarded Tang Feilin with a wary gaze. Was he testing him again? Employing the stratagem of feigned retreat? Intentionally suggesting he introduce his sister to lower his guard, only to ensnare him once he revealed his true intentions? Having analyzed the situation, Jiang Che concluded that this must indeed be the case. Fortunately, he was astute enough to avoid falling into Tang Feilin and Oppo's trap. After all, he had been navigating the world for over 30 years. Was he to be led astray? Cough, cough. Jiang Che cleared his throat. Your sister is the belle of our school. The number of suitors vying for her affection could encircle the campus. Given my ordinary looks, average height, and modest family background, I possess a keen self-awareness. I'm simply not worthy of Tang and Oppo's beauty. Do not underestimate yourself. In terms of appearance and physique, you are undoubtedly a dragon among men in your peer group. Moreover, you possess commendable virtues. You are filial to your parents and kind to your sister. Frankly, I hold a sincere admiration for you. Jiang Che was taken aback. He seriously questioned whether he had misheard. Were it not for his concern over his own demeanor, he might have instinctively reached up to check his ears to confirm he had not misinterpreted. Such words emanated from his brother-in-law. How utterly astonishing. Are you serious? Tang Feilin placed his hand on Jiang Che's shoulder, earnestly regarding him, and reiterated, I genuinely admire you and wish to introduce you to my sister. I have already spoken to Xiaoran about this. You and Xiaoran cough, cough, cough. Oh my. I almost let that slip out. You have discussed this with the Belle of Tang? Is that true? Why has he not heard Tang Yunran mention it? Yes, I spoke to Xiaoran about it yesterday, Tang Feilin replied. Oh really? Xiaoran, you and Oppo's gone astray. Tang Feilin informed you about this, and you didn't and Oppo's. Did he breathe a word? You made him feel like a mouse encountering a cat. Just wait until an opportunity arises. I shall see how he punishes you. And what is the Belle of Tang and Oppo's attitude? Jiang Che feigned ignorance, asking. Xiaoran did not object. She is quite obedient to us older brothers, and the individuals I recommend will receive some consideration from her. You are rather self-involved, are you not? In his previous life, after marrying Tang Yunran, he had also introduced her to potential suitors, yet she remained steadfastly devoted to him. Her lack of opposition was not due to your influence as a brother, but rather because of his own merits. When do you plan to return? Tang Feilin in Guit. Tomorrow. What a coincidence. We return tomorrow as well. Are you free in the afternoon? Yes. Then I will inform Xiaoran. You both can arrange to meet for a date. They had already spent an entire day together yesterday. Tang Feilin pulled out his phone. Here is Xiaoran and Oppo's WeChat. Add her. Tang Feilin implied that Jiang Che should do so on the spot. Jiang Che's forehead began to perspire uncontrollably. Shouldn't you tell your sister first, then I can add her? Otherwise, she may think I am some kind of salesman. That is a valid point. Tang Feilin first sent a message to Tang Yunran, and after a minute without a reply, he called her. Hello, Xiaoran. Do you remember what I mentioned yesterday? It concerns your schoolmate, Jiang Che. Jiang Che swiftly pulled out his phone and deleted Tang Yunran from his contacts. Tang Feilin concluded his call and turned to Jiang Che. She has agreed. You may add her now. Oh, all right. Jiang Che clicked to add her as a friend, successfully. 3 seconds later, the request was accepted. Tang Feilin cast a satisfied glance at Jiang Che and Oppo's phone and nodded approvingly. You two chat. I shall not intrude. Very well. Jiang Che watch angfinin eamp, apos, esse retreating figure. Lifting his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Ding! Jiang Che received a message from Tang Yunran. Hello, I am Tang Yunran. Jiang Che. Your second brother has left. You should have mentioned it earlier. I bought you breakfast. So soon? It's certainly ISNT buns from Zhou Fuji. Tang Yunran thought to herself. Jiang Che, I bought you buns and porridge from Zhou Fuji. I will leave them at your door for you to collect. Really, from Zhou Fuji? Impossible. It is only 6:30. How could he have procured buns from Zhou Fuji? If it is true, how early must Jiang Che have queued to buy them? Before long, Tang Yunran received another message from Jiang Che. The buns are at your doorstep. I left to avoid being seen by your family. See you in the afternoon. Upon receiving the message, Tang Yunran swiftly opened the door, only to find a bag hanging from the doorknob, emblazoned with the Zhou Fuji logo. They are indeed buns from Zhou Fuji. Holding the bag, Tang Yunran felt a warmth in her heart, an indescribable sense of gratitude. Romantic experience points, 520. He truly treats her well. Ding! A WeChat notification chimed again. Chapter 98. Hand in hand until sweating Tang Yunran initially believed the message was from Jiang Che, and thus she eagerly clicked to open it. To her dismay, it was from Jin Xiaoqiao. A clear expression of disappointment crossed her face. While savoring her steamed bun, she perused the message. Jin Xiaoqiao. Oh dear, I truly cannot endure this. What happened? I have never encountered such a bizarre man. Remember I mentioned I fell for a boy from the neighboring school? And then? Wasn't yesterday Valentine's Day? Didn't he present you with a gift? It's not that he didn't give me a gift. We dined together instead. ISNT that splendid? Splendid? You don't understand. During our meal, I remarked how delightful it felt to be treated to dinner and expressed my hope that he would treat me to meals for a lifetime. Do you think that that's inappropriate? Tang Yunran pondered for a moment, realizing the implication of her words. Was she inadvertently suggesting a lifelong commitment? Not at all. But do you know how he responded to me? How did he respond? He stood up, visibly enraged, and looked at me with utter disdain, exclaiming in Oppos, I never expected you to be such a mercenary woman, demanding I treat you to meals for a lifetime. I have misjudged you completely. And Oppos. And then he stormed off. Dang Jundan. What kind of person is this? No wonder he has remained single for 20 years. It seems he is quite adept at being alone. The more Jin Xiaoqiao spoke, the more incensed she became. Tang Yunran agreed, recognizing that this man was indeed skilled at maintaining his single status, and if this behavior continued, he might very well remain alone for a lifetime. Enough about my matters. What about you and Jiang Che? Have you confessed your feelings? Jin Xiaoqiao inquired curiously. Upon mentioning her own situation, Tang Yunran felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably, her mind involuntarily replaying the passionate scenes from yesterday. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Where are you? Question mark emoji. Tang Yunran snapped back to reality and dialed Jin Xiaoqiao. The intricacies of her relationship with Jiang Che were far too extensive to convey in mere fragments. As she relayed her experiences, the system incessantly tallied her romance points. Romantic experience points 241. Romantic experience points 241. Romantic experience points 241. What was she doing? The system chimed continuously. Was she thinking of him? Jiang Che surmised this was highly likely, as he was currently pondering Tang Yunran himself. It had been several hours since he last saw her, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. Fortunately, they were scheduled to meet in the afternoon with the support of his second uncle. Finally, the afternoon arrived. Jiang Che had intended to drive, but his father had taken the car early in the morning. It seemed having only one vehicle at home was quite inconvenient. He would purchase another upon returning. Today, Jiang Che arrived at the bus station first, awaiting Tang Yunran and Oppos, as arrival. 5 minutes later, she appeared, dressed in a delicate lavender dress. Tang Yunran and Oppos, as complexion, fair as snow, made her look ethereal in such a hue, one that would otherwise be unwise for anyone lacking a porcelain complexion to attempt. Jiang Che was eager to approach and take her hand, but as he took a step forward, he noticed Tang Yunran signaling him with her eyes. What did that mean? Before he could decipher her intentions, he received a message from her. My second brother is following us. Is that so? What could Tang Feilin be up to? Jiang Che discreetly scanned the vicinity, and Tang Yunran sent another message. Don't look around too much. It would be troublesome if we are discovered. Upon reading this, Jiang Che quickly averted his gaze, his mind racing with analysis. Was Tang Feilin concerned that he might mistreat Tang Yunran? Was he the type to freeze in the presence of a woman? Thankfully, Tang Yunran had noticed. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly exposed their secret. As he approached Tang Yunran, Jiang Che feigned unfamiliarity, raising his voice for effect. Your second brother mentioned something to you, right? Yes, Tang Yunran replied, mimicking his nonchalance. They wanted Appos, buy it. As a couple, we can easily deceive Tang Feilin. The bus is here. Shall we board? Certainly. Tang Feilin was hiding nearby in a rented vehicle. Throughout the journey, he observed them through binoculars. Jiang Che was quite impressive, not at all like typical boys who gawk at their sisters. Moreover, he exhibited admirable restraint, treating her with respect. As the bus departed, Tang Feilin promptly followed suit. Today, the bus was far less crowded than the previous day, allowing Jiang Che and Tang Yunran to sit together. Their hearts raced in unison, and Jiang Che occasionally stole glances at her hand, seizing the opportunity to interlock their fingers. Now, their palms pressed against one another. Their heartbeats quickened even more. It was impossible to tell whose heartbeat was more pronounced. Although the bus and Appos' air conditioning was running, it could not counteract the warmth of two infatuated souls. Before long, their palms began to perspire. Yet, Jiang Che could not bring himself to release Tang Yunran's hand until they reached their destination. Reluctantly, he let go as they disembarked, re-establishing a facade of unfamiliarity before Tang Feilin. For the next 2 hours, they meandered aimlessly, maintaining a casual demeanor while secretly exchanging glances and seizing any opportunity to hold hands or embrace. Eventually, they settled in a CAF. I wonder if your second brother has left yet? Knowing him, he will likely shadow us all day. How bothersome. Yet, it is preferable to him relentlessly pursuing us as in our previous life. Jiang Che felt that the current situation was unexpectedly favorable. Shall we order something? Jiang Che presented the menu to Tang Yunran. This time, I shall treat you. Why? Jiang Che believed it was only natural for the man to cover the bill. Your money doesn't come from thin air. You cannot always treat me. This time, I will pay. Indeed, his money was hardly earned from the wind. It was all thanks to you, Jiang Che mused internally, though he refrained from voicing it. Allow me to treat. I have profited from the stock market. That money is still yours. You need not be so meticulous about dividing everything. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunran was reminded of their past life, when they had just married. Jiang Che had stated, although we are wed, it is not of our own volition. We are merely temporarily joined. Therefore, we must clarify certain matters. You are you, and I am I. Your belongings are yours, and mine are mine. Boundaries must be established. Now, when Jiang Che said there was no need for such strict delineation, it stirred an indescribable bittersweet feeling within her. To be precise, it felt like the sweetness following hardship. P.S. Little fish eats Cohen. Thank you for your concern regarding my hand. It has improved significantly. I promise to provide additional updates over the weekend. Chapter 99. Eager to speak well of Jiang Che, Tang Feilin emitted a sound of perplexity. Why were these two making such slow progress? Although he did not wish for Jiang Che to be a clumsy individual, under the current circumstances, did it not imply that there was little hope for them? As this thought crossed his mind, Tang Feilin and Appos' brow furrowed deeply. He had painstakingly arranged for their meeting and set up a date. If it fell through today, their chances in the future would diminish even further. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Tang Feilin sent a message to Jiang Che. What do you think of my sister? Why are you suddenly asking this? Jiang Che was utterly bewildered. Who had sent this message? Tang Yunran, observing Jiang Che and Appos' expression, guessed that it might have been sent by her second brother. Jiang Che composed a reply and sent it to Tang Yunran. Your second brother. What did he say? Jiang Che took a screenshot and sent it. Tang Junzan, upon seeing the message from Tang Feilin, was equally confused. After a moment in Appos' thought, Jiang Che replied, She seems quite nice. Is that all? No other feelings? Of course. And they're quite strong, but I dare not express them. What feelings? Have you never been in love? No. That explains it. No wonder you have kept your distance from her. It is appropriate to maintain a certain distance on a first formal date, but one cannot remain so wooden. He had never encountered such an innocent young man. He had indeed chosen a fine young man for his sister. Why I referred to other feelings? I meant, do you like my sister? This question, Jiang Che felt, was not a simple matter of answering yes or no. Either response could be problematic. To say yes would raise suspicions about his intentions, while saying no would be akin to self-sabotage, given that he had once been an entrepreneur in his past life. Lacking the ability to navigate such trivial matters would render his efforts futile. I cannot yet determine whether I like her, but she truly is a wonderful girl. Hearing Jiang Che praise his sister made Tang Feilin feel quite pleased. If she and Amp oppose, a good girl, you should pursue her actively. I fear being too forward might upset her. You could be appropriately proactive. What constitutes appropriate? Jiang Che asked, attempting to discern Tang Feilin and Amp. Amp oppose boundaries, such as whether it was acceptable to hold hands at the right moment. Tang Feilin offered his advice. What if she slaps me? Hold on. Let me first ask my sister how she feels about you. All right, I will wait. After sending that message, Jiang Che found the situation somewhat amusing. What did Tang Yunran feel about him? Clearly, it was affection. They had already confessed to one another the previous day. Ding! Tang Yunran received a message from Tang Feilin. What do you think of Jiang Che? Tang Yunran glanced at Jiang Che and then composed a reply. Quite good. Oh, it seems they are mutually interested. That and oppose. That's wonderful. Tang Feilin was quite flustered and hurriedly messaged Jiang Che again. She has a very good impression of you. Feel free to pursue her. Thank you for your help. Jiang Che continued to stifle his laughter. Do not mention thanks. We are family and do not speak in such terms. Since you say that, I shall not be polite. Jiang Che took a screenshot of their conversation and sent it to Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran shot him a playful glare before replying. You are truly incorrigible. How so? Starting from how you deceived my third brother. Now my second brother has also become a victim. You are wrongfully accusing me. I did it for our future happiness. Future happiness. This thought made Tang Yunran unable to resist daydreaming. Romantic experience points 242. Not far away, Tang Feilin observed through binoculars, noting the delightful exchange between the two, gradually aligning with his envisioned trajectory, and he nodded in satisfaction. After returning home, Tang Feilin immediately spoke to Tang Feimu and Tang Feisen. I have something to share. I have my eye on a very fine young man, and I plan to introduce him to Xiaoran. Upon hearing this, Tang Feimu and Tang Feisen both looked up at Tang Feilin in astonishment. Wow, what? You're introducing a partner to Xiaoran? Tang Feisen's eyes widened in shock. Yes, I have observed him, and that young man possesses excellent character. None can compare to the one I am introducing to Xiaoran. Tang Feisen, being impulsive, raised his voice in excitement. What? You are also introducing a partner to Xiaoran? Tang Feilin was taken aback. Tang Feimu stood up, looking at his two younger brothers. Have you both been introducing partners to Xiaoran? As he posed this question, the three brothers exchanged bewildered glances, enveloped in an unusual silence. Finally, Tang Feisen spoke first. Second brother, let me tell you, the young man I introduced is truly one in a million. Not only is he handsome and possesses good character, but he also treats Xiaoran very well. This statement stirred Tang Feilin's competitive spirit. The person I introduced is genuinely exceptional. He is handsome and of good character, and like us. He treats his sister with great care, which I deeply appreciate. Moreover, he is very good at Xiaoran. That is because you have not seen the person I introduced to Xiaoran. If you had, you would undoubtedly agree that I made the right choice. Those words are exactly what I would say to you. You have not met that young man, and I asked Xiaoran. She has quite a favorable impression of him. That is only because Xiaoran is kind-hearted and does not know how to refuse. She genuinely likes the person I introduced. Enough, as you said. She is simply too kind-hearted to reject anyone. Tang Feilin and Tang Feisen continued their back and forth, prompting Tang Feimu to intervene. Stop. You both present valid points. But this argument will lead nowhere. Instead, Let us set a time for each of you to bring the individuals you introduced to Shaoran, so I may assess. I am certain that the person I introduced will be Shaoran and Appo's favorite, Tang Faison declared confidently. Could he not be confident? He was well aware that Tang Yunran and Jiang Che were already together. Moreover, that day in the torrential rain, it was he who sheltered Jiang Che and allowed him to enter Tang Yunran's room. Do not speak too soon. Tang Failin recalled the harmonious scene of Jiang Che and Tang Yunran in the CAF. Even a blind man could see their mutual affection. Furthermore, he had witnessed Tang Yunran blush like a ripe fruit whenever she secretly glanced at Jiang Che. Such a shy demeanor could only signify mutual attraction. Let us cease this dispute. The matter is settled. We will arrange a time for you each to invite your respective introductions. Agreed. Thus, the matter was settled. Just after Jiang Che concluded his date with Tang Yunran and returned to the inn, he received messages from Tang Failin and Tang Faison. Chapter 100. A meeting with three uncles. How is it that these two have sought me out simultaneously? Jiang Che, perplexed, first opened Tang Faison and Appo's profile. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? After responding to Tang Faison, he proceeded to open Tang Failin's profile. There's something I must tell you. The content was strikingly similar. What were these two planning? Before Jiang Che could unravel the mystery, he received messages from both at nearly the same moment. When are you free? We wish to meet with you, the three of us. What is going on? Jiang Che was utterly bewildered. My three uncles want to see me? Surely they aren't planning to gang up on me, as they did in my previous life? This line of thought was not unwarranted, as the memory of his three uncles delivering a severe beating in his past life was still fresh in his mind. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Che crafted a message. Why the sudden urge to meet with me? He sent this to Tang Faison and then copied and pasted it to Tang Failin. Ding, ding, two system notification sounds chimed in succession. Tang Faison, I informed the elder brother and second brother about your introduction to Shaoran. Tang Failin, I mentioned your relationship with Shaoran to the elder brother and younger brother. Gust, Zhang nodded sharply. They and Appo's revealed everything so soon? Is this truly a prelude to a confrontation? He glanced at his muscles, which provided him with a sense of security. Come at me. If you dare, I'll leave you unrecognizable. Of course, this fierce declaration was merely a thought lingering in his mind. If his uncles truly intended to confront him, he would likely resort to fleeing. Given his daily morning runs, he was confident in his ability to outrun them. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized the necessity of his morning exercise. It seemed he should commit to a more rigorous training regimen. Just as Jiang Che resolved to bolster his fitness, Tang Failin and Tang Faison sent another round of messages. Tang Faison, surprisingly, the second brother has also introduced a partner to Shaoran. Tang Failin, I had no idea the third brother had previously introduced a boyfriend to Shaoran. Upon reading this, Jiang Che turned to inspect his reflection in the mirror. The partner mentioned by Tang Faison and the boyfriend referred to by Tang Failin were one and the same, himself. Ding, Tang Faison. The second brother claims that his introduction is more commendable than yours and asserts that Shaoran favors him. How can that be? Tang Faison, you must not believe this. I assure you, and Appo's, likely that Shaoran felt too polite to reject him outright, hence her lack of a cold demeanor. Jiang Che inhaled deeply, his emotions a tangled web. I understand. That and Appo's. Good to hear. Tang Faison exhaled in relief, fearing that Jiang Che might misinterpret Shaoran and Appo's intentions. Ding! Jiang Che received another message from Tang Failin. The third brother just told me that Shaoran is already with that person. I refuse to believe it. So I messaged Shaoran to ask her feelings about you. She replied, and Appo's, very good, and Appo's. I knew it. Shaoran is simply too kind-hearted to firmly reject the third brother and Appo's introduction. Jiang Che and Appo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Was it true that he had overthought the situation? Did his second and third uncles genuinely wish for him and Tang Yunran to be together? Tang Faison, when are you available? Tang Failin, when do you have free time? With summer vacation upon them, Jiang Che replied, I am free now. He then copied and pasted his response. Let us plan to meet this Saturday afternoon. Are you both available? Yes. All right, it's settled then. Thus, the arrangement for a meeting with his three uncles was established. They were all residing in the same hotel, making a face-to-face encounter quite feasible. However, given the strictness of their parents regarding early relationships, they deemed it prudent to wait until their hot spring trip concluded. Although their sister had turned 18, their parents had made it abundantly clear: no dating until the age of 25. They vividly recalled an incident when Tang Faison was in high school, where he had taken a girl to a movie, resulting in a night out that led to her parents seeking an explanation. In truth, that evening, Tang Faison had taken the girl up the mountain to shoot slingshots, a pastime he had cherished since childhood. In a bid to impress the girl, he had brought his beloved slingshot along for the adventure. But they ended up lost and didn't return until dawn. From that point onward, their parents had become increasingly stringent regarding early relationships, especially concerning Tang Yunran. Their parents had sternly warned that should she dare to date before turning 25, there would be severe consequences. Considering the circumstances, the three of them agreed to postpone any discussion until after their trip. After exiting WeChat, Jiang Che suddenly recalled something and quickly opened his phone into Oppo's as photo gallery, retrieving a recent picture of Tang Yunran, her hat and skirt fluttering in the wind. He set this image as both his screensaver and wallpaper. The girl in Oppo's bashful demeanor made her irresistibly endearing. In fact, he couldn't Oppo's help but kiss the picture several times. No, this image reveals too much. What if someone borrows my phone? With that thought, Jiang Che hastily changed his wallpaper and screensaver, setting the photo to private and renaming its study materials. That ought to suffice. The next day, as the hot spring trip concluded, Jiang Che began packing after his morning run. Brother, those bags are all mine. Jiang Yuan pointed to 5 large, bulging bags leaning against the wall. What did you buy? Local specialties. Local specialties? So many? Jiang Che lifted one bag, expecting it to be heavy, but was surprised to find it quite light. What could possibly be inside? Don and Oppo's worry about it. Just as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the bag in Jiang Che and Oppo's hands suddenly tore open, spilling plush toys all over the floor. So many stuffed animals? Jiang Che glanced at the other bags, wondering if they were all filled with similar items. Exactly, what is wrong with that? Where did you get the money for all this? Jiang Che doubted that the 1,000 yuan he had given Jiang Yuan could afford such an abundance of plush toys. Wait, why does this toy look so familiar? Jiang Che picked up a pink, long-eared plush toy from the ground.